ladies and gentlemen, and you are in for an absolute treat tonight. A little bit different from the usual. I know, obviously, you've been probably missing me and Tim covering the weekly escapades of BR6 and covering what's been going down inside LATAM here for the weekly Siege content, but we're finally back and in a completely different environment. We might not be in the studio, but we're still ready for an absolute rocket of a broadcast here. Over the next 3 days, we're going to be covering the Six Major, of course, and seeing who will be crowned the #1 team out of the 4 squads that have been able to make it to this position. But I'm not alone. It'd be silly if it was just me. I've got my right-hand man, my duo partner, the big boy himself, the biggest, the baldest, the most beautiful man in Siege. It's Acer Pyrite. Bring him on in.
Nice to be here, Jackie. And as you say, we are in a rocket ship and headed right for liftoff. We're going to be bringing all the excitement, all the drama, all the tension that is going to be some absolutely earth-shattering matches here in LATAM Major. I am convinced of it. It's going to be massive.
Oh, mate, it's going to be larger than life. Right, honestly, Tim, first up, I've missed you. It feels like we've been apart for longer than a week,
6 days,
mate.
Jackie. 6 days.
It's ridiculous.
And I've counted every one of them. There's a red cross on my calendar every day, counting down to this moment right now.
And now we're finally here. I know, but the games won't be, Tim. Once we kick it off, mate, it's going to be absolutely incredible. I'm so glad to be back. The 5 weeks we had flew by. They were over in a heartbeat. And now we come back with, obviously, our top 4 teams of the regular season. And we're going to see who is actually crowned the winner. I don't think we could have asked for a better environment to be in and better teams.
Absolutely not. For me, it was just so perfect how the season worked out. All coming down to that final match. I called it on play day 1. I enjoyed it on play day 15. All the way down to it. Jackie, I don't know if you saw it because I know you were working. Liquid and FaZe. 7-4 Liquid on Consulate. 7-4 FaZe on Clubhouse. There was nothing to separate the two of them. And ultimately, it cost Liquid the top spot. They came through in second, which has put them in a position where they have to play NIP. NIP who've been going very well. So it really did all go off on that last day. We even had MIBR versus W7M in a showdown for 5th place. W7M, Jackie, were 1 round short. One round. First map went 6-0, and then it went 7-5 W7M. One more would have given them the 3 points they needed. 7-5 in that first map. They'd have jumped up not only into 5th spot, but they'd have had some Six Invitational qualification points as well.
Yeah. Oh, man. Honestly, it is crazy. And even that little recap there, obviously, some of the storylines of how even that final play day went, right? It gives people at home a tease of just how close the season was. Because I think it's probably one of the things we said the most throughout the season each week. We were just shocked and startled by the fact that it was just so damn close and so competitive. Teams that were ranked so far apart coming into it off the last season of Pro League, obviously before the switch, now coming back in, were actually going at each other's throats. And we were having close results, time in, time out, between the best of the business and newcomers. And in terms of the newcomers, right, obviously with Team 1, the rise from the ashes that they've had, the fact they've snatched the crown and kept it going into this, and we were talking about them being at the top spot and maybe having that #1 seed for a few hours, Tim. The fact they actually guaranteed it and got that #1 seed coming into the major, that's still mind-boggling to me. That still really tantalizes me.
Oh, they've absolutely flown through the season, and we kept expecting this dip. We kept expecting things to change for them, but absolutely not. They just kept fighting and swinging. And as Bodega has said a few times, they came in without huge expectations. They had a good season 10. They had a bad season 11. We really didn't know what to expect from them. Team 1 is a name that is, more than familiar to everybody in Siege, but they just didn't deliver in that last Pro League season. But coming into this one, they have really made some changes, put some work in. And not only that, not only have they done well, but they are exciting to watch. They really play some thrilling Siege.
Oh, mate, some of the rounds we've had coming off the back of Team 1 have had us screaming. And then also we've had the contrast, right, of when we bring Bodega in, and it's the most cool, calm and collected interviews ever. And he's just vibing with us and just having a good time and just telling us how much work they've been putting in. And in terms of the work they've been putting in, we've seen them reap the benefits from that. They have been so dedicated to the cause. And every time we get to speak to them, you can see just the grin getting wider and wider. It's fantastic.
It really is. Like you say, they've grown into the season, and they started out underdogs after those first 2 play days. But coming in here, they are anything but underdogs. We are expecting big things out of Team One, and I just really hope they can deliver. And for me, this is the perfect stepping stone for them. In a normal situation where we would have gone to a LAN environment and they'd have been playing against those inter-regional teams, maybe we see a different team out of them. But this is the perfect opportunity for them to come out, A, get themselves a decent chunk of prize money, but also B, get themselves a better chunk of Six Invitational qualification points, because it remains in an online format for them. They can just carry on that momentum they've had. Everything remains the same. Nothing needs to change, and they can just come out and play exactly like they have. And it's going to be interesting to watch, something for everybody at home to keep an eye on, particularly through this first game. Do we see the same Team One, or is just the mental pressure of the fact that this is a major and a best of 3, is that enough to throw them off kilter?
Oh, mate. And you've hit the nail on the head as well. In terms of the actual tournament that's ahead of us today, it's definitely going to be better the enemy you know for a lot of these teams, because they're not playing against any other competitors, right? They're keeping it locked in with the same region, the domestic matchups we've had over the past 5 weeks. We've seen those 15 play days. We've seen an awful lot of games, and we're going to have some banging best of 3. So let's have a look at them. Let's move over into the bracket and see how play day 1 here is going to shape up when we start off the tournament, of course, working our way further forward towards that Championship Sunday. That is going to be our grand final at the very end there on Sunday, the 9th of August. But right now, we're here on the 7th. And we open up with semi-final number 1. Team 1 taking on FaZe Clan, Tim.
What an opener this is going to be, Jackie. Now, if we look back historically, Team 1, they've got the advantage. 6 wins to 2 when playing against FaZe Clan. So there is a reasonable advantage there for them. But if we look at what happened during the season, and that's what I love about this stage, into the majors, we can look at the same game, the mirror game that was played back in the season, and see what happened. It almost couldn't have been closer, Jackie. It went to 20 if you remember, and Team 1 came away with a 2-point win. 7-5 they won on Consulate, 6-all draw on Villa. So it really did go down to the wire, and I don't think we're going to see anything too much different here today. It is going to be a banger to get us underway, and then, as if that's not going to get us hyped up enough, I've got cardiologists on standby, Jackie, because my heart is not going to be able to take leading into that second game of Team Liquid versus NIP. It's going to be massive. Team Liquid, little bit of a downward trend recently. NIP certainly on that upward curve that we expected from them. It is going to be just as tight as the first time around, where it went 6-all, 6-all.
Mate, no, I genuinely, I am on fire right now because I'm so lit for the day, Tim. I can't wait for it to get underway. The first semi-final is a beauty. The second is looking spectacular. And then we get to cover the lower bracket as well, that first round. There is 3 matchups tonight, all of them being best of 3s. It's double elimination the whole way through. It is going to be a spectacular day. But let's have a look at our opening semi-final a little bit more in detail and get into Team 1's roster. Of course, a side that has risen through the ashes off the back of the previous season, coming in fresh to being on top of the standings this season. They have dominated and they have looked graceful whilst doing it. Here are the 5 players that have made it possible, Tim.
Look at these graphics as well. Production doing an amazing job. Quick shout out to those guys. Got us some real nice pictures going on here. We can see Team 1 obviously in front of us there. And when we look at this roster, I'm not going to say it's a strange one, but when you look at the stats, Jackie, they don't quite necessarily match up to everybody else that we've had at the top of the pile so far. For example, the top kills on the roster, 157 for Philippox. By contrast, if we have a look very briefly at Team Liquid, they're up into the 190s. On the season. But still, it was not sufficient to take top spot away. So it leads me to think maybe these guys have been playing more of an objective game, not going out for the TDM style, not going chasing the kills. They've been playing the objective, but I look at that and they've had 18 plants. PSK has had 22 just himself. So again, you look at it and think, well, maybe not. But one way or another, the fact is they're getting the job done. And I think the answer really that we're looking for is they've actually played less rounds. they've won matches in quicker fashion a lot of the time. If we think back to that game against Team Liquid, they absolutely dominated that game. There's no two ways about it. They really did give them a difficult day to contend with. It was 7-3, 7-3 overall, and we can see that they've played on average about 10 rounds less than most of the other teams in the last season. So it just goes to show how well these guys have been doing, not only at getting themselves an advantage, but at keeping themselves on top. They are very good when they get in front. They are very, very difficult to catch.
Oh, mate, honestly, they will turn that marathon to a sprint and just breeze out to keep the distance. However, the side they're going to have to catch up with, of course, is FaZe Clan. If we move in and have a look at that roster, we can see how they shape up man to man in terms of the firefights we're going to be getting into tonight, because it is going to be a big opening semi-final. There is going to be a lot of carnage on the line. I think we've actually got the best possible draw. Obviously, in terms of the seeding that we saw towards the end of the season, Tim, it was shaping up to be ideal because we would get these two semi-finals. You get the clash of the Titans later on with NIP taking on Liquid, and we get this banging opener here between FaZe Clan that in reality, in my mind, Tim, they have to come out and prove a point tonight against Team 1.
I'd agree with you. I think, they did come through. They ended up fourth. They were chasing that second place for the longest time, really. They were up there and in the mix, but eventually they just struggled to push themselves over the line. And I'm not going to call anybody an outsider here. We've got 4 absolute behemoths coming into this tournament. There's no two ways about it. They are absolute, colossi of Siege. But for me, FaZe have had the shakiest results overall. If we look at the players, the stats aren't maybe as good as quite everybody else's. When you look at the ratings, look at the cost figures, they're a little bit lower. When I talk about cost, for anybody who maybe is unfamiliar or newer to Siege, we're talking about a percentage essentially, and the what cost stands for is kills, objectives, survive and trade. So kills, objectives, survive and trade. It's one of those 4 actions in any round. It's a tick or a cross. So if you kill someone, if you survive a round or plant a diffuser, get a trade, your death is traded, then you get a tick for the round. If you don't, you get a cross for the round. So it's a 1 or 0 situation. And then we have a look at the percentage of rounds that you have achieved that in. And it gives a good indication of how much you're contributing to the team in one way or another without biasing it purely towards kills. And if we have a look, the highest they've got on the side is Ion at 52%. Now, that's quite low. Generally speaking, for cost at a good level, we're looking at sort of 60 to 65% to be an average. That's a reasonable figure then. So they are a little bit below average on that front. And I do have 1 or 2 concerns about them coming in against Team 1 here. If we see the Team 1 that comes out and gets themselves in front, it could be trouble. But, we've got to mention players like Ion, like Astro, 160 plus kills for both of them. We've got Ion on 13 1vx's, so that's all the way from 1v1 up to 1v5. He's an absolute clutch master at closing the rounds out when he's on his own. He will get it done for you. He will get the job over the line, and they really do have some talent, the FaZe. They can do this, but they're going to have to play as well as we have seen them play all season.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the one saving grace that obviously both of these two teams have is the fact that it is double elimination. So if you get knocked out here in the opening semi-final, you are just going down to the lower bracket. You're not out of the runnings. You still have a potential path to get yourself back in to contest later on in the tournament. But it's the fact it will then be the lower bracket slog, Tim. A lot more games to play, a lot of a grind down there. It's not going to be an easy pathway if you're trying to go for the big win at the end of the tournament, of course, and walk away in first place. So ideally, you want to get your opening win here, start off with a banger in the initial semi-final, and move on deeper into that upper bracket. In terms of who's going to be taking that, though, in our opening series, this one is going to be quite close. I think based off of what we've seen, it is going to be fairly tight here between Team 1 and FaZe, and purely it could come down to a bit of a decide being actually the map pool, Tim. I think the veto could swing this one a little bit. So should we jump into that and have a look how things could potentially shape up here?
I totally agree with you, Jackie, and the map pool, I think it could really be won or lost for FaZe here. We've seen them play a limited map pool so far. And when I say limited, we've seen them play on 5 out of 7 maps through the season. By the time we got to the end, we'd seen most teams play on most maps. FaZe have had the smallest map pool of all, only playing Coastline once. So 8 of their 9 matches have been played on the same 4 maps. They are clearly going to be aiming for them, but best of 3 suits them potentially, because you would argue, generally speaking, if we're coming in as ban, pick, you're going to have your strongest map potentially taken away from you by the other team on the ban, but you are still going to get a very good choice of map for yourself. So I think that does suit FaZe, but I think if Team 1 can maybe come in and force them towards one of those sort of off maps that they've maybe avoided through the season that we haven't seen them play, there's an argument to be made both ways. It could well favour Team 1. You can, as I say, make a counter argument to suggest there's not a lot of information about FaZe on there. But I don't think they've been saving those maps for the entire course of the season, personally. I think it's probably that they're just not that big a fan of them.
Well, it looks like we're actually ready to start this one off immediately, Tim. We're going to be slipping into the opening map in the series. It looks to be Villa to start us off here. We'll get the veto up once we move into the game and recap through that as we go. But we're not going to dilly-dally. We are going to spring into the step here and see how things are going to start. So, of course, it's the opening semi-final of the competition here for the Major. Team 1 will be on defense up against FaZe Clan on the attack. It's an important best of 3 ahead of us. It's been best of 2 the whole way through the regular season here. So this really is going to be a test of either side's steel. Who is going to be handy and able to earn their keep going into it, Tim? That's what we want to prove tonight.
We certainly do, and as we've said, really, coming in, Team 1 do have the advantage, not only in the regular season, but historically as well. They do have a better record against Team FaZe than FaZe do against them. So, for me, will history paint the entire picture? No, it never does. And there is always upsets to be had. But you have to look at it to a degree. And right now, given the form as well, I do give an edge to Team 1 here. What I will say is that FaZe need to come in and have a very strong start.
Oh, absolutely, mate. No chance for you to start on the back burner. You want to come in, all of you, looking like 5 fingers on one hand and hope that that hand-eye coordination is on point tonight, or else you are going to take a punch to the lips from Team 1. They have been quick when it's come to their opening attacks. They have been really good at actually coming in aggressive, looking clean throughout the start of these rounds. We haven't seen them looking too slow to the burn anymore, which has been a fantastic transition for them throughout the series. Will that be the case tonight, though, on their defense? Can they put up a solid opener here and really rattle FaZe Clan to their limits? I think starting it off on Villa is the dream scenario for us, for really in a best of 3 like this, Tim, and I just can't wait to see it, mate. I'm just in for the ride here. It's going to be a major day of action.
Oh, locked, loaded, ready to go. The glasses are off, Jackie. We are not messing about now. We are here and ready to get the LATAM Major underway, and I hope that everybody at home is just as excited as we are, because this is going to be a huge start. I'm willing to put my neck on the line and guarantee that one, Jackie. We are going to have fireworks. As you say, kicking off on Villa. We've seen these 2 teams already play on Villa in the regular season, and guess what happened? 6-all draw. Nothing could separate the 2 of them. It went the entire distance, and I just hope that we managed to squeeze as much excitement out of this one as we did back then on Playday 2.
Oh, mate. If we get the same outcome once again, you are going to have us hyped up and ready for action. But here's the caveat to it, right? Obviously, we had draws the whole way through that regular season. Now we're into the position where we must decide a winner. There will be overtime, so the best of the best has to come out in each and every one of these maps. There's no chance for them to just bash up against one another, clash and walk away at an equal stance. We're not content with that. They will be playing and out for blood for those overtime victories. And I think, again, that suits both of these sides. We've seen them have close games. Now we get to decide a true winner off the back of it. It's going to be banging.
No 2 ways about it. We can see that we are defending here in Aviator and Games. That's going to be site number 1 for Team 1 as we come in on this defensive phase. If we have a look at how they've done previously, it's not been the best for them, Jackie. 30% win rate defending this site, so they've certainly got some work to do. It is there for FaZe to take. It's not going to be an easy one, but they need to get it locked down. I've just realised I actually looked at the wrong stat there. That's on attack on defence, 80% win rate, Jackie. So looking a bit more favourable for Team 1, but they do have better defensive sites, so it's still a bit of a roll of the dice for them. They're looking to come in and get a site that they haven't won every single time on defence, and then follow it up with 2 sites, Trophy Statuary, Dining Kitchen, that they have won repeatedly every single time on defence. So for me, this is a very important round. Round number 1 for FaZe Clan to come out, grab this one on the attack, and just make sure that they are in a position to avoid going 3-0 down.
Now, what's rough here as well is Luke had actually played that really nicely, effectively just playing with support of his teammates so that you could get the trade, and Falls does come in. Luke was playing anti-flash on the stairway. Ooh, that's not ideal. Mav with a follow-up HE, dropping bombs on Falls, and they're really falling out of favour into the round already. They're down to a 3 versus 4 here, with only 50 seconds basically left to go into the round. This is a rough position to be in now for Team 1. The defense is a little bit more destabilized, and FaZe Clan, they've got confidence. They're willing to work their way in. They can try and push through, utilize the Thermite of Yuna to open up that wall, and you've got a clear line of sight into the bomb site to dash that diffuser down and really start putting the pressure here on Team 1 and attempting to get them left on ice. But can they do it, Tim? 30 seconds remaining now as push comes to shove.
30 seconds to go, and Reduct will shut Mav down. Here comes the Team 1 collapse, and we've seen that they are so good at this throughout the season. Reduct gets live, and now all of a sudden, within seconds, Yuna finds himself in a 1 versus 3, 15 seconds left on the clock. There is an absolute mountain for him to climb. He sees one pro and will not hit his shots, and the Jaeger of Reduct will close Yuna out for the first round to go on the board to Team 1, and that is something that we've seen Team 1 do repeatedly through the season. They are not worried about being overly aggressive in that early round. They've got a plan, and they are happy to play to it, and that is exactly what they did there. 3 versus 4, you're not going to scare them. They just locked it down, held their angles, they were confident on the setup, and ultimately it won the day for them. So that's going to be round 1 going to them, and they now move into a situation where they can go to 2 sites back-to-back that they have yet to lose on defence. Trophy and Statuary, 4 defences, 0 plants against them, 0 wins against them. They are solid on this site. Can FaZe come in and break that steal?
Oh my. It's going to be a hard-fought fight. It's not going to be easy. A surprising turnaround in the round there for Team 1, though. You know, it looked like they were starting to buckle. The pressure was a little bit too much, but they snapped back into position by just snapping and going for those wild swings, peeking into it, absolutely slaughtering FaZe Clan and leaving them looking like FaZe Clan pulp on the floor, like some kind of finely ground paste, Tim. It's a hell of a way to open up the initial round, but the response comes out, and already something's perked my interest. We see Yuna coming through on the Thinker. We know what this man can get up to. We've seen his clutches in the past. Obviously, it's a different day, different availability for him to try and slaughter, but definitely keep your eyes on him. If there is potential for someone to need to really grab around with both hands, it'll probably be Yuna in the late round.
Oh, we've seen the man's capabilities on Thinker, no question. We saw 1 versus 4 clutch out of him on coastline. It was an absolute beauty with, honestly, for my money, one of the best nades that I've ever seen in Siege. It was absolutely unreal. If you missed that one, he basically was challenged out of VIP, so he turned tail and ran. Exactly the correct decision. All the way around to the top floor to the opposite side of the courtyard, got himself into luggage, and then launched a grenade right across that big open space, across the old donut, in through VIP door, and just absolutely laid waste to Hugzord in VIP. It was a beauty. It was the 3rd man of a 1v4 clutch. He then moves his way into the site, which was Hooker, got himself up against that hard reinforced between Billiards and Hooker. The man was the opposite side. It was the Mute. I think it might have been Hornetau, and he just closed him down and shut him out with that big old LMG. Yuna is extremely capable on this operative.
He's proficient, he's poised, and he's ready to punish. He plays really, really well into those awkward clutch rounds where the pressure's on him and it is just carnage. That's where you see him step up to the mark. And right now, He's lucky. There is a little bit of a lull into the round. Obviously, we haven't seen too much aggression coming forward, so he's still alive and kicking. He's just big chilling with the rest of the squad at the minute, as we're 1 minute and 40 seconds left here on the clock, and we are initially starting to see the push coming through from FaZe Clan. They do prefer those slower styles of attack. They do like to utilize the drones as much as possible and then play that big game of push and pull, trying to split and pick, and we'll see if they can actually find some picks. They get the opening frag, but there's already 2 back in the favor of Team 1. In terms of the frags we've seen, this bloodbath is starting to overflow. Ooh, no opportunity for the Finker Assault to come through this time from Yuna, as Raps will deny the push, dropping it just down to Ion on Mav in a 2 versus 3 here, with about 60 seconds left to work with. Utility could be used to really do some damage, but there is going to be a magnet in place. That will suck it straight up and stop him from being able to have any carnage caused with the dirty nades.
2 versus 2, 50 seconds left to go, and so far FaZe doing well on the entry game, better than they have throughout the season, and that's something they're going to need to continue. For Epox on the side of Team 1, plus 16 so far on the season, so can absolutely dominate in the early phases. We see shots exchange there. Raps, he's going to move away. I'm not sure if he's got any of those stim pistols left to juice himself back up, or whether he is now going to have to play out the round on that low HP. We see shots again. This is just tit for tat at the minute. Just shots being exchanged. Tickles coming in left, right, and centre. But more than a tickle there, as Mav will land a knockout punch onto Raps, and that leaves us 2 versus 1. Here comes the challenge for Leapbox. Gets one. Switches to the pistol. He knows the challenge is coming, but he can't shut it down. Ionic will be in the battle of the pistols coming through, and that was lucky. FaZe, you need to learn a lesson from that. You cannot double stack a duo like that, because on a different day, I tell you now, Philippox shuts both of those down with 2 bullets.
Tim, they literally gave him a chance. That was like the one opportunity where, although we normally talk about it, right? Don't give them the 1v1s. We're not talking about playing it that way. Just a both wide swing into the doorway. So awkward. They could have been absolutely slaughtered if he just came through and cut them to pieces there with the Vector. Nearly found the frag with the pistol as well. Ooh, an alternate timeline on that one, and this would have been 2-0. But FaZe Clan do pick it up. Ion somehow is able to stay alive and do the danger dance to keep himself in the position to work through and pick one up. So 1-1 split now here on Villa. The game's kept close, but those rounds were certainly going to get the heartbeats pounding for Team 1, you'd imagine.
They really will, and if nothing else, it lets them know that they are in a game right now. FaZe Clan, of course, are here to play. There is big money on the line. I think it's, I don't remember the exact split. I think it's $50,000 for the winner. We'll check on that. We'll get an exact figure. I'm 99% sure in saying that. So $50,000 will go to the winning team. That is the breakdown. Obviously, the prize pool itself is larger than that as well. And there is also a good couple of 100 points to go along with it in those 6 invitational qualifying stakes. So it really is all to play for here. There is an awful lot on the line in every single game from first to last, and every single round counts massively towards that. And right now, we couldn't have asked for a better start, Jackie. We've had these two come out hell for leather and really taking shots at each other. They are exchanging blows, and it's even. It's 1-1. I'm so excited for the rest of this game.
Oh, mate. It started off exactly the way we would have wanted it to, coming into it here. Off the back of the weekly games, we've seen this domestic matchup. We know how they've faced off previously. So to really get it starting off in a fantastic way, with both of them going for the 1v1s, a close round that could have ended with just the 2k spray down as well, stopping FaZe Clan from able to get back into it immediately, it might spiral out of control. We know what Team 1 are like. Normally on their defense, if they put the hard foot forward, they've got the boots strapped up, they've got their socks pulled up, and they're ready to rumble, and then it takes a lot of time to slow them down. So the fact that there's been an instant bite back from FaZe, this means that the game will hopefully be a little bit more competitive with the way it's going.
1 minute in, and we see a slightly slower start to the round now as the pace drops off. It is sort of inevitable. You know, we come out here, there's a lot of excitement. It's into the major. Both team want an advantage, but when you get those couple of rounds just trade either way and we sit 1-1, teams start thinking, let's just settle ourselves into this. There's a lot of siege to be played yet. There is a long way to go in this game, and they don't want to start losing lives too soon. In comes the nade. It's not going to do too much damage for Lukid. He's going to keep himself active there. The Wamai Magnet's just going to burn that second nade as well. And right now, this Master Closet has been a real thorn in the side of some teams throughout this season, really struggling to clear the man out of here. Quite often, you'll get the Doc playing in there, and he just keeps juicing himself up to keep himself in the fight longer. But 2 minutes have been burnt by Lukid here, and still they are no closer to shifting him. It looks like he's got wraps on Overwatch. He's been juiced up by one of those stim pistols, and that's sort of like the next evolution of this. Don't put the Doc directly in there himself. Play him further back on a long angle with that ACOG, and he'll just juice up whoever's sat in there. It's a perfect evolution. And right now, Lukid, he's just going to hold himself tight for the time being.
Just waiting for the onslaught to come towards them, attempting to take down those shields as the people come around from Ion on the Ash, and he'll land the shot. He'll drop it down to the ground and open up another line of sight to make the push a little bit easier for them. Talking of the push, though, it needs to come through relatively soon, and we do get another encounter here. An awkward stalemate between the two, as Astro will back off after trying to punish towards the stairwell. Another peek from Mav will be found soon, but in the meantime, Ion is putting his firearms to good use, as he'll furiously strike back against Philippe, slaying the man. Reduct removes Yunar from the equation, and again, Astro trying his luck towards the stairway. This time, he's a bullet soup, and he will be dropped down to the ground, much like the entirety of the team for FaZe, as it is only one man that remains. Ion trapped on his own, shipped off on an island. Not much that can really be done in the 1 versus 3. He's not going to be able to get his move onto the site and drop down the diffuser, so a little bit too slow to the burn into that one. Team 1, they pick it up, they did well on the defense, and they kept him at arm's length, Tim, utilizing the barge pole technique.
Absolutely, just kept fending them away every time they tried to get closer. They just gave them a little nudge back in the opposite direction. And that round really did come down to Lukid and Raps working together as the Doc and the Wamai. Lukid just keeping himself from the first moment to the last alive in that Master Closet. I'm not sure I've seen somebody survive in there for 3 minutes previously, but he did a great job of it. And what happened was it completely stalled out the FaZe attack. They knew they couldn't push into Master without doing that. We saw a couple die on Astronomy Stairs because they didn't have any choice. They had to late round rotate, try plan B, try to push from somewhere else. They just could not drive a wedge into the cracks. There were none to be found on the Master side, and it was a tough round for them. So we head back to Aviator Games. We saw Team 1 win this back in round 1. FaZe had a convincing start. They came in and got themselves a man advantage, 4 versus 3 coming into the late round. But Team 1, they were not scared by that whatsoever. Just held down their angles on site, allowed FaZe to push onto them, and then just drove the sword deep as they tried to execute onto site. And it really was a quick switch around for Team 1, and we found ourselves very quickly 1 versus 3 for the side of FaZe. And never really looked close to this one. So I think Team 1, they'll be looking to stretch the legs here. They'll be confident of getting another round on the board. For me, what do FaZe need to do differently? On this side, I think we could do with seeing a little bit of attention to both sides. We saw it very much study and south side focused last time around. It did them well in the early round, got them those couple of entry kills, but I want to see some pressure from Trophy Statuary this time as well. Maybe a 3 and a 2 split so that Team 1 know they are surrounded. They know that there is no safe space for them.
It's scary though, because already, I know we're only 3 rounds in, but it's the fact that FaZe, they tend to do a lot of their damage on the attacks. So if you start off sluggish here, you're not coming out with those big rounds, and you are really struggling, that's not going to be a good transition when we then flip over at the side half and we do give Team 1 the opportunity to really pack a punch. Talking of damage being dealt as well, immediately the Zophia's dropped down to the DECK. She'll take a hefty hit. She is brought back up into the fight, but of course sustainability is going to be a massive asterisk going forward as she's not looking too healthy, Tim. Bit green around the gills.
Certainly taken a pinch or two there and lost a lot of life. This time Lukid holding down another key area of the map. We've just seen him do it successfully for 3 whole minutes in the Master Closet. This guy must like living under pressure. He's going to turn into a diamond if he continues doing this for much longer, Jackie, because he is in every difficult spot you could find on this map. He's now got himself on the south stairs as the Wamai. He's just dishing out the magnets there. He's going to hold them back for as long as possible. And we've spoken about why this area is so important, and it's because FaZe Clan, they want to aggress on and they want to take over that South 90 corridor to get getting behind the bar. As it is, Mav, he cleans Lucid's clock and sends him packing with a nice nade there to take him off South Stairs. That's really going to open things up for FaZe now, and at 5-2, you've got to give them a bit of an advantage here. Raps will get himself shut down as well by Yuna. 1 versus 2. How about that for a quick swing from Philippox? If anyone can do it, we know it's this man, but he doesn't expect the third challenger from South Stairs, and FaZe keep themselves level, putting round 4 in the books, and it is now 2-all.
Man. What's really interesting about that, though, is I think they actually have that lineup preset. You can see they've seen the way that Team 1 have been playing it. They've had that 2-player setup for a good majority of the season, where you do have, of course, the Wamai, then being backed up by the smoke. You'll play with those Goyo shields and just effectively play with the 2-player setups. You can trade for one another if necessary, but you can block off that entire side of the map. You've got the stairway covered. You aren't going to be coming through the windows, because if you do, the smoke's instantly got contact. You can drop down a couple of those cans. You either have to take damage if you want to push through it, or just accept that you're going to burn time off the clock and then go for a late round execute. But the players that they've figured out is obviously utilizing that nade. They've blown them out of position twice. It takes down the Goyo shield, it gets rid of anything that holds the stairway back, and primarily it is killing the Wamai both times. As soon as they get rid of his magnets, he is a sitting duck, Tim, and that is twice we've seen the exact play go down. Only issue is this time, Team 1, they weren't as hot when it came to the trade game.
They really weren't, and I mean, the other reason for playing 2 men on that South Stairs location, again, it's another evolution that we've seen of that defence. We did see the initial placing of 1 and occasionally a bit of extra utility, but the reason that they're playing 2 on there is to prevent the well-timed pinch from the attackers, as you said. What they don't want is, right, let's challenge South Stairs now, and let's push into study whilst the man is busy challenging South Stairs. So then you've got free real estate in study, or vice versa. Push into study and then push South Stairs at the same time. So by playing 2 there, it prevents that happening. You've got one man who his sole focus is to challenge study, and you've got one man whose sole focus is to challenge South Stairs. And it gives you the opportunity as well, if pushed at the same time and you lose a man, to potentially be flexible and to move around and think, actually, South Stairs is more important in this second than giving away study. So I've lost my South Stairs man. I'm going to rotate around. I'm just going to wheel on my heel here and just try and get some kills. And that's why they've started playing those 2 men there. But this time it wasn't successful. It was well challenged by FaZe. Nade coming in was absolutely key to clearing that position. And the reason, as I said, I was partway through saying when the kills started raining, and the reason that they want to fight for that position so hard, the defenders and attackers, is the attackers, they want control of that South 90 corridor. They want to get themselves in through the rotation, or even a hard breach if they need to. Reduct. Come on. The man was stood looking clean at the window, and Mav cleaned him right off it there with the opening kill. Mav having a good day on the entry so far. That's his second in a row. He also got round 1 as well, so 3 out of 5 go in his direction at the minute. And that is not the start that Team 1 wanted in this round.
It's not. It's very uncharacteristic from Reduct as well. He's not the type of player that will normally stand in a position like that, just admiring the bright horizons and taking in some of the sunlight.
He's just having a look at the vistas.
Yeah, just, straight photosynthesizing, Tim. He wanted to try and get some of that oxygen coming through. Nice little cool breeze. It is a hot day, but unfortunately for him, he received the hot steel straight to the lips, dropping him down to the ground and giving FaZe another opener. And in terms of the opening duels, they've been doing pretty good coming into this one. They've been struggling throughout the season, a couple of encounters, I must say, but at least into this game here on Villa, they've been doing a very fine job of opening up these rounds with a few nice shots here and there. But you do have the big bolstered defense of Team 1 lurking towards the site. And I don't think this is going to be a pretty sight for sore eyes here for FaZe Clan when push comes to shove. As they're repositioning around, you've got a 3-player Wolfpack ready to bombard their way in past the vault door, but Falls, he could dispatch every single one of them. He's just waiting to introduce Big Papa Pump, the shotty that wants to really serve up a signature killing blow if they come through one by one.
No further kills then. This round is just taking a little bit more time to fire up, but what that generally means is that an absolute bloodbath in the last 10-15 seconds now. As I suggested, FaZe are doing what I said. They are going both sides. Philippox, however, is going to shut Mav down. We've got Yuna down here. I'm not sure Lucid was quite confident that was the case, but he does find out. Philippox onto Astro. All these kills coming away from sight, but are they aware of what's going on inside? As Live tries to get the diffuser down, gets himself a couple, but Philippox trades it out. 1 versus 1, we find ourselves. Clock ticking down, and Live has absolutely no choice but to try and stick this diffuser. In goes for Leapox. Big round for him. Closes out the round. And that was close for Team 1. They did allow a bit of access to the site there. All the kills were coming away from site, but FaZe just unable to stick that diffuser plant in the end. And Team 1, they had it pretty much under control there.
Looked like you almost couldn't see him as well. I think the blood decals on the wall just slightly shrouding him with a black texture, meeting up with the operator model. So a couple of seconds before he flicked across and then put him down, setting him up on a date with the coroner and securing a third round in the defense buffer here for Team 1. They're going to be fairly happy with how the half has gone so far, but they'll really want to win this half and get themselves at minimum that 4-2 split.
Heading to trophy and statuary then for the last defensive site to try and achieve exactly that, Jackie. And as I said, coming into today, 100% win rate on this site for Team 1. But FaZe saw to that quick, smart, picking up round 2, which was the first attempt for Team 1 to defend trophy and statuary. But we saw them come back out and do very well in round 3. If you remember, Lukic just keeping himself locked down in that master closet. And that's a big question that needs to be answered by FaZe this time around. How are they going to deal with the man inside the closet? Now, I can see that Live's on the book, and I'm sort of wondering if there's an opportunity for him to get himself below, in and around kitchen dining, and open up the floor beneath the man, because last time around, putting in the utility, putting in the nades, it did not do the job they needed, because Lukic is on the Wamai and he just keeps putting those magnets out and making it very, very difficult. But interestingly, it looks like we did have a drone down there in kitchen, so there is a strong suggestion the player will head in that direction. But we also have a man on the defensive side down there. We've got Felipox. Who else? He's 9-3 so far, and not a defender that you want to be challenging lightly. Now, he's got himself back upstairs by the looks of things. So is this going to be a little bit of free real estate potentially for FaZe Clan to move into? But right now, it doesn't look like they're heading to take it. But then again, that said, I'm not 100% sure that Lukic is actually playing in the master closet this time around. So it may not be a problem that needs to be solved. I'd be surprised given the success of last time, but certainly looks that way. He's not in there.
And obviously this has become something we've really just started to expect as a natural occurrence now with the way Felipox is playing, right? 9 frags already. We'll probably see him at least hitting double digits going into this round and then being able to transcend even further. He's been such a nuisance maker in nearly every series we've seen him play when it goes to Villa. Very effective at the roam game. He just kind of gets let off the leash and goes for it. He'll run around Benton just trying to clean up frag after frag and really be able to punish you. So certainly have eyes on the Goyo later on into this one, but right now we're going back into it. 1:40 on the clock, push coming through, FaZe Clan starting to head into the bathroom, but let's see if they'll be able to break down the walls and actually commit in, bypassing it, being able to take down the player just lurking towards the stairway, waiting for the push to come through. That'll be Falls, takes a cheeky pick, gets a little bit of info off the back of the angle, and just dips back. Obviously, protected by the 2 ADSs. It's not going to be too much of a big deal. He won't need to overextend out, but the side is getting found, and they are being dropped down. Major Maestro's gone, but there's already some trades coming back through. Felipox hits double digits. Reduct comes through with 1 onto live that won't be living anymore. Mav and Yuna have to play the trade game, and they do so very well. Just leaving it up to Reduct and Falls now. A 2v2 is found, and they're really starting to pop off. The Slaughter is coming out to play, making this round look less like a villa and more like an abattoir as everyone is being killed. It's all left on Iron to clean up. He finds the first, a quick adjustment onto the second on Falls that's going to fall down to the ground but be dead before he even hits it as Ion's clutched it.
I've got to say it, Jackie, and you know where I'm going with this. I've got to question Redux positioning again on that round. He's just stood completely in the open on top of the diffuser, and Ion just moves in and guns him for free. He doesn't even really make a challenge on it, and I don't really know what's going on with Reed up there. That's the second time that we've seen him do that in the game so far, and you've got to ask questions because he knows he's got the diffuser down on the ground. I understand exactly why he was playing there, but let's not forget, he had his second man, he had Falls in Astronomy. They had control of Astronomy. So he could easily have watched that diffuser from the doorway, for example, and kept himself at least in some sort of cover, from the direct challenge from Statuary Door, instead of leaving himself in complete no man's land with zero cover whatsoever and looking unprepared to be challenged from that angle. So if you're unprepared to be challenged from that angle, why are you stood in the middle of the room there? What exactly are you looking for in that case? Because, the only thing I can think is that you don't want to have the statue that's in that room in the way of your line of sight of that door. So that's why he stood further out, so he's got an angle onto the door. But I don't know, that one baffled me there. But Ion, great second shot as well. How about that shot through onto Falls in Astronomy? That was an absolute beauty.
No, it was clean, mate. It was a really sick follow-up. But you are right. I completely agree with you, honestly. Although Redux got 6 frags right now, and he is certainly hitting his shots, he's been caught out in 2 positions that just look really uncharacteristic, especially considering how we've seen throughout the regular season, right? Coming into it today, I don't know if maybe it's just taking him some time to ease into it. First game nerves, bracket play as well. It's best of 3. It's not the same as just the standard BO2s we've had throughout the whole season. There's a lot more on the line. But hopefully, if that is the case, he'll give his head a wobble, he'll get his mental back in check and be able to carry on here. Because right now, the scoreline is tied. 3 rounds a pop, the game is tight, and FaZe Clan, they've woken up. They're showing that they've got a fairly effective bite alongside their very loud bark.
Heading into round number 7, then the sides have switched, and we will see FaZe try their hand on the defensive side. They're going to be taking Aviator games to begin with, and it's been a sight of mixed fortunes for the defenders so far today. Team 1 just struggling a little bit to hold it down. They got 2 out of 3, but there is certainly wins to be had there for the attackers. That is something that they can take away from this. Now, I'm interested in what I see. We've got Raps moving in quickly on the Ash from the north side, and it looks like we've got at least 3 of 4 of Team 1 pushing from that north side, but I just want to see a little bit of south side pressure as well. We've commented on this. I think it was it NIP or Team Liquid that we saw pushing completely from the north side and just stalling out on that single door in towards Vault. It was very difficult come the end, and that's why sometimes you just need that second degree of pressure, that second angle on this site, because otherwise the defenders, it doesn't take them long to realise it, and ultimately all that happens is all the guns end up trained on that one door, and it becomes very, very difficult to do anything with it. So I'd like to see a little bit more pressure from the south side as well from Team 1, and this is what we see in the balcony hop is there. We've got a man out there now. Yuna was looking to get aggressive there, and we've lost Astro along the way, so advantage is in the hands of Team 1 right now, but with a minute left on the clock, there is still quite a lot of work to be done here.
Man, if he had actually gone for the swing, there was potential to bring it back in line, keep it in a 4 versus 4. Instead, he's waiting, prepared for the push to come through, ready to trade if necessary, and Mav is the one just honed in, looking to peek. Contact is found, and Raps clearing his angles, trying to only peek 1 at a time and not really leave himself in a wide open space so that they can capitalize and converge together and just pick him off. But they do need to converge soon, and that is the side of Team 1 that need to push as they're leaving themselves about 25 seconds left for the execution. They get in, they're sat behind the door, but the bullets are still raining through, and it seems like FaZe Clan still wants some more, as Mav, the Massacreist, will come through with another frag. There is a little bit of damage done from Felipox, but it's only the 1-for-1. He couldn't get the follow-up frag and at least decimate and destroy anyone, and time is really coming up. At this point, you've got 6 seconds left to work with. Skeleton Key won't open up the round. Instead, it'll be FaZe Clan that lock it down. Yuna with the final killing blow off the back of the pistol. They'll leave it like that. Again, with them taking a bit of an advantage going forward here off the back of their first round of defense. A nice way to start it off. And it really does come back to haunt them, Tim. It's what you were talking about. Team 1, they went in late, funneled through. They had such a good opener into the round, and then it just fell flat. It seemed like they weren't willing to really go for anything too audacious. Little by little, the clock starts to tick down. And when they do go for the execution, you just get mowed down.
Very difficult site to open up from that north side, Jackie. We've seen it time and time again. If you can get yourself control of 90 corridor, you've got the option of potentially opening up the vault wall if you've got hard breach on your side. But other than that, you're playing down to single doors, and it is very, very difficult. And as I say, for the defenders, FaZe, they were happy to just sit inside, hold their angles, and just wait for the filter to come on through. Even though Redux managed to get himself in behind the vault door and in a position to get that diffuser down, FaZe were worried about that because they had the smoke on hand. They knew exactly what was happening, and the situation was always fully under control for them. And for the first time in this match so far, they get themselves a lead. And right now, There's questions being asked of Team 1 here, and that is, how can you play from behind? How well can you do now that FaZe are on the defence here on Villa, have got themselves in front, and do look solid? If FaZe put this next round in the book on Trophy Statuary, that's 5-3, and that is a big shout towards getting the first map of this best of 3 on the board.
Fantastic start. Definitely the opening you would want for a side like FaZe, and in reality it's probably the dream scenario when you've got to think about the fact that this is one map of many. They need to take another one to shut down the series if they win here on Villa, and that's still a big if, because we've seen Team 1 rattled to the core multiple times throughout the season. But again, somewhat akin to Team Liquid's, you can push them and you can shove them about, but eventually they'll have enough, they'll snap, they'll get back into the game. And really, for FaZe, it's a matter of you need to close it out before they wake back up, before they find the answer and sneak back through. Opening round, a little bit of a throwaway. Didn't go too well for them in the execution they decided to work for. It was only the opening pick they really found. From that point forward, it all just spiraled out of control. Going into round 8, what is the game plan going to be? And will they stop giving up those silly opening frags as well? Will they be able to actually capitalize here and build a nice lead, win the battle of attrition to give themselves breathing room later into the round?
Now, I know there's a little bit of administration to take care of whilst we're in the mid-round lull here, Jackie, and that is we don't know the full maps that we're going to be playing. We were sort of sped into the game a little bit. They were ready to go and the players dived onto the server, so I think we've got that map ban ready. We can just bring that on screen for you in a second, and we will see exactly what is happening and where we will be playing. So Clubhouse and Coastline were the first 2 banned out. We're going to be playing Consulate, Cafe and Villa. Those are the 3. Oregon and Theme Park also banned out, so that for me is a fantastic lineup for this match.
Oh mate, it's a lovely little series. I'm excited to see how the other maps go, and I think we're in for a treat depending on the way this start really does go, right? If we have FaZe Clan locking it down here, there's potential for some excitement going forward. And there's already been some exciting plays, at least into the round so far. Team 1, they've suffered again another critical loss. Reduct, he's not having a great day of it when it comes to the opening frags. Again, he's dashed down, mopped up like a spilt drink, and they have another player suffering the same fate as well. Each and every one is actually at this point, Tim, just falling down like a biscuit that's been left in tea for slightly too long. They're crumbling. At least they're attempting to make something out of this round, but it's not looking good. It's all left on Luke here, playing with the skeleton key. That's a shotgun speciality being gifted there to Live. Peeking through the crack in the crevice, we'll be able to find another one, and this is actually manageable now. It's certainly winnable into the 1v2. The only way that FaZe Clan can really throw this one is if they give him the 1v1s. He's going to scuffle his way along, sprinting through the bathroom and looking for another peek to try and punish. Does get contact and finds the headshot, bludgeoning his way through Astro. An astronomical mistake, leaving it to a 1 versus 1. Lukid, big boy Lukey D, can he do it? Unfortunately not. Peeks out through the doorway, gonna get spotted, and Mav will slam that door right in his face. And that's another round, a critical one to pick up as they get themselves a 5th. Big round there for FaZe Clan, as you say. Lukid fighting hard towards the end, but ultimately, as you said, Jackie, leaving them feel like a biscuit that was a one dunk just in the bottom of the cup. It's broken off. To getting a teaspoon out is an absolute nightmare. No. It's a logistical problem. Mate, it's always the worst, honestly. But at least we've got something that's better than your biscuits being destroyed. We do have, of course, the updated veto. It was a little error with the graphic there. Don't worry about that too much. As you can see, Villa was FaZe Clan's pick. This is the opening map. That's the reason why we started off on it here. Then we're actually going into Coastline as the second map. Wow, that actually is a little bit more spicy. Obviously being Team 1's pick. And then finally, we're going to shut it down on Cafe. This looks a lot more interesting. This is definitely a bit of spice thrown into the mix. The paprika pick there on map 2.
Certainly is. It already looks to me, Jackie, like we're heading to 3. We've got FaZe coming, and they are looking strong on their choice of Villa. Team 1, they've been inconsistent on Villa. They've had 1 win and 1 draw during the regular season, so it's not been a terrible map for them. It's not been a stronghold either. It's not been their bastion of siege, and right now we're seeing that come to the fore. FaZe are looking pretty solid at this point in time. They've got themselves 2 good defensive rounds on the board. They're heading down to kitchen and dining now. They are looking to finish this one out in quick fashion. heading into Coastline. Now, we've seen FaZe play on Coastline just the one time. And if I have a look at how they did, I can tell you that they won on Coastline. So, Team 1 could be a bit of a roll of the dice for them here, Jackie, taking FaZe to Coastline, one map down potentially.
It's actually quite spicy when you look at it, considering the fact that I think we both sort of looked at this first series and we're thinking, all right, after the season we've seen, Team 1, they probably hedge the bets. They probably actually come out on top and do shut down FaZe Clan here and really give them a bit of a wake-up call when they find themselves in the lower bracket. However, with the way Villa's been going so far, this has not really looked like a nice little recreational retreat for Team 1. Instead, it seemed like they have been shipped off to an island and have been terrorized. They'll need a holiday to get over this holiday because FaZe Clan are just bullying them, Tim.
Oh, they've certainly not been sat doing watercolours in the countryside. That much is for certain, Jackie. There has not been any of that going on now. Interesting pick coming in from Astro there on the Caveira. Don't tend to get too much of that at this level because Caveira is usually reasonably easily dealt with. However, she will not be dealt with on this occasion. She get kill onto Lukid there, and that quickly leaves us in a effective 4 versus 3. Yuna is down. The man goes to pick him up. This could be a double, but how about that for a heads-up play from Ion? Manages to give him the turn and burn, takes Philippox down, and will be able to rescue his downed teammate safely, and that now leaves us in a 4 versus 2 falls. It will be ultimately shutting down Yuna. It was a great attempt from Ion there to get his man back on his feet, but he knows he has to keep himself alive there. He has to live to fight another day. Reduck gets the kill onto Mav. Surely we're not going to see it. We're in the LATAM Major. No, don't do him like this, Astro. In comes the interrogation. That will finish the round as Ion locks another one in for himself on the round. And right now, FaZe are in the ascendancy, Jackie. They look like an amazing team right now. They are electric.
Oh, mate. They've been pushed and they've been rattled throughout the regular season, but coming into the major, they are on major form and they are giving it. The Butcher Pete play coming out into that round, chopping that meat with the Cav and sending shivers down their spine. Disgusting. Disgusting move. Some of the shots we actually saw there were ridiculous as well, catching some of them on the replays. The turnaround was just outrageous, Tim. Unfortunately, obviously thinking that maybe he could muffle the audio cues, he could go for the peek down, get the frag onto the player towards the stairways, not meant to be. Turn on a dime, easy headshots picked up, and it all crumbles away. At this point, it's now a total of 6 rounds that have been achieved, and it feels like this game has really flown by, especially into the second half. FaZe Clan, they have been charging in. The momentum has been ridiculous.
Oh, it was impressive stuff. He had the turning circle of a unicycle there. That was unbelievable, Jackie. Absolutely unbelievable reactions there. Like you say, dropped down, did not miss the scuffed footsteps on the stairs behind him, and then just wheeled around and absolutely decimated the man. You've got to think, that guy's got a family. Come on, give him a break. But no, completely shut him down. And we head into round number 10 here. FaZe Clan 6-3 in the ascendancy. They are going strong right now. It is major mayhem from them on the server as they continue to shut down our top seed team here. Really struggling to get themselves into it, yet to win an attacking round. And tell you what, if they're not quick, they're not going to win a single one.
Ooh. This looks to be the lineup we've seen previously as well from Yunar with the Spawn Nitro. As you wait for him to come up the stairway, you dash it out and you try and find an opening pick. We've seen it once previously throughout the regular season. It did work out well, but we didn't catch the lineup. This time, we have seen it early, but there is no frag off the back of it. He's not been eating TNT for breakfast. He's not going to be doing a brilliant Julio impression to start us off here. But maybe later on, we'll still see some deadly destruction coming through with the detonation. Into the round, though, it's up to Team 1 to actually find frags to keep themselves even in it to win it. And they do get the first. Live's been extinguished. He'll be put out and go down in a puff of smoke, leaving 4 players alive for the FaZe Clan defense here.
The smoke can be a very big loss, as we know. Important utility is now gone off the board. That is 30 seconds at least of time that can be wasted by those Toxic Babe canisters that is gone by the wayside. So something that Live needs to just be cautious of if you bring in those important operators. Wamai is another one that grow into the round, but Ion, he will level things out with a nice little peek out of the game room door there. Just get in onto Lukid, taking the book out of things for Leapox, however, one onto Astro, and this round is going backwards and forwards right now. It is difficult to call exactly which way the chips will fall, but with 1.5 minutes left to go, there is plenty of time for the attack of Team 1 here to prod, poke, and find themselves a way, find those gaps. But once again, Ion just on the quick swing out of the game's door. They need to shut that down. They need to stop peaking that angle, because Ion, he's happy to challenge it. He's going to shut you down all day. He's got himself 2. You don't want to give him 3 or 4 on there.
Ridiculous. He is looking like an Ion cannon at the minute. One after one, he just keeps peeking, finding the easy frags. And talking of frags, at least one will fall back in the favor of Team 1, as Falls will cut his way through and massacre Mav, leaving it into a 3 versus 2 hit. There is favor for Team 1 going forward, but the response is really good. Yuna on the roam. He's a bit of a clutch king, and he's got his crown firmly planted on his head. However, will Ion be the jester? Looking like Loki. He's got the prismas set up, so if you spot them, if you do fire through and not really know where he is, if you're baited into his trap, he will spring on you like a spider and really weave a wicked web. He's right now just bouncing between both angles, looking like he's trying to mix up a cocktail, but he will be dashed down to the ground. There is a spillage of blood from Ion, and it's all left on Yuna for the clutch. Peeking into the bar, fires out the warning shots but can't connect. Unfortunately, he's even fallen into the trap, shooting at the own prismas. There will be the peek coming through from Falls from behind the sofa as he tells him to sit down, and Zofia will snatch away the round.
Is that going to be the shift in momentum that Team 1 so desperately need at the minute? They get themselves 1 back on the board and now find themselves 6-4. They are chasing hard to bring this one to overtime. They don't want to see this map disappear like a puff of smoke on the wind. They want to continue challenging. They know how important it could be to get this one. You don't want to lose the first map of the opening fixture of the major. It puts you on a serious back foot then, even if it is the choice of FaZe. But right now, Team 1, there is no room for error. They've got themselves 1. They need another 2 consecutive successful attacks to take this one into a best of 3 overtime. And right now, I'd be surprised, Jackie, still, if they manage to do that. FaZe have just looked too good on the defense to me. They've looked too solid, and that one came down to a 50-50 2v2 in the end. And I just feel like FaZe, they're going to iron out the mistakes in this round.
I mean, there is a potential for it though, Tim. Especially if you look at the fact, right, we were saying they've had a 6-6 before. It wouldn't be completely ridiculous to speculate that it's doable. And then if we got an overtime as a hell of a way to start off the major, our first semi-final, our first overtime of the entire season, because we have been on that best of 2 format with the draws, it would be a hell of a way to really rattle them to their core and then send them looking exhilarated into coastline, because it's one of 2 ways in terms of the mentality. You come in fresh off the back of an overtime win, you're going to be hyped up, ready to try and behead the beasts and walk away with a smooth 2-0. If you're on the back foot of it though, you're the one that gets beaten in that OT, you're really going to have to try and play the mental fortitude game. Effectively just take it as a best of 1 going forward and forget about the opening map, or else it's going to hurt. You're going to be wincing into the server. So I'm excited to see if there's potential for it. Right now though, we're going back into what could be the final round of the game, if FaZe Clan can shut it down, and that is still a big if. For Team 1, on the other hand, though, they've got 4 rounds to play with. They need to step up in terms of those opening frags, though. Reduct, he's gone down far too many times tonight. It's not looking like his normal self, Tim.
He's not at all, and in the major, you need everybody firing on all cylinders, just the way that Lukid has into Astro there. Great headshot from the book, and that is going to put the Jaeger down for the round. 1 minute in, and that is an early advantage to Team 1. Is this the beginning of the fight back? They're not going to have it easy. They are attacking onto FaZe's strongest defending site here on Villa. They are certainly the best in AVG, and it's 50-50 on the day for them. They've had 1 win and 1 loss so far. Team 1, they need to come in and secure another round here. They do not have any room for error. Just 1 more round for FaZe Clan will push them over the line and put the map on the board in this best of 3, meaning they only need 1 more, whereas Team 1, they will still need to come away and win 2 maps. It is then a real uphill battle for them. So for their money, they need to get themselves back into this one, and they need to fight as hard and as long as they can.
Like a game of chess boxing, Tim. Now, Team 1, they're playing the long con. They're playing chess. They're using their brains rather than their brawn. But, Team 1, are you going to take too many hits? Will you be left struggling to think from the punches that you're taking? Or can you throw back some stronger hits of your own? As Philippe Pox, Rocket Knuckles in play, as he will be dropping another man down off the back of the grenade and slaying another one. As Valkyrie is out of action, that's both Astro and Ion that have been dropped here, and there's only 40 seconds left to work with. Will they be able to throw a couple more punches now, take down the remaining 3 players, clear out an angle onto the site, and really do some work? There's still utility in play, though, for Live. 2 smoke canisters in the back pocket. There's the Womagon, though, and this is where they really get pushed, and they're going to start to buckle under the pressure. It's all on Live. 1 versus 4 to work with. In terms of damage that's been done, Team 1 are low. They're actually really not looking good when it comes to sustainability. So the placement of this smoke can could be pivotal for a success into the round. It's doing a lot of damage. Look how low they all are. 1 bullet essentially could kill 2 of them at this point going forward. It's only Raps that's on full HP, but it won't matter, as Raps is the one that gets contact on the Ash. Ash to Ash, dust to dust. He damages him through the wall and shuts him down, stopping him somehow being able to clutch out the round and keeps their dreams alive into the game. As Team 1 now another round away from being able to bridge the gap here, Tim, and push us into OT territory.
Like a cheap jigsaw jacket, it's all starting to fall apart for FaZe now. This is not going well. They have lost themselves a good couple of rounds on the bounce, and right now the question is, do they move side? Do they keep pressuring and trying Aviator Games? As it is, they're going to head to Trophy and Statuary, and I don't think that's a bad shout for them. They were successful back in round 8, but every round on the defense for them really has been a battle. We haven't seen them completely run over Team 1 here. And Team 1, they are certainly keeping themselves swinging at this point. They want to keep themselves in the fight. They want this first map on the board. They're going to have to do it through overtime if that's the case. But all the questions are going to be answered right now, Jackie. Do we see another 3 rounds? I mean, to be honest, I just feel like that's a treat for us.
Oh, it would be. Honestly, it's like when you visit your nan and they've always just got those massive bags of sweets. Like, you never really know what brand they are. They've probably been there for a good, 20, 30 years, potentially.
Oh, they're always off-brand. Always off-brand.
But, you'll be more than happy to take one. You'll pop in, what looks to be some kind of off-brand Werther's original. You'll give it a good suck and you'll be like, right, I'm good to go. That sorted me out for the rest of the day.
And right now the question is just how many sweets are Team 1 going to take from the open bag of FaZe Clan right now? Can they come and take a 3rd in a row and finish this off, get us into overtime and just see exactly how this battle throws down? There's a lot of work being done to open up angles by FaZe here. They certainly don't want to make the approach to this site easy for Team 1 at all. And I think that's maybe something that they've struggled with in the last couple of rounds of Aviator Games, is just allowing Team 1 just that little bit too much freedom to get themselves established inside of the map and feel comfortable to take those gunfights, feel comfortable to push into sight. And I was going to suggest getting that diffuser down is a big part of winning Aviator Games against FaZe Clan. We've seen over the season their win rate drops to 50% or less when that diffuser is activated on the ground. They are not great at the retake on Aviator Games. It was difficult for them, 1 versus 3, but as you said, Jackie, 2 of those operators on only a sliver of health, and you just feel if things had maybe gone a little bit different, if he hadn't come up against the Ash, the Raps, who was on full HP at that point immediately, maybe he stands more of a chance. But ultimately it's all ifs and buts, because what happened was Team 1, they successfully closed the round out and got themselves back within 1.
That's the issue, right? Hindsight's 2020, so as much as we can look back on it and feel like there was a lot of potential when it comes to actually what went down in the history books, it's just Team 1 that have carved their name in, and now they're looking to just carve their way into the books for good and take this the whole way through to an overtime position. They need this round. It is do or die. If they drop on this one, it will be a 7-5 shutdown, and FaZe Clan will move on to Coastline with a 1-map advantage. Pika's advantage coming out, though, this time for Live, as he'll swing in. A pretty sight being served up with the SMG, as it's not looking good for Team 1, Tim. If they were trying to get this to overtime, it needs to be soon, as you've only got 2 players left alive. Massively outnumbered and outgunned in a horrendous position to try and work together here. 55 seconds left on the clock as well, and it's rapidly going down. though, we see Falls crashing down like a waterfall and being able to overwhelm Light, bringing it slightly further back of them, but it's still not looking good. It's going to be a hard-fought fight going forward. They do have the diffuser. It's a 2 versus 4. Where is the potential for them to actually pick this up?
Slow work being carried out by Team 1 here. They know they cannot afford to take a cheap death here, and shots will rain out, but I don't think much damage is done to Mav there. Just about 25 HP. He knows he's in behind the bomb chassis there. He does get the peak this time around. It's actually Astro who's going to get shut down, and that finds us now 2 versus 3, but time is ticking away. Only 12 seconds left, and no choice but for Falls to get this diffuser on the ground. Here comes the challenge, and it's successful. Surely that is going to be game. He tries to make a fight of it, but ultimately the walls of Team 1 come tumbling down as FaZe, they take map 1 here in this first best of 3 in the LATAM major.
Oh man, 1 round away from potentially being able to push it into OT. OT. There's never much love when it goes OT, but it won't be going overtime into this one, as we do have a winner decided on the first map. FaZe Clan, not fazed by what had happened throughout the regular season. They step up to the mark here now when it matters most. You're in major country, and they have really played some beautiful siege there to lock it down. Ion as well, 15 kills to his name, popping off, literally just turning that map into a slaughtering ground.
Great round for FaZe there. They've really asserted their dominance and come in strong. And I, for one, thought Team 1 might just run away with this, but FaZe are definitely turning up. I commented that statistically throughout the season, they haven't been the best of the major teams, but they are showing that they've got what it is to compete here. And ultimately, we've got to remember they've a lot of experience on their side, and that is going to come to the forefront in tournaments like this. Team 1, a little bit less so, and maybe just caught in the headlights a little bit there, but they made a good go of it towards the end.
Oh yeah, at least they've warmed up, right? And that's the one beneficial factor. You've had a couple of rounds to work with. Redux literally started to get back on the horse a little bit towards the end. Play with that momentum, bring that strong, and keep that mentality there. It was the big aspect that gave them a major key into winning games for the regular season. Show that to us into the second map. And we will be showing you the second map when we come back after the break. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us tonight. I hope you've been enjoying what has been going down so far, as we've already had some monstrous plays here in the major. Tim, FaZe Clan, they open up with a banging result on the first map of Villa. It was their pick, and they have won it.
They've certainly won it, not quite in as dominant a fashion as it maybe looked after the switch of halves, Jackie. They came out really strong and got themselves at one point up to 6-3 in the lead, but then Team 1 able to fight it all the way back and take it to 12 rounds. And I think we're going to be seeing plenty of that today. It wouldn't surprise me to see the majority, if not all of these maps going all the way to 12 rounds. Team 1 fighting hard for that first map, but unable to close it out. What it does mean now is that all their eggs are in one basket to begin with, at least on Coastline. They have to get a result here.
See, Coastline makes it really interesting, though, because now it actually kind of shapes up more like this was the big plan the entire time, right? FaZe Clan, you come through, you win the first map, then we have a nail-biter where in the end the dust settles with Team 1 winning on Coastline, and then we have that big decider, Tim, where, you know, it all comes down to the wire. It feels like that's the way our opening semi-final is meant to be going, because Coastline is just such a bizarre pick to be thrown into the midst. We've seen it, what, how many times throughout the season in the end? Was it like 6 or 5 total?
I think 7 at the absolute most. Yeah, it's not been one that we've seen too often. Now, you got to remember that Team 1, they did beat Liquid here on Coastline. They have had a very good time of it on Coastline so far. If we have a look, the big problem that I see, Jackie, so They beat Team Liquid on coastline very well, but the standout performer was Reduct. 16 kills to 7 deaths. He had an absolute field day. Foles was up there with him, 11 and 5. We often see those two playing as a duo. If one does well, the other teams up and has a great game as well. But we've just seen Redux struggle a little bit for me. He didn't look quite sharp, found flat-footed a couple of times, one of which did cost them a round, I think, ultimately. There was still a man there to challenge onto Ion, but if he picks the kill up there and then, there's absolutely no need for that second gunfight. And it was all just a little bit strange, a little bit rabbit in the headlights for me from Redux. And they need him to come out and have that sort of big performance that we've seen from him on coastline previously.
Oh, absolutely. Like, genuinely, you know, this is going to be the squad that we've seen in the past that's really been able to basically grab Team Liquid by the collar, by the scruff of their neck and throw them up against the schoolyard fence and give them a good 1-2. Come out with that tonight. You need every one of the members stepping up to the mark. That includes Redux, right? That's been the one beneficial factor for Team 1 throughout the whole season, is how well they've all been playing. It did sort of look a little bit like an egg and spoon race, right? If one of them starts to fall behind, they'll pass it over to the next man in line. They'll go on to have a banging game and they'll keep it close. We didn't really see that previously on Villa. It did feel like they were a little bit sluggish, especially in the opening rounds as well, because even though they won a couple of them, they were still far too close for comfort. It didn't look like the normal defense we had seen from them on Villa.
There were sparks. There were sparks throughout. Philippox had a few moments whereby he got a big 2-3k and really swung rounds for Team 1. But as you say, Lukid as well, you know, not fair to not mention him. He had a couple of fantastic rounds. But they just need to up that consistency now. The problem is that this one, at the minute, it's a runaway train. And if they don't keep up with it, couple of rounds, they are going to find themselves far too far behind to catch up, and FaZe, they will just go full steam ahead and they'll take this all the way. So Team 1, they have to come out strong now. They have to come out fighting for their sake. And for ours, I want to see this go to 3 maps just as much as everybody at home. I want to get every drop of siege out of these matchups that I can, because they are easily the best games that we've seen throughout the season, and we're seeing them right now in the major again, and we are very fortunate to do so. But in order to do that, Team 1 have to come out strong, and I hope they get the attack, because that's where we saw them really excel on coastline previously.
Oh, man. Genuinely, that was where we had some of the best siege coming through in terms of what we had on coastline. And we did say they'll need a holiday to get over from their previous holiday on Villa, and it looks like they've been able to find a nice warm destination. We're going into coastline. We do love to be beside the seaside, but who will be standing tall? Who we see winning this one? That's what we're waiting to find out. It's the second map in the series here between Team 1 and FaZe, and it looks like Team 1, they're coming in on the defense. FaZe will be starting off on the attack, setting the tempo of the game, Tim.
We are heading to Ibiza. La Perla Blanca Hotel and Resort will be the battleground for map 2 here between Team 1 and FaZe. If you've just joined us, FaZe were able to just about squeak over the line, 7-5 from a great leading position of 6-3. Team 1 reeled them back in, but couldn't quite finish the job and take it to overtime. So FaZe Clan, it is that secures map number 1, and it just feels like their experience is coming to the forefront a little bit here, and Team 1 just struggling to find their feet on Villa. But it's important to remember that Villa was FaZe Clan's map choice. So we are now heading into Team 1's choice here on coastline. The bans are in. We've got the Finker ban. That's, I think, not too much of a surprise there, Jackie.
Yeah.
We've got a Book, we've got a Valkyrie and a Mirror. So certainly a couple of interesting attacker bans there.
It does feel like, obviously, some of the most targeted bans we've really seen throughout the season. It feels like the accurate reads that have come through, you can see each and every player reflected in those bans, and then just the Mirror ban for good measure, obviously just sprinkled in at the end. Oh, man. I mean, you described it. You were talking about it right back on the first map. We said, you know, when he was on Finker previously, the 1 versus 4, the clutch of a lifetime, a ridiculous play where he also showed that he's a bit of a basketball player as well. He came in with a 3-point nade, decimated them with it, and went on to write his own legacy. That's not available tonight. No Finker. It's been banned out. Will that come back to hinder them as they're starting off on their attack as well?
Team One, absolutely essential that they come in with a strong defence here to begin with. Generally speaking, we have seen the attackers have the better of things here on coastline, but the more times we see the map played, the sort of lower that difference gets each time. You know, only it takes, if you've only got 1 or 2 times played, it only takes 1 or 2 good attacking performances to completely skew it. But as time goes on, we've certainly seen it level out a little bit. But right now, Team One, they need to buck that trend and they need to come in, for me, with a 4-2 here, get themselves a really good advantage heading into second half when they are on the attack, because for me it feels like if FaZe come in with the better of this half, that is then a big mental mountain for Team One to climb, because not only are they a map down, they're also then behind on rounds in the second map. It's gonna be tough for them.
I just can't wait to see how this opening round is going to go, and if Team One, off the back of the close crushing affair, if they've snapped back into position immediately, if they've got their mentality in the right spot, or if they're going to be shaken a little bit, if they might be slightly slower coming into this. We've seen that both of these sides have had some very interesting games on coastline in the past. FaZe Clan, I mean, we've spoken about it so much because it was a monumentous one, but obviously Team One on the flip side, they had the affair versus Liquid as well, and they've shown that they do lay a claim towards this beautiful resort. Is it going to be a resort into today's matchup, though? And if it will be, for what side? As already we're about towards the 2-minute mark. We've got 1 minute and 50 seconds left to work with now currently into the round. And first contact hasn't been found. No one's been spotted out and no one has been slayed down into the ground immediately. Team One playing quite reserved. Not going for any initial peaks. Basically just playing their crossfires and holding. Waiting for the pushes to come through.
Team One, just as they did back on Villa, have chosen to take their worst defensive site to begin with. They have come out and gone straight to kitchen and service, where they've only won 1 of 3 previous attempts. Ion opening things up onto Raps, and that to me looks like it could be heading in the same direction. And whilst I can understand the logic to it potentially of coming in on the worst site, if you can get that one on the board, then it's a real mental boost. You get into that second and third round on sites that you've maybe got 100% win records on, in the case of Team One on the defense here on coastline. But the big problem is you have to get that tough site on the board to begin with in order to do that. And right now, it's not looking good for them as Mav comes in with another onto Reduct, and we find ourselves quickly 5 versus 3. They've still got a full HP Blitz active. He will take some smoke damage, but manages to push through. He's just going to absolutely terrorize them in sight. You can see him just charging through, forcing Lukid back out of the bathroom there. Live gets the diffuser down and active, and right now, things are not looking good for Team One.
Oh, mate, this is really looking quite rough. Each and every one of them being gunned down, but they have got the sustainability of FaZe at an all-time low. 3 players in a position to be picked off of a couple of stray bullets here and there. Unfortunately, Goyo utilizing the Nitro, but it won't really be spinning an unfortunate factor into the round. But when they do peek out, they begin to punish. Looking like the terrorists from the public square, but they need to get out of the way of the nades that are rolling back in to try and destroy them. Peek round into the corridor. It's not looking good as Mav, he'll clean up. The round came close, but he shuts it down as they instigate a fight that he doesn't want to be a part of. Thatcher the Smasher beats his way through and cracks open 2 skulls to get an opening round for FaZe.
Great round from FaZe there, very aggressive, got themselves into sight, focused on that objective, got the diffuser active on the ground, also some vertical pressure as well. Lines of sight opened up, which just enabled the hold vertically in that retake attempt. And as you could see, that was what really pushed it, because the nades started raining down like a terrifying thunder from above Jackie, and it just forced Team One's hand as to how they had to try and deal with that post-plant situation, and ultimately shut down on the single door by Mav. They were stacked up on top of each other. They were just asking to be decimated at that point.
Oh, man. It's so rough as well, because it did feel like one of those rounds where Team One, you know, you shake them, you rattle them all night long, you keep them close and gets them into a position where it feels like the round is going to slip through their fingers. Then for some reason, they just pop off, they clean up on the retake and shut it down. But the 2-player face towards the corridor just didn't work. Mav just swinging in, beheads both of them with the scythe effectively, and opens it up with a clean first round. A hat trick there for the main man. And in terms of how this game is going so far, we did to get involved like we like to with the weeklies. This time, obviously, for the major, the predictions mean an awful lot more. We asked who was going to take the win here on Coastline, and we had 68% of the vote going in favor of FaZe. That's only 32% believing in Team 1, the #1 ranked squad coming in off the back of the weeklies.
I think it's largely based on the performance that we've seen on Villa. Ultimately, FaZe are looking very good. It's not to say Team 1 aren't. They were solid. They had some good rounds. But right now, FaZe look absolutely electric. And that seems to be carrying forward onto Coastline. And thank you, everybody, for getting involved in those polls. If you've not managed to join us for the weeklies, you may not know. But me and Jackie, we love our chat. We love all you guys out there getting involved, giving us your opinion, and production very generously feeds those polls back to us. So let's get those numbers up and get involved. Let us know what you think. But yeah, I can't disagree at this point in time, especially with FaZe coming in on the attack here with the 68% that have gone in favour of them taking this map, because right now they've got themselves a good start. And I'm a little bit concerned, Jackie, of Team 1's site choice. I mentioned in the first round, Kitchen Service, not their best site overall on this map historically. That's fine. Give it a whirl. They've gone back there for a second attempt. They are now only a 25% win rate on this site coming into it, including the last round. Overall, historically, 25%. There are sites that they haven't lost on defensively. I don't understand why you keep pushing this site. Mav comes in, opening kill once again, this time onto Lukid, taking the Legion off the board. So there will be no more goo mines, and always difficult to lose those operators early whose gadgets develop over time. It is a real loss of potential utility, and not a good start for Team 1 again.
Oh no. There is going to be a commotion in the kitchen though, as the chef trying to make a meal will bust out the blades and be able to slice through 2 men, leaving them as FaZe clan fillets on the floor. It's all left up to one of them, and he's not going to be alive for long. Ash, overpowered by Felipox on the peak, slaughtering his way through as he'll clean up, serving up speciality cocktails there from behind the bar. Tim, another round now coming straight back in. Team 1. They have woken up here. Already it's kept close. Same result as we had on Villa to start off with, where they will split the initial rounds and it will go 1-1 apiece. This is better because, of course, it could have spiraled out of control. We could have had FaZe Clan coming back in off the opening win, really racking up those rounds. And the scary factor with that is that every round FaZe Clan get, every step they are closer to being able to 2-0 the series here and putting Team 1 to bed, which means they'll drop down into the lower bracket. It's a best of 3, and they've already got that 1 map advantage. That is why it's so pivotal now that they come out and they look like the Ibiza bruisers, and they start to party their way to the top.
Good round for them. They've answered my, my concern there of that site choice going to Kitchen Service. Much more solid that time around. I think FaZe just tried to rinse and repeat largely and push Yuna quickly into site and get kills off the back of the confusion that the Blitz can cause. But ultimately, it was not successful, this one. Team 1 more than ready for it and shut them down. We're going to be heading upstairs in round number 3 to Hooker and Billiards now. Both teams, respectively, Team 1 on defense, FaZe Clan on attack, have got 100% win rates historically on this site. So something's going to change, Jackie. One of those teams is going to lose that 100% record right now. The question is, will it be FaZe or will it be Team 1? Nothing drastically unusual on the operator choices. We've got the Lion on the side of He's joined by Yuna on the Blitz, and that can be an intimidating combination, I think it's fair to say. And we're going to see some early aggression here from Mav. He's had a couple of opening kills so far, so he's obviously riding on that wave of confidence at the minute and happy to get into those early gunfights and engage early onto the enemy. But he's not going to have any joy immediately. There's nobody there for him to challenge, but we can see the bottom floor clearance coming out from FaZe here. Not too much of a surprise, and it shouldn't take them too long. Roamers are not going to want to get stuck downstairs, because once FaZe Clan take 50% top floor control, which is what they will aim to do, they'll want to control around theatre, top of main stairs, luggage and aquarium. That's the area particularly they're looking to lock down. Once they gain that, it's very difficult for those roamers to get back up to site. So that's why they're going to be reasonably easy to force out here.
Again, man, we've seen already into these rounds as well that FaZe have been so effective at winning the initial opening duels and just at least forcing Team 1 into an uncomfortable position where it then turns into a matter of fight or flight, and they have to just snap, start swinging and go windmilling into their retakes. FaZe Clan also a side that has definitely been utilizing Lion throughout the entire regular season. They love to try and use him to stall the push when they're going for those bombastic bombard plays into the site. When they execute, they'll make use of that Lion, then they'll charge in to try and freeze everyone in position and stop you from being able to swinging and actually getting contact. So at that point, you've lost control of your bomb sites. The one thing they have lost so far into this round, though, is Doc. Raps is gone, the meds have been dashed, and the scalpel has been broken. This could slow Team 1 down a little bit. Not the worst utility to use. Probably would have been a little bit more awkward if your smoke had gone down, but he's already actually been forced out of all of his smoke cans already, Tim. That's the third one that's just been used. And now he gets dropped. Ion spots him on the peek through, so Lion getting the claws out and cleaning up one by one. They really are ruling the roost here going into this round, as the fuser will be going down, and it's all left on one man. Mozzie the Aussie trying to do something awesome, but he's not allowed to. As he comes up, cool vibes, he's going to have his legs broken by Astro that is not content with big chillin'.
Easy finish for FaZe there. They knew exactly where the Mozzie was coming. There was a ping that went out just as we watched the man head into sight with diffuser in hand. We just saw that red ping underneath us, and it just told them exactly where the Mozzie was. And from there, there's only one option. He's coming up the cool vibe stairs. He managed to get the kill onto Ion, but it was completely impactless as things finished out because Astro had that angle locked down tight as well, and all guns were trained in that direction at that point, and he was just heading headlong into a firing squad. Tough round for Team 1 there. They were shut down summarily on site, unable to move. Very, very claustrophobic for them. And we're going to be heading into round 4 now with FaZe 2-1 in the lead. And it's still close. It's very, very close. But FaZe, they're going to be looking to get another couple of rounds on the board at least in this attacking half. They want to get themselves the advantage coming into the switch of half, and they want to get themselves this second map on the board. They don't want to be wasting time. They don't want to be wasting energy on Team 1 here. If they can get this done, they progress in the upper bracket of the major for LATAM region.
And that's huge. Think about it as well. From the season that FaZe had, Tim, where they looked like they were really getting thrown around, right? In quite choppy waters. They could never really find stability. They had to fight hard until the bitter end of the league to come in, beat Team 1 immediately, kind of try and put them in their place a little bit and slow them down. Because you got to think about the amount of confidence Team 1 must have had coming into tonight. They should have woken up feeling fresh, bouncing towards their computers and ready to rumble. And since they've got onto the server, FaZe Clan, they have been bullying them. They've been throwing out some heavy hits. They've been decking them when they get into the 1v1s. And for a lot of the rounds as well, it feels like FaZe Clan right now, they're kind of outplaying them when it comes to some of the aim battles, which really isn't what we've seen. Throughout the entire season, Team 1 have been able to go toe-to-toe in the middle of a cell with anyone you pit them up against. Tonight, though, that's not the Team 1 we're seeing. They're a little bit slower when it comes to their attacks. It feels like they're struggling slightly on the defense as well with some of the angles we're seeing them hold, and they keep suffering when it comes to the opening duels. At least there's a trade this time, and the trades keep on giving as well as they bite back. They've had enough of being pushed around. Philippox puts on the knuckle dusters, swings wide, beheads another man, dropping them down into the 4 versus 3 here into round 4.
It just feels a little bit at the minute like Team 1 are sort of a spluttering car. They're trying to get themselves going, but they just can't get the engine to turn over at the minute. There's just no bite there, and they keep having those moments where it coughs and splutters and you think it's going to get going, but then no, you're left, Jackie, you're left pushing it uphill, and you've got car after car driving past you. Nobody's stopping to lend a hand. It's just terrible manners.
Oh, mate, there's a guy in a white van, he's drove by and just gone, hey! Oh, yeah. They're like, oh, come on. Honestly, it's an awful day. Could it get any worse? And you've got the men with Ven just driving by screaming at you. It's not good, Tim.
Tell you what, Jackie, men with Ven, you are certainly raising the reference game here for the major, and I'm here for it, Jackie. I love to see it.
Well, let's see who's got the super hands into this round, Tim. Who's going to be quick on the draw when it comes to combat, as we're now down towards the 60-second mark, and the push should be coming out relatively soon. In terms of the trade game, though, it's been much better for Team 1 here. You lost Lukid. Big boy Lukey D was dropped down into an early grave, but that fired them up. That lit a fire in the hearts of the Team 1 defense, and they've been able to slay Astro and Yuna, and they're ready for a third as well. As the push comes through, Habana will be Hagona Hibana as she's overpowered by Felipox on the peak with the SMG, shutting her down and dropping the diffuser. And this drops down the chance of FaZe Clan winning the round to minute levels. They're in horrific positions and it's just getting worse by the second. And it seems like there is going to be a detonation to end it. Mav steps through the doorway, gets hit with a nitro and doesn't even know what has occurred.
No real challenge on to the man playing in behind the bar there. Felipox just allowed to run rampant from that location, shuts down the Hibana, and then I can only assume, I think it was the sledge at the end, just didn't see him there and was just able to peek back on and think, you know what, I'll take this with a nitro. I'm not going to risk my life. I don't need to stick my head back above that parapet, and just sends out the explosives, which will detonate and reverberate further as the round is shut down, and Team 1 find themselves back level 2-2 now on the scoreboard. And this one is just absolutely neck and neck, and we could be heading for a photo finish here. Jackie, I think we're going to see another 12 rounds here potentially, but if that's going to be the case, FaZe, I feel, need to keep themselves in this. They need another round here on their attacking phase, because we know, or I suspect, that Team 1 are going to come in very strong on the attack, and if they can get themselves the advantage 4-2 on the defense, it might just be a little bit too much of a lead for FaZe Clan to overcome when they move on to the defense.
And that's what's scary as well, right? Because, you know, in reality, FaZe, they tend to be way better on their attack. When they can get fast and furious, when they can push in, utilize some of the stellar drone work that we were seeing throughout the regular season to relay information back over, to allow someone like Astro to just charge in, or someone like Ion, right, to just go for those entry frags. If you can give him those clear, concise comms off the back of your drones, feed him that info so he can just pick players off, run around uncontested on his roam, that's when they play some of their best. However, they're being kept in line a little bit more now, right? FaZe, you know, they're not getting as much room to breathe. They can't breathe deeply, get the oxygen in their lungs and run away with things. Team 1 is at least trying to force them back into a corner and make it uncomfortable, which is way, way better. However, you're absolutely right. In the sense, when it comes to the flip side, I am worried for them when we then get to see Team 1's attack, because historically, it's been nice on Coastline. They've had some good rounds with it. And I feel like with the way they're starting to play, they're now actually hitting their shots, looking like the confidence is coming back, then maybe they'll have more of a field day. Issue is, you might be able to rock some bold plays, Tim, but if you get overwhelmed because you do something too audacious, it's not worth it.
I think Falls on the smoke there would have been better just taking the flash. The push wasn't really coming from the pool door with too much aggression. Ultimately, the utilities were raining in just to clear out those ADSs, and by trying to dodge away from it and not use the sanctity behind that deployable shield, it just meant that he was completely open to the angle from the other side, from that window on the ruins side, and ultimately that was his undoing. So yet another kill going in favour of FaZe Clan, but I just feel if it comes out 3-0, I think we see similar to what we saw on Villa, but as a flip reverse. I think Team 1 come out on the attack and do very well in that second half, just as we saw FaZe do after the half on Villa. And as we've said, it is their map pick. It is somewhere they feel comfortable, and I think that they will come out now. At this point in time, they've still got a job to do. They are on the defense, Team 1 down in Blue Bar and Sunrise. Reduc gets a kill onto Ion, and right now somebody needs to get behind that bar and start serving up some cocktails, Jackie, because FaZe, they are looking pretty sober and pretty serious at the minute, and that's not going to play into Team 1's hands.
No, it won't whatsoever, Tim. And at least right now, looking a little bit more like Tom Cruise in Cocktail, they are serving up something that is a little bit more delectable. As the frags come back through, you put themselves into a position to now try and shut down the round here. But there's a response from FaZe. The wide swing from Live. He gets the back door open, strikes against Reduct, and reduces him to absolutely nothing, leaving it hanging in the balance with 30 seconds in a 3 versus 3. They down another player on the push through. Lukid, he gets contact onto Live and slaughters him, leaving him looking more like dead. Oh, they force Yuna off the diffuser as well, and Lukid goes on to cause absolute carnage into the round as he'll pick up another one. A 3K here, hat-trick, back-to-back kills, really doing some damage.
I think that I have just heard the ignition turn over for Team 1, and the engine is fired up, and they get themselves into the lead here on Coastline with a very solid round coming in from Luke. They're able to just dominate in the last 10 to 15 seconds of that round, and that is exactly what Team One needs. They need those hero players to start stepping up and having those big moments, putting kills on the board and giving them the advantage that they need right now. They need to ride that wave of momentum. They need to come into round 6 here with a solid performance, and they need to take this 4-2 overall, give themselves some confidence and give themselves some breathing room more than anything, because so far in this matchup, FaZe have been breathing down their neck continuously, and it must be getting difficult to deal with that sort of pressure for Team One.
Oh, mate, it's never nice. It's like when you're on the underground, Tim, you know, you're slightly too close to someone, they're breathing on you, you can hear all the coughing and the splatter, and you're just like, oh, please, just let me get off. I can't deal with it.
Sometimes you've just got to, Jackie, you've just got to take a step off and for that next train. I feel you. I know exactly what you mean.
It's a nightmare. I mean, you know, the only beneficial factor is they tend to be quite quick. They come along, you know, at least about 5 minutes after the previous one, so it is worth it.
Oh, I'd say, you know, in terms of, you know, systems, it's quite a good system. It works, you know, consistently quite well.
Oh, yeah, it's not bad. That's a little life tip for anyone, of course. You know, you're ever in London, you're ever waiting for the underground, and you think, the tube looking a bit busy. Just wait for the next one.
This guy's coughing all over me. Wait for the next one.
Not good. Not worth it. Right now, though, we're certainly see some coughing and splattering coming out of, as you said, that exhaust pipe for Team One. It seems like it's starting to get a little bit rumbling, right? Maybe they're starting to make their moves from small MPH, Tim, towards medium MPH. They're getting there.
They need to kick up through the gears very, very quickly here and get themselves towards those big MPH numbers that we've seen throughout the season. Jackie, they need to start showing us exactly why they took the top spot. They have come in with some very solid performances and results, most notably 14-6 across a best of 2 with Team Liquid. Team One have shown that they are more than capable of winning this whole thing. There is no two ways about it, but right now they need to stake a claim, because FaZe, they're keeping themselves in contact, and contact will be found as Astro gets the opening kill onto Reduct, and that is the 3rd round in a row that we are seeing Astro come in and start things off for FaZe. And the problem with that is that basically Team One are playing 4 versus 5 at this point. They are yet to have a single opening kill in this entire game on Coastline, and that cannot be allowed to continue. If they get the opening kill, it is going to be a sigh of relief for them, because every single time they're having to rely on players like Philippox to come back with a big nitro toss to even things up at 4-4. Whereas if they can get that beginning, that opening kill, it's going to give them a massive boost and really take the pressure off.
It is ridiculous, man. The fact they've effectively been fighting 4 versus 5 into every round, and they've still got the majority of rounds won so far, and you're on your defense. Wild shenanigans that have been occurring here throughout the course of this Coastline game that we've been gifted. In terms of damage being done as well, we had Mav up on Overwatch, lurking up on top of the roof, honed down, waiting for the rotation to come out. He spotted out Raps and spammed a couple of bullets into him, tags him up, but doesn't quite frag him up. So the Jaeger, still alive and kicking, albeit quite low when it comes to his sustainability. And we were talking about the underground, but right now it feels like they need to transition, stop looking like a small train and look more like a bullet train. Turn up the tempo and go for a fast hit towards one of these bomb sites, as they're really starving themselves out when it comes to timing. It's an equal stance in the battle of attrition, 4 versus 4, but you're giving yourself 25 seconds when push comes to shove on the execution. Falls. I'm curious if he actually has any canisters remaining to work with. One still in the back pocket on the utility belt. This could be pivotal. You dash that out, it should knock him off the diffuser. The bullets will aid him as well as they bludgeon him through the smoke. Not only does he inhale those toxic fumes, but he takes a bullet into the lungs as well, dropping it down onto one man. The last remaining member, Yuna. No frags have been picked up, and that's not going to change here into round 6 as the scoreline will go 4-2. He's left in a stalemate position as Team One will win it.
0-4 for Una at the moment is not going to be helping FaZe Clan right now. They find themselves down 4-2 on the scoreboard. Team 1 moving on to their stronger side here. They're actually historically stronger on the attack here on Coastline than they are on the defense. So right now, I would expect to see strong performances coming out of Team 1. It feels like they've found the feet a little bit. They've got the engine ticking over, and they are ready to start putting some traction down here and getting themselves through this second map. And Una, he's going to need to start contributing on that FaZe side, because as much as there is absolutely no problem having those support players, having players that are droning, that are on the comms for you, you still need everybody chipping in, because otherwise it just puts too much weight on the shoulders of players like Astro and Ion, and it's asking too much of them, and the rounds that they don't manage to deliver, those are the rounds that you lose very, very quickly. So right now, they need to be looking for a little bit more out of Una, probably live as well, whereas on the side of Team 1, we can see almost everybody chipping in there. Falls, he's only on 1, but by contrast, Philippo's up there on 8 and 2, having an absolute storm.
Mate, it's a storm of fists that is coming out from Philippo's right now, and they are raining down onto FaZe Clan. Left hooks, right hooks, uppercuts. This man is an MMA monster and just keeps on landing those punches, Tim. I know it might look like a resort, but it currently feels like it is the squared circle they're taking this fight in.
Certainly does. It doesn't look like a resort, Jackie, that would score overly highly on the old review sites, if I'm honest. We've spoken about those internet reviews before, and I can see this one not doing very well. You know, I can see a cold pool being the absolute least of the worries when there's bullet holes in the walls, there's no beds, or there's one bed in the entire place. You know, it's not good.
I mean, to be fair, you know, imagine that, right? You get a nice little, you know, villa resort. You tell your girlfriend you're going away, you're going to Ibiza, it's going to be a lovely trip. You walk up towards the front door. She gets air jabbed. You see her go flying into the pool. All of her clothes are wet. Her phone's broken. You're just sat there like, well, what am I meant to do now?
Horror of horrors, Jackie. You finally get inside, you find nobody on reception to check you in, so you go and find your own room. You think, I know, we'll watch a bit of TV. You head into the VIP room, you sit on the sofa, Jackie, and you get a crick in your neck because it's not pointing at the TV.
Right, no, honestly, at some point they do need to move that sofa, because it does really annoy me. It does bother me, Tim, the way that sofa's facing. It's not a reason for feng shui. It physically can't be, because there's no way that's comfy. Your neck would be killing you.
And talking about being killed right now, that is exactly what is happening to FaZe Clan. 4-2 on the scoreboard. We don't have any operators down so far in this round. It has been a slow attack so far from Team 1, but that's not unusual for them. They certainly play a strong information game. Drones will have been working hard to feed back plenty of information. They will have a very good idea of what's going on, but right now Mav downstairs is one that they need to pay attention to. They need to make sure that they're shutting down and closing out that Mozzie, because he's got the nitro in hand, and when given the shout, he will be able to detonate and potentially take those vertical kills. So it looks like we're just going to have a man heading down onto the lower floor to do exactly that. He's just going in there, see if he can locate Mav and try to get him shut down and out of this round.
And time is whizzing by. Not looking good here, as obviously we are left in a 5 versus 5 when it comes to the execution. Team 1, you've been struggling on those opening frags, and the fact you're leaving it so late into the round with a FaZe Clan that is effectively just turtling and playing towards the site, waiting for the push to come through. Finally, a bit of aggression is utilized. Una on the peak towards security, but it's not going to be a stone cold stunner. He won't be able to hit his shots. Instead, it's a trade that comes back through there onto live, dropping him down and keeping them in check. They actually build off the back of it as well, actually making something sustainable off of that opener. They now leave us into a 4 versus 3 position. Scratch that, it's even better. It's a 4 versus 1, and it's only Mav that's left alive towards the cool vibes. Ooh, but that sign is now covered in blood, as his head will be knocked off by Lukid on the peak. He'll come around and shatter him on the ash.
That's another half a star gone off the review, Jackie. There was blood on the walls. I will not be heading back to La Perla Blanca anytime soon.
Clean
and right now, FaZe, they don't look like they're going to be wanting to head back to this resort anytime soon either, because they are being completely shut down. We are seeing much more out of Team One, consistent with what we saw from them through the season. They really seem to have found their feet now and got running, and that could be a dangerous thing for FaZe. If anything, I think this plays into the hands of Team One. If they were going to lose a map, then lose the first one, head into the third with that momentum of the second round win. Going to be tough for FaZe to turn that around. If this continues in a landslide as it is, heading to Hooker once again now, it could be really difficult for FaZe on map 3.
It feels like what we were kind of speculating about is maybe turning into fact rather than fiction. It's becoming a true storyline to build off. One round to work their way through, get themselves the guaranteed OT, 2 rounds to lock it down, and actually walk away with a fairly effective and quite fast game here as well, because this second map in the series, not been live for too long. It feels like we've actually had a pretty quick turnaround coming into this one. This is way more looking akin to the Team 1 we saw throughout the regular season as well. Throughout all those play days, this is how they looked. These are the sort of score lines they were posting up, and I'm glad they've woken up now, because it means we're going to have a really competitive series. We're most likely going to be getting that third and final map, and we'll be seeing who will walk away in the upper bracket when the dust settles on that map, if Team 1 can at least get themselves 2 more rounds here tonight, here in Ibiza.
Oh, it's exactly what we wanted. I'm hoping for 3 matches of 3 maps tonight. Absolutely no question. I want to see all 9. I want to see every drop of Siege that this major has to offer, because we have been just absolutely ruined through the season with the level of entertainment that these teams have brought us. And I know that they have got much, much more to offer on top of that. So for me, let's see every single minute of it that we can. And right now, as you say, Jackie, it looks reasonably certain that we're going to be heading towards that third map, but let's not forget it was 6-3 in the last matchup on Villa, and Team 1 fought almost all the way back. Right now, FaZe, they're looking to fight their way back into things here. They get themselves 2 kills on the board, and that's going to leave them 5 versus 3. The E1D scanner will slow that push down a little bit in terms of the defenders aggressing on, but only 4 seconds before Astro is right back up at those barricaded windows, just looking for more kills. Heading in now, Yuna gets one for himself, desperately needed. He needs to improve on the defense. Flawless round for FaZe. 5-3 now, and they get themselves their first successful defense on the board.
And that's big as well. Obviously instigated off the back of the first frag. Yuna welcoming himself to the scoreboard there as he opens up at the initial pick, and that got all of the boys hyped. They were gassed up in the team speak. They all started to go for the power plays. They're swinging onto every angle, and much like a wrecking ball swings, they were taking names, flattening everyone on Team 1. A Miley Cyrus round coming through as they have wrecked them into that encounter, Tim, and got the game a lot closer. 5-3 on the split now. FaZe, they've woken up into that. They've got, you know, a little bit more fluidity to them. They're not looking as rigid. And this could be a better factor, because we were talking about how the attack for Team 1 is a gigantic boon for them, how they should be even harder to contend with on their attack. But we didn't really talk about how the defense for FaZe could go, and that's a hell of a way to start it.
The real benefactors, Jackie, are you, I, and the 20,000 plus viewers at home that are enjoying this right now, because these two are starting to wail on each other, and the closer that FaZe can get themselves back into this, the tighter and tighter of a match that we are going to have. Team 1, for me, need to get another round sooner rather than later. They want to get the 6th on the board here. They want to guarantee that overtime as a minimum. It'll activate a pressure valve within them, I think. Once they hit that 6th, you'll just see some of the pressure ease off them, because they'll think, right, we've got another round in us. We've got this map on the board. We're going to 3. We're not going straight out of the upper bracket here. They'll know that they're in it to fight for longer, and it is going to just ease them off a little bit, and I think they then go on to win it quite quickly after that point. But if they don't get that soon enough, FaZe are able to maybe fight back to 5-all for argument's sake before Team 1 managed to take that 6th. The pressure just remains constant throughout, and that could impact on them in the third map, which is, of course, Cafe, and that's not going to be easy for either of these teams. I honestly think we're going to see the potential here, Jackie, for 36 rounds. I think we could see 12 in every single one. It wouldn't surprise me to see an overtime sprinkled in as well.
Oh, mate, cafe overtime genuinely sounds like the type of dish we would
Don't.
order up.
I can't handle that sort of excitement.
Oh, mate. Well, it's cooking. It's in the oven. We'll see if you fancy it. You know, wait and see if your eyes are going to be big enough. You never know. Your belly might be a little bit full, but right now it's certainly tantalizing me. I can almost taste how good of a game that would be. But we're currently in the midst of a matchup, and we are seeing frags coming through as Luca will be able to peek out. He'll G36 see you later. That's what he's going to say across to Astro as he gets the opening pick, cleaning up the initial kill. But there's a trade. Yuna coming back through, looking like a speeding bullet as he'll connect onto the first man. And right now, FaZe Clan, they are going to be sweating as things are heating up into the round. It's all left on Vigil. Ion in the 1 versus 4. One man's down. That is going to be the sledge of Raps, but he's revivable if they do want to actually push out and attempt to get him back on his feet. Not very necessary right now, though, as they can just hold their angles and effectively just wait for the push to come in. Ion, you've got a hard task ahead of you. Locked in position as well. Not going to be able to move off the back of the Lion. Does he clear towards the left? He has been detected now, giving the game away and taking an awful lot of bullets. He is pumped to the brim with bullets here, but he's still landing shots of his own as he peeks out, connects one back onto Ash and drops her down to the ground. In the meantime, they were able to get Raps back on his feet, and they do outnumber him. It doesn't matter if you're downing players, you need to end them. He's not being able to first and actually finish them off when it comes to those downs to him, and time is just whizzing by as well. They've also got clear access on towards that A site. They can just walk across, drop that diffuser, and at that point, you're in a 1 versus 4 retake. Your days are numbered, mate.
Just trading down for down at the minute, unable to find the kills, and that will come back to bite Ion as Foles bites real hard as he manages to take that round and push Team 1 onto 6 and guaranteed overtime. As a minimum here, they will of course be looking to get this one finished off, and as I said, getting that 6th round on the board, you just get a real feeling here that it's just going to just unleash that valve, take the pressure off. You've just got all that hot water vapor just pouring out, Jackie. You know the scene that I'm talking about. It's in plenty of movies. The bullet hits the pipe and that's exactly what's just happened to Team 1 right in FaZe's face. They've got scolded. They're just reeling around at the minute, and Team 1, they need to step in here and go for the kill. Finish this one off now, 7-3, and get themselves onto Cafe with a solid foundation behind them.
Oh, mate, yeah, that's a nightmare. That would really do some damage to you. In terms of the burns, that would hurt. You would be off to the burns ward immediately. And that's also one of the reasons why, you know, you never put your hand above a steaming kettle. Don't get too close to the kettle smoke, because it will hurt.
I mean, yes, sound advice, Jackie. You know, I can't imagine how many people require that. I think, you know, generally.
You never know, Tim. You never know. I want to be safe rather than sorry.
Not heard of it as too much of a hobby, but, you know, yeah, I would absolutely back you on that. You know, do not put your hand over the top of a steaming kettle because it will hurt. There is, you know, no question. I'm not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, see? But something we can argue about, Tim, is we do have a poll that went through. Now, this happened back at halftime from what I can see here. And the question was, do we think that FaZe Clan will win? That was what we asked towards the chat, and the results are in. We had 62% believing that, yes, FaZe Clan will still come back and be able to win this game. Now, they do still have a chance to do so. However, it seems more like the 38% that were in favor of Team 1 are going to be the ones that were correct and clairvoyant.
Right now, it's certainly looking that way, and as you say, there's obviously a lot of FaZe fans in the house, and that's understandable. They are a very big organisation with a huge following, but right now, I can't see too many of those fans being too ecstatic at what they are seeing here on Coastline. Team 1 coming out and showing exactly why this was their map pick, and this is what I like about Best of Threes, Jackie. We come in and you can ban away one map each, so you can arguably take out a very strong map from your opponent, but ultimately, you're only losing one map. And so you can make sure that you are getting to pick a very strong map for yourself. So those opening 2 maps in particular, they are always really hard fought. And it's not unusual to go to 3 for that reason, because Team 1 have come in here and shown just how good they are on Coastline. But Villa, it wasn't their map. And, you know, we saw that FaZe able to take it. But Team 1, maybe looking like they hadn't actually got running. Maybe they were running. It just wasn't the track for them.
Wow. Right now, Team 1 are potentially standing 1 round away from being able to find victory here up against FaZe Clan. bring it back to an equal stance and leave us down to one map, the decider of Cafe, to seal the fate of who will stay in the upper bracket and who will be knocked down into the lower bracket and have to start their slog to bounce back into the later days of competition. It will be very intriguing to see how this is going to go if we find ourselves on Cafe. But we won't get ahead of ourselves, because although FaZe Clan are down a man into this round, they're not out of the running just yet. But it is looking like that is becoming more and more like the potential outcome with each and every frag that we see. Right now, Team 1 racking up more bodies, building a pile of them as they do leave it all on one man, Yuna. He's had 3 frags into the game. He'd need to get 4 into this round alone to keep FaZe in with an opportunity to win it as he goes charging through, coming out for security. But he can't secure the chance for another round for FaZe. In the end, Team 1 will win it as they drop the good halves. The GG's coming through as they will be moving into the third and final map. It all comes down to Cafe to see who will be standing tall here in the upper bracket.
Much more what we've come to expect from Team 1 there. They looked more reminiscent of the team we remember from the first stage. All the way throughout, we knew that they had big results in them, and that was the first step towards it. Can they get themselves through this opening upper bracket semi-final towards that upper bracket final and a meeting with either NIP or Team Liquid, a match that we will be bringing you right after this one. So we have got a whole host of Siege to come tonight, Jackie. We've also got the first lower bracket match as well. So guys at home, everybody, you've got nowhere to go for the next 10 hours, I'd say.
Oh no, definitely keep it locked. Our games are only be going to get better throughout the course of the event. It's going to be banging Friday, Saturday, and then Championship Sunday. It is like an Emmerdale omnibus, as each and every one of these games are being jam-packed into this weekend. It is going to be incredible. The major is only just kicking off, and already we've seen the series go 1-1. Find out who will win the third and final map in the series, though, when we come back and we kick off Cafe. Well, welcome back, everybody. This is the result we have been dealt. A 1-1 split so far from Villa to Ibiza. Every club that we get in, Tim, there is parties going on, and we will be partying our way all the way through to the third and final map of Cafe.
Team 1, they are certainly locked right in the centre of the dance floor at the minute, Jackie, throwing some serious shapes around here as they have just absolutely dominated FaZe Clan in what was the dance battle of Ibiza as they completely shut them down. And as you say, heading into, I love those, I'm just going to cut myself off there, I love those replays with the zoom in. It's honestly one of the brilliant things our production team has done. I just want to give those guys another shout. They've done a fantastic job throughout the regular season and here for the majors as well, and bringing us innovations like that, and it's just a really nice little touch. So thank you guys, you've done a fantastic job. What great work we've got on the replays.
No, it's sick, man. It gives another little element to it, of course. There's the slight zoom in so you can see exactly where the crosshair was for some of those ridiculous long-range shots that we've had coming out into the game already tonight. And there's going to be much room for many more of them to come, as Cafe is where Sleeping Dogs will lie. That is the final map in the series, the deciding pick that will be coming out. They've both won their respective map picks so far into the series. Team 1, they felt a little bit sluggish to start. It seemed like it wasn't their normal selves. Redux, he definitely had a bit of a struggle into the first maps. He was having a earthquake, but he's stepped it up now, Tim. He's been able to bounce back immediately, and the games are looking much more competitive. However, now the shoe's on the other foot, right? For FaZe, can they shake this off? Can they go back in looking clean, or is this going to plague them a little bit?
Well, it's an interesting one when we look at Cafe because we haven't seen FaZe play here. As I commented, they have played a reasonably limited map pool. They played Coastline once, and other than that, we've only seen them on 4 maps out of the 7. So Cafe isn't one of them. Now, there are big questions to be asked, Jackie. Have they not played Cafe because they were keeping it in the back pocket? Are they dropping an absolute clanger here, coming out and are just ready to completely dominate on Cafe? Is that the problem? Or, for Team 1 at least, or is the problem that FaZe don't like playing on Cafe? Now, if I have a look at what they've done through the season, I'll just check it out quickly. What I'm interested to see is whether they have banned it or not. And interestingly, FaZe have only banned Cafe twice. It's been banned against them once, so it's just not been one of the maps that they've chosen to take ultimately. It's just been default banned out quite a lot by the looks of things. And really, that for me says that FaZe don't desperately want to play here. You know, they've not necessarily banned it out every week, but they've certainly allowed it to be banned out. They've not actively picked it. Team 1, on the flip side, I can't paint a much better picture for them, to be honest with you, Jackie. They've got 1 draw and 1 loss from what we've seen of them so far. So this one really it's covered in a cloak of mystery.
Ooh, the invisibility cloaks come out. Now, Tim, I do want to just ask quickly before we get into this one. I'm going to derail it like I always do. You've dropped Clanger. Aren't they the little pink mice that live on the moon? Isn't that a Clanger?
I think they were, yeah. Maybe it's a bit of a northern saying. It's a word that we use up north in England as well. But yeah, they were. I think I won't do an impression. I nearly dived headlong in then, I'll be honest with you.
Just full clanging.
Yeah, just nearly dived headlong in. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do a rail as that far. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right there, Jackie.
Oh man, yeah, clangers. There you go. That's a banger. God, what a throwback! What a throwback! But we are ready to get into the game. We will be sliding into the third and final map of Cafe is coming up. Hit us up on Twitter, #BR6, #6Major. If you want to let us know how you think this one is going to go down, if you've got any food for thought for us and you're representing FaZe or you're bigging up Team 1, then send in those tweets, rep those colours, because this is it. This is the last map in the upper bracket for semi-final 1. Whoever loses this is going down. Like a game of snakes and ladders, they'll be sliding off back to the start in the lower bracket, where one of the other teams will move forward to face off the victor of Team Liquid or NIP.
Big Ashban coming in there from Team 1. You've got to imagine there's a plan on the cards. There's somebody that has been eyed across the other side of the table there on the rival team, and Ion comes out and tells us exactly who that was targeted at. He's not going to be happy at the Ash being taken away. Nomad will join as well, so that is just going to allow a little bit more freedom on the roam potentially. It might increase the picks that we see of Gridlock just to prevent too much of those rotations. Nomad coming off will just free up that mid-floor roam game.
Oh my. Ready a little bit of spice thrown into the mix, Tim? You know, we were talking about what we're going to be served up here on Cafe, what the soup of the day is going to be, and it seems like maybe it's got a bit of spice to it, a little bit of paprika thrown in there, maybe some turmeric. It's looking like it might be quite tasty.
Looking quite tasty, Jackie. We've had quite a tasty poll just put in front of us by production. And I love to see, first thing I will say is I love to see the numbers. The numbers are really jumping up there. So thank you, everybody, for getting involved. Well over 1,000 people involved in this one. And at well over 1,000 people, it comes in at 50-50, Jackie, with only 5 votes to separate things. Team 1 with a 5-vote advantage, less than 1% advantage.
Man, that is ridiculous. We're starting to see the true tests coming out now. The polls are filling up. We're getting into a game. We thought it was close. Throughout the series, it's been close, and everyone at home thinks it's close. This is hopefully going to be just that then. Maybe we'll get the game that we were talking about, Tim. The full rounds being played out where it goes to an overtime situation. What a delicacy that would be. That truly would be the cherry on top.
Oh, I want a 15th round decider. There's absolutely no question. You might remember a few weeks ago, Jackie, I did let you in on a little bit of a secret about me and my casting. And now I have a particular habit, and that habit is of seeking out matches that go the distance, or at least to within a few rounds of them. Now, I can't guarantee 45 rounds every time, but so far we've had a 12-round opener on Villa. Granted, Team 1 won in slightly quicker fashion last time around, only 10 rounds there, but I tell you what, it really would not be out of character for me, Jackie, to see this one go all the way to 15.
Oh, man. That's what you do, Chim. Chim?
Chim! It's only been 5 weeks, Jackie. I mean, to be fair, I did call you Vicky earlier in the season, so we're not doing too well with each other's names, really.
To be fair, imagine that would be the duo for SI. We've got Vicky and Chim on the mic. Oh god,
they're just having a whale of a time,
mate. Honestly, let's get them in. If your name's Chim or Vicky, tweet us, let us know, and tell us who you think's gonna win this one as we're into the game. Round 1, third and final map in the series. It's all been building up to this point, and I cannot wait. It's like when you rub a balloon on someone's head. I am absolutely ecstatic for this to kick off, Tim.
I'm gonna let you have that one, Jackie. I'm not gonna get into the technicalities of that one, but yeah, we are looking at an absolute humdinger of a game coming through here on Cafe. I am certain we have got Foles locked into the cigar shop. He's got the castle barricade behind him, deployable shield to the front of him, and he is just gonna hold on there and prevent that red stairs push for as long as he physically can. We've got Yuna. He's just looking to join his oppo there. He's got another man live just coming down above him as well. He's going to drop from the hatch and then head straight back out the window, and potentially, maybe he didn't mean to drop. Maybe he's going to head back up to the rooftop there. But right now, there is a lot of destructive work going on from underneath. And the reason that this is happening is, generally speaking, when attacking onto this top floor site, one of the big problem areas is the east side of the map. So we're talking about cocktail and cocktail balcony. Generally speaking, defenders just want to play from there. They want to get ACOGs. We want to get Alder. We've got Maestro on the Alder there. They just want to get those real long-range weapons and try and engage distance. And by opening up the floor, that is one solution to it. We can see that they've been forced deeper, been forced into bar, forced into back bar storage. And that is not an easy place for the defenders to play from. So a good start to the attack here from FaZe. And that might be a solution that we start to see a little bit more often of how to deal with that east side.
East side is the best, Tim. That's what we know. If Ali G's taught us anything, but who's going to be the true gangster into the round as the push comes through live? He won't be shooting an outline around Reduct. He'll be hitting him and taking him down. As the fist gets thrown about, though, we see the bite back coming through in favor of Foles to be able to gun down 2 men with the SMG and keep it close. Diffuser is down, though. It's been planted, and time is whizzing by. As the push starts to come out, they'll get close contact towards the stairwell and send Ion off to sleep, tucking him into bed. And talking of breaking through, we see the drop down from Foles with the shotgun, gliding through the air like an acrobat as this man gets a perfect 10 for his play, cleans up with a double. That is outrageous. You can't be doing that here. It's a major.
A quad kill on the round for live. They're absolutely unbelievable from Foles. Just gets himself 4, just looking alive the whole time, diving out of way, dropping hatches, just getting kills left, right, and centre where his team needed it. And what a message that is sent from Team 1 there. I love what I saw out of FaZe. It was different. We haven't seen that sort of attack onto that site before. So just opening up that entire floor, forcing the defenders away, using the ability of the Amaru to get up through that hatch to safety and activate the diffuser on the ground. On paper, it was a great play, a great strategy, and it worked. The defenders had to think on their feet, but unfortunately, they just didn't manage to lock down the post plant there, FaZe. And Foles, he's just had an absolute field day with them there.
Mate, despicable behaviour. It should not be allowed, Tim. He has just gone in full speed, charged his way through, bombarded him down, gone for the drop play through the hatch as well, cleaning up with the shotgun and the SMG, and just serving up success. That man is quite literally greatness on a shoestring. A 4K to open up the round here. Just spectacular. That gets a chef kiss from me all day.
Certainly does. We're going to be heading, talking of chef's kisses, all the way down to kitchen this time. And will we find any more? That is the question. We've got 2 men upstairs at the minute. Reduct will head up to the absolute top floor, making it 3 in total. So that leaves us now with FaZe having a job on their hands. They need to get in and clear those top 2 floors. Vertical pressure can be essential to kitchen here. And if it is left in the hand of the defenders, it can be very difficult to get that diffuser down. We have seen rushes into this site falter many times for that exact reason, and it's quite an aggressive approach there from Raps on the smoke, just getting the deployable shield there. He's going to open up the floor of that wall that leads into the bakery from Bakery Prep, and it's just going to enable him to challenge onto anybody looking to come through that double door. But right now, FaZe's attention is purely on the top floor. The thing is, they need to move quickly because they've got 2 complete floors to clear out. They lose a drone to a Mozzie Pest, I would assume there. That was why it was shot out following it. And right now, almost a minute gone. And how about that reduct? Struggled on Villa, but struggles no more. TNT for breakfast, and he is spitting fire with a double kill.
Hey, oh man, the forearms on that lad. Chucking that one all the way up, landing on the skylight and really doing some damage, being the shining light into the round. It'll eventually get traded back upon, and the trades don't end there, as now we're left into a 3 versus 3. Round 2, hanging in the balance once again. It's neck and neck now, with 6 players alive in the cafe, looking for the next conundrum, where they can cause a little bit more carnage and really develop this one into something a bit better. They need to lower themselves, though, get down onto that second floor and work their way down to the ground. Talking of being grounded, they could be grounded to a halt based off this nitro from Philippox, but he repositions, he adjusts, throwing it up towards the roof, detonating it, but not destroying the man above. So everyone is still alive and at this point. They do have vertical angles to play with, and they can actually really punish from this position. Ion, up top here, trying to open up enough different floorboards so he can get off a hurty-verty. Fires out the shots, Tim, but can't quite connect. Falls will drop to the floor, going prone and staying alive.
Seconds left to go. We find ourselves 3 versus 3, and just like this entire matchup, this round is evenly poised as we look at it from here. But Team 1, they are looking to close out a second successful defensive round, and time is ticking away very quickly for FaZe here. They need to be extremely aware of how many seconds remain on that clock. We can see out come the Toxic Babe canisters, and there are 2 more in the pocket of Raps. He's managed to hold on to that utility for an awful long time and could burn what is remaining of this. He could well completely force the push from FaZe to another area here, but he needs to keep himself alive. He's not going to do it, as Ion will shut him down there, but Philippox gets in, gets one for himself. 2 versus 2, but effectively 2 versus 1, as Philippox has been downed and now falls. It's all down to you. He gets shut down, and FaZe come in with the round as if grasping it from the jaws of defeat there. It really didn't look like, with 20 seconds left and 2 smoke canisters in the pocket of Raps, that would be possible, but they got every kill they needed, and FaZe come in and take the second round, and this one continues as it began, evenly 1 apiece on the scoreboard.
Just neck and neck the entire way through what has been a drag race of a game, and the engines are being revved, the cars are being pushed to their limits. It is absolutely ridiculous. We've got a tasty little replay of what was a banger of a way to open that up, of course. The nitro that was dashed out onto the roof, detonating and just destroying everyone that was there. 2 players taken down immediately, opening up the round into a 3 versus 5. But this is the position we're now put in off the back of round 2, going into the 3rd round. 1 apiece here in the 3rd and final map of the series. It's been this way in every game. No one has been unable to open it up with a 2-point lead, Tim. It's been 1 map for either side, and all 3 of the maps so far tonight.
Heading to the mid-floor site then. Team 1 decide they are not going to attempt Kitchen again. They are going to switch it up. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad shout. They defended top floor pretty well, but there's just a few little cracks starting to open up for me in Team 1's defense. You know, they were reliant on a false 4K in that opening round to get things over the board. Without that, they're probably unsuccessful. Kitchen, not the best. They had 3 men on site, all the utility they needed to close out that last 20 seconds, but still allowed FaZe Clan to get themselves back into it. And I've just got a feeling that this one could be a tough defense for them, because again, it relies on holding down that top floor. Now, they won't be quite the same option as there was last time. So last time FaZe Clan attacked onto top floor to clear it out in round 1, they were able to go into reading, which is now the site, use the book and open up the floor to force people away from that east cocktail wall. But that's not going to be something that they can do this time around, because it's part of a site. So there's going to be more utility there, just preventing them from actually being able to do that. So they're going to have to come out with a different plan. I think we're going to have a quick rehost here, Jackie, but we'll get back to the reading site before too long, I am certain.
Oh, yeah, it does look like Mav's dropped out. So, yeah, wouldn't be surprised. First rehost
All
of
the way
the
to map
major.
3. I know, all the way to map 3. We
Wow.
really nearly had it then.
That is surprising. That is surprising. I thought they would have come out quicker tonight, but they have actually been staved off all the way to the third map, which is it's interesting, Tim. Clearly not too many issues tonight, which is good. It means there is a fair amount of stability going around.
That's what we want. Plenty of stability so that we can get these matches played in the best fashion possible, which is just head-to-head and focusing on the siege. But we'll get this one sorted nice and quickly for you, and we'll be straight back in as soon as we can be. But we've been absolutely ruined with this siege so far. All we're short of is an ace, Jackie, and who knows, I might have just called it.
Mate, it's Cafe. There's certainly a possibility for it with some of the plays we've already seen, especially with Falls just busting out the unprecedented levels of furiosity that we've already seen, right? Like, there's a lot to come through here on this third and final map. But whilst we've got some time, Tim, whilst they're getting themselves sorted out before they jump back in, are you interested in making sure that your box is all fired up and ready for the rest of the games we're going to have today?
Always keen.
All right, we'll step into a major rehost riddle. Title's different, but effectively it works the same way. We just call it a major rehost riddle, Tim.
I'm all for it. I'm all ears, Jackie.
I should hope so. Well,
I mean, to be fair, there's going to be a lot of people. Sorry to interrupt. There's going to be a lot of people who maybe don't. They're not up to speed with the rehost riddles,
familiar.
Jackie.
That
Not familiar.
True.
This is going to be an absolute treat for them. So when we've been in the rehost situations throughout the regular season, Jackie's like to give me a little brain teaser, likes to chuck out an old riddle here and there, and we see what we can do with it.
Yeah, you can play along as well, of course. Answers in chat or tweet them in. Answers on a postcard also work, but, based off shipping, we'll probably get it by the next major. So normally stick to Twitch chat. But Tim, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Right, here we go. What is shaped like a box, has no feet, and runs up and down?
Shaped like a box. You see, that to me feels a little bit subjective, but I'm going to let you off with that one, Jackie.
All right.
Shaped like a box, has no feet, and runs up and down. You see, initially, up to the point of runs up and down, I really wanted to just say a box. I thought that's the
Right.
the road that you were playing me down. But runs up and down.
Yeah. The old vertical play.
I mean, are we talking vertical or are we talking runs up and down in the fashion you could run up and down a road, for example? There's multiple ways to look at that as well. The beauty of a good riddle, some would say.
Yeah.
The beauty of a good riddle, some would say. It's all in the wordplay, but shaped like a box, has no feet, and runs up. I feel like it's that runs up and down element.
That's what's spiking you. That's
the key.
You.
That's the key to the door. Is that one? That's the real key to the answer.
Could be.
But no, my brain's not dived down that one, Jackie. Hit me with an answer. Go on.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to fire off one? You're not got any potential speculation on that one, Tim? Nothing coming through on the old crystal ball?
There's nothing coming there.
All right, I'll give it to you. It was an elevator, Tim.
Okay, go on. Right, okay.
Yeah, an elevator.
I'll give you that one.
But we've also had some players that have been elevating their skill ceiling throughout the tournament. So let's have a look. We've got a little replay prepared for you here. Let's dive straight into it and check out some of the sickeningly good plays we've already seen tonight throughout the course of the major. This was the Falls 4K that we witnessed, Tim, of course, to start off the game. A ridiculous display of acrobatic attacks that came out from him.
I mean, to be fair, we've got another good play on the beginning there, and that is Una getting the diffuser down. Falls fights his way out of Freezer and then into Cocktail, getting the kill onto the planter, but the diffuser is active at this point, so he's got 2 more to find at least here. We know he gets 2 more on the round, and one of his teammates helps him out with the 3rd. We can see Lukid takes Ion down there on the stairs, and then it's all down to Falls, drops the hatch and reacts beautifully. Now, Mav, he's just watching the wrong window there. Falls dives out, rips him right down off that rappel and enables Lukid to get on that diffuser. And to be fair, it's a really good job, but again, it's just all heads-up play coming in from Falls. It's a good job that Lukid was available on the top floor still to get onto that diffuser, because without him, there's no way that Falls gets back up there in 4 seconds to get on there and have enough time to disable that diffuser. So great heads-up play there, and what an absolute beauty. As we saw, fighting his way out of Freezer, gets himself a double. For me, the best kill out of all of it was definitely the hatch drop, though. There's no way that he can definitely know is a man underneath him. He can have an idea, but I don't think he can be fully prepared for that. And that is a full-on reactive kill. As he jumps out the window, he knows where the man's going to be on rappel. It's a plant watch. Of course he does. But great plays from Foles. And that's one of the many treats that we've had so far today.
Oh, mate, one of the little sprinkling, the icing on top of the cake that we've had, and it is a 4-layer cake. This bad boy is delicious. And we can go back into it, as it seems like we're ready to carry on with the action now here on Cafe. If you're just joining us, we just had our first rehost of the night. Do not worry, the game is now beginning again. It's tied up 1-1 apiece. The rounds have already been quite exciting and quite close. That Falls 4K was what started off the game. We then had the 2K Nitro that came out as well. There's been some dastardly demolition that's already started to go down here towards this cafe. Let's see who's going to be on top, though, going back into the third round.
And I'm, fingers crossed we don't have any more rehosts. Fingers crossed we can move through nice and smoothly. But I know there's a whole host of you now that are just excited for the potential of any future rehost riddles coming in from Jackie as well. And I'm sure that Jackie's spent the last 6 days doing absolutely nothing but building up his stock of those for us. Would I be right in that, Jackie?
I've got a couple of
Have you been
ones.
Absolutely no life in it with the riddles?
Yeah, I've got some good ones. It's kind of like, the scene in Labyrinth. I'm effectively now just a riddle door. That's what I've turned into. That's my occupation.
We'll find the occupation of being a winner here on Cafe. That is the question. Who is going to be the one to come out on top, push them forward in the upper bracket here? Who is going to drop down to the lower bracket? One way or another, both of these teams will face either Team Liquid or NIP in the next round. So for anybody who's joined us since the beginning, I'm going to paint a beautiful visual picture for you of the bracket now. So we've got a double elimination tournament here in the LATAM Major. Top 4 teams from the region off the back of the regular season went through, and those top 4 teams were in this order: Team 1, Team Liquid, NIP, and FaZe. So they've been seeded 1 to 4 and placed into that bracket. So Team 1, Seed 1, they play Seed 4, FaZe Clan here in the first upper bracket semi-final. The winner will go through to the upper bracket final. The loser drop down to the lower bracket. Then we have Seed 3 versus Seed 2, which is Team Liquid versus NIP, and they will play off in the upper bracket and the lower bracket against the winner and loser here. So there is plenty of siege left to come, and there are plenty of kills raining in on the server right now. FaZe have got themselves into an advantageous position here. 4-2 we find them in the very early round. They shut Lukid down on the white stairs, rotate. He's going to be sent to meet his maker, and right now 4 versus 1, Foles has got it all to do. He's done it before. Can he get himself another 4K? He gets the first. That's 1 onto Una, but Live is planting right now, and things are becoming a mite sight more difficult for the Mute here. He's looking to move his way through bar. He gets a ping. The man knows that he's coming. He's going to dip away, but he's completely unaware that Falls on the top floor. He gets Astro 1 versus 2 now. Drops down. He's going to look to a push into sight. Barbed wire is going to be a sound signal. Way out comes the nade. He gets the kill. Can he keep going? No! He gets shut down. He has to move away from the nade. And it just puts him into a bad angle. And I just feel like that near Jackie has just won the round for Team FaZe there, because Falls, he was hitting shots. He was slaying left, right, and centre. And I feel if he isn't forced into that movement, if he's allowed to use his own fancy footwork, I think he maybe takes that round.
Oh, yeah. That was a hell of a clutch potentially there. It seemed winnable. He ground it back from a position that definitely didn't look like there was any chance or any stock in the round for them. 1 by 1. He just laid them out, brick by brick, building himself a potential pathway to actually pick up the round and take them with the opening advantage. Find Team 1 with the 2 rounds in the buffer. But in the end, it doesn't matter about the frags. Rounds are the commodity, and FaZe will be able to snatch that one away, finding the killing blow onto him and shutting it down. But it does go to show Falls. He was hot coming into the map before the rehost. He was at the top of the scoreboard. He had a 4K into the first round. He was really doing some damage. He's got a 3K now, fresh off the back of the rehost as well. So already teetering in close towards double digits, and we're only 3 rounds into the actual ebb and flow of the game. This is really good for Team 1. It goes to show that passing of the baton, that availability for players to pop off and carry the world on their shoulders when they need to, has come back to them. And this is the style of siege we need to see throughout the rest of Cafe here, Tim.
The problem that Team 1 are facing at the minute, Jackie, is that previously when we've seen them on Cafe, it's not been their best match. They've had a draw and a loss, but they've also really struggled on the attack. They have not got better than a 50% win rate on any site. And a bit more bad news for the Team 1 fans. They've only got a 50% win rate on one site, and that is when attacking service and kitchen. Otherwise, they are 25% or less on their win rate on attack. So they have to get themselves a good lead here. If FaZe can come into their defensive portion of the game with an advantage on the scoreboard, I think it might be done and dusted for them.
Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. We've seen the curse of LATAM throughout the regular season. We've seen that whenever you start to speculate and believe that we know what the outcome will be, it changes on a dime and it keeps you guessing the whole way through to the bitter end. And that is going to be what Team 1 are hoping for, to take this one to the bitter end, to force it out into a late round position, to force it out closer and closer towards an overtime scenario if they start to drop off. Talking of dropping off, they need to double back. Tail between their legs, retreating from the close encounter. You can't hold the close angle towards Cigar anymore. You need to piece out of there, head off and play from a different position because map control is being taken from FaZe Clan here on the attack. They can open that up now as well off the back of the Habana with the charges coming through to tear down that wall. You've got the hard breach in play. You can then flood your way in and swarm these entrenched angles that are being brought out here by Team 1.
Half of the round left to play out, and so far just the one kill for FaZe at the minute. Raps is off the board. It's the Maestro gone, so they better be hoping that those evil eye cameras are positioned towards the right locations because they are locked in place now and will not be moved because the Maestro is off the books. We can see damage coming into Reduct there. His shield is going to be detonated as well. He looks to make the challenge, misses his shots there. It only takes 2 missed bullets, so Live to get in and take advantage of that kill onto Reduct. Astro fires in onto Felipox, and we find ourselves very, very quickly with FaZe in serious ascendancy here. 1 versus 3 for Lukid as he gets himself one. Can he find a second? He's being pressured from both angles. No, shut down in the storage area, and that is going to be another round for FaZe. They find themselves 3-1 up here, and right now they have got some serious momentum.
Oh, mate, big MPH is an understatement. They've been able to really rev things up. They're at Autobahn speed right now. There is no speed limit here inhibiting the quality of life that's coming through from FaZe Clan. Rapidly approaching, potentially getting a 4-round half here on their attack, if not more, as we come close towards the end of this one. 3 rounds already been picked up. They're looking damn good when it comes to their executes. They're hitting their shots as well. And they're just, again, finding those opening picks. That has been the tale of tragedy for Team 1 throughout the entire series, Tim. Normally, in the regular season, they've been good. They've at least been contesting when it comes to opening duels. Throughout today's best of 3, though, Tim, they have been on the back foot every single round. Nearly for the entirety of Coastline, we did not see them find those opening picks. It was always going in favor of FaZe. Again now as well. FaZe being able to come in strong with the initial kills on the board. And that is a scary aspect to be looking at.
And it's an interesting point that you make with the entry battles because it's not something, Jackie, that FaZe did particularly well on through the season. Yeah. It is something that they have come out and excelled on here today. I can tell you the best during the season on entry was Yuna, 22 and 16 plus 6. And that's going up against some serious stats by the opposition. If we have a look at a team like NIP, who were particularly good on the entry, we look at Pino, he was plus 18 on the season. So that just gives you a little bit of a barometer there where FaZe's best player is plus 6 and a number of them were in negative on the entry. It is not something they've excelled at, but boy, have they managed to come in and turn their fortunes around in the early rounds today. And Team 1 have just given them that breathing space, whether it's maybe nerves, whether it's a lack of confidence, whether it's just being caught in the headlights in these opening battles. I don't know. We've seen it happen to Reduct a couple of times on Villa where he was just caught completely flat-footed. And right now, Team 1, they need to figure that out and they need to try and give themselves some advantages in the early rounds.
They've got to shape up. They've got to be able to pull their socks up, Tim, because they are not finding those opening frags, and it is hindering them so much. It's really leaving them in some disgusting scrapes towards the end of rounds. And again, in terms of opening contact, yeah, you've been able to at least get a blow back in favor, as you have slowed down Live a little bit and done damage onto the Maverick, but your Maestro is so low immediately. It already thrusts them into an awkward position, and more control is taken by FaZe Clan early on. Astro doing some nice early groundwork here, not content with the floorboards, doesn't like the oak finish, so he's just going to remove them with a skeleton key one by one, tearing those holes in and peering up, not quite realizing the players up atop as well. If he did get contact, it could have been an initial frag going their way and a brilliant way to start off the round, but it hasn't been found just yet.
Smoke canisters being deployed already, and that is pretty early in the round. Reduct, we have just commented on those opening battles, and he manages to win one for his team, taking Astro off the board. And the book was extremely influential, if you remember, back in round 4 when we played here. FaZe just opening up the floor and just making it very, very difficult for the defenders to play inside of their technique that was done in round as well. Taking the book out, that is a good step. That skeleton key gadget has been used against them quite effectively so far, but they need kills to go along with it. We have Live taking Raps down, but Lukid gets one of his own. But right now, FaZe, they are managing to match them step for step, blow for blow. They always seem to find a trade at the minute. Falls it will be to shut Una down. Lukid, this is what Team 1 need. They need to get themselves ahead, and they need to keep the boot on the neck of FaZe. They need to keep the kills raining in and not to let FaZe re-establish themselves in the round after losing men.
Mav is the only one that's alive at this point into a 1 versus 3. Good utility usage though. Dashes out the nade, and the high explosive will be able to leave a bit of a dent as shrapnel will rain down onto Lukid. So much vertical play to contend with, but the real big picture is the fact that the diffuser is down and he has to run a gauntlet to try and get it back. And running the gauntlet doesn't work out well, because here you have Falls waiting on the up top angle, drop top as he splashes down like a raindrop, assaulting him with a shotty, serving up slug soup to end that one and bringing the game slightly closer. A 3-2 split so far. Is this going to be an even Stevens at the end of the half, Tim? Will we see them being able to contend and at least shut it down with a 3-3?
Team 1 need to. There's no question for me. As I've said, their attacking statistics here on Cafe are poor, and FaZe will take full advantage of that if they get themselves onto the defense with an advantage. Even if it goes 3 apiece, I still feel like that is an advantage to FaZe, because ultimately we're going to have to see something out of Team 1 that we haven't seen before, and that is a strong performance attacking on this map. But that said, let's not forget, we haven't seen Team 1 in this position before. They are now in the LATAM Major, and they will be fighting hard to get this one and to keep themselves in the upper bracket. All important to reduce the number of chances that you've got of leaving this tournament. Let's not forget, there is $50,000 on the line for the winner. That is just a share of the prize pool, not to mention the 285 SI points that will go along with it. So this is extremely valuable, and we've not seen Team 1 either under that sort of pressure or with that sort of reward in front of them previously. So who knows what performance they can bring us here in the next 6 rounds.
Oh man, we've been talking about seeing the best of Brazil throughout the whole season, but now we're really into the nitty-gritty of it, and we're seeing the true top 4 teams of the scene playing off for, of course, those big prizes. It matters so much for them, the potential to make a way towards the SI, to turn up to the Six Invitational, and potentially do what Ninjas in Pajamas did last time, getting towards that finals. That is the sort of opportunity that is presenting itself for all 4 of these teams that are competing over the course of the Major for the next 3 days. And that is why this series means so much, because we will see who will go on forward to face off versus Team Liquid or NIP out of either FaZe Clan or Team 1. FaZe Clan, of course, currently 1 round ahead into the game, But that doesn't mean that they're going to be the ones that walk through when the dust settles. There's still a potential for Team 1 to bite back, but they've lost a star player. One of the shining lights of the side's been taken down as Castle will be overthrown. His keep will crumble away, and it will now leave them into a 4 versus 5. Not a pretty position to be in for the rest of the Punishers from Team 1. They're going to have to fight back even stronger now and really be careful about the trades.
A lot of pressure mounting as FaZe Clan do a good job of just getting rid of that defender utility up on the top floor. We see the Goyo shield being exploded there. We can see FaZe taking more and more map control here, looking to potentially get themselves in to a position to take over and run rampant on that east balcony so they can start opening up those vertical angles down into sight and see what sort of pressure they can apply and just exactly what they can gain from it. But they need to be very careful because Team 1, all guns are raised to the sky, and that is something I think that's been recognised there as the drops come down to fight them on their own level, but that just plays into Team 1's hands as they manage to get 3 on the bounce and they swing the man advantage in their favour. 3-2 now it is in round number 6 with a minute left to go. Reduc will shut down Ion and in comes the final kill. Great round for Reduc there at the end, just closing things out for Team 1 when they needed him to, and that is going to be 3-0, and we are absolutely no closer to knowing who will win this one, Jackie. This one hangs right in the balance. We could not have wished for a better opener to the LATAM major.
Hell of a way to start off the series of the day with our opening semi-final. Reduc there popping off into the round as he will reduce them to absolutely nothing, getting rambunctious on the Maestro, just being able to conduct them into a nice, tight half. 3-3 on the split there. This is what we were talking about. We said, is it possible? And they have demonstrated that entirely it was. They've kept it close. They've kept it competitive. And now it comes down to this. Final half on the final map. We're switching the sides over. We'll be putting them onto their attack now. Team 1, they're going to have to get aggressive. Whereas FaZe Clan, they'll be showing us the true skill of their defense. This is where it really is going to get interesting because your mistakes now can truly decide your fate in the series. They will decide if you're staying in the upper bracket or being dropped down and having to slog your way through in the lower bracket.
Round 7. We'll start get some answers here, and right now history would suggest that it will be FaZe who will start picking up these rounds. Team 1 need to show us something that we've not seen from them on the attack here before. If we're looking up towards that top floor site of Bar and Cocktail previously, 25% win rate, only 1 round out of 4 has been successful for Team 1 attacking here. They have never managed to get the diffuser on the ground. So right now, things are not looking too promising for them, especially over the next couple of rounds, because I would imagine that it'll probably be followed by potentially the read insight, and if it is, that is another low win rate for Team 1.
It'll be a struggle for them, but that has really been the true tale of the game throughout the entire series. There's been no easy rounds. All of them have been hard fought. And you imagine at this point, with the amount of punches we've seen either side taken, that they're not going to have any teeth left by the end of this series, Tim. As this game of chess boxing has really turned into a chess royal rumble at this point. Everyone's in the ring and everyone is getting lamped in the face.
There's people going over the top rope, left, right and centre, Jackie. The question is, which one of these two teams will follow them in that process? And they will be out of things and down into that lower bracket. Right now, the hatches are being worked by Team 1, as are the drones. Something that we've seen from them consistently today is very good and thorough drone work, and just being very careful of a potential peak there. They're going to deal with this east balcony in a different way. Falls alive to the out that he was successful from. Will shut down Yuna, and that is your opener. Reduc gets one onto Astro, and so far so good for Team 1. We're seeing a different attack inside here on Cafe. This is much better than they've shown us previously in FaZe. Right now, they look out of their depth. They're not aware of where these shots are coming from. They don't know where the next gunfight is going to happen, but live, he manages to shut down Raps. He is seriously low health and will be shut down, baited into going underneath that hatch. Great plays from Team 1 there. Reduc to live and ready to trade his teammate out, and that leaves Ion now in a 1 versus 3.
With 1 minute and 10 seconds left to potentially work with here, it would have to be a wondrous round brought to the table here from the Wamai, and he's been detected. The drones going around as the automatons will relay the information back over to the players, but Info won't help if you're dead, and that's what Ion wants to leave them as right now he's popping off. Org plays coming out, tucks himself in, hiding behind the stone wall so he can reload safely, waiting as time whizzes by. It's up to Felipox to clear the angle and charge in on the Capital. Oh, but he can't win the round. He won't be the captain of this ship as the choppy water smashes down on him. The wave of Ion will overpower 3 men into the round. One by one, he picks them to pieces with the Org. That is a clean-up and a half, and a hell of a round to achieve, giving them the 4th round and taking the advantage once again over Team 1.
Absolutely huge from Ion there, and we have been treated to more than one of those players today, but that is right up there with the best of them. We commented coming into it, we had a look at the rosters, Jackie, just how effective Ion has been over this season in those 1vx situations, and that is not changing here in the major. He was more than ready to step up to the plate there. He was ready for the challenge being thrown at him, and he has just really secured a round that looked beyond winning for his team there. 1 versus 3 completely shuts it down, and that is not good for Team 1. They, as I said, have struggled on the attack here on Cafe, and I painted that picture because then if they come out and get the win, you know that the challenge that they've just overcome, but maybe we're just seeing a little bit there of exactly why they've struggled on the attack, just giving that round away to FaZe Clan.
Mate, not ideal. Oh, it's rough, Tim. This is rounds that really do make or break you as well in a series as tight as this. 4-3 split here. In terms of the kills as well, it's actually fairly close. Across the board, you can see a lot of similarities in the frags that we've seen from either side. It's not as if it's cleanly cut and we can mark it up to FaZe Clan just playing better on the day now here on Cafe. This has been a tight series with just some unfortunate intricacies that have been seen from Team 1. They can definitely still recover. They can come back into it. The game's not over. And FaZe Clan haven't got themselves into that guaranteed overtime potential zone just yet. Still a couple more rounds to burn our way through. But this is really where you need to play your utmost best. You're going to into it. If you can clap back and come out strong, get G'd up, because it's now or never, Tim. Team 1, they have to respond with another round and tie the game 4-4 here in Mark.
I agree. They cannot go behind here. They cannot go further down to 3-5, given their attacking record on Cafe, because it will eat at them. It will become a worm in their brain that just burrows deeper and deeper and deeper. And you know what that favourite food of that worm is, Jackie? His favourite food is confidence, and that is exactly what it is just going to munch away on. And Team 1, they will find it harder and harder to get those rounds on the board that they need. And for me, they have to get a win here. They have to keep themselves level. Otherwise, it could well be a one-way ticket. No return to the lower bracket.
Oh, mate. For Team 1, if they really do want to take a bite out of this game and eat some of that confidence for themselves, then they have to do a Python impression, Tim. Dislocate the jaw and eat the entire team of FaZe. That's the only way they can really take a hefty chunk out of them and deal some damage. Let's see where the damage is going to come from, though, as this round should really instigate fight soon. We're down to about 1 minute and 27 seconds left on the clock to try and play with and slay with for either side. So the question mark now lies on Team 1, when are you going to find that first entry? When will you actually get an opening kill on the board here into round 8? Because a stalemate has effectively been all we've seen so far. There's been no real damaging peaks that have come through. Eventually, we'll see the first one as Ion will be spotted out and slaughtered by Raps. He'll clean up the initial kill on the Zofia, but takes an awful lot of damage back and pays a price because of it. Utility's raining in as well to try and clear out these close angles. But at least it's a 1 frag advantage here. They're going to give themselves 50 seconds now to execute. And talking of executions, they're gunning them down, Tim. They're into the 5-on-3 as they are laying waste to everyone on the side of FaZe Clan, dropping it into a 4 versus 2, keeping it close, but definitely still winnable as we see another frag emerging. Astro be overpowered as Raps is on an absolute tear into the round, spitting straight fire as he's emceeing his way through. The disc jockey will do the damage, and Lukid will secure the final kill as he grabs the bag and steals the round.
Essential round for Team 1 there, and as you say, it was just a slow process to begin with, a little slower than we might expect out of Team 1 usually. Opening kill average through the season in their games was around the 1 minute 23 mark, so getting up there towards 2 minutes is slower than they would usually like to play, and they also have quite a low average plant time, around 2 minutes 30 as well, so that's quite a bit quicker than a lot of teams. It leaves them quite a bit of wiggle room for anything that goes wrong in the plant. But what it does show is that they are going to have to play quickly in the late round if they continue in this thread. If they're leaving it towards the 2 minute mark to be getting those first kills, it needs to then be an all-in-one collapse. They just need to really just be ready and positioned to farm into side all at once and just wade in and get those kills together.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Oh, mate. All right, well, at least they've answered our call, Tim. You know, the call to arms has come through. They've turned up on parade. They've kept it close, 4-4. Physically as close as the game can be right now onto the third map of the series. And this does actually feel like the game that keeps on giving, right? This is the gift we answered for, Tim. And I know it's not Christmas, but it feels like we have been given a little bit of a present.
Certainly something that has been delivered and left to be unwrapped right now, and it is an absolute treat, as you say, Jackie. 4-4, we couldn't have asked for this to be any closer or any more entertaining, and it still wouldn't surprise me to see this one go to overtime. But right now, Team 1, they need to keep themselves fighting. Much better attacking round for them in the last round there in round 8, but they've still got a long way to go. This is absolutely not certain for them because, as I've said, as I keep saying, attack has not been their strong suit here on Cafe. So they are having to fight against the odds here, and that's not always an easy thing to do, especially with sites that are still going to be available to FaZe that they have found difficult. Let's not forget, they're going to have to go back up to Bar and Cocktail yet, and having lost the 1v3 on there, that's going to be a big mental punch when they do.
Utility being utilized once again as the nades will be rolling in. Wide, spacious, open lines of sight that have been cleared out with the detonations, tearing down all of the soft walls, and now they're starting to set their focus on towards those reinforced walls as well, hard breaching their way in and giving themselves more leeway in the big game of push and pull that is starting to develop into round 9. 2 minutes on the clock as it will strike once again. But where is that first strike going to come from? Will it be the Nitro of Live lurking at the window, trying to line it up, waiting to try and dash it down and see who he can decimate? Doesn't get overzealous. There is a player right there waiting on the rappel. Instead, he'll out, but the timing is unfortunate. Check your stopwatch next time as they will turn this one around. Lickety split as they pop off Tim. 3 frags found in a matter of seconds, dashing it down to just Astro and Mav, the only 2 players that remain. It's all on one man now. Mav, he's got to have a massacre here and clean up 3 more players. 4 more players, in fact. It's a very tall order against him here on the Cafe, and I don't think he's up to the task. He won't be. Decimated and destroyed as Philippox will peek onto him and punish him, cleaning up on the Capitale as they will strike claim once again to the game.
Team 1 stepping up exactly when they need to and showing us what matters here, and that is being able to come in and turn around difficult results here. If you want to be a major champion, you have to be able to overturn the odds. You have to be able to fight your way back when it looks stacked against you, and coming in here onto the attack on Cafe, that's exactly what it looked like for Team 1. But so far in the attacking half, they are 2-1 at the advantage on the scoreboard here, which leaves them 5-4 overall. Now, if you've joined us since the beginning, don't forget this is the 3rd map of the best of 3. So far, these 2 teams have won 1 each. We had FaZe Clan taking Villa 7-5 all the way to 12 rounds, but then on coastline, Team 1 were able to bring it back and win that one a little quicker, 7-3, and have just asserted a little bit of dominance over FaZe Clan there. But right now, this one hangs in the balance and is absolutely anybody's, and I, like you at home, I'm sure would not be surprised nor disappointed to see this one go to overtime.
Mate, OT is what we've been asking for, practically begging for out of this, because it has been so close, it has been so exhilarating, and the rounds have been so damn good. It's been left up into effectively 1vx's nearly every round. There's been so many clutches, so many close plays, some really big draw droppers as well, and we've just seen the run outs and the depth-defying leap outs through the windows as well. It has been madness, Tim. And the fact that it's now here at this position where one round decides if it is basically either going to be an overtime or a tied game, 5-5, I'm excited. I'm just strapped in and ready for this.
As I said, Jackie, I'm not sure that I can take the excitement of this one going all the way to overtime, especially not when you consider that we are heading straight into another matchup after this. We've got another best of 3 coming from you, and you will not want to leave us. You will not want to go anywhere for about the next 5 to 6 hours. Let me guarantee you that. We've got NIP versus Team Liquid, and then we've got the loser of this match versus the loser of that match. So we have got some absolutely huge siege coming for you, and we are going to bring you the thunder. We're going to bring you the excitement. We're going to bring you every single moment, every flash of action from all of those games. But before we get to all that mouth-watering action, we've got one to finish off here. We've still got a big game at hand, and that is FaZe Clan versus Team 1, and they are taking things to the wire. We can see Team 1 heading in. They're on the top floor clearance for now. They've had a couple of big rounds where they've got in there and got some really great entry kills for themselves, which have just propelled them through the rest of the round. Can they do it again here?
Right. Talking about being this one and being brought to the wire, because it feels like right now they're walking a tightrope. FaZe Clan, they are on a 2-story building, and if they fall, they will be straight down to their death. They can't afford to have any mistakes now. You've got to keep it close, keep it competitive, be able to go blow for blow, and tie the game back up once again. Don't give away that lead, because that is when things will spiral out of control. And look at this angle as well. Raps effectively inside the monitor. Pixel sniffing and waiting for the peak to come around so that he can punish the man, but there will not be a face just yet. They know they can hold. FaZe Clan have no reason to overextend, and they've got the stolen drone, the one that was nabbed by the Mozzie. They can utilize that. Push it up, keep it close in the corner, just on the angle, and relay the information to the rest of the side. The trades are coming through, though, as once again, Falls goes for something a little bit wild. He'll get the peek across, be able to shut down another man. We see the run out from the outside there from Ion. He'll get another playoff, and it leaves us here, a 3 versus 3 with 45 seconds left into round 10. They have to dash their way inside of the site soon, though, and get that diffuser down. It's currently left in no man's land in an awkward that doesn't look like it's really super easily going to be recovered. They are at least trying to play with the timing here. They'll rotate back around. We've got the elevated angle that's being used as well from Falls. He's got the vertical play. He can actually just peep down. Should be able to find a free frag if they overextend him. This one is going to leave their heart rates pounding as he spams into the body. Blood spattering out of already a downed player. It's not going to be a frag just yet, but timing is the big inconsistency. It's 10 seconds. They haven't opened up the diffuser, and instead they're looking to just try and bludgeon their way through, and that's what they're gonna do. They rock up to the party with the Uzis, and they will pull the trigger, ending the lives of all 3 of the remaining players on the side of the defenders, taking them down one at a time and picking up that round, guaranteeing overtime.
That was really confident from Team 1 for me. As you say, there was just no real attempt to get that diffuser picked up. Whether they felt it was being watched or what, I'm not really sure. But even when they were confident that there was only men left on site, they just aggressed in and went for those kills. Even with that time ticking away, they were happy to do so. And they get themselves at least a guaranteed draw on the board. Can they, though, push themselves over the line? It has looked uncertain at times, Jackie. But we must remember, we are in a major here. There are no easy matches. There are no easy victories. And FaZe Clan have played their part in this one so far. Is there another twist in the tail to come from one of the most experienced sides in all of Siege? Astro, one of the few players now, Jackie, to have still qualified for every single major event.
Right. He's in the midst of a very important major game right now. It's your opening round. It's your opening upper bracket game here, the initial semi-final. At least, and this is the big at least, at the tournament is double elim. So if you get knocked down, of course, you're not out. You will just be in the lower bracket, but that doesn't make your life any easier. That means you are going to have some long nights ahead of you, competing and grinding to try and slog your way back through with that safety net being pulled out from underneath your feet. And that's currently keeping FaZe Clan in the balance is what Team 1 are looking to destroy here into what could very well be the final round of the game. They won their opening map pick. We saw FaZe Clan taking theirs as well. They've both been dominant on their respective picks. Coming into the decider here at Cafe, we expected it to be close. We were debating if it was going to go to OT, and there's still potential for that to happen if Team 1 have a blunder, if they slip up, if they mess up, and if they don't capitalize on the fact that they could end the game right here, right now, Tim.
The one thing that I've maybe overlooked, Jackie, obviously we've spoken about Team 1's ability previously on the attack, but the big question mark now lies with FaZe Clan. We haven't seen them on Cafe before, so we really didn't know what to expect from them on the defense. And so far, it's not been great. They've been struggling to win those gunfights. They've been struggling to hit the trades and come out on top of the man count, and Team 1 have taken full advantage of that. And maybe that's all they've needed previously when they've struggled on the attack, was to get 1 or 2 rounds on the board in a row and just start to build that consistency and confidence that we are seeing from them here. They are more than happy to go in and take gunfights. We saw that at the end of the last round, not even an attempt to go and pick the diffuser up. They were quite happy to seek those men out and just go for the kills, and Team 1 looking deadly at the minute. And I think the longer this drags on, the more it suits FaZe Clan. Team 1 could do with just riding the momentum here and pushing it straight over the line. Astro is going to try to put a roadblock in the way of that one, though, and he gets the opening kill onto Raps. Team 1 have really struggled with those entry battles so far today, but this is something they've done very well, and False comes in, levels things up with a trade, but Astro takes him down, and we find ourselves 4 versus 2 as Lukid will go off the board as well, and right now it's falling apart for Team 1 as FaZe. They are 4-1 to an advantage in terms of man count. Diffuser cold on the ground. He goes to collect it. Can he get the first? Philippox onto Astro. 1 versus 3. 1 minute to go.
He has all the natural tools to win a round like this. Issue is, can he hit his shots? Can he pick them to pieces? When it comes to the next contact, it's not going to go well, as we see the face from Ion on the Org. The Wamai hitting him with a whammy. Straight to the face, takes him down, drops him in cold blood, and picks up another round for FaZe. Starving off Demise, at least for another round here into the game and keeping it competitive. Now, this is where we reach an impasse. It's a matter of, will it be overtime or will it be the 2 map victory for Team 1? Can they pick up 1 round and shut down the game, take it on a 2-1 split, and walk away with the win and stay in the upper bracket? Or do they have to go to overtime? And overtime that, as you said, could potentially favour FaZe. If they start to get their momentum back, Tim, they've got a huge reset to work with there going into OT.
Right now, though, FaZe, they've got a big hurdle in front of them, and that is the reading room site. We've seen them try to defend this twice, and they've been unsuccessful on both attempts. Even with the diffuser on the ground last time around, Team 1 were able to just find those kills. And right now, FaZe, they need to come up with something different. They need to find a way to get themselves over the line here in reading, because it has not been the best of times for them so far on this site. And as you say, Team 1, they will be eager to close this one out. They don't want to go to the dice roll, the gamble that is overtime. They just want to get it shut down 7-5 now and take this win. Ultimately, we have seen an unbelievably close matchup so far. 7-5, all 12 rounds in regular time we saw on Villa. All 12 rounds we have seen here on Cafe. The only difference that has really been found between these two teams was the performance on Coastline, where Team 1 were able to run away with it in the end and get that 7-3 win. But right now, this is poised on a knife edge.
Who is going to be the side that will look like a hot knife through butter, be able to slice through and destroy everything on their warpath? And who will be that block of butter being cut to pieces, Tim, and then smoothed out over the bread like a nice little delicacy to start the day?
And we all are looking for something tasty here, Jackie. That is exactly what we want. As we say, You just feel like maybe, there's an argument there to say that overtime might be the fairest outcome here because both teams have fought so hard to get themselves to this point, but ultimately Team 1 do have the slight advantage in terms of the number of rounds that they've given away. So if anybody deserves to win on that basis, you'd have to call it as Team 1. But FaZe Clan, they're going to fight tooth and nail for every second that they can in this round, and the entry battle is going to be an important part of this one. Not only does somebody need to come and claim it, they need to keep it. There's been too many trades that have been given up. Basically, players throwing themselves into kills to get that opener, to get that entry, to get that advantage, but giving their life away at the same time. And right now, a big question for Team 1 is how are they going to deal with the Wamai of Ion here? Ion getting the first kill onto Philippox, just as I say that, showing exactly why he needs to be dealt with. Are we heading for overtime? Is this how it begins?
Certainly seems like that could be the way the game is going to go at this point, because the honed edges of FaZe Clan are starting to clap back. They're cutting their way through the competition and leaving them laid out on the ground with 60 seconds left to work with here for Team 1 on the attack. They've got to come in hard and fast. They've got to deny any potential for trades. They've got to get raw frags against FaZe, as they are down when it comes to the manpower, but at least they're still alive and kicking. They've still got potential as the push will start to develop slowly further forward, creeping and encroaching onto the territory that FaZe Clan are holding. Shots whizzing through the small bullet holes, but nothing really connecting. Nitro detonating as well, as time is going to be left at an impasse with 30 seconds left to work with. Team 1, overtime is on the cards, Tim, as it's not looking good for them, but they bite back. Lukid coming through, as he'll be able to at least get the headshot onto Yunar. Takes an awful lot of damage through the floorboards, and that will stun him, leaving him in position, confused and not wanting to rotate off. 15 seconds to work with. They have the diffuser, but it looks like they're most likely going to be left as losers unless there's potential for a clutch here. Peek's coming around, but the shots are being landed on the drop down. It's all up to Falls, and the game is falling away from him. FaZe Clan will get the round. They'll tie it back up. It's going to overtime.
We are going the distance here into 3 rounds to decide who will win this one. You need to win by a clear 2. So it's not unlimited, don't worry. That just means initially you can't come in and win 1 round and take this map away. You need to get 2. But then if neither of them can do that, if it is 1 apiece, if it comes 7-7, it will come down to a 1-round throwdown between these 2 teams where it will all be decided in round 15. Team 1 come in on the attack. I'm not sure how well that favours them. Obviously, neither team has done better than the other on either side because we are in a tie situation. So it has been the same for each. There is no real advantage to be found on either side here. Team 1, they've looked pretty good on the attack. It gives them that momentum going forward. They got themselves 4 out of the 6 rounds, so it is possibly a good opportunity for them. Sorry, it was 3-0, wasn't it, on both sides? Wow, this could not be any closer, Jackie.
Mate, it's ridiculous the way the game's been going. We've just seen nothing but, wild rounds where players will pop off, the game will be left stunned. Falls obviously been having a monstrous map here as well. If you factor in the 5 frags he got before we had that initial rehost that came out onto the 3rd round, he's living it. He's basically living his movie on the server right now, and it is a blockbuster. He would be filling out all of the seats in the cinema. Everyone would be coming in droves to watch this man play because it has been so damn perfect, and that's the way this game's been going. Perfect plays from either side mean that the game is tied, but we're going to be seeing shots raining down. Death from above! But instead, it's death up above. Raps with a response shot. You want a window peek me, you're going to take a punch to the nose as he'll drop him down. Ion is dead immediately. That is not how you start an overtime, Tim.
That is exactly what should happen at this level of play if you try to go for peaks from places like Piano Window. These teams should be alive, alert, and ready for that danger, and that's exactly what Raps was there. Gets in, strong start for Team 1, shuts down the peak of Ion, and that is a big player off the cards. We, of course, saw that huge 1v3 clutch from Ion earlier on in the game. He's been having a real go of it so far. He has been the antithesis to Falls. He has been the one that have been keeping Falls in this. They have been trading blows back and forward for their teams. Now, shots will rein in onto Falls. There is a man on the downstairs as well, just looking to challenge there. Astro takes huge damage, will escape with his life. I don't think he will be back to challenge too soon. He's going to look to get himself back at White Stairs almost certainly, and just keep himself in this one to the late round. Just live to fight another day. And there he is, appearing alongside his teammates on the top floor. Still 4 advantage here to Team 1 in the first of these 3 overtime rounds, and I could not be more excited right now. 1.5 minutes left to go, Jackie. And there are big questions to be answered here in the first upper bracket semi-final of the LATAM Major.
Gigantic question marks. Ridiculous asterisks. This series has been giving us life, Tim, and it's a hell of a way to start off a competition like this. The Major has been incredibly enticing so far, and this is only our first semi-final, and it's not even done yet. We're into OT. We had the opening peak that came through. It didn't work. FaZe Clan, they have been punched in the nose like a shark, and they have recoiled because of it. Now they need to control their recoil when push comes to shove, with the entry battles being won, as Raps will overpower another man. Astro, overpowered and destroyed, leaving it down to just the triple threat of FaZe. The 3 Musketeers, Yuna, Live, and Mav. A Smoke, Kaid, and Doc. That's all you've got left to try and rock back against Team 1 here. Time ticking away as well. The attack needs to up the ante. They have to go for their execution relatively soon, as we've hit the 30-second mark. They can set their sight towards one of these bomb sites, but push has to come to shove, Tim. Time is whizzing by, and they're not really capitalizing off the back of the entries that they found. When they do actually go for the extension, it doesn't look good. Into the corridor conundrum, they come up top trumps as they'll find another frag. Lukin battles back, but Mav's there to trade it. It comes down to a 2 versus 1. Diffuser's dropped. It's all on Lukin. He can't find any lunacy into the round, though, as no one will peek him, no one will face him, and he's not time. You might try and make it cheaper for them to buy shoes by popping off a foot, but that's as good as you can do.
Huge round for FaZe there. It really did look like all Team 1 as Raps came in with that big double. They couldn't have asked for a better start, but as you say, they just stalled out in the mid-round there. They were unable to keep pushing forward. They just found themselves waves crashing against the rock face of FaZe Clan there, who just held themselves steady and just like the Rock of Ages, just wasted away that time, watched it tick by as the waves just kept on beating, but could not wash them away. And ultimately, Team 1, they suffer there, not being able and just stalling out to get themselves over the line. The clock is their ultimate enemy, and FaZe Clan take the early advantage here and move on to the attack. Can they close this out? It's not going to be the easy sight. They are upstairs on Bar and Cocktail for now.
Oh my. All right. This is what it comes down to. This is the position we've been left in. Again, it is that horrible, horrible angle of either you need to step up now, put it all on the line, or everything you fought for at the course of this series means nothing. You will be going down to the lower bracket. That is the fate that Team 1 are potentially facing here if they drop off going into this round. If they don't bring it back 7 apiece, FaZe Clan will win it here on Cafe. They will be the lords of the CAF, and they will rule the roost, Tim. That potentially could happen. They're hitting their shots. They're looking good into these encounters. They're picking up clutch rounds as well. When push is coming to shove right now, they are popping off, and it's exhilarating to see the response. Ion, 11 frags. Live, 10 frags. Astro, 8 to his name. The only player that's fairly lackluster series has been Yuna, but he has been filling his boots in other roles. He's still been effective at other means. He's been good on the support. He's been good when it's come to at least getting the diffuser down if they've had to push into positions where he needs to do something. So the whole squad right now from FaZe is bubbling to the top. They're looking like pasta that is ready to come off the boil.
We've got Astro on the book once again. This is something that we saw from them in round 1, and it did part of the job well. They didn't win that attacking round onto Bar, but what they did was they got Astro underneath in reading, and he just opened up the entirety of that floor practically underneath Cocktail, and it just completely dealt with the east side defense that we quite often see here on the top floor of Cafe, but they couldn't capitalize. Yuna tried an audacious play on the Amaru, got himself up through the hatch, got the diffuser down, but it came down to a huge falls 4K to clutch the round out for Team 1. But ultimately, it is, I would say, at least part way right. I don't think necessarily the Amaru play is going to work again, but if they can get Astro in underneath, we ask this question time and time again, and for anybody maybe newer who isn't familiar, this top floor is often defended from that far east side on the cocktail and cocktail balcony, and it is difficult to move defenders from there. But it was a great way of doing so. Get underneath with the book and just completely clear it out. Huge play from Redux. We've seen him get doubles before. Nothing like this. He hits a triple and then will be shut down. And that now leaves us 4 versus 2. Team 1, they're going nowhere right now, Jackie.
Oh my goodness, Team 1. They want to turn into Team Win with the way they're playing. Peaks of Ridiculous reduct the rambunctious as he bounces out the window and bombards them down with a barrage of bullets, cleaning up not 1 but 3 players, a hat-trick of frags that is certainly going to do some damage to the confidence of FaZe Clan, leaving them with just 2 players in such a treacherous position, held back by a wall of smoke, inhaling particles that are doing damages to their lungs. They don't fancy the peak when they do go for the swing. It's just a pre-fire over the shield, but there's a man wielding a shotgun, and he's ready to maul them. Peek's up for the first, ready for the second if there is an overface. They're trying to gamble on the potential of going for the revive. He will stick it. He is just going to hold. They're not going to charge in. They play it smart, Tim. No overextension. Just the jiggle peaks with a shotty, but instead it's the MPX that will clean up onto Ion. Yuna with little to no HP, sustainability at an all-time low, and multiple angles being opened up. It's a matter of time before he's dropped down to the ground, but he's still going to fight tooth and nail into the round. Cleans up with another frag. Headshot onto Falls as he'll flick up and take him down. He's got 3 frags into the game here. Can he somehow make that 6 into 6 seconds? Because that's what he'd have to do to go on to win this one. It's not looking likely, but he gets another pick. That'll end it though, 7-7, as Felipox reigns in with a UMP, putting himself on top of the round and securing another one for Team 1.
I just cannot deal with of excitement, Jackie. We are coming down to the very final round on the final map before we can decide exactly who is moving through to the upper bracket and who will be heading to the lower bracket. We are only 3 minutes away at the most from knowing who that will be. Who will be waiting for NIP or Team Liquid in both directions. And right now, there is nothing between these two. You couldn't even get a sheet of paper in there, Jackie.
Oh, mate. Honestly, just far too close for comfort. Either side playing at their best. The fancy footwork is really reining in. Mate, the Texas two-step, though, from Redux, honestly, dives through the window. Looking like Jason Statham, mate. He's a stunt double, isn't he?
Well, yeah, Jason's my stunt double, yeah.
He will be in the movie of your life, of course.
Obvious. Who else could play me? Obviously.
Oh, mate.
I can just imagine him casting some Siege.
Oh, dude. It wouldn't surprise me. It would tickle me quite a lot if that would be the outcome we got. And I feel like, Tim, with the way this game's going, they might have to document it, maybe. So, you know, maybe he will play you in the movie for this one.
Well, the question is who can transport this one over the line? Who can get themselves the 15th round? Who can put this map into the books and continue on the strong upper bracket progress in the LATAM Major? And right now, these two, it is going to be a devastating heartbreak for whoever does not come through this one, Jackie. We have to, you know, already give that shout out to the potential loser here, because it's not going to be easy for them to take. It is going to be a real tough, bitter pill to swallow, because they have thrown everything. They have left nothing on the field here. Emotionally, this matchup must have been draining for these two teams, because you can see clearly the effort that has gone in, how much it means to both, how hard they are pushing for this.
Oh, mate. This is ridiculous. Which side is going to be expendable at the end of this, though? Who will be taking the victory here in overtime? And Where's it going to go? Because this game's been fast and furious. It's been back and forth the entire time. It's been so damn exhilarating to witness. And right now it does feel like we're in the midst of crank, Tim, because they are hyped up. They're playing with tempo. They can't let that heart rate drop. And I don't think the plays we're seeing are going to allow that to happen either. Because these fights have been ridiculous. Already damage coming out. Couple of tags there. Sprinkled in onto both Astro and Mav as they'll take a few hefty hits as they try and fight for defense of the home front early on. We do see the wide swing as well from Lukid looking to clean up on the buck, but he won't land it just yet and snatch away an opening frag for Team 1.
FaZe trying to play a high line of defense to begin with, but it's not really paid off for them, as you say. Damage being done both to Astro and Mav there, and this is a site they've not had too much success on today. We've seen them defend it 3 times. Team 1 have won 2 of them, so there really is an advantage to be held there for them, but with a successful defense of Bar and Cocktail Kitchen was their only other real option, and they've decided to head to the reading room once again. And right now, Team 1, they're fighting hard to get that top floor control. There is one man left up here. He's holding himself tight round that corner. He's had to go out of the window. Absolutely no choice. He had the Monty in his face. There is absolutely nothing he could do there. Felipox has forced his hand. He's taken shots at him on the way out, and that is going to be Ion out of the round. There is no way anybody is going to collect him from the outside, but we do see Lukid down but not out on the side of Team 1 as well. And just like this entire matchup, Jackie, this round itself could not be closer. There is hit points being taken on both sides of the cards. We are 5 versus 4 effectively as Ion looks towards being dead in the next couple of seconds. He will go, and that's the opening kill for Lukid effectively, but with 30 seconds left to go, the clock is once again becoming a big factor for Team 1.
Zion goes towards the light. The spotlight is shined on Team 1, but here's the issue. There's still some damaging players alive and kicking on the side of FaZe, looking to try and bring this one back. We see another pick being found, and look how low everyone is, Tim. It wouldn't take much to send them off to a shallow grave, and this game is incredibly close. Right now, back into the form of a 3 versus 3. Make that just one player alive. It's all on Lukid. Jumps over, leaping over the side, trying to pick up the frag, and it can't be done. He's going to be ended. Yuna will secure the bag as the Mozzie comes through with a monstrous moves, connecting the headshot, ending the reign of terror for Team 1. FaZe Clan lock it down 8-7. They stay in the upper bracket. They win a 2-1 split here in the initial best of 3 of the day off the back of a 1 versus 1.
You know, like a good train driver, Jackie puts FaZe on the right track heading forward. He steers them towards that upper bracket final where they will face off against the victor of Team Liquid versus NIP. But that is absolutely heartbreaking. Not just for Team 1, but for Lukid. He was on for an ace there. He had the quad. He had 4 in the bag. He leapt over the fallen bookcase and just couldn't hit the shots. He didn't take the shots. I don't know exactly what happened, but I felt my heart break for him. It was so close to him pushing that over the line for his team. He's been so influential throughout the season, but what a matchup we have just seen. How can we go bigger from there, Jackie? How can we do it?
Oh, mate. It's ridiculous, right? Because obviously, you know, we talk about this series and we say how we want to see all 3 maps, how we want that overtime finale, and we got given it. Both teams winning their respective map picks, both of them being full of twists and turns, clutch rounds and crazy plays. Then we get into Cafe, and that's literally all it was. It was a spectacular, Tim, of just ridiculous plays thrown in one after another. Clutches, wild kills, ridiculous swings, and for it to end in that manner, down to a 1v1, literally just burning the way through to the last few seconds of the Midnight Oil, that's madness. That is a hell of a game and certainly a series to remember.
I really can't believe that entire thing, the whole 3 maps, has come down to a 1v1 with seconds left on the clock. A nitro being tossed up in the air. Somebody leaping over a bookcase. Unbelievable. Advertisement for Siege. Advertisement for the LATAM region. That is the sort of excitement we have enjoyed week to week, and we are going to continue enjoying it in the major here.
Mate, right, well, you know, it's kind of left us a shortage for words, but luckily we've got a man that will hopefully have an awful lot to say about their performance here tonight. We're going to bring on Mav for an interview, of course, from FaZe Clan, and see how he feels based off the back of that result, winning it 2-1. Mav's now joining us. How you doing, Mav? Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
I'm
Mav.
doing good. I mean, what a game, right?
What a
Crazy
game.
one. Oh,
Yeah.
absolutely ridiculous the whole way through. Firstly, let's just jump into it. What was your emotions like at the end of Cafe there, the final round, the fact it went down to a 1v1? Was it just carnage? What were the comms like at the end?
I mean, it was. I don't think he was even listening. He was just. um, we didn't knew exactly how they were gonna finish because they are adapting. They are finishing like they are changing their style every time. Sometimes they finish to wide stairs. Sometimes they finish through door. Sometimes they finish through the motor highway. So it was just crazy. We just went off our instincts, kind of like tried to fall back and make crossfires, and it worked out in the very end. So yeah.
We've not seen you play on Cafe during the regular season, Mav. Is that because it's a map that you just weren't keen on going to, or was it maybe something that you'd tried to just keep under wraps a little bit? What was the theory there?
I think it's mainly because teams don't like to start on attack because it's such a heavily defensive site map. But this time it wasn't that defensive, but usually it's like 760 to 30. So I think that's it because teams don't want to pick because they have to start on attack, so they usually start losing, and then you get you have a loss in momentum. So maybe it's that's the reason why teams don't pick. We are quite comfortable, like we think we have a good cafe, but we just don't like picking it because of the side issue, you know.
Okay.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Moving on now, right? Obviously, by the skin of your teeth, you stayed in. You're in the upper bracket. I imagine, obviously, a sigh of relief. But the games don't get any easier. You pretty much got to beat everyone to make it through to be able to win the major. Out of the two teams that you'll be facing up against next, either NIP or Liquid, is there any preference of who you'd like to face off against?
Not really. If we are going by record, we obviously have a better record against NIP, but both teams are insanely talented. Both teams, if they are on their day, it will be a hard match.
Mm.
But I think we can beat both. We know what they do. We scream them. We watch their VODs. So I believe we can beat them, and we look forward. I'm looking forward for that tomorrow.
You get a little bit of a rest now, Mav. You get the slight advantage of not playing again until tomorrow. Is that going to be a break for you guys, or is it just going to be straight back into the VODs once you know who wins that next match?
Oh, there's no rest. We are working every day. We know like until Sunday we have to be our best, or Monday. Sorry. Anyways, we just know that the rest 2 days we need to be at the best of our game, and after that we can get some rest, chill a little bit. But for now, it's watching VODs and making strategies every round, so we just don't be like a predictable team, you know.
Love to hear it. No rest for the wicked then for FaZe Clan. Mav, obviously a lot of support was coming out tonight in favour of FaZe Clan. Anything you want to say for any of the fans that are supporting at home?
Oh, the same as always. Thank you for supporting us. Sorry if one of our fans died of a heart attack. We are struggling with that a
It
bit.
was nearly me, Mav.
I'm sweating so much. Like, yeah, it was a crazy game. It was very good. Like, it was been a while since we had such an amazing game, at least for our team. Like, I think the last one was probably on Cafe as well, on BR6 against Liquid, the best of 5. But yeah, the same as always. Thank you for Flazecam for supporting us, the sponsors, and thank you for watching Rainbow Six. And that's it.
Beautiful, beautiful. Mate, a heart attack of a game, but a bloody good one. Thank you so much, and congratulations, of course, in tonight's matchups, mate. Best of luck for your games tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good cast. Bye-bye, guys.
Thanks, Mav.
Cheers. Thanks again for popping on, Mav. Lovely stuff there, Tim. I mean, he hit the nail on the head, really, didn't he? A heartbreaker of a game for Team 1, but a heart pounder of a series for anyone that was watching it at home, because it was just crazy. The runouts, for me, are what stand out in my mind. I will forever think of Cafe now because of those plays we've seen from both Reduct and Force.
Unbelievable. Basically, what has happened there? We had a barrel, Jackie. We had a barrel that was the LATAM major, right?
Right.
And we've just taken the lid off. We've just dumped a hand grenade in there, and we've just put it back on. And then we've just seen what happens. And it's just been an unbelievably explosive start into this competition. And honestly, I called it before coming into it. I said we were going to see a lot of rounds and all 3 maps. And I think that is a trend that's going to continue. I genuinely do think every match is going to be as good as that.
Oh, mate, it feels like it, honestly. Just crazy, crazy stuff. If you're joining us now, you're a little bit late for our first series of the day. But don't fret, because there's 2 more best of 3s to go. We've just concluded our opening one, with Team 1 now going down into the lower bracket. We will be watching the rest of their journey later on tonight as our 3rd and final series of the day. But coming back off the break, we're going to have Liquid taking on NIP. That is a historic game, a vintage Brazilian bust-up between some of the bests in the scene. Don't go anywhere, don't miss it, keep it locked, tell your friends, send the link out, and come back after the break for what will be a slobber knocker.
Superando todo lo que hacía, esta es mi nueva melodía. Esta espalda corta me encantó, ese baile nuevo me encendió, como me lo mueve con sabor, mami mejor dame de tu amor. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esto todavía es la nueva, ahora la controla a mi manera. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos mal de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sea lo que sea, cuando ella lo desea, lo compramos pa' que vea. Ven acá, dime lo que sea. Lo compramos pa' que vea, pa' que vea. Sea lo que sea, cuando ella lo desea. Lo compramos pa' que vea. Ven acá, dime lo que sea. Lo compramos pa' que vea, pa' que vea. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que la quiere tocar, quiere tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. And firstly, take a minute, just big deep breath, get it in there. Yeah, just ease in, let it out, calm yourself down, have a glass of water, and get yourself prepared, Tim, because that first series, outrageous, ridiculous, unprecedented, just completely wild from top to bottom. It was like a wacky warehouse embodied into a game of Siege. So let's all reset mentally, because we're going into something a little bit different. A vintage fight here between two of the best in the business. Of course, the number 2 from SI and NIP coming up against the team that looked like they were going to be number 1 for the season, Team Liquid.
NIP have got the better record overall here, Jackie. 8-4 on wins between these two. So NIP twice as many wins as Liquid do in this matchup. So there is historically an advantage there to be found for them. Now, more relevant, I would say, and more interesting is the trend of these two teams through the season. We saw Liquid and NIP both have slow starts, but Liquid seemed to pick themselves up out of that funk quicker than NIP did. But we saw them reach that peak, and then we saw them drop off a little bit. After that Team 1 loss particularly, we haven't really seen them return to the sort of form that we were seeing before it. They only managed to draw against FaZe, and I say only managed to draw. We've just seen FaZe come out with an amazing result, so it's not really only. It's not like, should be beaten every time, but they just didn't look as sharp as they have previously, is what I would say. And NIP, by contrast, they've really been on an upward curve towards the end of that regular season. So there's a big question there to be asked. Are NIP meeting Team Liquid at exactly the right time here for them?
Oh, mate, genuinely, I think in terms of the timeline for the major and the quality that we've had with the actual matchups throughout the season, it's all come together at quite possibly the best time for this to be the most competitive Brazilian major we're ever going to see, really, when you think about it, right? The fact that this is only isolated now with just the top teams from the region, they're not competing against other regions, it is the top 4, and we get those matchups that are going to be so tight. And it's now, after the online season we've had where it's been so spectacular, I'm living for it. I'm loving it. We've already seen how close the initial series was. The semi-final number 2 should be just as spectacular. Let's have a look, though, at the rosters for this one, start to get into the nitty-gritty a little bit, Tim, and start to open it up a bit. Obviously, two teams that have a lot of history individually and against one another, but a team that has been causing divides, not only with our moderators, Tim, between Jenna and co. Well, of course, I'm talking a Team Liquid, a squad that can certainly drop some shapes on the server.
They've been absolutely unreal, to be fair. I paint a picture of them dropping off towards the end of the regular season just based on the results that they had, but they have still been extremely dangerous. 2 of the top players in the league in Nesk and Palu, but also fantastic seasons across the board. There is not a single name on this side that I think anybody will fail to recognise. PSG is an absolute planting demon. He is a man after my own heart, Jackie. He goes in and he gets that diffuser down time and time again. 22 plants on the season, leading planter throughout the entire LATAM region. He is unreal, and his team facilitates him in doing that. The way they cover those plants and the way they create the space and the safe areas for him to move into and get the diffusers down is almost second to none. But I haven't mentioned them yet, really. Nesk, Palu, we have to bring it back down to these two. 191 kills each on the season. They are fighting tooth and nail with each other to come out on top. Palu has the slightly, and I say slightly, and I mean marginally better record. Only 124 deaths, where Nesk has 127, but that is all that separates these two.
Oh, mate. It's so hard to call the cream of the crop because they're just so damn good. They effectively compete against one another inside of their own team. That's how damn good they are when it comes to their fragging potential. They are exhilarating, they are exciting, and I can't wait to see Liquid bringing those crazy plays on the server. But they have a crazy opponent to contest against. Let's have a look at them and get them under the spotlight. Of course, you know their names, NIP, the Ninjas in Pajamas, Tim. This will be the squad that goes against Liquid tonight in our best of 3.
Again, another line, another list of names that you will be more than familiar with. You don't need me to tell you who they are. You probably don't need me to tell you just who is popping off over the season. Muzi and Pino, they are the ones to watch. They've been absolutely massive. Pino particularly on the entry, 42 and 24. Unstoppable with those entry frags. If anybody can stop him, surely it will be Team Liquid, but there's plenty of talent in this side as well.
Oh, mate, fill to the brim. Barrels of impact frags tied to each and every one of these players. And do not let Julio get near Nitro because you will not enjoy what he does with it. Let's have a look at the veto for this series then and start to speculate where we believe this one is going to go. Tim, you're normally quite clairvoyant when it comes to this. The crystal ball's been paying off throughout the regular season. What do you reckon we're going to see here tonight with this best of three veto-wise?
I think we'll definitely see a consulate. I think we will see that played. I would normally say Clubhouse, but Liquid just struggled on Clubhouse, so I'm not sure if they're going to want to go straight back there. FaZe gave them a bit of a lesson, really, on Clubhouse in the last week of the regular season, so maybe not. I think another Cafe could be on the cards as well. I'm going to say, if I have to pick three, which is the last one, I don't think we're going to see Oregon. Maybe Coastline. Maybe Coastline. Maybe let's go for Consulate, Clubhouse, and Cafe.
All right.
I've swung at the last second.
Let's see if it happens. We've got the bands coming through. It started off well. We do have a Coastline pick to start. Then it's Cafe. Ooh, this could be spicy. And Clubhouse to close this down, Tim.
2 out of 3. I did mention Coastline as being a possibility there. Consulate not coming out. Liquid are good on Consulate, but NIP are very good on Consulate, so it's no surprise to see them actually take that choice towards the end there. But largely as expected, we are in for one heck of a showdown.
Oh my. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, anyone that is coming along for this ridiculous ride, strap yourselves into your chair. If it doesn't have a seatbelt, get some gaffer tape and get yourselves locked into position, because this one is going to be high octane. You will be hitting turbulence quick smart when we jump into this series. This is a battle of two titans, the behemoths of Team Liquid going up against the giants of NIP, making them both look slightly more normal sized. Liquid will be starting off on attack and NIP will be on defense for this one, Tim.
Heading into those operator bans there, Nomad will be the first one off the board. Is that a little indication? Is that a little signal to us that we are going to see some aggressive play coming out? One way or another, it will help the roamers. We've already spoken about the roam game on Coastline and how it can be difficult. Only 2 staircases on the map, so with a Nomad in play, 2 air jabs, and that is it. You cannot rotate back upstairs particularly. You've always got the option to drop the courtyard if you want to move from top floor down to bottom, if you try to escape, if you get yourself trapped up there on a roam, but it largely is easy to control one level or the other. But without the Nomad, that will become a little bit more tricky. We might see Gridlock being brought along as an alternative, or at the bare minimum, we will likely see Claymores being brought along to try and achieve the same thing. But Hibana, Maestro, Valkyrie will make up the bans there. No major surprises on either side. Hibana is banned out generally because she can open up from the rooftop, up the quadruple wall that looks onto the bar in the billiards room, and it just prevents the smoke from playing in there. So it's a really sort of key pivotal point, is that. So generally speaking, we see a very high ban percentage for Hibana on Coastline for that reason.
Oh, mate. And obviously, you know, the other beneficial factor of Nomad not being in play, it means today's going to be a good day because you won't have to use your AK when we get into the server. And it is certainly going to be a good day if the opening series was anything to go off. We have had close calls, crazy plays, clutches going down to a 1 versus 1 to decide who will be staying in the upper bracket and who will go down to the lower bracket. And of course, that is the question we are fighting for an answer for here again tonight. It's another best of 3, but the outcome will decide who stays up and goes on to fight FaZe Clan in the upper bracket and who drops down, removing the safety net and meaning we will be seeing them face off as Team 1 at the end of the night tonight to see who gets knocked out of the competition and who moves slightly further forward in their lower bracket slog. That's why this series is very, very important, and that's why it really is spicing up now. We're going into our second semi-final. So get ready for this, because I imagine this one is going to shake you to your core.
I think it's going to shake the earth to its core, to be honest with you, Jackie. We saw these two teams face off on play day 1. It was the opening matchup for them. And it went 24 rounds. It went all the way, and we could not separate the two. It was 6-0, 6-0, and that was Clubhouse and Oregon that we saw on the day. Now, looking specifically at Coastline, NIP, just to paint a picture for you, NIP do have the better record here. Played 1, won once. Liquid played once, lost once. So NIP They need to come in strong here. They have started on the defense, and as I commented previously, we tend to see the attacking side doing a little bit better here on Coastline. So if NIP can get themselves a strong start, they're going to be very happy with that coming into the second half, because they're going to feel like they've got a major advantage then when they get onto that attacking side.
All right, well, opening round of the competition here on Coastline, but which team's going to be coasting closer to an opening round victory? That is the big question that is on the tip of our tongue at this point. Obviously, Team Liquid starting off here on the attack. Will they be able to bombard their way in, swing their weight around, and will we see the classic damaging duo of Nesk and Palu popping off to open it up? We know how damn proficient they've been throughout the season. It does kind of seem like they compete against one another in terms of being on the same side. We still see them really popping off and trying to see who will have those highest body counts at the end of games. Every member of the Team Liquid side normally do a fair amount of damage. Let's see if they will be doing some of that damage into this opening round. No contact has been found yet. NIP playing very slow, as they are going to be holding themselves back, effectively turtling into the opening round, not wanting to give away any free frags and forcing Liquid to make the first mistake.
Styko just opening up the rotation there with the impact grenades of the Vigil, just looking to see if he can get himself an angle back into sight potentially. Now, this is a site on the defense that NIP are unbeaten on so far. We don't have a huge amount of data to work from. They've only played this map once, but they did successfully defend this site twice during that matchup. 100% win rate for them. So Team Liquid, they're going to have to overturn the odds to begin with, and they are well alive. Nesk was just waiting for that. It was as if he predicted it. Pino going for that big entry that we've said he's so capable of bringing for NIP, but will be completely shut down by Nesk there. Great plays from the Ash, and already the Toxic Babe canisters, they are raining out. Only 20 seconds left to go though. Team Liquid, they need to get a big move on here. That time is ticking away, and they have not got any significant control over the site. Palu looks to move in and does what Palu does best, gets a tough kill onto a difficult operator. Kamikaze just prone, located in the corner. That allows PSK into that safe space that I said Liquid are so good at creating. Ness gets himself 2 more. That's a triple on the round. Diffuser down and active. 3 versus 1 now. Julio has got it all to do. He's on the pulse. He doesn't have time to get that heartbeat scanner out. He can't risk coming out of his ADS and into that gadget. It will leave him far too vulnerable, and right now he has got about 20 seconds left to get 3 kills or allow himself onto the diffuser. There's one. There's a man on the window. Will shut him down, and that is going to be the first round to Team Liquid, and what a great round from them. 10 seconds left to go when they moved into sight. Palu just creating that safe space for PSK, and he knows exactly what to do with those safe spaces.
Genuinely, Ace. As soon as we got left in that position where it was the 1vx and you're looking at it, I see Julio, last man alive. My eyes flick to his inventory. I'm looking through. I see the nitro. Yeah. As soon as I spotted it, I was like, hang on a minute. We've seen the quality of play this man's been serving up. We know how deadly he can be with those detonations. And I was thinking, you know, are the cogs going to start turning? Then he hits the opening shot onto the Ash. It's like, there's a possibility here. They gave him the chances with the angles that were being played. It was almost the 1v1 fights that were gifted across. But in the end, Liquid do lock it down. They hit him with a stunner, they leave him down on the ground, and they open it up with the first round. A very slow, poised Liquid there as well. Not too quick on the attack, not charging in, not doing anything audacious. They realised that NIP were playing that very slow strategic game that we've seen classically on their defense, so they countered it nicely. They took their time. They didn't run into the unknown, didn't really face check too much. Then, when they had to kick it into second gear, they send in Palu to just start kicking off. He finds a frag, and of course, you've got your main man in Nesk, and if you want to send him in to find entry kills, he's going to do it every time.
It's an interesting point that you make about the pace of the attack, Jackie. Coming in here, we are looking at 2 of the slower teams in the overall standings if we look at average round time for the regular season of the LATAM region. We've got Team Liquid up there at 2 minutes and 43 as an average round time, and then we've got NIP coming in not much quicker at 2 minutes and 41, and it is something that we've commented for both teams has cost them rounds here and there, and for everybody watching at home, it's something to keep an eye on today. How does it impact them coming in for those last 15 or second executes, because you leave yourself no margin for error. If it goes wrong, it is round lost, and that's something NIP particularly have suffered to over the course of the season.
Beautiful way to start off the day, though, here for Liquid. They're going to be content with the opener. That's the Coastline. We didn't get too much of it throughout the regular season, but the games we've been gifted here so far through the Major, albeit just one of them, it was a hell of a banger. And this sets to be somewhat along the same vein. Definitely seems like it's cut from the same cloth with the quality of play we've already seen coming out, leaving it hanging on a thread, essentially, for the opening round. What's the second round going to be like? Where are we going to go from here? As initially the pushes are starting to come back out. Of course, tearing down those barricades and just droning in early, making full use of the timing. Actually, they've got the Lion to benefit them as well. So if they do peek up off the back of the nades rolling in, forcing Julio into an awkward position, it probably should have been the free frag. He somehow stays alive into that encounter, though, and keeps himself honed in behind the bar.
1 minute 30 left to go, and we find ourselves still 5 versus 5, but surely only for a matter of seconds now. Pino, it will be this time to open up the kills onto Sexicate, much more consistent with what we have seen from him during the regular season. But Team Liquid, they're on hand. Neska, Moringa managed to get themselves one apiece, and that will put the man advantage in their favour. 4 versus 3, 1 minute 5 left on the clock, and Team Liquid and both NIP on the attack as well. When we get to that point, they need to learn something from that season, and that is to just, I think, speed up a little bit and try to get executes coming in more around the 30-25 second mark to give themselves that wiggle room, that if something doesn't pan out perfectly to plan, it gives them that opportunity to take a backward step and maybe just make a quick adaptation to whatever the plan is. But right now, 35 seconds, we find ourselves on the board, and still 4 versus 3. The EE1D scan will not support any major push coming in from Team Liquid there, just freezes the defenders into their footsteps for a minute in time, but they are back alive now. Kitchen is just being sectioned off from external angles, with the potential of PSK getting inside and getting that diffuser down. He is going to move into the smoke. It's something that we've seen popular from Team Liquid. Neski's trying to do everything he can to get an angle to cover him here, but the smoke grenades are just making that difficult. However, the diffuser does go down. No meaningful challenge coming into that plant from NIP. 30 seconds left and lots of work for the defenders to do.
A hard retake ahead of them, especially with Gridlock locking them out of the site, as those track stingers will certainly slow you down and leave you in quite an awkward position. And this entire round is awkward right now. They're swinging out, taking fights towards the doorways, but being domed, as PSK will find another clean pick, dropping Psycho out and leaving it all up to Muzi, the human Uzi. He knows how to slaughter, and he's quick on the draw, handy with the steal as he pops off not 1 but 2, but time rapidly ticking down. He's got 5 seconds, and his only opportunity is to run away, save the KD, and get out of there. The round itself is gone. At this point, Team Liquid will pick it up as they'll snatch away another round into the game here, starting off with a good foot forward into the quality of play we've seen here on Coastline.
Heading into round number 3, and this one is proving to be just as entertaining as the last that we saw. Team 1, of course, taking a 7-3 victory over FaZe last time we saw Coastline today, but it was not sufficient to take them over the line. If you've just joined us, if you didn't see that first matchup, first of all, where were you? Where were you? Because it was massive. It came down to a last-second 1v1 in the 15th round of the third map. It was unbelievable. And FaZe were the ones who took it and got themselves through to the upper bracket final. And this one, I'm sure, is going to be just as entertaining. Team Liquid coming in with 2 plants and 2 successful attacks to begin with here. And this is great for Liquid. We've seen them play Coastline once so far this season. We saw them lose it. It was that matchup against Team 1. 7-3 on the day to Team 1, and Team Liquid, I think they were on a little bit of an off day. They never really got themselves into it, never really seemed to get up to speed and challenge. And I think NIP might just have a little bit of a surprise in store if they're expecting to see a similar result out of Team Liquid here.
Oh my, would you look at this as well? A poll that will certainly leave Jenna a little bit unhappy. 38% of people believing we'll see a Liquid lockdown here on Coastline. The 2 rounds they've already bagged will certainly tell a bit of a different tale, but it did seem like the majority was in favor of NIP. 62% repping the Ninjas at this point, Tim. They'll certainly have their Jimmy Jams on at home, ready to tuck this one in as a beautiful opening game.
15 seconds into the action phase of round 3 then, and we can see the man behind the reception desk, Pino. He's ready to take some bookings. He's going to try and check a few people out, let alone check them in, and that will be exactly what he does, opening things up onto PSK. And once again, Pino just showing absolute dominance in those entry battles, taking round 2 and round 3. He just needs his team to start building on that man advantage that he's given them, always giving them a boost, a kickstart into the round, always making things that little bit easier for them. Quite often playing at 5 versus 4 when Pino is on the table, because he is so consistent, and the more that he plays in that main reception, the more and more difficult it becomes for Team Liquid to make any real progress into the map, because it's an area that has to be dealt with because it is so influential. Soft walls surround it and you can make shots all the way through into the blue bar and sunrise area, so really does need to be taken care of.
Obviously, taking care into the round wasn't the memo that PSK had received. He was punished early on. He's not going to be careful, and he'll pay the price because of it, dropping Team Liquid's manpower down to a 4-player fight, leaving them at a bit of a disadvantage here going into the 3rd round up against NIP. We've got 1 minute and 25 seconds left on the clock as well, but no further contact has been found. And NIP, they're looking a little bit jittery. They're hyped up right now, looking like they've been taking some of the in. They've had their coffees, they're running around, they're looking for scraps. They want to get into an encounter. They're ready to go toe-to-toe and actually lay down the law into these firefights. And I am a fan of the angles that are being opened up here. Nesk, a nice little cheeky position to peek from, looking to try and find a frag early on. Good use of the Dockerby as well, as the mobile phones are going to start ringing. We'll see a peek coming through. Sexy Cake playing off the audio cues, and he'll be queuing up success for Liquid as he gets another frag, dashing down Psycho and bringing it back into a 4 versus 4 with 40 seconds left to work with here into the 3rd round.
The smoke is still in place inside of the pool entrance there, but I just need to give a second to shout out that teamwork there from Nesk and Sexy Cake. Beautiful work together there. In comes the Dorkerby call, and Sexy Cake is just ready to pounce and get himself a kill. In will come another, and Kamikaze it will be onto Nesk this time around. So we find ourselves now in a 3 versus 4 in favour of NIP, but Kamikaze will be taken out, and here comes that plant once again. It doesn't matter that PSK is off the card. Muzi, the human Uzi, he moves in to try and take down Palu, but will be unsuccessful. Palu challenged on the trade from Pino, and that will be diffuser active, and it is all down to Sexy Cake. 1 versus 2 here, but he does have the advantage of getting himself outside and has the overwatch on the diffuser, so he can just hold an angle now and just pre-fire, try and keep them away from it. It's unlikely that they will stick this disable whilst they know that Sexy Cake is moving around. They do have the advantage of a heartbeat scanner here, NIP, so they can feed that information in. They know exactly where he's playing, and they're looking for a peek. It will come out, and there's the fire from Julio, but unsuccessfully. Jump out 1, jump out 2, but absolutely not today. Sexy Cake shuts them both down. That's a 1 versus 2. That's a clutch from Sexy Cake, and that's round 3 to Team Liquid, and they are looking dominant so far.
Oh, mate. Sexy Cake, the Wickets gang, man. Back in the Ramsey, Tim. He busts out the blade and slashes his way through a man. And you know what else he's cut through? The confidence of NIP. The Ninjas, they look like they are tucked up in bed, but for all the wrong reasons. Not because the day is done and they've decimated, because they're getting destroyed. They are being absolutely schooled here, and Sexy Cake is the teacher. The man is wearing a nice tweed jacket. He's got the little arms, the little elbow patches, Tim, and he is teaching them a lesson.
We're seeing, as you say, this is, class is in session right now, and the lessons are just being handed out by Team Liquid. They are on the attacking side, which we do tend to see favoured here on Coastline, but there's going to be a lot of work for NIP to do. The problem that they face now is if Team Liquid come in here at the half 5-1, for example, yes, NIP move on to the quote-unquote favoured attacking side, but you've got a Team Liquid that only need 2 rounds in the bag to get them over the line. And look at some of them figures being put up. We've got Nesk on 5 and 3, Sexy Cake 3 and 1, Palu on 3, and they're all starting to get themselves running. And whilst the kills are coming in on the opposite side, Pino, Muzi, Julio, 3 apiece, they're just not keeping themselves alive, and that's the big problem. The survivability for Team Liquid is something that I have shouted out all season. We've seen it from Nesk, we've seen it from Palu in particular. Both of them have got about a 60% survival rate, 50 to... It's absolutely ridiculous the amount of rounds that those two survive in.
Honestly, Tim, I'm watching this game with a smile at this point. The first series, you know, that was tantalizing. That was something else. That was like a child watching a sparkler. It's just exciting and enthralling. Now we get into this, and already it's just carnage from Liquid. At every turn, we see show-stopping plays. It's close, but it's just Liquid that are always going that extra punch above, and it's ridiculous when you think about it, right? Especially with current form of both of these two teams taken into consideration. This is really a big result. Getting these first 3 rounds so dominantly on your attack on a map like Coastline between these two sides for Liquid, that's huge. It shows that coming into the major, although there was a slight slump towards the end of the season, that's all it was. It was a slight slump. It wasn't a downward trajectory that's going to leave them in the dumps, right? Because right now, they're raising back up. They're standing tall. They look like they're about 6'2" with the way they're playing it, Tim.
They certainly do, and NIP, you know, they look like they are struggling to get into this one, but it's something we've seen from them through the season. They do fight their way back in, not only in rounds where they leave it until late, they've done it within games as well, so I'm sure there is still plenty more fight to come from the Ninjas in Pyjamas just yet. But Team Liquid, they are certainly in the ascendancy here. They are back onto attacking Kitchen. They won this one in round 2. They've had such a focus towards getting that diffuser down. First 3 rounds, we've had 3 plants. Julio it will be this time, coming out with that NIP opener, and that's been the same for the last 3 rounds now, but it just hasn't translated to kills on the board. Ultimately, they haven't been able to shut the round out, but with a second kill coming into Nesk there, will that be enough to start pushing them towards the finish line? Palu has something to say about it, shutting Julio down. That leaves us now 4 versus 3. Diffuser is in hand, PSK. Safe hands at that. We know how good he is at getting that diffuser down, and so far 3 rounds, 3 plants coming in from Team Liquid, and they are certainly building an efficient attack, shall we say, behind getting that diffuser down.
What's ridiculous as well is it feels more like this fight just being a game of swinging in and windmilling. It's not even about the bigger picture of the round. It just feels like they're trying to prove a point of who's the more dominant team with the peaks and pushes we've seen so far. It's been incredible. It feels like all of these players have had a long day down at Spoons, and they've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino, the Punisher himself, poised for perfection. As they all run in, they had an appointment with the doc, and he thought he'd treat all of his patients at once. Through the smoke, he busts open their lips and leaves them laid out on the DECK, cleaning up. The doc has thrown them into disarray to get the opening round for NIP. That's a banger.
Dishing out some serious anesthetic there. Pino will shut the round out and just temper the aggression and the passion that we are seeing out of Team Liquid. And will that round be enough to slow them down? Will that big barbed wire in their path that just means they have to take the foot off the gas a little bit here, or will Liquid come out absolutely nonplussed and just continue as they were? And right now, Pino, he has been a real strong link in the chain of NIP at the minute. He's getting the openers, he's getting the big frags within the round. He now finds himself 6 and 3. Julio up there with him on 5 and 4. Psycho very quiet in the game so far. We could just do with seeing a little bit more from him and Kamikaze potentially, just to help NIP fight their way back into this one. I would suggest if NIP can get another successful defense on the board, they won't see this as too much of a negative. If they come in 2-4 at the half, heading onto the attack, I think they'll be reasonably happy with that.
God damn. Didn't they need to at least get those rounds to work with, though, as otherwise you're going to be going into a really quite worrying second half of the series. And Liquid, although they've dropped one round there off the back of all players charging into the choke point and getting overpowered, I don't think that's the sort of mishap that's going to happen many times throughout a series, especially not here on Coastline. Liquid, mistakes are made, chalk it up for what it was, and then come back in with the cleanup. Get out that gigantic cloth and start mopping up NIP here like a cup of water that's been knocked over onto your desk, Tim. You don't want it leaving a stain.
And worse still, you don't want it knocking over onto the keyboard and doing some serious electrical damage, Jackie.
Oh, mate. I mean, talking of electrics already, I think there's been sparks flying, right? Especially from Sexy Cake into the series. If that man is a keyboard, he is damp.
Damp but still functioning. I'll be honest, Jackie, most of the time I'm with you. I'm not sure where you were going on that one.
I don't know. I saw the opportunity, Tim. I've
You went
grasped it
for
with
it.
both hands.
You went
Yeah.
for it.
You know, sometimes you just got to take the roads that are dealt to you.
Can't fault you for that one. And right now, Team Liquid are taking a downhill path. They have got themselves 3-1 up and they are picking up speed here. It's like the brakes have broken and they cannot control this runaway train right now. They are absolutely steamrolling their way over NIP. The question is, can NIP get in there and can they fix the brakes while this train is still moving? Can they apply them? Can they slow down this Team Liquid attack right now? Out comes the E1D scan. That is going to lock the defenders in place for a couple of seconds. Pino, he's on the shotgun and looking to challenge the Cool Vibe stairs, though, and that will force Team Liquid to dip straight back away. They were looking for the little sneak attack up the rear stairs there, but Pino has done his job and he has kept them at bay for now. Out comes another Lion scan. They're going to try this one again. Unsuccessfully, the nade will not manage to find its mark out because the nitro, but it's a bad throw and will be taken out, but it doesn't matter as Kamikaze's smoke grenade will get the first, Muzi on the second, seriously helped by Pino there, and the kills start to rain in now. 4 versus 1. We find ourselves NIP on the board, and PSK has a sliver of health and has no health anymore as he gets shut down by Psycho. Just as I call it coming into this round that we needed to see more from Psycho and Kamikaze, they deliver and they shut themselves up. A couple of kills, 3 between them on the round, and that's a round for NIP. 3-2 now, and that steam that Team Liquid had, that momentum, it's been cut in half.
Oh, mate. It's gone from a liquid to a solid, and now it's a gas. And at that point, there's no coming back. Because NIP, they've woken up and they are going to be gassed up. They'll be getting everyone hyped on the TeamSpeak, living with the momentum and trying to lord this newfound faith over Team Liquid. Play with the prowess you've started to bring out. They're looking a lot more confident into the peaks. It's the way they're playing it as well, putting down full stops at the end of every play, denying entries for Liquid, and actually finding some of their own as well. They're not leaving it up to the late round to have to try and spin a clutch to win it. Instead, they're winning the battle in the early round. They're winning in the mid round. They're hitting their shots, and Pino, he has come online as well. 7 frags to his name, starting to rinse his way through them one after another right now. And Tim, with the way it's been going, it looks more competitive than ever. This is shaping up to be an even split at the end of the half here.
Anybody who thought they were going to come in here and see a 7-0, 7-1, well, you've not been watching LATAM for long enough is what I would suggest, because that's not how we roll here in LATAM. We like those 11 and 12 round thrillers. We often have teams do this where they come in with a slow start and then just completely turn the game on its head. It is absolutely nothing new to us. And as I said, I promised it at the beginning of the day. I promised it at the beginning of the match, and we are going to see hard-fought game after hard-fought game here. We have got plenty more of what we saw between Team 1 and FaZe Clan. There is a lot more of that coming over the next 3 days, and this matchup so far just proves exactly that.
God damn, it's been exhilarating. And again, we're in for a treat. It's a best of 3 as well. Don't get caught thinking that this series is going to be wrapped up anytime soon, because I wouldn't be surprised if this was another tale of 3 maps, with how close Team Liquid and NIP have been throughout the season, their historic games that we've seen, because they really have been making history against one another. And right now, it seems like Palu is attempting to try and make Pino history. If he can at least find an angle to rain down a single bullet onto his noggin, find that bald spot, and connect and bludgeon him. He's not actually able to get the opportunity, but opportunities are presenting itself back over to Pino with a cardiac sensor, as he will spot out another player up through the floorboards, at least relay that information to the rest of the team as they begin to readjust around. Obviously, 5 players alive on either side. At this point, we haven't seen an opening frag come in just yet, and there's still 1 minute and 40 seconds to work with. Team Liquid are moving in though, Tim. Nesk starting to cover a bit more ground. He's got freedom here, and he's also got confidence. And if Nesk has confidence, you want to hightail as far away from him as physically possible, because he will teach you a lesson.
Pino just desperately waiting there for the man to move on to the destructible surface above him. Obviously, he's spotted him out. He's fed that information back to his team, but unable to do anything whilst he remains on that hard surface. And you can see the challenge coming in here towards Cool Vibes. Psycho's being... Sorry, it was Palu being challenged there from multiple angles. Julio moving up. He knows the man is there. He will hit the pre-fire and get the kill, but Moringa, it will be to shut down Psycho, who was challenged simultaneously. And we find ourselves in a 4 versus 4. Muzi looking to rotate up the stairs and just taking out those track stingers. Pino finally gets his man. Nesk moves on to the destructible surface, and Pino is there, ready, waiting. Joe's wide open to take a snap at him, and that's exactly what happens as he shuts him down with the nitro, and we find ourselves 4 versus 3, and NIP, they are on the verge of leveling this one up. Team Liquid came out strong with the first 3 rounds in the bag, but NIP, they've managed to string some momentum together now, find some consecutive wins, and they are looking at taking this half even Stevens.
Although, they've still got to bypass the smoke, and there's also the prepared play as well from Sexy Cake on the Thatcher. He planted the Claymore, and he'll still want a little bit more, it seems, as although it's a single frag, he's thirsting for even more domination here as the push comes through. It's a 3 versus 3. Carnage being overthrown as we see the downs onto 2 players at once. The cleanup from Sexy Cake charging in with the shotgun, but NIP, they'll pick it up off the back of the clock. They're able to come away and snatch that one, claiming victory and tying up the scoreline. 3 rounds a pop at the end of the half. That's the way the cookie is going to crumble, and it sends us through with the scoreline being tied, hanging in the balance into the second half of Coastline. This game is so close, Tim. You can cut the tension in the air with a knife.
It's exactly what I commented on at the beginning of the game, Jackie, and that is the way these 2 teams have been playing for very late round executes. We see them both having one of the highest average round times in the league for a reason, and we've just seen the problem with that reason right there. Coming in, there was a last-second push to get PSK on the diffuser. He gets downed, and then ultimately there is no time to shape up any alternative. Sexy Cake just has to go in there for the kills, and I know there are many factors that come into why and when a team push that late into the round, and it's not as simple as just walking in and putting the diffuser down. That's not always the case, but they need to be working harder, and I would dare say we're going to see the same from NIP, and I will be able to make the same comment about them given what we've seen from them through the season, and that is they need to be getting into position to do that sooner if they can, because it leaves them more opportunity to play that plan B rather than just being shut down because plan A doesn't go to plan.
10 seconds to insertion.
You got to have those backup plans. You've got to have room to fall back on.
5 seconds remaining.
I have a bigger picture in store, Tim. And the bigger picture of this game is already starting to come into the back of my mind. I'm starting to speculate and wonder how this is going to go. I think we're in for an absolute treat with this series, Tim. The quality of Siege we've already seen throughout the night, especially with this being the second game. And then we also have the lower bracket BO3 as well, mate. All of it just looks so damn tantalizing, honestly.
Well, this, you know, we've been saying this for weeks. We have got some of the best teams in the world here in LATAM. There is absolutely no question about it. And the best 4 have made it through to the major. And sort of like a parent looking proudly on children, I was there. You know, I would love to see these guys go up against the regional best from around the world and see just exactly how they face up. Unfortunately, that can't be the case. The LAN major not possible at the minute. Obviously, safety comes first. Absolute correct decision, but it's just one of those. They just seem to have hit form at exactly the right time, and I would love to have seen it. I'd love what battles we would have had with the inter-regional styles, and you know, these teams coming up against teams like SSG, against teams like Rogue. It really would have been an absolute pleasure.
We just got to look forward to the future, Tim. as the future of Siege looks incredibly bright with all the talent that's been coming up towards the top, and potentially these two teams as well being some of the shining lights. The lumens they have are really up there. If they were a bulb, they would probably be too bright. You'd have to invest into a lampshade.
You'd certainly need some sunglasses or something, Jack. Maybe them little goggles that you would get on a sunbed or something that just keeps the rays down. Moringa getting the kill there. Ness following up with another. And this round is going all in the favour of Team Liquid. And there's always the potential for that to happen when they got onto the attack. Very good previously. But that strong defensive phase from them could be the undoing of NIP. When we saw Liquid struggle previously on this map against Team 1, they didn't have a single successful defensive round. The rounds they won were all on the attack. And right now, we're seeing exactly why. They're coming in strong. Kamikaze down to half health here. He's 1 versus 4. This is a matter of time on this round. This is job done. And there it is. Final kill comes in. He can't make any impact on the round. Sexy Cake it will be who shuts things down. And that's going to be round for Team Liquid. 4-3 now. They get the slight advantage. NIP need to start finding some successful defenses soon. They don't want to let this one run away. 5-3 would not look pretty for them.
No, it really is rough. At that point, obviously, you're leaving yourself with such an awkward disadvantage to build off, and it all does start to crumble away. That's also when Liquid tend to kick things up a gear. They'll play into overdrive, and, you know, you do really just ride on an instance of, if they get themselves to 5 rounds, what stops the potential dynamic duo of Palu and Nesk just popping off for 1 round and say Nesk gets a 2k, Palu gets a 2k, and then at that point, you're already down 2 players, you're struggling to come back, you're staggered. That is the scary factor with this team, is in any single round, no matter the deficit it seems like Liquid take, they've been able to bounce back like a trampoline multiple times throughout the season. And going into the games tonight, they've just felt a little bit quicker into some of the rounds. We've seen NIP at least keeping it relatively close, but it feels like they're slightly slower when it comes to the draw.
That's exactly it, and it's been a problem that has plagued NIP throughout the season, and if Team Liquid can start racking up defences here, it is not going to be pretty for them. It could run away from them very quickly, but as I said previously, Team Liquid, they have struggled on the defence before now on coastline, so, you know, NIP need to come in and take advantage of that, but losing those early fights, finding themselves 2 versus 5, 1 versus 5, it is them in doing that. And you know, if we look at this lineup, we've got 10 players in this server who can basically win games single-handed. That is the level of talent that we are faced with here. There is no 2 ways about it. They are 2 incredible sides. We've got Palu. He's going to be playing upstairs this time around on Legion. He's getting the goo mines out there. He's just going to try and keep himself active in Penthouse Theatre VIP area for as long as possible. Try and shut down that area. Obviously, when you're looking at an attack onto Kitchen, quite often we want to get that vertical control of VIP. And the same goes for Sunrise and Blue Bar as well. Get VIP, get Hooker, and just start locking it down. Get in those vertical angles, because right now we can see we've got defenders playing in Kitchen and Service. We've got defenders playing in Sunrise. So you want to get that whole area upstairs taken care of, locked down, and then you want to be getting those vertical destructors in there to clean things out. But talking of cleaning things out, Psycho will clean Power out there, and that is going to be 5 versus 4. Good opener, and opens up the vertical angles into Kitchen that I was talking about. The challenges do come through. They work both ways, but that's a second for Psycho. Onto Nest this time. The Jaeger off the board, and that now allows the horizontal push to start moving through Service and Kitchen towards Sunrise. It is the alternative to going in through the pool entrance, but right now, no alternative to Psycho is needed. 3 on the round, and he's hunting an ace here.
Oh, mate. Psycho, looking like Patrick Bateman with the way he's been playing it, coming up with dubs into every single one of these encounters as he's just picking them all to pieces. Quite literally coming through like a human axe at this point. Chopped his way through everyone that dares to peek him. Finally, he gets nailed into a coffin as Moringa will come out swinging with the SMG, but it's up to him to save the bacon of Liquid now. Trapped in a horrendous position, so many angles to peek from, and the ninjas will overpower him. CZ75 going to slap him about the place and take him down with a critical strike into the back of the noggin as he will meet his maker, and the scoreline will get close once again. Tied back up 4 rounds apart pop here. No one taking a lead. NIP keeping Liquid in check and keeping us guessing with how this opening game is going to go on Coastline. But man, I think at this point, right, you've got to look at it and just think, what is going to happen? Because you've got so many players in NIP that are popping off. They're effectively passing the baton between one another. Pino with the outrageous 3K, where he just slaughtered them all through smoke like some kind of madman. Psycho as well, gunning for an ace, quite literally into that round and nearly getting it. You've got Muzi, you've got Julio, all of these players, Tim, that we're seeing their names in that kill feed each and every round. All of them playing well. No one slacking. There's no dead weight tonight. I'd say out of all of the 10 players on the server, this is looking to be a best of 3 to remember.
Everybody's fighting hard right now, but it's just, this match right now is begging for one player to just absolutely pop off. And I look across the line there, and Muzi on 5 stands out to me. We know exactly how good Muzi can be, how dangerous he can be, especially on the Ash. And right now, it's just begging for him to come in and get a big 4K in a round and just tip this game on its head and really start propelling NIP towards that finish line. But the same could be said of Nesk, of Palu. It just needs a big roam from one of those guys just to shut down half of the NIP team and just really start pushing forward. But at 4-all, this one almost looks inevitably destined for overtime to me, Jackie.
Oh, mate. Honestly, I think it would give it a disservice if it didn't actually go to OT with the quality of play we've seen coming through from every single player on the server at this point. And man, we'll have to wait and see if round 9 will give us a bit of a clearer idea of how the game is going to go. NIP, will they show up once again? Will they come through with the incredible attack and be able to clean up Liquid frag after frag? Or will there be a strong defense mounted here into round 9 from the Liquid Lunatics? We have another poll, and as you can see, based off the halftime results, it seems like this one is far too close to call, nearly being again another 50-50 split for the day. It's 54% in favor of Liquid, only slightly ahead of NIP.
Such a tough one to call, and we have an early contact there in the first minute. Psycho, it is once again shutting down Palu. Exactly the same entry battle that we saw in round number 8. Round 9 goes in exactly the same direction. Pino shuts down Nesk, and this is a little bit more what we expected. As I said, Team Liquid struggled on the defense here last time around, failing to get themselves a single defensive win against Team 1, completely shut out of things. And right now, IP starting to find the feet, starting to get rolling, starting to push into this match, starting to turn on that steamroller and drive it ever so slowly but ever so intently towards Team Liquid here, and they are looking to just close them down and leave them flattened, ready for that second map.
Make them look like a pancake and punish them in the meantime. That's what they're hoping for, and with Nesk and Palu both down, the defiant duo of Liquid, it means that the round will be a little bit easier going further forward. They've still got an awful lot of time to work with as well, and this is vintage NIP. They will make full use of the clock. They won't overextend. They're not going to run in just because they've got an early advantage and they think that they can smooth sail towards the bitter end. They will take their time, run that clock down to the last 25 seconds, then execute out. And at that point, that's where the question is raised. NIP, they had a couple mistakes off the back of playing in that manner during the regular season. Will that happen again here into round 9? And can you come back from a 3 versus 5 deficit? Is that a possibility for Liquid? Will they be poised on the angles they're playing? Waiting, lurking on the corner with a shotty. PSK ready for contact, but Sexy Cake tries to just go bold. Instead, he swings in. They'll charge through though, going through the smoke, trying to peek through. Ooh, overpowered on the close quarters contact. Moringa not able to massacre, instead just struck and down. And again, everyone is going to fall over. There is blood on the neon towards Cool Vibes as we see the final kill being picked up by Pino, ready on the pre-fire as he comes round the corner and smashes his head in.
Sexy Cake last alive there, and Pino just slicing himself a piece, and that will be round 5 on the board. Sorry, round 9 on the board, leaving us 5-4 now in favour of NIP. And at each step, you just feel like it's NIP's advantage each time now. as we get towards the late round here. You feel if anybody can win this in regulation time inside of 12, that it is going to be NIP on the attack. But Team Liquid doing exactly what Team Liquid do and fighting hard to keep themselves in this one. They certainly won't roll over on the defense. There will be no easy rounds for NIP here, and they need to make sure that they remain focused. Now, interestingly, we've got the Montagna being brought along, and is that going to be a big factor here with Kamikaze just causing some disruption with that gigantic shield? Are Liquid going to have a plan to deal with that, or is it going to result in maybe a quick plant inside of service, or maybe just complete and utter disarray within the defensive site?
It could cause quite a big panic here, Tim. Everyone could be on edge. They could be startled. They could be confused. There's room for this attack to actually be quite a spicy one, potentially. Major Monty coming out, repping the big boy with the shield. Let's see if this thick man will be able to overpower them and utilize that extra chunk, put the weight into it, and bully Liquid going into this round, giving NIP their 6th and getting them just one round away from closing it down here on Coastline. Or, of course, on the flip side, it's a matter of, can they tie it back up? Will it go 5-5 and continue on in the manner which we've seen throughout the game? Because, Tim, it does look like an abacus. It looks like a metronome. It's just and forth the entire time.
Oh, this game is absolutely certainly on a rubber band jacket, and like you say, just bouncing back and forth. But NIP, they are going to be keen here to come out and try and get this attacking round on the board, and that's going to be a great start for them. Julia finds Moringa completely unaware and will put shots into the spine that will leave him unable to contest the rest of this round. 5 versus 4, Mozzie off the board and Nitro along with him, and that could be a seriously big opening kill for Julio there. NIP, they need to use that momentum and they need to continue pushing forward to this site. We can see the Monty is now making his way in. Kamikaze is going to feed back as much information as he can, but he leaves his feet open there. Sexy Cake just choosing not to take the shots onto the backside of the Monty there. He wouldn't have been able to secure the kill, I don't think. It was such a fine angle that even one bullet of damage would have moved the Monty out of reach, but it does beg the question, would that have been sufficient to maybe allow PSK to put him down with a Toxic Babe canister that one tick sooner? So Sexy Cake certainly making a choice there, but we will see whether that comes back to bite them in the late round if this Monty is particularly effective.
Will it bite them in the bottom? Right now, it does feel like Liquid, you know, they've taken a first-class ticket. They boarded the struggle bus and they cannot find the exit. They're ringing the bell, but the driver won't pull over and let them off. And they're riding this the whole way towards the end of the map here. As NIP, they've been going from strength to strength. They're winning out in the 1v1s. They're winning across in pretty much all of the gunfights we're starting to see. And now they've got the extra added potential of the Monty as well to just charge his way in, effectively just bully the players, but he's overpowered. Slapped in the side of the face, drops the shield and gets shot up into the legs, dropping him. He'll have to invest in some new genes as those have been ripped, and he's also lost his life into the round, bringing it back into a 4 versus 4. 40 seconds on the clock as well. Liquid, you have an opportunity again now. You're tidying the round up, and they really wanted to clean house on this one, but Pino has other ideas in mind. Punishes as he comes through with a critical kill. A further one is added as well, as maybe that was the catalyst they needed, but the catalyst doesn't work well. As Palu, from up top, drops down and cleans up, bringing it back into a 2-on-2 clutch now. A post-plant situation with Psycho having the entire round balancing on his shoulders, trying to find a good angle to work from. 1v2, they're going to play together. They're both going to peek at the same time, it seems, playing off one another's contact. He gets the read. If he swung, he would have been open and left himself opportunity to be overpowered, and that's just what he does. He peeks again, exposes himself on the left-hand side of the face. Palu was ready, finds the flick, shuts him down to him, and keeps the game going. 5-5, Liquid win on the retake.
I mean, it's never going to be ideal, is it? You find yourself in a 1 versus 2, no matter what advantage you have with the diffuser being activated, your eyes just flick to the scoreboard, and you know that it's Nesk and Palu that you are up against. Never going to be an easy one, and they're easily picked out by the operators that they use and the kills that have rained in from their locations, and I think that can play as much to the minds of a player as anything else can, but ultimately they managed to shut that one down there, and Now Liquid bring themselves back to 5-5, and we are at least going to see all 12 rounds on courseline here between Liquid and NIP, and we are right in the midst of another absolute whirlwind of a fixture here, Jackie.
Oh, mate, this is a worldie. This is a big one, right? This is what we were talking about in the sense of huge games that we have been gifted here with the major. The first semi-final, spectacular. Everything about it was absolutely incredible and just so damn historic. It was an iconic series in the manner it finished, whereas this game, it's only just getting started. It's the opening map again. It's 5-5. It's close. It's back and forth. It doesn't matter if one side takes the lead because the other team is there right on their heels, nipping to try and clutch it out and bring it back. And that's what we've witnessed the entire way through. At this point, this is finally when one side will actually have to take a bit of a lead. It's a matter of who will get that 6th round under their belt first, who is at least going to drag themselves into a position where overtime is on the cards. And maybe we might have an opening OT here on coastline. That is going to be the big question mark floating on round 11. Who gets there first? Liquid, can you bounce back on your defense? You got any tricks under your sleeves? Is there some magic we haven't seen, Tim?
There's always magic possible from these two sides. There are many magicians at play here, Jackie, and they've got card tricks. They've got doves up their sleeves. They've got endless scarves ready to produce and just to dazzle the eye with illusions and push rounds over the line. But right now, who knows who is going to be the more successful and deceitful and manage to get this one over the line, manage to take the eye of their opponent away from the ball and just deceive them enough to get the round on the board, because there is absolutely nothing to separate these two on the scoreboard. 5-0 we find ourselves, and right now Liquid, they're going to be trying to defend Blue Bar and Sunrise once again. And generally speaking, in terms of attacks, we see two popular attacks towards this site. One we saw very successfully used by Liquid in the first half. We've got a challenge on Hooker Door here, and Julio just looking to close the man out, but will be taken out on the Capitao. That's going to be Sexy Cake, and Nesk will follow it up with one of his own team. Liquid looking at being the team that gets the opportunity to close things out here, and right now either of the attacks have got very difficult for NIP as Palu shuts down Muzi. Is there one to be found for Pino? No, he has to dip away from the fight there. Palu, he will keep going. We can see he's just using the drone hole there, Muzi, to try and get any advantage he can, but right now Liquid, they've decided to dip back away to sight, and Kamikaze on the blitz, he's going to be heading in for that default plant spot, but with only 2 left alive, any plant is going to be extremely difficult unless it is preceded by a number of kills.
Yep, and the only kill that they're going to find is on to Kamikaze, as the man, instead, at this point, is just dead. Dropped down to the ground, it's all on Pino. Taking a peek from the top rope as he will try and slay. He'll find a nice little frag from relatively far away as he gets the snapshot adjustment onto the head and leaves him feeling quite blue. Busts out the sledge as well, doing the renovation towards the hatch. He's got about 45 seconds left to work with as well, so no reason to rush in. He's had 12 frags into the game. He's been quite handy. He's been clean on the kills, so the likelihood of him winning this, fairly small. The likelihood of him at least doing some damage and really forcing Team Liquid into an awkward position where maybe they start to second guess themselves, it's up there. He could at least punish somewhat. That's a bit awkward though. Coming off the pull, trying to get rid of the goo mine that was stuck in his thigh. He eventually goes back and pulls it out. And of course, wastes a nice amount of time. And from the 45 seconds he did have, now he's only got 14. And at this point, he's going to be running in. All eyes will be honed on him. And it will just be a couple of stray bullets to end him. That's if he even wants to swing as well. Just save the KD, 12-6, keep it moving into the next round.
There's a conversation going on there, very unfortunate. Loses out to Moringa in the very last second on the shotgun there, even though he was ready for it. But largely, there's a conversation going on in the NIP comms there. That's exactly what we've just seen. They've taken that as an opportunity for a little unofficial timeout and just burn that round. Allow Team Liquid on to the match point, but hopefully for NIP, they've got themselves a plan in place to come out here and take round number 12 to get themselves through and onto that overtime phases so they can keep battling on map 1.
We've got some replays coming up from that round as well. So let's get the spectacles on and take a look at these. Oh man. The shoe shot him, nearly blowing him off at the ankle. That was quite a little spicy one there. Nice little zoom on that.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Loving the zoom in. Absolutely love the zoom ins. Just offering that extra level of detail on those replays for us so we can really see the fine margins that we're working with here in Siege. And talking about fine margins, that is exactly what we see at the top of your screen on the scoreboard. 6 to Team Liquid, 5 to NIP. And right now, this one is on a knife's edge as to who takes it. This is the first map of a potential 3. It is best of 3, so if the team, whoever is successful here, can come out and claim the second as well, then there will be no need for a third. But right now, Jackie, I don't see this going any other way.
5 seconds.
Oh no, mate. It's definitely looking like it is going to be going towards a full series here with the way it's been played, and potentially it could be going towards an overtime as well if NIP can just bite back once again. They've been able to do it the entire time. It doesn't really feel like a team has been 2 rounds ahead throughout this whole map. It's always swaying back and forth every single round and leaving us guessing, scratching our heads about what will finally be the team to take a good solid lead and be able to walk away with a victory. Team Liquid, they're set up and poised for that. They're teetering on the edge of being able to at least get success here into the opening map in the series, but that's if they win this round. If they drop it, we're going to OT, and we'll see if NIP can best them in an overtime scenario.
So far, so good, as Palu will open things up with a kill onto Julio. That's the gridlock off the board, so that will also make it very difficult for NIP to close down any of those rotations unless that has already been done. So it just allows a little bit more freedom for Team Liquid here. They can drop down to the underside, knowing that they can potentially move back up those staircases and challenge back onto the flanks. But that is obviously on the presumption that the track stingers have not been deployed yet. We can see they are not on the main stairs. Great view from the drone of Muzi there, just confirming that for us. So that's something that NIP need to be very aware of, especially with a player like Nesk just loitering around that reception desk at the minute. He's filing some papers. He's pretending to do a bit of work down there, Jackie, but he's waiting to do the real work up on the top floor as he looks to move upstairs and get onto the flank in the late round. He's just biding his time at the minute, and he's going to wait for this challenge at the exact right moment. And we know if any player can time that perfectly, it is a man like Nesk.
Issue is, Tim, all work and no play makes NIP a dull team at the minute as they are struggling into the round. They're already down when it comes to the firefights as well. You've lost Julio. You need to get amped up and utilize that momentum against Liquid here. If you lose this round, it will be a 7-5, and it will be a Liquid lockdown on the opening map in the series. They've also got them cornered, Tim. They know their locations, and they are peeking in. PSK wanting to do some damage with the shotty, instead switches to the sidearm, but it won't work as well for slaughtering. Palu, in the meantime, though, will get the trade back as he buckles Muzi the Human Uzi. Clearly, that gun has jammed into the round, and it's all left on Pino. He can't do it. He's overwhelmed. Out through the windows, they're coming out of the walls as they sprint towards him. Mozzie finding the final frag and ending this one here on Coastline. It's a Team Liquid win, 7-5 on the opening map in our second semi-final.
A damp finish for NIP as it was raining Team Liquid at the end of that one on Coastline. An unusual rainy day here in Ibiza, but Sexy Cake just piling out of the window to pick up the last kill there and just raining pain down upon NIP. Map 1 going to Team Liquid. That is going to be Coastline in the book for them. And NIP, they've got a serious task at hand now. Of course, there is the lower bracket. If they don't manage to get a win in the second map, they would face off against Team 1. But there's just no easy matches today, is there, Jackie?
Mate, they're all tight, they're all close, all of them are coming down to the wire each and every time. And of course, that's just one of many. There's a lot more to go tonight, and from Coastline, we move into Cafe. However, who's got there quick enough? Who's got dibs on the table and going to be reserving their spot to take the victory on Cafe? That is the question we're answering going into our second matchup here of the night. The second map was what already shaping up to be a bit of a sublime series, so don't miss it. Come back for that when we go into Cafe after the break. you go. That's the way the opening map here between Liquid and NIP has gone down on Coastline. A sublime start back and forth the whole way through towards the bitter end. But the result is going to leave NIP kicking themselves a little bit, Tim. They need to get out of the pajamas, they need to get out of bed, and they need to start playing into the second map if they want to be more of a chance to stay in the upper bracket.
Team Liquid came out very strong on their attacking phase to begin with, having 3 consecutive plants go down. PSK showing his prowess with the diffuser, getting in there amongst those smoke grenades. It was a real tactic for Team Liquid, repeatedly using that smoke utility to just screen off the PSK plants. And NIP fought their way back into that one valiantly, but ultimately Team Liquid just able to take themselves over the line. 7-5 at the end, but it could not have been closer.
No, literally down to the wire there, decided in the end by a single round. And obviously, Cafe comes next, and this is where we get into another conundrum of how's the game going to go? Is it going to be the 2-0 series of a night? Will we have another 3-mapper? Is it going to go the whole hog, Tim? Because with the way it's shaping up, it feels like it would be rude not to see the third map at this point with how close these two teams have been.
Honestly, it's anybody's Cafe. So far, Team Liquid have played there 4 times. They've won 3 and drawn once in the regular season. NIP, they've played there twice and won twice. So they have both shown ability here. What I would say is all of those victories, all 5 of them, 2 for NIP, 3 for Liquid, all came against teams that are not featuring here in the major. So I'm not saying they came against lesser teams. We saw very good performances out of many of the teams in the bottom half of the LATAM table, but it wasn't against the absolute top opposition of those top 4. So it's anybody's at this point.
It is. It's a hard one to call, and we're going back into it. So hopefully this will give us more of an idea of where the game is going to go. Time for Cafe then. Liquid taking on NIP. The second matchup here in the second semi-final of the night to decide who goes forward in the upper bracket to face off versus FaZe Clan tomorrow, and who will be going down into the lower bracket to face up against Team 1 tonight. So if you lose this game, you have to play again immediately. No break, no downtime, no second chances, Tim. So you really want to come back in strong to the series if you are NIP here tonight.
No question about it. They want to push forward and try and get themselves that upper bracket matchup. And also it just keeps them always that one match being dropped out of the tournament. Let's not forget those 2 teams that will face off right after this match. We are bringing that for you as well. Another best of 3 between the 2 losers that we've seen so far in that lower bracket. And the loser there will go home. They will exit the tournament. No more chance for the $50,000 top prize. No more chance for the 285 top prize available of SI points. They will get what they have in 4th place and no more.
Oh, mate. It is so rough as well. Think about it. If you lose out at that point, you start to drop down into the lower bracket. You got the slog ahead of you. You got the long games. You have a late night tonight as well, and then an early start going into tomorrow. It just makes it so much harder to play your utmost into a competition like this. And obviously for NIP, they've got a lot to prove coming into this, Tim. You think about their historic performances, the eyes that are going to be on them as well from the global scene, right? Of obviously everyone that's seen them at SI knows the quality they provided there, and joins in thinking, where's that team? Where are they? If they get knocked out of the tournament into the lower bracket, that would be a ridiculous result. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We can speculate, but we prefer the hard-hitting facts and journalism. That's what we've been all about here throughout the regular season of LATAM, Tim. So why don't we wait and see what the players have to say for themselves inside of this map as we're going into Cafe. Liquid starting off on the attack here. Instead, we have NIP on the defense.
I'm sure there are plenty of bold statements to be made from these players once we get underway. And as you say, NIP really need to be coming out with a strong start. If we have a look at what has gone before us in the regular season, NIP on the defense of Cafe have actually been very good. 75% win rates on all 3 of their chosen sites, which generally are bar and cocktail, service kitchen and reading fireplace, so no major surprises there. 75% win rate on all, so I would expect them to come out with a 4-2 half here. Anything less than that, I would say, is a success for Team Liquid, if anybody.
Absolutely. Definitely a fair assessment to make. And already, Tim, I was getting a little bit antsy there. When we cut to Palu's POV, I could see him just lurking around the tree, trying to see if he could bark up the right tree and find himself an initial opening pick. If anyone was going to be bold enough to peek out and try and swing for an early frag through one of the windows there, an initial spawn peek from NIP. But they're not going to go for it. It won't be what we saw back onto the previous time we had Cafe, of course, with that initial frag coming through. Because that one really did send chills down the spines of both of us. At least it's not going to happen here tonight.
Oh, it really set a tone, but no, we won't have it here. 5 versus 5, we still find ourselves 1 minute into the round, and reasonably slow start again. Generally speaking, I think the average for the league has been about 1 minute 20, 1 minute 23 for the opening kills. But I would suggest, given the importance of the matchup and the fact that both teams are playing reasonably slowly through the season, we will see that a little bit higher here today. We will see it more around the 130, 140 mark into these rounds. And right now, NIP, they are just trying to gather all the information they can. We can see them getting themselves on the cams there, seeing if there's any information to be picked up. Meanwhile, Liquid, they've got themselves dropped into red stairs and they are looking to assert their dominance. Palu will do so over Pino immediately. Headshot comes in and that is the early advantage. Doc is off the board. Not only an ACOG, but also those stim pistols going by the wayside, not to be used now for the remainder of this round. And they're aware now that there's a man in washroom. There always is. But the question is, what can they do about it?
Will he be making the round squeaky clean, or will he be cleaned out himself? That is going to be the big question mark that will be floating above their heads at this point. Psycho. Response on the Org as he tries to just take those little jiggle peaks bit by bit, swinging out, hoping to do something outrageous into the round, but they're not giving him any potential opportunities. Instead, those opportunities are being gifted to the side of Liquid, all off the back of one man, Palu. He's arrived looking like the harbinger of death, and he is utilizing that G36E as some form of scythe, beheading everyone that peeks into him, picking up frag after frag and shutting down the momentum for NIP. Talking of momentum, Muzi jumps over the banister like an acrobat, gets a little bit scared as his heart will spring up into his mouth, spotting out Palu's Iana as it charges up close against him, takes it down, but just relays the information back over to Liquid. And talking of info, it's working well as they are shattering the brains and leaving them spread out on the floor here for NIP. The Grey Gears are not turning very well for NIP into the game, but at least the response is there as it comes back into a 1 versus 2. Muzi. The banister, he wins it! The timing comes through, Tim! The difference a second will make as they peek round the back of the bookshelf. They spot out Muzi down on the deck, holding his own with his heart pounding in his chest. He wins the round off the back of the clock.
A round that realistically NIP had absolutely no right winning there. They were 2 versus 4 towards the end of things, but ultimately, once again, Liquid just not moving quick enough to get themselves into a planting position, and that was the problem for them. Muzi able to just burn the time. 7 seconds left on the clock. We can see on the replay there, gets himself a huge double and then just cannot be challenged in time. And this is what we keep saying, when those executes get left down to the last 10 seconds, it becomes problematic because all it takes is a big play from a player like Muzi. And we know that players like Muzi, Pino, and many on the other side, Palu, Nesk, they have those big plays in them to close out rounds.
When they need to show up most, that's when they tend to, and the stars are clearly aligning. In terms of the player speculation from everyone in the chat, though, it seems like there is a lot of Liquid fans in the house tonight, and they are making some noise for Team Liquid. 71% of the vote coming through believes that Team Liquid will lock it down on Cafe, and you know what? Right now, obviously, NIP, they've got something to try and answer for. They come through with the opening round, although it was very tight and it felt like they weren't going to win it. That 29% is definitely going to have a sigh of relief based off the back of that last second clutch tip, just locking himself down and dropping to the floor.
And that's a big round for NIP because previously on the attack, Reading and Fireplace has been Team Liquid's best attacking side. Everywhere else, they are 50% or less. So, they win 1 out of 2 at best. So, coming away with the win there, where generally they've had 5 out of 7 overall, so 71%. Much, much better for Team Liquid on that side. So, that's a bit of a gamble for NRP to take that in round 1, but to come away with it, what a coup that is. It puts one on the board, and it gives them now 2 sites back to back that they don't have to play in there. And they can play on sites where historically Team Liquid have struggled more on the attack. So, perfect start for NIP.
A hell of a way to start off the game, of course, and it does mean they're going to have a little bit more confidence as well. And they needed something, Tim, some sort of lifeline, some kind of adrenaline to spike them up a little bit and get them excited. And that's just what that round will be. You can imagine the collective sigh that would have echoed through the TeamSpeak once they saw it pop up, the NIP winning the round text. As soon as that timer ran out, because, man, you would have just been sat there on the edge of your seat, terrified about taking a bullet to the leg, a bullet to the face, anything that would have ended you in that situation.
If I were Team Liquid, my biggest concern at the minute would be Muzi, given that last round of performance. His eyes lit up like a child on the birthday, where he came down over that white stairs balustrade and had the back of Iana in front of him, but unfortunately for him, it was just one of the decoys. He still managed to make a huge impact on the round, and he finds himself 2-0. And a player like Muzi, if he can start hitting shots and getting kills under his belt, is the sort of player that will just propel you over the line in short time. He will not mess about, and you'll find yourself 15 kills behind to him before you know it. And so Team Liquid need to be very careful of that. They can't let Muzi get his head up and start to get the wind in his hair.
Oh, mate, talking about Muzi, you invoke his name, and that means he is going to show up and start to do spectacular things. He is a bit of a bruiser. Right now, he's covered himself in butter, and he is looking to run in to take on every single one of the Team Liquid security team. He wants to overpower them, deck them in the head, and do some damage to him. Serves up success on the first, but the trade comes back through as Palu will pop off, cleaning up another man and decimating Pino, keeping the game close into a 4 versus 4. However, Muzi with the Org, still just brutalizing them. He's like a human blender, as he's grinding them all down to a pulp, leaving it just up to Moringa and Palu now, in such a horrendous position. This round is getting out of hand, but Moringa, with his gun firmly in hand, strikes back, eliminating Psycho. Bullets from the sideline, but he flicks, finds the headshot onto Muzi. 1 versus 2, but no time, and that is the big picture. 2 rounds in a row. They haven't looked at their stopwatch. They haven't kept the comms clear. They haven't pushed in with the timing, and they've lost both of these rounds purely off of the staggering defense that's come out from NIP, wasting time.
Muzi and Kamikaze both having a double for themselves on the round there. Great to push them over the line. Muzi, as I say, starting to look really dangerous now, just picking kill up after kill. And if that is allowed to continue, it is going to be a tough day for Team Liquid. He is turning into a maelstrom at the center of this map, and all around him are just going to be sucked into that dangerous vortex of kills that he will start dishing out all over the map.
It's ridiculous. Honestly, you look at how Muzi's playing right now, and it just looks like he is a T-Rex that has been dropped in with fluffy white kittens, and they have no response.
The carnage, Jackie. The carnage.
Mate, honestly, it's not going to be nice. It is not going to be a pretty sight to behold, him.
I mean, are the kittens moving? Or can they maybe keep themselves safe on that basis?
You know, I mean, look, at least, the beneficial factor is obviously for a T-Rex, turning circle's not great. If the kittens were to build some kind of kitten-based blockade and could trip him over, they would win.
Turning circle of an oil tanker. Absolutely no question about it. That's the sort of, if you're driving a T-Rex, you've got to be thinking 20 minutes ahead of yourself, Jackie.
just in case, you never know. Someone runs out in front of the road whilst you're mounting that T-Rex.
If you haven't turned 15 minutes before, they're getting run down. Forget about it.
Mate, it would honestly be a nightmare. It's why you don't actually see T-Rexes on the road too much these days, Tim. They've been phased out, obviously, just because they're not really efficient in terms of turning or slowing down.
My immediate response to that was, well, they'd probably struggle to reach the steering wheel. Hey!
There he is.
There he is. But then I remember we were talking about them actually being the vehicles.
Yeah, that's true. You're up on top with the reins. There you go, Tim. So someone get on that. Draw a picture of Tim in MS Paint riding a T-Rex into an army of kittens.
with Reigns.
Of course.
That is the control method of choice, obviously.
Oh, mate, it's the only one they respond to. It's the preferred method for driving T-Rexes, I believe. It's what the government does prefer you to do. But we'll rein this one back in for now, Tim, as we are coming up towards the 2-minute mark. And the T-Rexes of NIP, they're hungry for a feeding right now. Much like Jurassic Park, they're looking to really turn this one into something to remember. Make it a bit of a blockbuster and do some damage going into the 3rd round. For Team Liquid, though, it's slow and steady. They're just slowly making their moves, utilising the drone phase and running down that clock. They've had a couple of awkward encounters into the previous round, so of course, they're not going to go overly aggressive. Normally, this is where you'd see Nesk and Palu just charging in, finding opening picks, but losing out 2 rounds based off NIP just playing slow, surely they've got to give their head a wobble soon, Tim, because this is not looking like the Liquid team that we know and love.
Julio has done ranked Valkyrie players a service up and down the country there. Just seeing a very nice cam placed under the train, and if that's not one that you've used previously, I'd suggest in your ranked games coming up that you look underneath that train, because I think you're going to be seeing quite a few cams placed under there, especially for this kitchen site. It was a great one there to feed information once the attackers get themselves into train, and that is exactly what has happened now. Moringa's going to be opening up the floor, but they need to be very alert and alive to danger potential coming in from Pino with the nitro in hand. Julio as well. Obviously the cam is gone now, so a little bit less information, but once they know that the angles are being opened up, those nitros will still rain towards the ceiling, and they will try to open somebody up as quickly as they can if possible. It will be a little bit potluck at that point, but when the rounds are going in your favour, quite often those throws will do as well.
But to win rounds, you've got to hit your rounds that are coming out of your firearms. And right now, who's going to be on point to hit those shots as the bait players utilise Palu sending in the drone to try and cause some mischief, looking like low-key. But the one that's low-key popping off is going to be Pino, coming through with not 1 but 2 frags. There's the 3rd as well, as he switches down to the revolver, and he's effectively a revolving door, Tim, denying everyone entry. That's now a quad kill. And over the banister goes Moringa as he gets shot in the side of the head by Julio, cleaning up on the Valkyrie as he will attack and annihilate, dispatching the man and dropping him over the stairwell.
We know that Julio's got it in his locker. We've seen it from him a number of times over the season, whether it be with the nitros or whether it be with a gun in his hands, he will find a way. That is what Julio does. We've seen it on Villa a number of times, Jackie, where he locks himself into the piano room with Goyo underneath, and we've seen him hit 3s and 4s in there all day long, and comes out with a huge round for his team again there. We're going to have Ness dropping out, so we'll be looking to come for a quick rehost. You'll get the pleasure, or it might not be a pleasure, of mine and Jackie's faces, but we'll be back with you in a short second. And just while we get everybody back into, we've not done too bad for those technical difficulties so far, Jackie, only the 2nd on the night there. And what a performance we're seeing from NIP so far.
Mate, honestly, it's been incredible to witness, right? We're seeing these players that come out, for what it was as well, the first 2 rounds, just bizarre in the manner of which they were won as well. Literally just burning time, and effectively, you know, like when the clock changed him and it goes over to daylight saving times, right? And obviously you see the clock just rapidly turn around. That's effectively what NIP are doing. They're just burning time with the clock, speeding it up every time, and somehow winning literally off the back of just staying alive. We've seen that slow style all throughout the season, but the fact it's working to another level here is just surprising.
It really is. You know, it's exactly what we have seen out of LATAM. I can't stress that enough for the people watching. This doesn't come as a huge surprise to us. We have a team come in and dominate the first map, and then it just gets flipped on its head in the second. We've been playing best of 2s throughout the season, but here, of course, it's best of 3. So one way or another, we will find a winner. And right now, NIP, they are looking like potential winners of this second map. There is absolutely nothing that Team Liquid seem to be able to do to slow them down or to take the sting out of what NIP is bringing to this map right now. They're just winning gunfights left, right, and centre. They just cannot break down the defence.
No, they can't. They can't at all, Tim. That actually did remind me as well, Tim. There's been a couple of instances where that's happened, actually, where I've walked into the kitchen. You know, obviously, when the clocks do change over, if you're not quite aware, if you're not paying attention, all of a sudden you start seeing that manual clock just start spinning around rapidly. I've been panicked quite a few times and wondered if I'm just having like a weird, bizarre lucid dream or if I'm just living in The Shining.
Well, it's just spinning round to
Yeah.
change its time because the clocks have gone back.
It's
Have
gotta
you got
catch
one of the
itself
ones
back
that are
up.
like done by the internet, so it changes automatically? Is it one of those fancy clocks?
It might be. I don't know. It's a little wind-up boy.
I
It just
hope
goes
it
on the
is.
wall. Yeah. Well, unless it's just
If
possessed.
you're going in, Jackie, and it's spinning round to change time, I seriously hope it is.
Right. I don't know. It's somehow been able to work. You know, its gears are clearly turning, Ace. But do you want to get your gears turning, mate?
Always for a piece of that.
All right, we're ready for a bit of a different taste into this one. Rehost riddle coming up, of course. If you're unfamiliar, get ready, strap in for this one. Bit of a brain teaser on this one. This one, a little bit more enjoyable, Tim. It's one that I've picked up for you. Why was the chicken forbidden from sending email?
The chicken forbidden from sending email.
Yeah.
Now, that's a tough one, Jackie, because it's the answer, I'm certain, is going to be a play on words.
Right.
And I'm thinking around the chicken element. And I'm thinking around potential problems with email. And for any sort of crossover there, I'm thinking about the, the Venn diagram. Where's the crossover there between chicken and
In the pie
email
chart, of
problem?
course.
And it's not a diagram that's springing to mind, Jackie. I think you've got me on that one.
Have you been stumped?
I have.
All right, Tim. I'll give
I'm
you the
doing
answer.
terrible. We get into the major and I'm doing terrible. I'm like 60-40 on the season or something. I've done quite well, but here in the major, it's an absolute nightmare for me so far.
Mate, the major rehost riddles catching your guards. And
I think you've upped the difficulty. You've took it up to
Potentially so.
11.
Potentially so. I'll give you the answer for it, Tim. Why was the chicken forbidden from sending emails? Because he kept using foul language.
Hey, there it is. And it was worse than I ever could have imagined.
Oh, mate. I thought you'd be on board for that one. I thought you'd enjoy that one. I thought that was, right up your street.
To be fair, Jackie, I told you a few jokes before we came
You
onto the
did, you
broadcast.
did.
They were quick, punchy one-liners. And yeah, I'm all about that. I'll take that one.
That's what we live for. That's what we like here. Those big, punchy puns. Oh, I don't know. But we do
Focus
enjoy
in,
it.
Jackie. Come on. Focus
Mate,
in.
honestly.
We're in this one for the long haul.
Oh yeah, we still got quite a few games left to go here tonight. Potentially a whole nother map to come out just in this series alone. If NIP can go on and carry on with the level of siege that they are serving up to us. They've already got 3 rounds on the board. Can they keep that going to have a very dominant opening half here on Cafe and clean up against Team Liquid? If they win this one on Cafe, we're going to the 3rd and final map, and we will have a decider on Clubhouse, which will be a rematch from, of course, what we saw back in the regular season, Tim. So that would be a banger.
It certainly would be, and we know in the season, as you say, it went 6-all, and surely we can't end up in that position again, Jackie. Can we really find ourselves round 15, map 3, 1v1, with one of the players ready for an ace and only 1 bullet left in the chamber, so he ultimately loses it? For anybody who missed out, that is not even a made-up scenario. That is how good the siege has been today. That was map 1, FaZe versus Team 1. We find ourselves map 3, round 15, max level overtime. Lukid vaulting over a fallen bookshelf in a 1 versus 1 right here on Cafe, and he lost it to Yuna because he only had 1 bullet left in the mag.
Honestly, it was a ridiculous position to be in. It all happened so quickly. It was just carnage and crazy, crazy pace incarnate. And talking of pace, they're really starting to step this one up as they kick the tempo up towards 11 at this point. And here comes Julio, the man that quite literally eats TNT for breakfast in the mornings, getting a bit dastardly with the detonations as he'll chuck out the nitro and blow away another man. C4 on your door, you won't be breathing no more if Julio's the one that comes a knocking. And they are certainly knocking loud into this round. 1 minute and 20 seconds left to work with here for Liquid. They're down to the 4 versus 4. Capitao of Sexy Cake has been removed, and Pino on the dock has been locked down as well, leaving it just up to the 8 remaining operators that are alive and kicking here to defend the Cafe up against the oncoming Liquid lunatics that are starting to up the ante. Changing this one around a little bit more, you've got the Skylight Peak coming through as well from Moringa, just lurking over the edge whilst the rest of the team is down on ground level, working their way in with the triple threat, essentially a wolf pack over by Cigars. And Muzi, he's honed into that angle, Tim. He's ready for a splay down. He wants to hit them with a lay down if they come pushing out.
big round here for NIP and the game as a whole, in my opinion. This is Team Liquid's real opportunity to get around on the board. We've seen them more successful here. Palu coming in with a triple kill now, and they continue to rein in. Ness gets one for himself onto Julio. We find Kamikaze, 1 versus 4. There are 2 operators on low health on the side of Team Liquid, Palu and Nesk, but surely that is not going to be enough to swing things here. We have the man moving in, and that will be diffuser down. I thought that was a second. I got baited by the Honor decoy there. I was going to shout that one out, but no, it was just a well-placed decoy coming in, revealing the location of the man, and that is going to be round finish for Team Liquid. And as I was saying before that phase of action kicked off, that was a round that Team Liquid needed. Their best attacks have come on reading, and if NIP were able to take that a second time and put themselves on 4-0, that would have been a massive blow for Team Liquid, and by contrast, a huge boost for NIP in towards the half. They could easily have gone on to 5-1, 6-0 at that point. So Team Liquid really needed that one on the board. They need to use it as a springboard here. They need to come out and take themselves a really classy sort of dive into the rest of these 2 rounds on the half and get themselves some more before they find themselves 5-1 down.
Oh, mate. Well, that's the issue with the type of establishment they're attempting to attack upon, Tim. This isn't your local dive bar. This isn't a Greg's you're walking into where you can just smash and grab your way for some sausage rolls. You're going into a prestigious cafe with the finest security that money can buy. NIP, they have dumped fat stacks into defending this location, and it is looking like a easy affair when it comes to holding Team Liquid back. They try and run in. They've been shut down at the front entrance. They try and play a slow round. They're getting overpowered. You finally got one on the board to the 1-3 scoreline, but is it repeatable? Can you do that enough times? Can you really have Palu getting a 4K into every one of these rounds? How likely is it that that is going to be a sustainable outcome where you'll be able to excel? And how likely is it that the security team of NIP is going to do some damage? Because right now it looks like they are being a bit bold and brash as well. We saw the spawn peak in play there. We haven't had a frag off the back of it. Not quite sure if we will see contact or if he has given up from the angle he was facing. It looks like he has run back at this point. So no fireworks to start us off just yet on round 5.
30 seconds into the action phase, and so far Pino, I'm going to pick him out and say I can't criticise him. He's done extremely well on the entry throughout the season, but here on Cafe, he's not having the best day of it. He's lost himself in those opening battles a couple of times, and really it becomes a roll of the dice. If you're going to put yourself at a man disadvantage against a team like Team Liquid, you're always offering them up the opportunity to close that round out. So Pino could just do with having a little bit more success, or maybe even dipping away from those entry fights for the time being. If his shot is just not quite landing here on Cafe, maybe allow somebody else like a Muzi to step up and take those early entry fights and see if the NIP can just get themselves an advantage coming into the rounds rather than falling on the back foot.
Round 5 here then. 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock now as Pino playing the angles game and waiting for the peak to come around as he peers over the crevasse there, honed in with that scope on top of the gun, waiting for the peak and someone to reveal themselves so he can see them wincing as he distributes bullets towards them. No one's going to take him up on that offer just yet, though, as instead Team Liquid making full use of the timing, utilising those drones to get as much information as physically possible. Sexy Cake as well, tearing down the barricades. No reason to charge in and get up close and personal because, of course, you'd expect Muzi would be waiting behind that shield ready to strike back. Difference is this time, they're actually turtling way further back, playing grouped up and ready for the push to come in. They're not actually being too bold at all.
And with only 50 seconds left on the clock, this is slow even by the standard set so far in this match, which has seen the opening kills coming generally around the 1 minute 30 to 2 minute mark. But we are way beyond that at this point, and 5 versus 5 is going to lead to only one thing, and that's going to be an absolute bloodbath in the dying seconds. We can see early contact now found there, a little bit of an exchange between Nesk and I think it was probably Julio there on the Valkyrie. So Nesk, he's going to dip away from that one for the time being. Palu looks like he's had a little bit of back and forth with Muzi as well. Pino's going to juice himself up. Psycho taking big damage, but right now Team Liquid need to get moving. The only thing to get moving is the his gun, finding PSK and Sexy Cake. Nesk manages to win out that battle on the mid floor, but ultimately the kills are all sliding in one direction here, and that is the direction of NIP. And with only 1 second left to go, that timer ticks away, and that is going to be the third round now that NIP have won by simply protecting the bombs for 3 minutes, and Liquid being unable to move quickly enough through them. And interestingly, this is a real contrast, Jackie, to the last time we saw these two teams play, because this was a problem that NIP had against Team Liquid.
It's crazy. The shoe is completely on the other foot at this point. And it is ridiculous, Tim, because we touched on it. And a lot of those issues that we said about NIP back then are quite literally what is causing Liquid to lose out on the game now. We've touched on how slow they're playing. And yeah, you can play that slow style of Siege, and it does work quite well if you're still capitalizing, if you're still forcing out utility and getting yourself into a good position to do damage in the late round. Instead, for Liquid here, they're just starving themselves out. Eventually, when they do decide to go for the push, they've not actually baited out much utility. They've not caused any openings that will later on be useful for them, Tim. So you then go into a late round execute where they have all of the smoke canisters in the world. They've got all of their nitro. They've got all of the utility and gadgets they could hope for, stockpiled and ready to be utilized. And they still have a manpower advantage. It's not as if they're playing that slow style of split and pick and getting picks. Liquid are just burning the clock down and then charging into the unknown and leaving themselves not only fighting an uphill battle, but fighting an uphill battle blindfolded. That's what it feels like into a lot of these rounds. And they have felt the wrath of the clock 3 times now. 3 times they've timed out effectively.
One thing that I will say is that NIP needed this start, because Liquid previously on Cafe, we've seen plenty of them. We've seen them play here 4 times, and they have been consistently very, very good on the defense of Cafe. They have got a 100% win rate down in service and kitchen. They have got 60+% win rates, reading fireplace and bar and cocktail. So you would expect that a majority of rounds will go in their favour. So if we argue that that is 4-2 on the half, potentially, there is a bit of wiggle room. We've seen them beaten on the mid and top floor sites. So there is arguably rounds there for NIP to find on the attack. So let's say 4-2. NIP, therefore, need to be coming out with a 5-1 here if they want to be winning map 2 without it having to go to overtime. So whilst this looks fantastic for them right now and is a great start, and I won't argue that it's not, they've played very well. Liquid completely unable to get into things, as you say, unable to play that timer really, just not managing to get themselves into an executable position. NIP have got a tough second half coming up against Team Liquid on the defense. But looking towards round number 6, we are going to be attacking onto Kitchen. And generally speaking, there are 2 major attacks that we will see, and that is much lesser seen now would be the push towards Freezer side. That tends to be if absolutely necessary, so we won't worry about that too much. Generally, the primary take is to get yourself control of Bakery prep, open up the wall between Bakery and the kitchen site, and then move in and get the diffuser planted in that default spot, just in the protection of the grills. And along with that, it's usually about clearing top and mid floor, which has happened here. Moringa is in position beautifully there, and he's going to start opening up some vertical angles. We can just see PSK is potentially going to apply a little bit of pressure by opening the freezer hatch there. For anybody who doesn't know, a Kaided hatch, if it is in soft floor, you can put the thermite charge next to it. It blows the hatch as well. And that is going to allow access to the freezer. And that just now means NIP have got to watch 2 directions. Smart move from Team Liquid.
Again, here's the scary factor though. You glance at the clock, you see 50 seconds left and you see it ticking away. You glance at either side here and see that there's 5 players alive and kicking. 10 players in total still, with no blood being spilt into the server. The only encounter and the only contact we've seen was off the back of shots being rained into an Iana drone that's really not going to do much in the grand scheme. Palu will have available to him relatively soon and can once again use it as a recon play to scout information. You've got the 2-player setup here from NIP as well. Previously, they had free reign when this push came in. This time, though, the lineup with the nades are very effective, and Pino dropped down to the ground. Luckily, the stim pistol will be utilized to get him back up, but will he be up in time to fight back? Yes! He slays! He cuts his way through 2 of them! The Dockers saved the day, as that was the clutchest revive we've seen throughout the series tonight, bringing him back from death to save the bacon of Team Liquid. Oh, Tim, Moringa coming through. He got the backstab off of both Julio and Kamikaze. It seemed like NIP had played it to perfection, but they were still going to be overthrown. But it all about the timing. They're executing so late into the round. By the time he had pushed out, he found 2 frags, but that's 2 frags that aren't going to matter. They're not impact kills. They won't win you a round. They're not the commodity you direly need, and they direly need rounds at this point. It's 5-1, Tim.
Great plays from Pino there, just stemming the onrushing tide that was Team Liquid, managing to get himself back to his feet and then start challenging, and it could not have been better timed, and I think that's really what stalled out the whole round for Team Liquid. If that doesn't happen, they are in sight with plenty of time to look at and execute, rather than finding Moringa scratching for kills in the last couple of seconds there and unable to find as many as he needed. But that is a good opening half for NIP here, but do not be surprised to see Team Liquid run this one at least a majority, if not all of the way back in. They've been very good previously on the defense here, and they have shown great capability. If we look at the attack for NIP, they have 100% win rate on Service Kitchen, but other than that, 30% on Reading Fireplace, and the same again Bar and Cocktail. So given the historic stats at least, you start to wonder where the rounds might come from. If they need 2 successful rounds, I could argue they could find them both in Kitchen, but given the success of Team Liquid on defense, I would expect them to at least defend Kitchen successfully once, and that leads us towards a draw potentially.
I can't believe, Tim, it's effectively happened over the space of 4 rounds now. Oh, it's such a shame as well, because you can see the signs of it happening when they're going for these late round executes with quite literally about 45 seconds left to attempt to work with, and they just get overpowered. The crossfires of NIP at that point are just far too effective. They're playing the trade game to perfection, quite literally looking like children in the school ground trading Pokemon cards. They are coming away with some big pickups. They have literally got themselves a first edition Shining Charizard, Tim, there, off the back of giving away a Cloyster. It has been wild, the level of trade game they have been playing here on the NIP side.
And it's been a big part of a perfect start for them. They only managed to drop 1 round to Team Liquid on the attack. And interestingly, they're taking slightly different tack here. But Clash is always going to win out against the Montagne, because for those who don't know, the electricity of Clash will damage Montagne through his shield regardless. So they can just face off against each other all day long. And the best that Monty can do is turn the Clash around and hope to create a situation whereby his teammate can pick her off. But right now, great understanding of that exact mechanic being shown by Sexy Cake. Half damage done to the Montagne already nearly, and she will just continue doing that, the Clash. It will continue on as long as the Monty stands in front of Sexy Cake. Julio opens things up with a kill onto Moringa, but Sexy Cake ultimately, he will drop himself back down to that mid floor and just live to fight another day with a lot of damage done to the Montagne.
All right, well, here we go, though. We have seen another frag being found as well from Julio on the Capital, proving to be quite the captain of the ship of NIP at this point, as he is sailing it towards victory in the series. If they get this round, that will be the overtime at least confirmed here for NIP at a bare minimum, and then they'll be 1 round away from potentially pushing this to a victory if they can get that 7th round off the back of it. Now, they've done a lot of damage as well as getting that opening pick. You can see that, of course, Sexy Cake on the Clash, though she's been left some road rash, not feeling too healthy even, and Finesse, he's taken quite a bit of a hit as well, dropping him down to about 50 HP onto the next encounter. Monty now, he's had that diffuser in his back pocket this entire time. He can drop it down, and he can quite literally rule the roost here, sit on top of the diffuser and just act as a human body shield, a wall to block their pathway into the site. The triple threat coming around, though, of Palu, PSK, and Sexy Cake, they start to roam further forward, and the Wolf Pack is actually working well. They're cleaning up on towards the site as they find a couple of frags. They down Kamikaze. There is a response back from Pino, spamming into the rear, gets the shot, connecting into the back of PSK, but Palu, he's just jumping on it. He's just going for the diffuser play, comes off it, smart read as he'll find the flick across, but Monty will shut it down. Gets one onto Palu. There's the trade back from Pino as well with the SMG as Clash, yeah, she's been a nuisance, but she's not actually going to find herself the frag. Tried to go for the quick turn to bust out the SMG, but is shot in the back of the noggin and dashed down to the ground. NIP get themselves to that 6th round, Tim. One away from taking it as a 7-1 victory.
Fantastic round for Psycho on the Montagne there. Just seeing the opportunity to move into sight and get that diffuser down. 9 people still alive at that point in time. And you've just got to think that maybe Team Liquid haven't taken their eye off the ball there. I would say more that NIP took their eye away from the ball. They created so much noise on that top floor and kept fighting that it just allowed the sneak plant in there, the stealth diffuse to come in from the Montagne, and there was nothing that Liquid could do about it because they were just tied up in knots up on that top floor in different gun battles left, right and centre. And great plays there, a good read from NIP, and that takes away one of Team Liquid's best sites from them, but not their best. This is the best now, and this is the point that Team Liquid need to dig their heels in. We have not seen them beaten when they have defended Kitchen previously, and that is over 6 defenses, so they are extremely competent down here. But right now, NIP, they just look like an absolute machine.
What type of machine would they be, Tim?
At the minute, I would have suggested some sort of quarry-based industrial rock crusher. You know, one of the real big ones that just crushes rocks. Like you throw a massive boulder in there and it just disintegrates it. Something like that, I said. That's exactly what NIP look like right now.
I feel you. God, what, like some kind of excavator?
Yeah, I think that's probably what you call it, yeah.
There you go. The excavators, as they are building themselves a divot into the game now with a 6-1 score.
It was a bit anticlimactic, Jackie, if I'm honest.
To be fair, you know, that's the thing about building quarries. Unless you're using TNT, they're quite anticlimactic.
Little divot at the side of the road. I think they've done a bit more damage than that at this point, Jackie.
All right, at least the hole.
This is a scar on the landscape.
Ooh, there you go. Yeah, that's irrecoverable at this point. Nature will never heal from the damage that NIP have done here into this game on Cafe. These 6 rounds have been that impactful that they have done a fair amount of damage to the ground beneath them here on Cafe Dostoyevsky. But what more can they do? And how many scars can they leave Team Liquid with off the back of this one, Tim? As they just need one more round. That's all that's required to lock it down, and we are seeing the firefights coming through. Palu, as he takes his push up the stairway, cleans up on Muzi with the shotgun. He'll connect the adjustment, and there is damage all across the board being served up. Moringa on the Valkyrie, that's a heavy hit, and there's the follow-up tag that will earn it into a frag, as he will be dropped down to the ground. And now balance is really lying in question. We're into a 4 versus 4 here with a minute and 15 seconds still on the clock. Psycho is low on the Zofia, but it is still a 4 versus 4.
Right now, this one is evenly poised. We can see the challenge coming in there. There's only ever going to be one winner on the short angle like that, and that is Palu on the shotgun. Pino, however, manages to get onto Nesk meanwhile, and this one just bounces back and forth at this point. 3 versus 3. We find ourselves with 50 seconds left on the board, and NIP, unless they get themselves moving, could find themselves in the same position that Team Liquid struggled with, and that is the clock working against them. 40 seconds left, and no major avenue into sight yet. We can see that the wall from Bakery is still reinforced and electrified. The nades are starting to rain down from above, but the NIP attack, the assault at the minute, is all limited to vertical pressure. But what more pressure do you need as Psycho removes the head from PSK's shoulders, and that now leaves us 3 versus 2. Sexy Kick has Nitro in hand, but starts taking big shots. Can he detonate? Not in time. They will escape, and he will lose his life. 10 seconds left to go. Palu steps into the breach, gets the kill onto Pino. 1 versus 2, gets himself another. Can he do this? We've seen him do it before. This will be an ace for Palu. Psycho is on seriously low health. 1 second left to go. Palu, he doesn't need to chase the stats. He doesn't need the ace. He needs the round. He knows what's important to Team Liquid, and he keeps himself safe, out of danger, and locks out the round. That's a 1 versus 3 clutch. That's nearly an ace. That's a huge round from Palu.
Mate, Palu, that's who, comes through, just busting down the doors and starving off at least NIP for the minimum of another round. But that's all that is. The potential isn't gone. The likelihood of them winning this game isn't gone. This doesn't end the reign of terror of NIP. A team that have effectively been looking like a combine harvester because they have been ploughing into this matchup, Tim. They have been leaving divots all across the land, and Team Liquid at least bounce back. They reign supreme into one encounter. Palu playing smart, playing off the timing, rotating off and staying alive after getting the double tap with the shotty. Lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels. A beautiful clutch to keep them in the game. But of course, the question still remains, will they be able to keep themselves alive? We do have another poll coming through. This was at a 5-1 split on the scoreline. Of course, we're now at 6-2. 31% believe that Liquid will come back to win it here on the second map. Instead, we have 69% of the vote favouring the Ninjas in Pajamas. And that's not surprising. They're 1 round away from living the high life, living their movie here on Cafe, and locking down the game.
Like I said, that round is not even a problem to them. That is the 7th time that we have seen Liquid in this season successfully defend Kitchen on Cafe. They are unbeaten there, and I'm sure that NIP will know that. They'll have the information, they'll have the stats to hand, they'll know how good Team Liquid are on the defense down there on the ground floor side. But they will be looking towards this round now. Bar and Cocktail, it has not been pretty overall. Generally about a 60% win rate for Team Liquid up here, so there are certainly rounds to be taken here. The question is, can NIP do it? Can they get themselves over the line here? This is something that we've seen them struggle with over the season, Jackie, sometimes has been getting themselves over the line, whether that be in individual rounds or whether it be in complete maps or a best of 2 series. Just been a little problem for them, and if they're going to come through and win this major, that is something that they need to address. They need to be able to close these games out.
You do. You've got to finish games. You get yourself to a position where you're 1 round away every time, but you choke it, you are going to be kicking yourself. Of course, that potential outcome is still miles away here, as the buffer that NIP have built themselves is so miraculously big. They would have to concede so many rounds in the spin that the likelihood of it is relatively marginal. However, that doesn't mean there isn't a chance for Liquid. It just means they're certainly going to have to step it up and go back to looking a little bit more like what we saw on Coastline, where the confidence was there, where they were springing to the step, where they were actually being able to go toe-to-toe and keep the game looking exciting. Here on Cafe, it really has been the NIP show for a lot of these rounds, and although Liquid have been hitting their shots and being able to go blow for blow on the trades, they haven't been able to win a good majority of the rounds, purely off the back of timing. Obviously now, that timing is what's saving them, Tim, as we saw Palu, of course, winning that round purely by the bell being rung at the last possible second. Coming into this round here, though, we've got about a minute left to work with. Not a single frag has been found. Again, an early stalemate that has come out. NIP, they'll be getting contact relatively soon. They've utilized the Monty as a huge recon tool to push round onto the corridor and get that information off the back of where exactly they're playing. What comes next is, can NIP hit their shots?
And that's all that's left for them to do. If they can achieve that, then ultimately, yes, the round is likely to be theirs, as is the map, and we go all the way to the 3rd. And I've just thought about what that 3rd map is, Jackie, and Clubhouse right now seems like an absolutely mouth-watering prospect.
Oh, mate, talking of mouth-watering, the players are starting to get interested. As Liquid will be licking their lips with the way the game has gone. Psycho's been down, Pino has been bludgeoned and left as a mere stain on the ground, and that seems to be the call that's happening across the board. They need to sprint in to grab the diffuser, or the game is going to be over anyhow. Capital hanging on a wire, but he will drop. The rope will snap and he will fall to his demise. It's like a very unfortunate day of going base jumping. As he hits the deck, he'll break his legs, and the round will again over to Liquid. Slowly but surely starting to come back here on their defense. Now, 3 rounds away from tying it up.
So far, so good for Team Liquid in the last couple of rounds. They got themselves into a position where there was no room for mistakes anymore. If they want to get themselves off the server quickly today and get towards a rest overnight before that upper bracket match tomorrow, they need to be winning this one here on Cafe, and the only way they can achieve that is to fight all the way back now. They have lost their one round on defense that they can possibly afford to lose. They have to fight all the way back to 6 to get it to overtime, and then they will have a chance. You could never write Team Liquid off. You can never put it past them. They have the players who can do it, with Simpalu absolutely popping off so far. 14-3. He is going absolutely massive. But what we're seeing on the opposite side of things is just a much more team-based effort, Jackie. They are just really locking things down. Don't forget, we've had a rehost, so there is probably a few extra kills for a number of the players here. But 14-3 since that rehost is ridiculous. And what we're seeing from, by contrast from NIP, is just more of a team-based game. There's kills spread across all of the players, playing very well. The comms are obviously hot at the minute. And who's going to win out? Can Palu possibly carry Team Liquid over the line like this?
Well, that's what effectively it looks like. Because obviously, you know, he's kind of the only one that's really causing carnage on the server at the minute. He's invested into a gigantic backpack. He has placed each and every one of them quite carefully inside, and he is really trying to carry them through into this game. But at what point does he go down early? At what point does a stray bullet land into his cranium and take him down whilst he's trying to process a thought into the round and stop him from being able to really go off on a tear? Because that's all that's required. If no one else on the side of Liquid is stepping up to the mark, it is going to be a struggle. For NIP, they've made some changes here in terms of the operator pick. Psycho donning the Kali, coming out on DJ Kali. Let's see what she'll get up to, and if she'll be able to be a bit of a sniper with a hell of a scope and take down a Team Liquid member or two into the round.
There goes the Valkyrie cam to begin with, and we can see she is back in that long-range scope there. Psycho just looking to pick up an early kill now. Sexy Kick with diffuser in hand. Looks like he's just being fed a little bit of information. Out comes the potential toss, and that is unfortunate there. That could have been successful if that sailed far enough along, but just catching that steel joist in between the two floors. Obviously a solid building job being done here on Cafe, Jackie.
Mate, it is going to be a bit unfortunate. Obviously the double-sided tape there proving to be a little bit of a double-sided agent and benefiting the other team. But when push comes to shove, we see the main man, Muzi, getting a bit monstrous with his plays. Bold, confidence there, surging through him as he peeks out, looking for a second frag off the initial encounter. Kamikaze testing his luck as well. Ooh, bullets bouncing back, nearly hitting, but in the end, it will be the shot from Psycho that shuts down Nesk as we see him drop down to the ground. A single sniper shot whizzing straight through and finishing him off. So it's a 5 versus 2 in the grand scheme of the round. This is looking like it is going to be an NIP shutdown to end Liquid here on Cafe and push it through to the clubhouse. And that's exactly the way it feels like it's going, as it's all down to PSK and Palu. It would almost have to be a Palu ace once again for Liquid to get this round back on track. That's how it feels like it's starting to shape up. A couple of players are low on the side of NIP, and PSK slowly making his move up the stairwell, but he's spotted and he is bludgeoned, left in a pool of blood as Muzi will massacre him and leave him lifeless on the ground. Palu detecting the peek from the rear, fires out the pre-fire shots, expecting the push, but they're not going to chase. They need to get that diffuser down, and they have a huge advantage into the round. They do peek him one by one. He's actually armed with the shotty as well. Gets close contact him, but takes a bullet to the side. They'll shoot down, death from above. The hurty verti is going to be found from Pino. And Palu, you might have had 14 frags, but you can't solo carry a matchup like this in the major. We need to see the rest of Liquid waking up to him, because there is a third and final map. NIP, they have wrung them to their core there and take us through to that decider.
Well, in an interesting mirror image of what we saw between Team 1 and FaZe Clan, we have Team Liquid come out and take the first map 7-5, just as FaZe Clan did. And then we have NIP answer back 7-3 on the second map, just as Team 1 did. Can we be heading to a round 15 decider once again? Is it going to mirror that closely, Jackie? Can we be so lucky in twice in one day?
Mate, It's crazy. It's a hell of a series, right? And it's beautiful to at least see it. We don't want a whitewash of a series here between these two sides. It's always a treat when you get to see Liquid and NIP play off against each other. So the fact that both of the respected map picks have been picked up, and again, we go through as the decider, and the fact that that third and final map is Clubhouse as well. This is when obviously all the cogs start turning. We start getting those wrinkles on our brain, just the amount of excitement that's coming up with the fact that Clubhouse could be incredible. And of course, that will be coming up when we go back in after the break. Clubhouse, you won't want to miss it. The decider between our second semi-final here in the upper bracket. Join us for that after these messages. From cafe to Clubhouse, please can everyone come forward and board our flight to Germany, as we'll be going back in for an exhilarating final map here of the series. Some crazy players came out into cafe, but in the end it was effectively NIP just playing better when it came to timing and having some clutch plays through and through. The only player that really stood the test of time for Team Liquid was Palu. And Tim, I hope he hasn't cooled off after that performance going into Clubhouse.
Team Liquid are going to need him now more than ever, but they need everybody else stepping up as well. Nesk was a little bit quiet there on Cafe, and they just need everybody pulling in the same direction. That is what we saw from NIP, and ultimately it won out the day for them. But I'm going to have to get myself a new chair, Jackie. I need a chair that's got more edge, because I'm far too close to the edge of this one, given the way this matchup is going and the way the entire day is going. So I need some sort of special extension on the chair here so that I've got a little bit more room to work with.
Extra chair edge, potentially sponsored by NIP. See if they can maybe brand that, ship that out as a product. Yeah, we'll have to look into it, because it does feel like that's all we do when we see these teams play, Tim. It has been a miraculous series in terms of the turnaround, obviously from Coastline to Cafe. That was a game changer, right? We saw the best of either team on their respective picks. And now the fact we get Clubhouse, the map where we did have that regular season game on, I'm just really excited for it. I feel like this is quite literally the best possible outcome we could have had in terms of the series.
It's what everybody wanted to see, let's be honest. We don't want to see any of these teams getting rolled in 2 matches, and it's very unlikely that we go into at any stage of this tournament. We've got a third match yet to come, don't forget. After all this excitement, we get to see 2 of the 4 teams again. They're going to play each other in the lower bracket right after this best of 3 finishes up. So at the minute, Team 1, they're sat there waiting. They're not out watching this match, just trying to pick up anything they can for that lower bracket match. And they're going to play the loser here. It's going to be another hard-fought game to see who goes through to tomorrow.
Oh, mate, Bodega's there, literally A4 notepad out, scribbling down anything that he can find that is worthy of getting into that notebook, because I know they are in for a hell of a series. And that's also the interesting part to look at, right? Because there's one of 2 ways of looking at it when we get into that lower game. Depending on which team gets knocked down to the lower bracket here out of this next best of 3, you've got to factor in the fact that they have been playing, a solid 3-hour burst of Siege back and forth, some really effective bouts with all 3 maps being played out, and them being quite lengthy games as well. They weren't quickies, they weren't over fast, they've been lengthy, lads. So then you get dropped down to the lower bracket, you get your little bit of window to reset, then you have to play another best of 3. Who would you rather be in that situation? Do you want to be the side that's come fresh out of the series with defeat looming over you, or Team 1 that have had some time to cool off a little bit and reset, right? That's the scary aspect you're looking at.
The cool-off is the potential problem, though, having that time away, and I'm sure that the players are doing things, they'll be doing a bit of aim training, maybe a bit of terrorist hunt, they'll be trying to keep the mechanically, sort of the motor skills and the muscle memory going, but you've had a couple of hours where things do just settle down a bit, and We don't know who is going to be facing up against Team One yet, but what we do know is that we're going to have an absolute banger for you here on Clubhouse. We are heading over to Germany right now to see how this one finishes off. We're going to have Team Liquid versus NIP all the way to a conclusion. Don't you dare go anywhere, because this one's going to be a classic.
Well then, here we go. As we start to serve this one up to you once again. We're moving back through to see how the game is going to go. Liquid taking on NIP for the third and final time this evening, off the back of winning Cafe 7-3 on the split, with quite a dominant game. 4 of the rounds purely being won off the back of just Team Liquid when they were on their attack. Now we come to Clubhouse and the bans start to rein in.
Clubhouse is an interesting map between both of these teams because the fortunes have been mixed so far. My big concern here is that Team Liquid have only very recently taken that loss on Clubhouse to FaZe Clan, and whether that's going to be fresh in the mind or not, I don't know. We will see how it plays out here today, but it can't be great for them. Coming in so far, they've played here 4 times, Jackie. Won once, drawn twice, and lost once. Obviously, the draws not irrelevant. It shows that they haven't been able to get the games over the line on those occasions, but not relevant in terms of a potential outcome here because there will be no draws. This is map 3 of a best of 3. We need a winner. We need a winner one way or another, and if that means best of 3 overtime at the end of 12 rounds, if it sits 6-all, then that's exactly what we're going to bring you.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
And that is potentially the way this game is going to shape up. These two teams so closely matched when it comes to the individual prowess of each and every one of them. They're so bright, so many shining stars here on either one of these squads. 2 of the biggest and boldest organizations here in LATAM as well, representing both Liquid and NIP. It's a spectacle to behold, and it has been a hell of a series so far, and it's all been building up to this moment. The culmination on Clubhouse, the decider of the deciders, a match to remember between these two sides. We were talking about this series being a slobber knocker, and this is going to be the map for it. You will see spit flying by the end of this one, but it's all got to start at the beginning. Round 1 kicking off now. Team Liquid on their attack. Are they going to be poised? Will they be ready for this and be able to come in with a big opener? Or will NIP be living it large and locking it down on their defense?
20 seconds in. Team Liquid, they are doing some essential work here. They're getting on the drones and they are looking to gather as much information as we can. If we look at the past performances of Liquid and NIP here, and I think it's very relevant. We've just seen on Cafe, we were able to reasonably well predict exactly how that one was going to go, especially when the flip came over to Liquid on the defense. We knew that they would struggle on sites away from the kitchen, and that is exactly what happened. Palu will open things up with a kill onto Pino. So Pino once again just struggling on that entry battle, and that's not really the story that we've seen him tell throughout the season. He has been very solid so far. One of the leading players, if not the leading player on entry difference, doing extremely well. I think he came out of the season 42-24 and a +18 finish. So a little bit unusual to see him keep losing those battles, but he is up against some of the best now in Nesk and Palu. But looking at the previous attacks for Team Liquid, they've been pretty successful here on Clubhouse. To say that they've only had the 1 win, they've done very well. 60% win rate Church and Arsenal, 100% win rate Bedroom and Gym. The only area that they've really been slacking has been CCTV and Cash. So there's certainly some rounds to be found here for Team Liquid.
Right, honestly, name a more iconic duo than Julio and Nitro. Like, this man must go to bed with a little plushie of C4 by his pillow, Tim. Just giving it a good night kiss, waking up in the morning, bowing before it and coming out just ready, because his Nitro atrocities are just outrageous. The fact he's probably getting an average of at least 3 to 4 kills of a Nitro per map is, it's just mind-boggling, mate. I honestly love to see it.
Oh, he's got a shrine to Nitros. There's not, like you say, he's got the plushie, he's got photographs up there, and he gets up and he just, welcomes them in the morning and just takes his inspiration from it and then delivers on the server. It's absolutely unbelievable to see the consistency with which Julio uses that gadget to deadly effect. Muzi with some deadly effect onto Nesk. Palu once again trading out, and he comes in and continues that form hot into map 3, but Julio shuts him down, and we now find ourselves 3 versus 2. Sexy Cake pushing through on the Montagne. We've seen some great Montagne play from Sexy Cake here on Clubhouse, but right now we're going to have to see something special, as it is 1 versus 2 and never easy. Tries to get the pistol out, will take the hip fire, needed some luck there, does not find it, and will be shut down by Psycho at the end of the round, and that's going to be round number 1 going to NIP, and this train just keeps on rolling right now, Jackie.
Oh, mate. The NIP train is at full speed. It's looking more akin to a train that does not require tracks at this point, as it can go anywhere. Would that be like a bus or a train without tracks?
I mean, I suppose technically a train without tracks. I suppose I was going to say it'd be more like a tram, but a tram's got tracks, hasn't it? So
yeah,
just
it's got the overhead power lines.
It's got the overhead power lines, and it's got tracks. Although I'm not. Do they still need the overhead power lines? I think they do, don't they?
I think that is how it works. It's kind of like a really big Scalextric.
All I can see is somebody in a control room somewhere saying, "Can you take that one off and sort the brushes out? It's not running."
Oh god, yeah, you have to send someone in. They're getting like some new wires. They're like, no, look,
back on.
The wires are a bit bent.
Slot.
If you just turn those around a bit, give them a bit of a twist, it should be all right. That'll sort it right out.
Sort it right out. Don't go too fast round the corner; it'll fly off. We've got 40 passengers in that one. Got to be careful. Got to be careful.
Is there dust on that? Oh bloody hell! Oh mate, right. Well, let's have a look then, as it does seem like we have a bit of a poll coming through. We asked the viewers at home what their favourite Scalextric set was. No, we didn't, unfortunately. But we did ask them who is going to win the round here on Clubhouse. 58% of people in favour of Liquid locking it down to start us off here on Club. Unfortunately, the 42%, the minority, are actually the ones that are correct. It is NIP that have opened it up with the initial round. But we will have to wait and see who will be locking down the series and who will be right when all is said and done at the end here of Club, as we have only just kicked this one off.
Head into Gym and Bedroom in number 2. An interesting choice coming out from NIP, but they want to keep themselves CCTV and cash in the bank. Now, NIP are yet to win this defensively. We've seen them play 3 times on Clubhouse. 5 times they have attempted to defend Gym and Bedroom. So this really is Liquid's opportunity. And if they take this one here and level it up 1-1, it's... Well, you've got to look at it as a roll of the dice. Because if NIP come away with the win here, they're first in 6 attempts at defending Gym and Bedroom, then fantastic. They leave themselves going towards the 100% win rate defensively on CCTV and cash, and that's perfect for them. But it is a big roll of the dice, because right now Team Liquid come in and just level this up here 1-1, and that momentum that NIP feel like they've got coming in from that big victory on Cafe 7-3, you start to feel it ebbing away then, because Liquid start chipping you down, and that's something that they need to be careful of here. So this is a big risk in round 2 for NIP going to Gym and Bedroom.
Let's see if the risky business will be paying off, or if they will be reeling in pain off the result that will come out from it. Early on, we're seeing the pings of information that are going out from Team Liquid, once again trying to utilize Sexy Cake's Monty to be a huge boon for them. To go in as a big, bold, thick drone that can take some bullets and also take some names potentially, but most importantly, gather the information of what positions are in play by NIP and force them out of those angles by using that shield to bash them back bit by bit. And talking of bashing, you might see some shots coming out soon, Tim, as the Thermite is going to open up the doorway here. Like the little quick on-the-fly use of the drone as well from PSK to clear that angle out and force them to peek and fire out the warning shots. Smoke, though, in the meantime, once again, coming into effect. Oh, Sexy Cake! If he would have overstepped the mark, if he would have gone in through the boundary of the doorway there, stepped over the threshold, he would have been dead. Dropped down to the ground by the Nitro, but he backed off and just takes a little bit of damage. By pushing back through, though, he exposes himself once again, and Julio, he doesn't get the kill, Tim.
You got to feel like Julio really needed that one. PSK able to start getting the diffuser down now, and Monty taking an awful lot of attention. Nesk will get himself a kill, but Muzi will trade that out. Diffuser active 4 versus 3, and this is not going to be an easy retake for NIP, especially with Sexy Cake still on the board. Palu rains in a kill onto Kamikaze. Muzi goes for the jump out, but Palu just manages to dip himself into the little alcove there on the outside area, keeps himself safe. And right now, NIP, they are at Sharks and they are circling Julio onto Moringa. Pino, he has to challenge Palu. He has to win this one, but he won't be able to. Palu with a huge backstab. 3 on the round, 1 versus 1. 6 seconds left to go. Can Julio close this one out? It is now or never. He needs to get straight on that diffuser. He's got the time. He's going to do this. Unbelievable finish from Julio there. Just getting the kill. The last second challenge. It does not get any closer than that. NIP, they close down a difficult site. That is the first time we have seen them successfully defend Gym and Bedroom, and boy, did they make us wait for it.
Oh my god. Man, this is ridiculous. The quality of play that's starting to come out from NIP. The notorious NIP with the quality of play we're starting to see here. 2 rounds off the back of the clutch. Madness. Absolute madness. They are Hellraisers incarnate with the quality of play they've been giving to us, Tim. They will keep you on the edge of the seat. They will serve up some spectacular flavour with the style of play. And, ooh, we're talking about flavour. They're starting to give this one a little bit more seasoning. The spice has been added to the mix. Oryx coming out. Let's see if this man is going to have an opportunity to be a gigantic nuisance maker into the round. We've had a couple of Oryx plays throughout the season. Now it's major territory, though. This is the opportunity to quite possibly make the most memorable major play from Oryx if Psycho can do something ridiculous tonight versus Team Liquid. It's the second semi-final of the day. We're in the upper bracket. It's the last map. You've already got 2 rounds. You get Oryx out. Give me something to scream about, Tim.
I would expect to see the construction and gym hatches opened up here, and that is going to leave Liquid potentially very exposed to that Oryx flank, and I think we'd all love to see it, Jackie. We've seen it used successfully in the LATAM season. Scardinia on Villa, putting it to beautiful work, managed to get himself up the hatch onto the top floor. The push for the attackers was moving through to Trophy Statuary. That's where they were attacking. Scardinia gets himself up the study hatch with about 20 seconds left to go, rushes through, hits a man on the statuary door, gets the kill, and then rotates through Vault, uses the ability again to go through the soft wall, so completely unexpectedly changes his angle of attack and hits a man on the trophy door. It was beautiful, and I'm sure that that is the sort of play potentially that Psycho is going to be looking for here. Get those archers open and give yourself the opportunity. Keep yourself hidden through the round, and then potentially just pop up and cause an absolute nuisance, cause a nightmare in the server towards the late round. Get yourself into gym, work through, and just play the backstab into construction if that is where some of the attacking push comes from, if it is not completely focused towards this east wall and the garage catwalk.
A lot to speculate about and a lot to get excited about here into round number 3. Some crazy plays could be coming forward. Certainly some earth-shattering ones from NIP potentially off the back of the picks they've gone for into this round. But the same can be said for Liquid, Tim, as right now it feels like they're stuck in a bit of a downward spiral. They're starting to slump. They're struggling and they're not getting themselves back into a good position. They're really quite committed to making the Monty work on Sexy Cake, and it has been opening up avenues for them. But when it comes down to it, when we get to squeaky bum time, it just feels like NIP are one step ahead each and every time, and it really is getting quite scary. They're going to utilise the Thermite of PSK, open up the back door to fully capitalise and go for a convergence in towards the garage. And Psycho, we were talking about his late round roaming. He might not even get a chance to survive towards the late round. They're really trying to force him out of position early on. He's been detected. Monty's going in to try and strike against him. They can't use the utility to force him out, but they can overpower him in the 2 versus 1. You need to drop the shield, trying to get the trade game off with a pistol. Instead, though, Moringa will peek out and tidy up. He can also get the res onto Nesk, Tim. This has worked out well for Team Liquid here.
I thought Psycho had just had a huge moment there, taking Nesk off the board, but unfortunately just couldn't land that last bullet that he needed. And Nesk will be collected. I think he'll actually get himself back up by the looks of his HP there, just a little bit lower than it would have been had he been resuscitated by a teammate. He'd have been up to 20 then, but it doesn't really make a difference. She's still basically 1 bullet away from death. Now we can see NIP, they're going to have to try and hold off this plant from distance. Out goes the Nitro. Julio cannot be successful this time around. We've seen huge Nitro plays from him here on Clubhouse previously. Kamikaze gets one onto Sexy Cake. That's the Monty gone. PSK once again finds a way to get that diffuser down. It's not in the default spot, but this could be just as effective. He's got Moringa on Overwatch there. Kamikaze looking to try and fight his way back into sight. Completely shut down by Moringa. Nesk got one just before that, and right now time is ticking away. Pino's 1 versus 4. Shut down at the door. Nothing much he could do there. Very, very good attack from Team Liquid, and that just shows why, exactly why, the Garage Catwalk is so influential.
Man, it was interesting as well because it did feel, I don't know, Tim, potentially a bit of a bold call to make. If obviously you pick up the Oryx, right? You could have gone for literally any other operator in that instance with the way you played it. Garage. It didn't feel like it was, I'd say necessary, but honestly, yeah, it did just feel like it was a bit of a throwaway.
Well, you've got to look at the other options. So, you know, was Oryx a good play on the catwalk? Maybe he likes the gun. Maybe he needed him for a bit of sight rotation, whatever it was. But I'm not sure that will have been the original plan, because let's look at it. Oryx brings no utility. He does help to set up the sight, but they've got a smoke. They've got shotguns. They don't really need that. That's not essential. And there's not much setting up needs to be done on that site in terms of rotations. There's generally one from cash stairs into cash room. But other than that, potentially one onto Garage Catwalk. We've seen that hit and miss in LATAM so far. They don't always play with the rotation through onto Garage Catwalk. It can do more harm than good sometimes. But at most, you need 2 rotations. So you can do that. Not much of a problem. So we don't need the Oryx for that. So what else does he bring to the table at that point? You know, in terms of by comparison to other operators that could have been in his place. You know, you could have had the Doc with the stim pistols potentially. Yeah. You could have the Maestro potentially bringing those cams, the Evil Eyes, feeding information in. You know, there are many other options that will generally be preferred to play up on the Garage Catwalk. And ultimately, it all comes down to the same. I mean, I'm looking at potentially a Legion. They've had a Montagna who has come and completely pushed them around, and that's not unexpected. Sexy Cake has done that repeatedly over the season, and that is exactly why Liquid took the ban onto the Clash, because they have struggled to clear Garage Catwalk when the Clash has been played against them. So that straight away signals, we're going to bring Monty to clear Garage, and that's exactly what they've done there. So maybe some like a Legion that could have slowed that down, just play those goo mines out and prevent Sexy Cake being able to continually push up, or at least slow him down and prevent that progress. And so, yeah, I've got to ask the question along with you on that one, Jacket.
It did just feel like a bit of a bizarre play. You never know, though. I guess maybe there was an initial move they wanted to make with it, and the call was made to bring out Oryx for the run game, and then when they've got into the nitty-gritty and they've started to realise the potential plays, he was the short straw, even, if I can speak, to decide, obviously, who was going to have to defend towards Garage. And I guess they just tried to make an awkward fit work, Tim, and unfortunately, it didn't really work out too well. It's not ideal, and they do drop the round. Obviously now, moving back into round 4. NIP, they're still leading large with 1 round over Team Liquid, and that was quite a bold move to make, potentially suspecting there was a player lurking right behind the window. We do see the barricades getting busted open and the peek coming round from Pino on the mute, and this man trying to make waves and cause some carnage, he's lucky he's still alive. He himself could have been muted and left dropped down on the ground, because he's taken a lot of damage off that encounter, and he's got to sit pretty with it as well. No dock in play, no way of being able to buff himself back up. That's your livelihood now. Deal with it.
Deal with it. He will have to. We can see Psycho taking damage as well, and this round not going great for NIP. Liquid certainly looking to get themselves in here, get the advantage. Nesk will do that, taking the last of Psycho's HP. Palu will get Pino, and that now leaves us in a 5 versus 3. Liquid looking to fight their way back into this. They're looking for 2 all on the scoreboard here. They want to get themselves back in the mix. They know that there is a potentially very good defensive half ahead of them. We know that Liquid are solid on the defense here on Clubhouse, so they will be looking to get themselves at least even on the half. They'll be looking for any advantage they can get realistically. If they could go 4-2, I am sure they would be ecstatic with that. But each journey starts with a single step, Jackie, and that single step is now round 4 Liquid. They need to get this one leveled up yet, and even at 5 versus 3, it is certainly not a dead cert, although progress is being made here. We can see the church wall, the base of it just being opened up by those Hibana pellets, blue corridor being challenged now, Muzi taken off the board as well. It's all falling apart for NIP. This is looking like a flawless round, and that's exactly what it will be. Team Liquid coming out with a big win, and that brings them right slap bang into this. And whoever really expected NIP to run away with that one, Jackie?
Oh, mate. Yeah.
That's not how we roll. That's
No.
just not how it happens in LATAM.
Honestly, we have these games being so back and forth the entire series. It's always such a contrast and a paradigm shift from map 1 to map 2. And then now with the deciders, it seems like this is when you play the back and forth, the long, slow and steady sustained game, right? Where it'll be NIP get 2 rounds, Liquid get 2 rounds. Now we'll probably see it go 1-1 and end up at an equal scoreline of the 3-3. And we can speculate about that. But firstly, let's focus on this. We see Oryx picked again. I'm curious now, Tim. We've made our points. We've given our reservations of the way they utilised it last time around. Obviously now, you're not defending up towards Garage. You don't really have to worry about it too much. You can play the roam game with the Oryx. Let's see how beneficial it is going to be for them now and how they utilise it.
He's bringing the barbed wire. Again, I look at Oryx on this site, and I'm not saying, I don't want to put the caster's curse on it and Psycho ends up coming in with an Oryx ace or something. But I look at it again and I just think, where's the usefulness? Really, Oryx has that potential for flanks based on the hatch ability particularly. It's not his only manner of doing so, and it may well be that Psycho's just got a preference for the gun and the loadout and likes what he brings to the table and his movement, but you want to give yourself that opportunity potentially, and when you're defending a basement site, that's not there. You can't climb up through the hatches. There are no hatches to climb up through. You can't get underground, Jackie. We know this. You can't do that. So it's limiting again. It's just basically removing, and you can use it elsewhere in the map. I know you could use it to quickly transition up through the floors and get up to top floor, but the staircases are reasonably well located here on Clubhouse. I don't think it's going to save you a huge amount of time or offer you any major options to get onto a flank that you couldn't realistically achieve by using one of those staircases up to the top floor. And, the opportunities for that to be useful, I think, are going to be reasonably few and far between. And, there is potentially better utility that could be brought. Bring along the Mozzie,
Yeah.
Prevent the access to the drones, prevent the information, maybe even grab a few and gain some information for your side. It does seem like a strange pick.
It is. It's an interesting one because obviously you look at it, and again, you're absolutely right in the sense that the dream scenario for an Oryx is going to be map like Consulate, where you're on that top floor and you can use the verticality and you've got multiple different layers to get through, like an onion, Tim. You can start off down and you can work your way all the way up towards the top floor in a matter of seconds, right? Quick, clean rotation that would catch people off guard. Whereas here, as you said, he's more of a raging bull. He's not a mole man. He's not going to be digging himself a tunnel and popping out like some sort of beaver. But by the way, beavers are very proficient at digging holes, if you didn't know.
Interesting animal fact there, Jackie. I was waiting for you to bring one to the major. You know that I always love them.
Yeah.
Always
I thought I'd
supports
bust
a
it
bit
out.
of further reading.
All right. That's the thing. Because, people might look at an animal like a beaver and be like, really, what do? Do they just build dams? They just sort of swim around a little bit? And yeah, they do. They build dams, but they're also very effective at building underground tunnel systems. So keep that in mind. If you ever start seeing holes appearing in the garden, it might not be a mole. It could be a wild beaver.
It certainly could be. And right now, it's looking like Team Liquid are just able to burrow underneath NIP and start to undermine their defences here. But right now, they've been located, they've been detected, and the mining tunnels, they're being burnt out. The timbers are giving way, and right now it's collapsing in on Team Liquid as NIP get themselves a couple of kills and find themselves 5-3 up. Only 30 seconds left to go, and it's going to be a tough push from here on in to this site, especially with 5 defenders left on the board. You're going to find yourself coming into the late round bloodbath here, and there's going to be more pointing at you than you can possibly bring to the table. But Moringa, he will level things somewhat and get himself one. We have, however, Moringa down at the other side of the map. We've got Palu taken out of things. It's largely all down to PSK. Shut down in Moto, and it's going to be round to NIP. That gives them another small advantage, 3-2 now.
Well, I'll be damned. There we go. NIP picking up that one with some clean kills coming through towards the end, living it large on their defense and getting themselves the third round that they desired. Now it's just a matter of, can they actually tie it up 3-3, or is this going to be a 4-2 split? We've got a replay as well of the utility there being chucked out. Pino obviously with the nitro, hoping to get it through. Again, the double-sided tape playing on the opposite side there, clearly favouring Liquid into that one. Wasn't going to let him get it through to try and detonate. It was spotted out and it was taken down. Nice little adjustment.
Certainly was, and talking of adjustments, this score just seems to adjust itself back and forward. The momentum never seems to stick with anybody for long. And NIP, they've managed to get themselves in front again after a couple of hard-fought rounds going on the board for Team Liquid. But if Liquid can get themselves this one and come into their defensive phase at 3-all, I think that they will be more than satisfied with that. If we have a look at how Liquid have done previously, good results in Church and Arsenal, CCTV and Cash. As we've seen a few times over the season, Jackie, I can see this one coming down to the success rate in Gym and Bedroom. That is where it's going to be won and lost.
And now, this is quite possibly the better site for it, because again, obviously Oryx has been picked out once more. In terms of rotation points this time, it does make a lot more sense. Obviously, he's not going to be tunneling underground. He can actually utilize those hatches to go for a big rotation late round. Curious, Tim. It's definitely been a bit of an eyebrow raiser in the fact that NIP have been willing to bust out the Oryx so much, and of course you can see him already being put to use, going around on hatch duty, opening them straight up so he can give himself those late round rotations. We'll see. We'll come back to it and see if maybe it has a bit more of a big impact into the game this time. A little bit more care being utilized as well from Pino to open up that angle up above, so it is a lot more easier for him to actually get that nitro through. Doesn't want the same shenanigans happening for a third time.
With the electrification, that makes the toss even tougher as well. If it touches that, it will be destroyed. So it needs to be very careful, and it's obviously going to be well practiced to try and get that one. It's like threading the eye of a needle, getting that nitro over there and into the correct area as well to have an impact on that east wall as it's been opened up. But we can see Sexy Cake just looking to push in now. I don't know if the nitro toss is going to come out or not. Not right now. It was certainly lined up, but they will ease off for the time being. And we can see Sexy Cake making some quick progress there. He's got himself towards those cash stairs. He's looking to hassle from the rotation here. And right now, that needs to be dealt with. Julio does have nitro in hand, so he could potentially impact onto the Monty and try and prevent him being able to continue that push. But Sexy Cake, he's at a bit of an impasse. He can't move through the rotation with his shield extended. He's not going to want it, just puts him into a dangerous animation there. So he's just going to hold back and just feed as much information as he can. We can see the wall has been opened up to allow him to do that. So he's just going to be telling them exactly where those attackers are located. Out comes the nitro. Gets two. Huge throw, as I said, from Pino. Threads the eye of a needle and takes PSK and Nest down. However, Palu will get in. Kill onto Julio, but shut down once again by Pino. That is 3 on the round. Muzi shuts down Moringa, and this is all going in the favour of NIP. They finish off the round 4-2. They find themselves on the scoreboard, and what a huge play from Pino.
Wait, Pino dropping bombs from the top rope. Chucks the nitro over. C4 on the door. Won't be breathing no more with a double kill being found. And then we get the wicked Skengman play towards the end. Charging out with a knife and slicing his way through the man ahead of him. Looking like Butcher Pete as he chops that meat. And brings us to this position, Tim. A 4-2 split on the rounds. And here we go. This game is really starting to spice up. The series is starting to get quite interesting. We do have a replay as well. Oh, you can actually catch it. Barely going over the head of Palu. He just saw that nitro. As you can see the reaction there of just going, I need to run. Bolts it. Turns around just in time to see both of his teammates being detonated and broken by that nitro toss.
I Tell you what, Jackie, I can see a timeline here where NIP can take this. I'm just looking.
Yeah.
I'm just looking over their previous attacking history here on Clubhouse. We've seen it here 3 times, so we've got a reasonable amount of information. And we've got a 50% win rate when attacking both Church and Arsenal and CCTV and Cash. So for argument's sake, let's say that we see those sites twice each, which wouldn't be unusual. If we're going for a full 3-site rotation each time, we'll see them twice. So that's 2 rounds. If they are 50-50, they're going to win one of them each time. If they can achieve that same rate, then they win one each time, and that puts them on the 6 that they need. So it comes down to Gym and Bedroom. As I say, it's going to come down to the success of Team Liquid to defend Gym and Bedroom. And right now, NIP have got a 75% win rate when attacking Gym and Bedroom. So you can easily see a timeline there whereby they can pick up 3 of these attacking rounds based on their history here. NIP have this in the palm of their hand right now. They've got themselves a big advantage, and they have got all the tools at their disposal that they require to close this one out. Team Liquid, this is going to be hard fought, and if you remember back to when we spoke at the beginning of this one, Jackie, I'd said Team Liquid have been on a little bit of a downward trend over the last couple of weeks, where NIP, their form has certainly risen. They've been on that rising curve, and sometimes it's not about exactly how good your form is, it's about hitting it at the right time, and NIP might have just done that coming into the major.
Oh, mate. If it was a matter of waking up on time just when needed, well, NIP, they've proven that, you know, they're very effective. They're not late, they're never early. NIP arrive just on time, and that's what we've seen so far throughout the course of their opening matchup into the major. Major mistakes are being made for Team Liquid as Psycho overpowering, doing effectively what Sexy Cake did into the prior half as he'll push out on the Monty and massacre the first man, dropping Moringa. Palu rotates off as well, dashing out of there. Already, this true impact fragger has 11 frags already tied to him. That's barrels of impact frags being added one by one, but he needs to still do so much more as this round is only just beginning, and it is coming down to a 4 versus 4. About a minute on the clock as they're rotating around and making their move down towards that basement level and heading in towards the sites. But is this going to be a pretty sight for sore eyes, or will this be an NIP round, and will that be them moving to 5 already?
Very rarely a pretty sight down here on Church and Arsenal. It usually comes down to those last-second pushes and the last-second bloodbaths, and we just see it's like a battle royale. We just see who is left standing at the end of things and declare them the winner. But right now, Psycho, he's looking to push through Moto. He's getting aggressive on the Montagne here. He's certainly not slowing down his push, and he's going to feed that information in. I don't think he's really gained too much knowledge there. He's got a man playing near bar, and you could have decided that. You know that that's going to be the case before you go in there, but he's certainly pushing further in. He needs to be careful about his backside because he's got Nesk out there in the blue tunnel, and if he pushes too far, Nesk could use that rotation to get a line of sight onto him, and we see PSK able to take Psycho out there, and I think there was maybe a little bit too much aggression from the Montagne, showing why the blue corridor is such an important location. Picking up a double kill will be shut down by Pino, but ultimately Liquid win on time, and that is something that we have seen from NIP. We've commented on it, not so much today, but through the season, just leaving those pushes too late. And I think there was a bit of over-aggression from Monty into the site there, left himself exposed, and ultimately not dealing with Nesk in the blue corridor. That really did hurt them on the round. Big double from him there to push Liquid over the line. They get themselves back within 1, and this is game on.
All right. This is certainly interesting because, you know, it's also scary because those sort of rounds are historic NIP rounds. We've seen that happen many a time. It's just vintage, right? Where they'll go into their first round of attack, Tim, and because they've played such a solid half, they'll think, right, let's do what we do best. We'll play our slow style of Siege. We'll creep in for the late round execute, and when they go for it, for some reason, it all falls apart a little bit. They kind of tunnel vision. They don't think about the bigger picture. They start to lose on the encounters, and they get picked to pieces. That's a one-off. That's a blip. It's the first round of attack. It's happened. Don't let it happen again. don't let Liquid bring it back and close this into a 4-4. Because right now, you've got a little bit of a gap. You've sprinted further forward. Don't give them a catch-up mechanic and let them get back into a 4-4. And at that point, that's scary. Because Palu, he's been on point the whole night tonight. I mean, fair play to him, Tim. If we have a look at his total stats at the end of the series, it's got to be ridiculous, right? He's been hitting at what? At least 15 to 16 kills per map so far. So you total that in, that's like a 45 bomb towards the end of the series here. If he doesn't still go on to even maybe make it closer to a 50. But the rest of his side is now stepping up. We're seeing the odd player here and there actually coming into the forefront, hitting their shots. Nesk's waking up a bit. He's got 6 kills. We just need to see a little bit more from them. If they can bring it back to a 4-4, at that point, with them waking up, that's where I feel like the game is certainly still winnable for Liquid. NIP, you've dropped that first round. You went for your classic style of Siege. Now switch it up a little bit. Play with the confidence that you had on your defense and really open this game up like a gigantic hammer, cracking your way through some hefty nuts.
And right now, that is exactly what they are aiming to do. 4-3 on the board here. Team Liquid needing to get themselves back into it. Muzi with a big opener onto PSK, who was actively trying to bandit trick at the time and will lose his life to the explosive grenade coming in from underneath. Maybe not enough of a challenge down there in the lounge area from Liquid there, and they've just paid the price, losing their bandit early in this one. Opening kill there within the first minute. That's never going to be a good thing. The east wall will get opened up quickly, and right now Pino, he's looking to make a quick push on the construction side as well. There is a man set up there. It is the maestro of Palu. Who better would you want out there? He's got the deployable shield to help him as well, and he's going to try and lock things down with the Alder, but we can see quite a number of men moving over there for NIP. That is definitely going to be the spearhead of this push for the time being, and the Monty of Psycho just looking to move in and make things difficult for Palu once again, and that's exactly what forces him back into the site, and then he can look to block that doorway up, but he just needs to be careful that he doesn't leave himself exposed as the Toxic Babe canister comes out. Palu will try with the impact nade, but only hit his own shield. He doesn't manage to do any damage to the Montagna. That was all from the Toxic Babe canister. Out goes one into logistics just to see what he can find, but he will have no joy. The X-Kairos pellets will still be successful in opening, and that will leave the angle that is needed for NIP to force him away from this doorway.
Ooh, Palu. An awkward encounter there, but one he eventually does come out on top of. But he's taken another bullet as well. That's dropped him down to what, like 10 HP at this position as he holds for the further push coming in. Palu, can he get louder with the Alder and start to hit a couple of shots, really rattle the bones of NIP here? That's what's required of him, because this is getting scary. He's brought himself up to 12 frags on the board, and that's all he's going to get for now, as he's put to bed by Kamikaze, tucking him in with a goodnight kiss. Response from Nesk, lurking towards the garage and waiting for the strike to come through. Sexy Cake on the trade, lands a bullet to the brain as he'll end Muzi, putting a bullet through where his thoughts get processed and leaving it all on one man for Liquid. Moringa in the 1 versus 3. Denies Pino, trying to starve them out as the diffuser is going down. He's peeking into him. He was looking, hoping to squirrel the round away, spot out the player, diffusing and take him down, but in the end, it wasn't meant to be. He couldn't see him, couldn't get an angle, no lines of sight, and no pretty sights for sore eyes. NIP win out on that one. They break away. They again start to get the pace. They sprint ahead. 5-3. There's distance between both.
You remember what I said at the beginning of this half, Jackie? That is one of the attacks that NIP needed. As I said, there is definitely statistically room there for them to pick up attack on CCTV, to pick up an attack on Church and Arsenal, and then to finish things off in Gym and Bedroom. And right now, they are going to get the attempt at Gym and Bedroom. 75% win rate on attack for NIP here. By contrast, Team Liquid on the defense, only a 25% win rate. There is a mountain to climb. This is the moment. This right now is where Team Liquid, they are dunked into that vat of water. They are fresh steel right now, and they will either break and shatter here in Gym and Bedroom, or they will come out stronger, Jackie. But nobody knows until it happens which it is going to be.
Will the craftsman be happy with his work? Will the blacksmith be grinning from ear to ear? Or will he be saddened and not getting his gold doubloons for the day, Tim, because his swords have shattered and it had left NIP out in the cold, chucked away, broken and defeated? If that is going to be the case, then Liquid, they need to bounce back and come out with round after round. And that is the bigger picture. It's not just about them having the odd round where Palu shows up, Nesk's able to come in for the odd little jab, get him in the gut and knock him for six. It's about them getting consistent, winnable rounds back to back. And they need to go on a spree. If that spree is going to start, it has to come here from round 9 going forward. The defense has to be tenacious. No more opportunities for you to snooze in the game here. No more opportunities for Team Liquid to just drop another round and just think it's just one. We can still bite back, Tim. Because if that happens, that is guaranteed overtime. And if it happens twice, that is NIP taking the win, winning the series 2-1, staying in the upper bracket to face off against FaZe Clan, and Liquid will be back in the lower bracket to face up against Team 1. A Team 1 that beat them in regulation of BR6, Tim. That is the storyline we're looking at.
They didn't just beat them, Jackie, but beat them up 14-6 over 2 maps. Liquid were completely unable to get into it. And I think I said it at the time. I said that potentially, or it might have been you, Jackie, who said that that result could have much further reaching waves than just the result itself. And that coming into the major, those teams might play each other. And it might just play mentally into that game. The fact that that previous result exists. And that could be exactly what we are seeing. Because right now, NIP, they are taking strides towards winning this. They take Sexy Cake out to begin with. That's the Jaeger off the board. That's the roam game gone. Right now, Nesk, he's on low health as well. Pino's taken some damage, but at 5 versus 4, NIP are feeling confident. They're starting to bully players around with Psycho on the Montagna once again, and we can just see this death coming in between him and PSK there. He's got him trapped. There's a rotation behind him in the closet there so he can move back through to the bedroom, but they need to be careful they don't focus on this Monty quite so much. Nesk will get the kill onto Pino, and he will get a second onto Muzi. Nesk shows that Monty is not even a thing for him. He will look past him as if he's not there and get the 2 men behind him. And right now, Team Liquid, they are having a great round, but Julio will shut down Nesk, and the pressure starts to mount. Monty, not yet been dealt with, goes in and gets the Kaid. 3 versus 1 now, and this is all going to NIP. They're going to guarantee themselves the draw at this rate. Maringa gets Kamikaze. That's Diffuser on the ground, but he's going to get pinned down by the Monty. He gets one. Surely he can't do this. 1 versus 3. Julio versus Maringa. He needs to pick that Diffuser up and look at playing it. He's only got 15 seconds. He knows exactly where the man is, but it is automatic versus Shotgun, and Shotgun will win out at the short range. Maringa 1v3. How about that for Team Liquid? Just going right to the brink and then reeling it back in.
Look at the confidence on that peak. You could practically scrape the confidence off him with a knife, Tim. He swings wildly, connects the hit with the shotty. Oh, the signature shotgun speciality there. He's got a shotty by the shower in case you try and attack him whilst he's showering, and he busts out dripping wet and dripping with prowess into that encounter as he takes down another man, cleans up the round and keeps it moving for Team Liquid. Absolute banger of a round. Wild. I thought it was over. When the Monty got in his face, I was thinking, it's done, Tim. That's match point. That's going to be 6-3. But in the end, it's a 5-4 split now. And Team Liquid, just when you think they're out of luck, just when you think the game's over, Lady Luck, the fickle mistress that she is, flips them a coin and gives them an opportunity to get back in the game.
I built the challenge up ahead of going into that round, Jackie. I threw the stats all over it that Team Liquid were only a 25% win rate on that site. I really tried to hammer home the scale of the task that was ahead of them, and they decided to pile on, to add fuel to the fire, to make it even more difficult to leave Maringa in the 1 versus 3, but it was not difficult for him in the slightest as he shut it down. And unfortunately for Julio at the end there, he just found himself in that CQC situation, and face to face with the shotgun, it is always going to be a one-way ticket to Loserville, and that is exactly what happened.
Oh yeah, Maringa Certified lip remover in close quarters encounters, Tim. He has a license to kill and certainly a license to thrill. He's a human roller coaster and he has really been taking us through all of the emotions. Some crazy highs and some shattering lows here on Clubhouse. But now we're at this point. You either equalize the scoreline or you concede it and give it to NIP, allowing them to have a guaranteed overtime and be 1 round away from locking down the game. Liquid, that was your wake-up call. You cannot hit snooze. You cannot concede these rounds. Play to that level of excellence now coming into round 10, Tim, and we will have a sickening series on our hands.
5 versus 5 as we move into the mid-round here, coming through the first minute. We haven't seen any contact as of yet. There is a top floor roam clearance that needs to continue. Team Liquid have got a few men stationed up here on the top floor and just looking to waste as much time as possible. The hatches are open and the potential is there to drop back to site. That is a great start for the roam, taking out the Monty. Moringa loses his life though to Pino, and Kamikaze managed to get one in the mix onto Palu as well. So that is the roam clearance completed, and NIP can start mounting an attack towards site now. But a minute and a half has been wasted, and there is the question of Nesk in blue by the generator. They didn't manage to shift him last time, and he really did swing the round with a big double kill exactly when Team Liquid needed it. It was perfectly timed. So, will NIP learn the lesson? Will they go for a multifaceted attack, or do they keep it to that one angle onto Church Wall? Because very often on the bottom floor, down in basement, that is not the way to have success. You need to at least add a little bit of spice in there. You need to at least throw some herbs into the mix and get yourself down the dirt tunnel or into blue and get some sort of additional control.
If you are going to be able to punish, bring it out now, because you are really leaving it down to the wire, and it's looking scary for Team Liquid. What can they do into this round as the push is starting to come through, charging up towards the dinner table and looking to cut their way through this one? But the knife and fork's not going to be good enough when there is firearms on the other side as they're picking up the frags. Issue is they get a bit too bloodthirsty. Sexy Cake, oh no, this man's taken a bite out of his own team, Tim, as we come through with a frag of their own kind. Team Liquid on liquid crime now. At least it's going to work out well in the grand scheme of the round as they get another frag. Downing Muzi, dropping him down to the ground in a revivable state but in a horrendous position, and he's finished off. Impact nade to the legs, blowing him in half and severing him like a worm. We'll see the final frag round from Sexy Cake. The man has been on a hype ting into this one, Tim. Frag after frag, even his own teammates, he doesn't give a damn. He was in a bloodlust, and it reigns supreme, keeping the scoreline tight as it is brought back once again. 5 a pop here in the third and final map between these two behemoths of the scene.
The red mist came down and Sexy Cake just let it happen there. He just moved around with consummate ease, just destroying one player after another like a demigod in the server. He was unstoppable in round number 10 and puts Team Liquid right back into this. And guess what? We are going to see all 12 rounds. That much is a guarantee. But will we see even more? Will we see the overtime once again here on map 3 to decide who goes through to that upper bracket, to decide who continues on the warpath towards FaZe Clan, and who will need to fight for their very lives inside of the major when they drop into the lower bracket? And Team 1, they are waiting for them, and that is not going to be an easy matchup by any means.
Team 1, they might be in the lower bracket, but it doesn't mean that they're easy to beat. As you said, Tim, they are a squad that's gone toe-to-toe with some of the best and brightest Sparks from Brazil, and they certainly made sparks fly whenever they got into those encounters, and that is what is absolutely terrifying to speculate about, because as tight as the series has been, the first series was just as close, and then you get dropped into that lower bracket. You have to fight for your survival, not even having a safety net beneath you. Your back is going to be up. You will need to stand tall, and you will have to be cutthroat. Really, really cutthroat going into those games, and that's why it is so incredible The major has been popping so far. I hope everyone has been strapped in and watching this glued to their monitor, because this is only the second semi-final. We still have the lower bracket to cover, and there is still 2 more days of competition here, and there is still a few more rounds to go before we know who's going to be on top here into this encounter between Liquid and NIP. Shots raining down early. The hurty-verty's coming through, but it's just going to be tags. No actual opening frags. Muzi taking a heavy hit, but he's still alive and kicking, and that's pivotal, Tim, as he's been waking up. He's been hitting his shots. 10 frags to his name. You do not want to lose a player like Muzi right here, right now.
Absolutely not, and it's no surprise to see him taking some shots. If you remember last time we saw CCTV and Kashi open things up with a great destructive grenade kill onto PSK through the floorboards whilst he was clearing off those bandit batteries, but this time they were alive to that danger and ready on the vertical angles to deal some damage back in the opposite direction. So Muzi, like you say, needs to just keep himself alive for certainly at least into the later round here. Now, out comes the Monty and out comes the smoke. That's going to push Psycho away and do an awful lot of damage. That puts him below half health here. And right now, Team Liquid, they look almost on course to head themselves towards getting an advantage and getting a match point opportunity here. Garage Catwalk is going to be really important for them to clear out, and just as I say it, Pino once again so strong on the entry will take Sexy Cake out, and that completely frees up the Garage Catwalk. That is control of the Eastern Breach, and that is now the potential for NIP to get the diffuser down. The man count is too low for Liquid to play somebody down into Lounge. They have very few options to deny a plant here. They don't have the smoke on the board anymore. They might have a nitro in the hand of PSK, but he is not in a position to be able to deploy it to prevent that diffuser going on the ground, especially with the Monty right up in his face. Maestro is going to be challenged there, will take big shots. Palu is going to have to dip down away from that challenge and go back to head glitching the bomb, but right now they need to focus on getting the diffuser down, and that is exactly what Kamikaze is going to do. We can see PSK cleared away. Palu tries to challenge but won't be able to find the angle. 4 versus 2, diffuser on the ground, low health on the Maestro, needing a reload. Things are stacking up against Team Liquid here. NIP get Nesk, and now it is all down to the man, the talisman that is Palu. He gets 1 versus. He's looking for 3 more or to get onto this diffuser, but it is being watched from an insanely long angle and will be shut down, I think, through the drone hole ultimately. If you're going to lose your life to anywhere, that's the last place you want it to be.
Man, I was trying to figure it out. I was like, was he just been done through the floorboards? How have they actually got the angle on him? But yeah, the drone hole coming out. Oh, taking off his shoes. I hope they weren't expensive, because there will be no resale value on those bad boys. Bullet hole through them. It's almost as bad as doing a shoey. No one will want to buy those shoes off you, Tim. 6-5 now, though, and it seems like they are shooing Team Liquid out of the runnings here, and NIP are going on to lock it down. This could be another 7-5. The opening map, way back on Coastline, about 2 hours ago now, we saw that initial map being won. 7-5. Then the turning of the tides. Ninjas in pajamas, they rock up and they are ready to party on Cafe, and they shook Liquid to their core. They've now come out, full stop, living their movie here, Tim, on Clubhouse, and they're currently poised for perfection. 1 round away from winning the series. That's all that's required. However, on the flip side of the coin, Liquid, it's your last chance. If you're going to come in, if you're going to stop this, it needs to be now or never. They've got to hold their peace forever, Tim. If they lose out in this round, because they will be dropped down to the lower bracket, and NIP will stand tall going through to fight FaZe Clan in a best of 3 tomorrow on Saturday.
10 seconds left.
We'll be heading to Jim. Is where we will see this one fought out, and it's a slightly surprising choice for Team Liquid. They've lost it once so far, and then they did win it, but it came down to a huge 1v3 clutch from Moringa, and that is not the sort of thing that you can consistently rely on. So this could be a really big ask here on this site. It is not going to be easy right now, especially with Team Liquid needing to keep themselves in it. They didn't have the option of going down to church, and obviously just had lost all confidence in CCTV and Cash given the success of NIP's take there. So I can completely understand the reasoning, but right now, if I was a Liquid fan, I'd be a little bit worried about this situation.
A little bit worried might be a bit of an understatement potentially with the way it's going. This is the type of game to give someone like Jenna a heart attack here, unless Team Liquid can turn it round. And if they can turn it round, it needs to happen right now. We're at the 2-minute mark. NIP, slowly but surely, pushing up bit by bit, utilizing Julio on the Thatcher for the smooth transition instantly into the plant with the Thermite there to tear down that wall. They are going to have a bit of a struggle on their hands, though, as we can see someone lurking right there, waiting for the peak to come around and try and take them down on the corridor encounter. Will this man set them up on a date with the coroner from the corridor, though? Only time will tell, Tim.
Generally speaking, when attacking onto this site, you want to get two angles of attack. One is going to move through cash and construction, and that is where we see a number of Liquid players just holding ground to try and prevent that happening. And other is this angle that we are seeing now from that west side wall. Clear out the jacuzzi wall, clear out the bathroom wall, and just prevent Moringa being able to play in that safe spot that he had last time inside of the shower. Now, that is a great shutdown from Psycho onto Nesk. One of the roamers gone, and man advantage goes to NIP. 1 minute, 10 seconds left, and they are making good progress so far. Muzi shuts down Moringa. Palu, however, will trade it back out. Sexy Cake steps into the breach as well and gets himself one. 3 versus 3 now. Kamikaze, however, aggressing deeply into sight and will get the kill onto Palu. So 2 versus 3 and plenty of time. 50 seconds is an age for the defenders to absorb this sort of pressure, especially when they find themselves 1 versus 3. Sexy Cake's got it all to do. 1 versus 2 effectively with a man down. He sees the first, but he won't be able to hit the shot. The crouch walk does it. Kamikaze takes the win for NIP, and that is another unbelievable series in the books. It goes all the way to 12 in map 3, but ultimately it is NIP who come away the victors and continue their charge through the major into the upper bracket final.
Oh my. Skulking his way through the crevice, peeking out and punishing them. A beautiful final frag to close it down, and that's the way the game is going to go. It started off with a 7-5 in favour of Liquid, but it ends with a 7-5 in favour of NIP. Liquid dropping to the lower bracket, Tim, whereas the Ninjas in Pyjamas will fight up against FaZe Clan in a best of 3 in tomorrow's games. What a result.
Unbelievable. As I've coming into it, NIP just felt like they were hitting form at the right time, and they've just met Liquid exactly when they needed to. Let's not forget, they saw them and played each other in the first play day of the regular season, and it finished 6-0, 6-0 across 2 maps. There was nothing to separate them, and I just felt like that slight shift in performances that we've seen over the last week might just be the difference maker, and ultimately it really was. But what a match we've just been treated to once again. The opening 2 so far, absolutely unreal, and it's just going to continue. That's the thing. I'm 100% confident in saying that. Stick around, because the next match is going to be exactly the same, and the games tomorrow are going to be the same. It is not going to change.
No, it won't. It's only going to be for the better, because, man, honestly, I know both the games have already been sick, and it is a bold call to say that the next map, being a lower bracket fight, could be the best game of the night, but potentially, Tim, it could be. It's a rematch of Team versus Liquid, but now it's not just a back-to-back best of 1 effectively with just 2 maps being played. It's a best of 3. It's a best of 3 major bracket play game that matters so much because it is your fight for survival. It's either Team 1 or Team Liquid leaving the tournament on day 1. That in itself is a crazy sentence to leave my mouth, Tim.
One of the top 2 seeds. That's the top and bottom of it. We have got Seed 1 playing Seed 2 in the lower bracket. And as you said, whoever loses, they go home. That is it. Tournament done, and they move on to stage 2. And to think that we were going to be in that coming into this here, that is unthinkable, really. We didn't think that we would see losses for both of them. And whilst NIP and FaZe have proven to be extremely good teams and very competitive, we would have expected one of the top 2 at least to manage to find themselves a win. This was probably the last outcome that I would have predicted coming into this. I did have a suspicion about NIP, as I said, coming into this. I really thought that they did have the momentum and the energy to do this. So great result from them. But for me, the upset probably was FaZe Clan taking the result against Team 1. Team 1 just didn't really seem to show up. And meanwhile, FaZe, they really did. They absolutely romped through it, and they looked like not a different side. We've seen greatness from them through the regular season, but they certainly brought the best of what we've seen.
Yeah, it was a much better form of FaZe that was displayed. However, we have something fantastic arranged for you. We've got an interview with Julio, the man that eats nitro for breakfast. He is going to be joining us and really just gushing after that result. Here he is. Julio, welcome back, mate. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Good to see
We're
you.
feeling pretty good, pretty good. It was a fun match to play.
It looked like it was ridiculously back and forth, a wild series. Obviously, things had a complete turn when we got onto Cafe. Can you walk me through the changes there after Coastline?
Coastline's a different map than the others. You know, the attack, defense. It's a different type of map. Cafe is like a defense map. We know how to defense this map, and they didn't attack that always on the last 5 seconds, and we knew that, and we countered this. Like, I think that's it.
I think that's what it looked like as well, because obviously, you know, me and Tim were talking about it. It's one of those plays where, you know, when we've spoken to you before and said that normally you have that slower style, we could see that from Liquid, but they had those slow rounds and just couldn't do anything to fight back. Is that definitely something you had anti-stratted for then and known that you could counter them with?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, I think everything knows that they play like really slow, but it's a good. They play good like that. Like I said, like on Coastline, it's harder to play like this. You know, they just get angles and wait like 10 seconds for us to make a mistake on the defense, and on attack they pick a lot. I think that's it.
Coming into the game, Julio, I suggested that we'd maybe just seen NIP take an upturn in their form coming into the end of the season. You had a couple of good results, and it felt like you were just hitting your stride at the right time. Is there some truth in that? Do you feel like you've just found your good performances at the right time?
Yeah, I think that's exactly this. Like I said to you guys on the last interview, we improved a lot last 2 weeks, and we are feeling pretty confident. We know how to play against all teams, and I think that's it. It was pretty good to win today because it's hard to play another MD3 today, like Team 1 and Liquid, and we didn't want that, so it was good.
Yeah, you've secured yourself at least some time to rest for a little bit, but then tomorrow, obviously going into Saturday, you have to fight up against FaZe Clan. In terms of that matchup, how are you feeling? Do you reckon that's going to be a hard-fought fight, or are you feeling quite confident going into that?
We are feeling pretty confident too, because FaZe is a team that they need time to prepare against other things, and we know how to like play one day and the next day, like the Invitational. We are good on this. Just watch some VODs and do some strats fast, and I think that's an advantage for us. FaZe is a pretty organized team. They like to watch VODs all the weekend to counter something, and now they have like one day, and I think that's good for us.
Is that going to be it for the next few hours then? A little bit of food and straight into the VODs preparing for FaZe?
For sure. Now, like the Invitation, like the old times, we end the match, go to the PCs, watch some VODs all together, and have fun and do the strats, and that's it. That's our job. We like to do this, and we are prepared for tomorrow.
Beautiful. Well, we can't wait to see it. It'll be a hell of a matchup when we get to witness you guys taking on FaZe tomorrow. But obviously that is you done for the night. Is there anything you want to say for any of the fans that have come out in full force supporting NIP tonight?
Thanks for all of the fans watching us, cheering for us. We hope you like this game. It was a pretty close game. I think you like it, and I think that's it. We are prepared for tomorrow, and yeah.
All right.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, man. It's always good to have you pop on, Julio. It's always lovely to speak to you and, of course, get to see those nitro kills, mate. So rest up, enjoy the VOD reviews, and we'll hopefully speak to you again tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Julio.
There we go. Always so nice, Tim. He's always such a lovely lad. When he comes on smiling, it gets me in all the right places.
I don't know how they come on so relaxed and so chill after that game. If that was me, I'd literally be like, you know, I'd probably have a chunk of desk in my hand where I'd just snapped it clean off. You know, I'd be like absolutely pumped. But no, they just come in nice and chill. And I mean, at the end of the day, this is what they do what they do day to day. And as he said, that's our job. We'll get back to it and we'll start looking over those VODs. But what a performance and what another fantastic match of Siege that we've been treated to.
And of course, we're not done either. We were talking about it, but it's coming up next. And Julio said it himself. They did not want to have to play another best of 3 tonight because, of course, you are going to be tired. There's already been some long, arduous games that have got still one more to go. A final slog in the lower bracket here. A best of 3 between two sides. Team 1 and Liquid come back for that. It is going to be a banger. Join us after the break.
Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí, pa' mí. Recuerdo cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí, yo te comí, bebita chiquita bonita. Ella siempre me llamaba porque la dejaban con las ganas y yo siempre la hice que llegara como 5 veces a la semana. Tú supiste que tenía novio, pero me pisaba con el odio. A mí me decía que a mí me quería, pero yo no quise más de ti. Y ahí fue cuando yo tomé la salida y también me fui. Ya no quise más de ti. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí. Recuerdo cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú te lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí. Yo te comí, bebita chiquita bonita. Si solo lo supieras, donde lo hacíamos y donde tú me verás. Siempre tu manera, siempre te escondías porque tú no eres mi beba. Y cuando tú te fuiste me mataste en una foto para que no te olvide. Ella no se decide, quiere más de mí, pero así no fue, baby. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve aquí, solo pa' mí. Recuerdo cuando te escapabas y tu novio a ti te llamaba y tú me lo mamabas y te lo tuve que repetir, solo pa' mí. Yo te comí, bebita chiquita bonita.
Well, welcome back, everybody that has been strapped in for the roller coaster ride of emotions we have had today. It has been crazy, Tim, and crazy is even an understatement, right? Because all of these games have been wild. 2 best-of-3 series we've had, both of them going to 3 maps, both of them having crazy plays thrown into the mix each and every time and leaving us guessing consistently of what is the outcome going to be. And finally, we're actually now into a bit more of a known quantity. 2 teams facing up in the lower bracket, Team Liquid and Team 1. Number 1 and number 2 seeds coming into the major. What on earth?
Let me tell you now, Jackie, the only thing that we really know, the only known quantity here is that this is unknown territory. As much as we've seen Team 1 have the win during the regular season, it is still not going to be straightforward for them here. Team Liquid, they're a team that do not leave tournaments easily, and they are going to be fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in this. The mystery on this one is off the chart at this point. Anything could happen. All bets are off. It is going to be crazy.
Mate, this is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Let's get into the rosters for this one, though, and open it up with, of course, Team 1. They'll be coming out first. Let's get them up on screen and take a good old look at all 5 of these very familiar faces. They've all originally been playing very well throughout the season. Coming into the major, though, it felt like they almost threw it away a little bit in the last few moments of the game, Tim. Going down to the overtime 1 versus 1 that is still giving me flashbacks.
There's certainly a few areas that I think that they will probably look back on and feel like maybe they could have done better. It wasn't really reminiscent. It wasn't really indicative of what we've seen throughout the regular season. But they still played very well. Don't get me wrong. FaZe had to overcome a difficult team, and that is why we saw it go all the way to round 15 on map 3. It certainly wasn't easy for them. But that being said, what do we need to see differently out of Team 1 here? You know, we've got to look at the reality, and that is that they failed to take the result, and they had a real struggle on the second map of the 3. So what do they need to do differently? For me, Foles and Philippox, we need more of the same. They played very well. We saw a huge 4K from Foles on Cafe. That was the standout moment, probably of the entire matchup, realistically. It was great from him. Lukid as well had a heartbreaking finish, played very well throughout. For anybody who didn't see it, he found himself 1 versus 1 in the 15th round of map 3. It was him versus Una. Winner takes all. He hurdles a fallen bookcase in reading room on Cafe. He has 1 bullet left in the mag, and he can't land the kill. Gutting. But for me, Reduct, that's where we need to see a little bit more. I'm not singling him out, but we have seen better from him previously. Played okay, but just struggled a little bit tonight.
He did indeed. But the other side that did also struggle up against NIP, of course, was Team Liquid. These are the 5 players that will be attempting to find dominance here, though, over Team 1 tonight. Of course, a lot of names. One of them, though, that solely turned up throughout the entire series. If I had to pull the figure out, I feel like it must have been close to at least the 35 mark with all 3 of the maps taken into factor, and that was Big Boy Palu, the sole benefactor of Team Liquid for me, Tim.
Great player. Now on the season, over 220 kills easily. He came in with about 191, I think it was, off the regular season. Absolutely unreal. Nesk played well as well. Everybody here played well. I think that is fair to say. They all had the moments. They just met a better NIP side today. Ultimately, on a different day, that could have gone a different way, but NIP were able to push it over the line. Team Liquid fought hard, and they are not going to go down easily here.
Oh no, by no means. But we need to know which maps are going to be in play before we can start speculating about who's going to be walking away with the big W. So let's move into the veto. Now, I've actually pulled up the stats as well in this one, Tim, just so we don't give away any false information and undersell how much of a dominant performance Palu had into that previous series. It was actually 44 to 23. That's plus 21. What a monster.
He's unbelievable. He's top 2 or 3 players. He's basically in that category of player in the world now that you can't call anybody the best because on the given day they've all got their own argument to make. But yeah, Palu is definitely in that category. He is absolutely unbelievable right now.
It is crazy. He went positive in the entire team of Team Liquid throughout the series, and that was by 21. Wow. All right, let's forget about those numbers, though, and start looking forward to the future of the series that we are going to have coming up here and get into the veto. Tim, quick prediction before we bring it on?
For me, I think that Liquid will probably try to avoid coastline here, given the previous result against Team One. We know that they're a side who are very capable on there. I think we might see a little bit of Villa, maybe some Consulate. There would be two that I would be looking towards. I'm not sure that. I don't know. Clubhouse is a funny one because Liquid have just played there and they could feel like they are hot coming into it. So, maybe they go for Clubhouse as well.
Let's have a look then. Let's bring it up. Simon will fire up that veto as we have it coming into play. Oh, here we go. Oregon to start, then Consulate, two of the fan favourites for me and you, Tim, and a coastline closer as a bookend at the end. This is a hell of a series to shut down the night.
I mean, I've had a bit of a nightmare start there, Jackie,
Little
really.
bit.
It's not been my best. The last match I did much better than this one. Consulate, yes, that is not a surprise. Both teams very good on Consulate, and that's going to be an absolute banger, as is Oregon. If we go all the way to coastline, though, I just worry about Team Liquid a little bit. Team One have left them in a position there where Liquid will largely choosing between Theme Park and Coastline, and those are both of the maps that Team One beat them on earlier in the season, 7-3 on both maps. So they left them with Hobson's choice there, and they've gone for Coastline, but it could be a tough day if they have to go all the way to 3. For me, Team Liquid, they need to win this in 2. With Consulate being the second, that's a real possibility.
Oh, mate, it's certainly on the cards. There is a likelihood that it could be going that way, and I think at this point it does genuinely come back down to our previous topic, right? Even Julio was talking about it in the sense that you play those back-to-back best of threes, they can be draining. I know obviously from former experience in different titles of being involved in that environment myself, Tim, it can sap you. But it's a matter of, will Liquid be able to bounce back? Is Palu going to carry on with his unbelievable reign of terror? He's been off as well. Because if he's actually a bit burnt out now, that might be a major lifeline for Team Liquid, gone before he even gets a chance to get running again. He needs a little bit of a pit stop, right? He's at about, 15-20 minutes since the downtime of that series before this actually kicks off. That's worrying, because I feel like he put his heart and soul into all 3 of those maps. Now he's got to come back out and effectively do it again. I don't know if he's going to be ready.
You got to remember, though, that Team Liquid, they are a team that plays like that every time they load into the server. They don't leave anything behind. They throw everything into it. It is an emotional performance from them every single time, and I'm sure that they are more than well-versed in that sort of arena, in that area, to just keep themselves nice and pepped up. I'm sure they'll be doing everything they can to keep themselves fresh, and I don't see that being the biggest factor. As I said, we could argue from the other side. They're coming in here hot. They've just had a nice 3-hour practice against NIP, where Team One, they've maybe cooled off a little bit. They might have had a practice map with somebody in between. They might have been running the aim training, doing anything they can to keep themselves sharp. But it might take them half a map to really get back running up to full competitive speed, whereas Team Liquid, they could come into this as absolute breakneck.
Well, it's also a matter of, though, you get to sit there, watch all those games being played out, squirreling away all that information and being ready based off what we've seen. It's probably also one of the reasons why this map pool was so much different compared to what we've seen throughout the rest of the games. Obviously, try and keep that diversity there so you can't really, come forward with any parallels that you might have seen based off their play. Really keep them guessing. And obviously, Coastline's the only overlap that we have there, if it gets to that point even, with it being the last map at the end of the series. So, a lot of questions, a lot of answers that we need here, but we'll wait until we get those answers from the horse's mouth as we're going into Oregon. This is going to be the start of the final series of the night. Tim, it feels like it was forever ago we opened up witnessing Team One going toe-to-toe versus FaZe Clan, but now we're back in to watch them play once again up against Team Liquid. Team One will be starting off on their defense, Team Liquid on the attack. It's Oregon. It's going to be messy. It's going to be wild, but who will stand tall when all is said and done? That's what we're waiting to find out.
The only thing that we can say with any real certainty here is that both of these teams are going to fight for their lives, because that is literally what they are doing in terms of the LATAM major. The loser here will go home. They will be 4th place overall, and they will lose the opportunity to fight for the greater share of those 6 Invitational qualification points and of the cash Fourth place will take away 50 Six Invitational points, which is alongside those gained for the final placement that they achieved in the league. I believe all top 4 in the league that qualified for the major, they get the same out of that, and then basically you can gain more by the placement that you achieve in the major. So fourth place, they will only take away 50 points. By contrast, first place, they take away 285. So there's an awful lot to fight for here, especially in a season that is just being played across 2 stages as we are this time around ahead of the Invitational in February. So there is an awful lot at stake here. There is a lot on the line to be played for, and they are going to fight hard for it.
Right. This is like hell in a cell, Tim. You know, after all the games we've had tonight, we've had our Royal Rumble, we've had the Money in the Bank being cashed in, and now we're going into the hell in the cell, because this one is going to be smoking hot. It's going to be piping hot. It's coming out fresh, and it is going to look so damn delicious with the way it's going to be played. Also, I know it's a little bit of personal bias, but I love Oregon. I feel like it's so damn fun to watch with some of the games we've had over the regular season. And Tim, I was getting a little bit anxious we wouldn't see it tonight. So the fact it's been saved until the end of the broadcast, into the final best of 3, for it to be our opening map between the rematch of Liquid and Team 1, there's a little glint in my eye. There's a little smile that keeps on creeping up. I'm just ecstatic.
I really enjoy Oregon at the minute. I would agree with you, Jackie. It's swiftly becoming one of my favourite competitive maps. I think we just need to see a little bit more time on it. It's still quite heavily defender favoured, given that it's new. I don't think it will be as time ticks by. I think the attackers will get to grasps with it, and I think we will see it coming much closer to 50-50 and a nice even affair. As it stands at the minute, the defenders do have a nice little advantage on here. Team 1, they come out with that advantage to begin with. They're going to be heading straight down to Laundry for the first site, and it is a very high percentage win rate for the defenders, generally speaking, in the basement. It's a tough site to aggress onto. You've usually got rear stage or bunker as a push, freezer or Laundry. It's not very often that you see multiple of those used. Sometimes you'll get an odd token man into freezer if it's a bunker push, just to try and draw a little bit of attention over to that side. But more often than not, a lot of focus will be put onto one angle.
Oh, mate. Right. Well, we're into the opening round. Waiting for the initial contact to be found, and Palu looking towards the stairway, looking to try and do some damage here when the initial encounter comes around, but we won't see that first contact just yet. It'll be slightly slower to the burn with the way it's being played as the rotations are coming in. About 1 minute and 45 seconds still left on the clock on this one, with no early tags, no little bits of damage, no stray bullets being able to maim and do damage to Team 1. But actually, those shots could now be found relatively soon. Redux spammed upon as the Ella will have to bail out. No Umbrella could block those bullets as they whiz straight down upon her, hitting her from the elevated angle with a hatch peek. Palu as well, of course it would be him. Straight off the back of the plus 21 series, comes back in and looks all ready to find himself an opening frag. Going from the Nutri bomb to the Posi bomb as he drops that initial frag and gets the first blood on the board. There's the trade back though, Tim. It was short-lived. No hype and carnage being caused by him, as Raps will be able to respond in kind and keep it close going into the final 60.
60 seconds left to go, as you quite rightly say, and right now this attack is once again just feeling like it's faltering a little bit. We see the very late reinforcement there. We've seen that a number of times. It's one that Nesk uses himself. He will just head back through the rotation that has been left open and then just close things up behind him. It's obviously one that you've got to be very careful with. You can get caught out in that animation, but they were just ahead of time enough there. And right now, Team Liquid just feeling like they are struggling to get any real purchase on this round. 29 seconds left to go. Foles will shut down Nesk with the shotgun. That leaves us 4 versus 3. Team 1 at serious advantage here, just peeking out of the hard breach that has been opened up. Needs to be careful. Foles doesn't really need to aggress onto that too hard. He can just play the tight angle with the shotgun, but he's going to lose his life. Double for Moringa, and we find ourselves quickly 2 versus 1 as this one flip-flops back and forward. Ultimately, it's Team 1 who come in and shut down round number 1. That's going to be reasonably expected, given they were on the defensive laundry to begin with, but they managed to hold Team Liquid at bay very, very well there.
held them back, acting like a human barge pole, or like someone with a very long arm, Tim, just hand on the head, stopping them from actually gaining any traction and getting closer. But this is certainly going to be a nice way to start the game from Team 1, right? You know, as we were saying, they've had quite a slow day off the back of the opening game. They've had to sit there and wait for the response to come in. You've now rocked up on the server. You've come into Oregon. And you really have walked away with a fantastic start. You get the first round in the bag, and it's on your defense. The half that, ideally, you want to get the majority of your rounds on. This is where you want to really butter your bread, Tim, and build yourself that baseline to actually project yourself towards the finish on your attack later on.
So far, looking at the two teams, Team 1 have played Oregon 3 times, 1-2, drawn 1. Team Liquid slightly better, 3 wins and 1 draw for them. But the worrying thing for Team Liquid here is if we look at Team 1 and we look at their defensive history here on Oregon, they have, Jackie, an impressive record. Let me tell you that. Out of 17 defensive rounds on Oregon, they have lost only 2, and those were down in the laundry and basement that they've just successfully defended. So they are now heading into a rotation whereby they are playing 100% win rate sites for them. They're going to go to dorms. They've had 6 defenses and 6 wins. They're going to go to kitchen and meeting. Defenses, 4 wins. This is not going to be easy now, really. That was the round, potentially, that Team Liquid wanted to take. It's going to be difficult for them over the next couple to not find themselves 3-0 down. But Team Liquid, they shouldn't be overly fazed by that if it does happen, because they know, as we've said at the beginning of the game here, that Oregon right now is a little bit defender-sided, just on the basis that it's a new map, and teams are still figuring out just exactly how things work, which angles should be used, and exactly where and when to attack from. So there's still a little bit of feeling out to be done there, but Team 1, they are a scary team here on Oregon.
Oh, mate. And the Team 1 Killer Bees are on the swarm. You really better protect your neck, or you are going to be left down in the dumps immediately. They are such a solid squad. We saw it throughout the regular season, Tim. They could go toe-to-toe with the finest from Brazil. There wasn't a single squad that looked like they could walk all over them. Each and every game was tremendously hard fought and went down to the bitter end nearly every single time, either being a draw or a close result when it wasn't a victory. But now, talking of victory, we're seeing some wild swings coming through, and Luke Kidd, he's setting them up for the potential victory in the round as he secures the opening frag, stays alive as well. The Jaeger here, looking more akin to something from Pacific Rim, as he can take some ridiculous blows and still stay alive to try and go for another fight. Unfortunately, eventually overpowered as they come swinging through. They double team up against him. He couldn't overpower 2 men at once, and he will be shut down and sent off to sleep. Now leaving it into a 4 versus 4 with 1 minute and 5 seconds on the clock as the Liquid is getting ready, Tim. They're starting to rev their engines, and they're just waiting to put the pedal to the metal.
Just waiting for that execution, and we'll see if they've learned anything from the game against NIP, where they lost a lot of rounds on time. I think it was on Cafe where they actually lost 4 of their attacking rounds based on that clock just running out and not having the time to get the diffuser down, and NIP just starving them out of the round. Now Paolo will be shut down by Foles, who is out on the roam. 4 versus 3, and something needs to start coming out of Team Liquid very, very soon in terms of attacking presence and executing towards site. Right now, Sexy Cake, he's going to see if he can find Foles on the roam, but with only 20 seconds left to go, that is not ideal, because how are you going to deal with the push onto site? Foles is just holding himself down at the bottom of White Stairs. He's prone. He will hear Sexy Cake coming along there and get the kill nice and easily for him. Headshot, and that is now 4 versus 2. 10 seconds left to go, and this is another round surely going in the direction of Team 1, and you just don't feel like Liquid have ever made any really significant presence on site or progress towards getting that diffuser down, and that is another round lost based on the timer.
I don't want to call it too early, Tim, and potentially not be accurate, but I feel like they look a little bit tired. The way they're pushing into it right now, slightly slower, not as quick to the draw. You know, normally we know what that Liquid side's like. They're a bunch of lunatics, Tim. They are cutthroat. They have that killer instinct, and they know when to capitalize, when to burst into these rounds. They've been quite slow tonight in a lot of their attacks. They've not really wanted to go on the aggressive too much. They've been playing but they're just not hitting the mark to the same skill level we normally expect to see. Obviously, you've had that long best of 3 series. You're going to be coming back in frustrated that it went down to the wire, that you didn't best nip, you didn't stay in the upper bracket. But these first 2 rounds going away with Team 1, that's going to slow you down an awful lot more as well. It feels like the same mistakes are being made, but it's still very early doors. We can speculate on it, but the facts are still yet to come. We'll see how it's going to go over the course of this map, of course. It's been quite defender-centric for the most part throughout regulation. We've seen the side that gets the defense start here in Oregon, with it being new, with it still being a map where you've got to find those cracks and crevices to get yourself into it appearing later on into the game. It's not too surprising, but it is still a bit worrying, Tim, because this looks more akin to regular form Team 1, whereas for Team Liquid, it seems like they're struggling a little bit.
There certainly is the potential there, and the longer this game goes on, the harder it will get for Team Liquid, I am sure. But right now, we need to remember we are on the defensive side of Oregon, and Team 1 will see some advantage from that to begin with. But, you know, I don't disagree with you, Jackie. I think, you know, you're right in the way the challenges are being made and the decisions that are being made at the minute just look a little bit lackluster from Team Liquid. Like you say, they've just come through an extremely hard-fought game. They've come off the back of 3+ hours there to bring themselves into another battle against Team 1. And Team 1, they could have benefited from a couple of hours of just rest and relaxation, get some food, take on some fluids, and just, you know, really reset themselves a little bit. And like you say, we might just see more of what we've come to expect from. Here in round number 3, they are going to be defending the meeting and kitchen site. So generally speaking, this is one of the tertiary sites and is a little bit easier to assault onto than dorms and laundry. So this could be a good opportunity for Team Liquid, although saying that, we have seen Team 1 defend here 4 times and be successful every single time. We can see Reduct on the Bandit there. He's just looking to prevent the breach of that rear stage wall. We know how important the rear stage wall is to this site, and generally the attackers will try to breach it and work in from there. But right now, it seems like there's a bit of a struggle going on. They've got themselves into attic, and that is a good start for Team Liquid because they can now force Reduct away from this wall, and it will allow them to open it. But there's still work to be done there.
A lot of work left to be done. Like a labourer, turning up to the building site, Tim. Oh, they've been given a large list of work that needs to be done, and Reduct, he had ideas to cheat the system. He wanted to detonate and destroy everyone that was lurking up above with the naughty nitro. Chucks it through, but it is going to miss. It's not going to be able to slaughter them at the minute. And now the response is coming out. On the battle here, on the vertical angle, it's not working out too well. They fire bullets down, he fires bullets up, but none of them are really landing. No flesh wounds being left, and no one getting maimed off the back of the initial contact. Flashes raining in, though, to slow them down and really starve out the information from Team 1, but they still play the prowess of it. Reduct peeking up, striking first and striking hardest. That is the main Liquid taken down and really being liquidated already. They go for the bold revive on the stairway, believing that they have the cover and the potential timing to get him back up in the fight. So Moringa is revived, but they really need to deal with this close angle. Reduct on the Bandit. He can be such a nuisance maker if they push in. He can sideswipe them, and he's just proning, bouncing up and down, taking the firefights at every instance to him, and they're feeding themselves to him. Another kill is found as PSK is overpowered, and one by one, they all fall down like Humpty Dumpty. You're not going to be putting those pieces back together again.
Reduct having a much better game here than we saw last time out. He certainly had his moments against FaZe Clan, don't get me wrong. I'm not getting on the criticism bandwagon for Reduct. There was just a couple of moments where he didn't seem his normal self. We saw him flat-footed, caught in the headlights, and just very easily shut down. Whereas here, he just looks sparkling, he looks alive, he looks ready to go. We just saw him bouncing up and down, just an absolute ball of energy in front of the rear stage area there, completely shutting down the push almost single-handedly. It was great from Reduct. He wasted so much time and denied so much entry there. And how about that for a start for Team 1, coming out 3-0 on the defense to begin with? That is big for them because now they get to go through that same rotation. And given what's happened previously defensively for Team 1, this round would be the opportunity for Team Liquid. This is where they need to come in and get themselves around on the board, down in laundry. That is where Team 1 have shown that there is a potential crack. There is a potential for them to be beaten down there.
Oh, mate. Oh, Tim. Third rehost of the night. We've not had many. This is actually quite surprising.
We've not done bad.
Although we have gone back to, of course, the old method of where we judge how far into the show we are based off my hair. I did have it cut, obviously, what was it, about a week and a half ago now, but at this point it's nearly back to its length. I don't know why it grows so quickly, but it's starting to get frazzled. It's starting to get hefty.
You're a bit like Samson.
Samson
And Delilah.
Samson and Delilah?
Yeah, he got his power from his hair. He was very strong, Jackie, and I feel like the longer it gets, the energy and the wordsmithery that you bring to the cast just seems to go up along with it. Maybe that's the source of your power.
Is that some kind of Dragon Ball Z type ripoff? Are they trying to steal the idea of the power level from the hair? Is this
How
some
can
Goku
you not
meme?
have heard? It's
What
like
is it?
It's a myth. It's mythological. Samson and Delilah.
Right, honestly, I know we're normally up to date when it comes
You're
to the...
bang up to date on the mythological creatures usually, Jackie. I mean, these aren't creatures; these are humans. But yeah, it was. I think it's like a fable. He was very strong. He was a strong person. He was a strong man, stronger than your average Joe. But his power came from his hair, and then eventually, I think it was Delilah cut his hair off, and he lost all his power.
Nightmare.
Yeah.
God, is that like his superhero power? Is he like Man? He's just quite a strong man.
Just a strong man. Yeah, absolutely.
He's really good at putting up shelves.
And cupboards.
Yeah, well, he doesn't
kitchen.
discriminate. If it's
He'll
flat
do your
pack, it
kitchen,
goes
no
up.
problem.
Yeah. Oh, Tim. Right. Well, off the back of superhero talk, do you fancy another rehost?
Love one.
All right, here we go. You're currently 0-2 for the night. Do you feel like you can bring it back on the third?
Yes.
All right, that seemed at least somewhat confident. So let's get into it. Tim, how does the moon cut his hair?
How does the moon cut his hair?
Yeah.
I feel like there's a clue in there to be found. How does the moon cut his hair? I feel like we're not talking about the moon.
Well, we are.
Or maybe we are. Or...
Yeah.
You see, this is what I said. Sometimes my brain just goes off at a tangent, and all I can think then is like I'm just trying to think of literary characters with the surname Moon or something. You know, it's like that's the right.
It's not a Sailor Moon type meme.
I
Don't
just
worry.
go off at a tangent sometimes. You know, it's hard to keep me focused once my brain sets off. So how does the moon cut his hair? You've got me, Jackie. I look like I'm going 0-3.
Mate,
Having a
eclipse it.
nightmare.
Eclipse it. I thought with all the hair talk, I might as well reel it back in. So there you go.
Production are about as happy with that as I am, Jackie. That's the worst one on the season. You've saved that one for the major.
Oh, mate, I thought I'd hold on to it. I'm pulling out all the dad jokes, all the puns, everything I've got available in reserve that I've been storing in the back of my brain box, in the brain attic, if you will. I've started to bring out now, like the Christmas lights around December.
Talking of attics, so far, for anybody who's joined us, I mean, where have you been? We've played an awful lot of Siege so far. We have seen both of the upper bracket semi-finals. To give you a quick roundup of exactly what we've seen, we have had Team 1 starters off against FaZe Clan. FaZe took them all the way to 3 rounds. It went to the very last round of overtime, round 15 on map 3. And FaZe Clan, they shut them down. And they sent Team 1 to the lower bracket, moving on themselves to the upper bracket final. And then in the second match that we've had only just finished, we had we had NIP versus Team Liquid. And that was another cliffhanger going all the way to 12 rounds on map 3. We very nearly had overtime again. And NIP were able to walk away the victors that time. So they've booked themselves a place in tomorrow's upper bracket final against FaZe Clan. And that one is going to be a banger. Do not miss it. We are bringing you now the last best of 3 of the day. Jackie and I have had an absolute scream so far. And it is continuing here with Team 1 versus Team Liquid. They are kicking things off on Oregon in the lower bracket semi. I think it's a semi. Is it a final? I'm not 100% sure. I think it's sort of a semi. Lower bracket final. Production, tell me. It always confuses me, the naming of the lower bracket matches, because you end up with like a grand final squared down the line somewhere. It gets really confusing.
The consolation final.
Yeah.
Obviously, people always call a constellation final, but it's like, well, it's not a star, is it?
It's absolutely not. So we have that matchup coming to you right now. We head back into it. We've just had a short rehost, and as you can see, Team 1 The rest and relaxation they've had has done them a great job so far. They've got themselves 3-0 into the lead here, and we've very good defensively on Oregon. The only side across 3 matches on here, the only side in 17 rounds that they have lost rounds on defensively is down here in Laundry and Basement. They've already won it once. If they can do it again, they could be heading for a 6-0 start. And Team Liquid, you've got to ask if that fatigue is playing a factor.
I definitely feel like it will be, Tim, because it's hard, man. It's one of those, right? When you have to play back-to-back best of threes, although obviously from the outside looking in, you can kind of feel like it's not that hard, you know? You should be able to just keep going. You should be warm. You should be handy with the steel because you played 3 hours of Siege. It's the knock-on effect. It's the fact you put your life and soul into those games. You fight tooth and nail to try and secure yourself time to rest, time to eat, time to sleep a little bit before you have to come back in and play your next best of 3 if you win your upper bracket game. So when that goes the whole way to 3 maps and you lose out on that 3rd and final map, it slows you down. You do have to reset a little bit. You can't just carry that tempo over and come in screaming on the team speak, everyone hyped up, ready to transition that momentum to your next series. You've got to restart from square one. And starting from square one, after you've just used all of your adrenaline, it can really hurt you a little bit. But that's all said and done. We'll have to keep an eye on it and monitor as it goes. Maybe there's an opportunity for Team Liquid to step back up and go toe-to-toe here on Oregon. Because, of course, it's still early doors. It's only just come up to round 4. And for Team Liquid, you've picked up 3 rounds on the trot. When do you make your first mistake? When do you give Liquid leeway and let them come in? Because if you leave a door slightly ajar, Liquid's going to slip straight through.
Looks like we've got the player cams making an appearance as well.
Yeah.
Jackie, we said production, just keep adding value here. One thing after another. We've got the zoom in on the replays. We've got the player cams now. I always love the player cam. Just gives us a little insight into their world. And right now we can see there is a lot of pressure on both of these sides to try and maintain the run that they can get in this lower bracket. They need to open things up with a win here. That is step 1. But right now, Team Liquid going for a slightly different approach to the one that they brought last time. They're going to be heading down into Freezer. And right now, that's a smart smoke grenade there coming in from Falls. Playing it in behind the Monty just forces the man to just move away and back off, because otherwise he would have been completely cut off from his support and it would have left him as a complete island to be dealt with in singularity, and that is not where Monty excels.
Oh, yeah. If you haven't seen Falls play that angle previously towards the stairway, definitely go back and check it out, because he's been very effective multiple times. He knows how to counter the Monty plays and knows how to effectively create that divide even with the smoke cans. It's been one of the cool plays we've seen a couple of times throughout the season, so it's nice to see it still working out once again. That is a cheeky peek, though. Nesk, you naughty man. Doing something quite rambunctious on the face to Reduct as he cleans up with the opening pick on the Ash. The R4 coming through, as it does seem like he's cheating somewhat with the way he's playing off right now. Can he maintain this level of pace and presence, though, and look for another frag? As the response is there from Falls with the SMG. Shutting down Palu on the peak back out. Tim, it's going from bad to worse as the monsoon's hitting them. And they are being swept up into the air. You've lost PSK. You've lost Palu. Oh, Nesk on the run out as well. Takes a bullet straight to the lips. And one by one, everyone from Team Liquid is getting laid out. The double team by the washing machines as Falls will end the life of Sexy Cake. Oh, that's one way to shut the series down at least. Or at least shut the round down.
Certainly is. And Team 1 just looking like an absolute force here on Oregon at the minute. And coming into Consulate, that for me, I mean, it's Team 1's pick. They're obviously confident going in there. We know that Team Liquid are very good on Consulate. So I sort of look at it and I think, you know, is it likely that Team 1 just run away with this inside 2 maps? I think Team Liquid will make a very good challenge of this on Consulate. But that said, they've been very good with 3 wins so far on Oregon. The only team that have managed to draw with Team Liquid was NIP back in the very first play day. So they've been solid here as well. But right now, Team 1 just look fresher. And I think that, you know, I don't want to give that easy excuse to Team Liquid necessarily and sort of write off Team 1's accomplishment, because that's certainly not the case. Team 1 are playing the side that is in front of them and they are dismantling them at this point. That is the top and bottom of it. But obviously, you know, we have to give it a little bit of speculation and just try and find the reasons why this might be happening, because we know that Team Liquid are a better side than this, but ultimately Team One have been very good on the defense, and I think that the half switch is going to be a really important thing in this one, Jackie, whether we see Team Liquid able to run it back in from there.
Oh, mate. If it comes to them being popped onto their defense, Tim, and they just can't find rounds, they're still struggling, sluggish, then the scary factor is I feel like that really spins the story of how the series could go as a whole, right? At that point, you might as well cut your losses and just start to set your gaze forward towards Consulate, a map that we know has been better historically for them, we know is close between both teams. And that is certainly something that we'll have to take a look at if Team One carry on just picking up round after round. Talking about this round in particular, though, round 5 now, again, we see another Oryx. The 5th time Oryx has been picked tonight throughout the course of the BR6 Major. Let's see if there'll be a little bit more limelight given to him, though. The other Oryx plays, not really monumental. We didn't really see anything that had us going, wow, that's incredible. You know, that's why it was an Oryx pick. It couldn't have been done with any other operator. Not really making use of his kit, what makes him unique. Will we see that unique availability being used here tonight? That's going to be the question for me in round 5.
Again, I don't see, you know, massive opportunities for it here on Oregon. There aren't hatches, generally speaking, that will lend themselves to a huge flank. I'm thinking potentially the attic hatch, if Team Liquid were to breach and get through there and start to pressure from that side of sight, that could be an option. But seeing as the Oryx has been taken out, that is not something we're going to see. PSK will open things up for Liquid, but you know, Team One have shown that they are quite capable of playing from 4 versus 5. We've already seen them defend the Dorm site here. We've already seen them do it successfully. And right now, they are being held out of the upper floor of the big tower there. Shots will be exchanged, but right now, Lucid's doing a great job at wasting time. 1.5 minutes gone off the clock, and before long, Team Liquid, they're just going to have to bail on this and move away because they're getting no traction here at the minute.
Like a wet day, the tires just keep on spinning, but right now the wheels are turning and Lucid keeps on burning as the flick shots come through. The issue is, oh no, there's a roadblock on the stairway and it's not gone well as both of them get gunned down, depth from above, as it is an awkward fight from frightening heights and the bullet rains in like raindrops, dropping down from up top and leaving them slaughtered all over the floor. The body count keeps on getting stacked as well, as finally Team Liquid have woken up. They were in a bad dream, but now they're starting to lucid dream, and they are looking like a nightmare. It's only Falls that remains alive, dancing, the dance of death here, and in the end being overpowered by the Monty of Sexy Cake that will drop the shield, bust out the gun, and slay him with a Beretta spray down.
That was very unfortunate for Team One there. Lucid doing an amazing job holding down the big tower. Just took the drop, hit the shot onto Palu as he did so. It really was something, and you feel like if they escape there, that round is maybe a little bit different, but I don't know what happened. It looked like the one man just got snagged on the stairs. I think it was Lucid's coming down here, and yep, it's Felipox in front of him. He just seems to get snagged on the banister there. He just goes a little bit close to that handrail and can't move it smoothly, and it just results in Lucid bumping into the back of him, not able to find his way past. And who else was there but Nesk to take full advantage of the situation and pick himself up the cheapest, freest 2k that he's ever going to find.
And that potentially is the round that Liquid needed. It's been the true tale that we've been spinning about Team Liquid, that we've been dropping all the way through the regular season, Tim. The fact that, of course, as you normally say, they're never out of games. They're always just on pause when they start to slow down. They're never truly turned off. It's like putting a TV on standby. If you want to switch it back on, it can very quickly come back on, as long as it's not got too much of a power saving mode.
Got to be careful with those power saving modes, Jackie, as you say. You know, if it just dips itself completely out of operation. And that was looking what Team Liquid might have done there. Sometimes you just hit that button. It's 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 1 minute to boot itself back up. And at that point, Jackie, you are missing footage. You are missing the opening to your big TV show.
Right.
Nobody's happy about that. You're missing, you might love that opening song, that little ditty. And you've missed a few bars and it's tragic.
Imagine you're trying to tune in to catch up on Emmerdale. You want to see the nice panning, swooping shot him over all the country farm gardens, and you miss it. You don't get to hear the classic do-do-do-do. It's just gone. It's gone.
I love that you couldn't finish that. You couldn't paint that picture, Jackie, without a little chuckle to yourself. Thinking about that countryside. But we are here in the Oregon countryside as we find ourselves trying to bust into this farmhouse for Team Liquid. It's going to be their last attacking round here. 4-1 at the minute to Team 1. You are reading that right. They have been dominant so far. We can see Luki did a fantastic job up here previously. He's just going to avoid those flashbangs coming in. He will be challenged though, and that's exactly what you're looking for. That is how you use flashbangs. We see so often that they are piled into rooms and nobody follows them in. If they're just being used to clear utility, that is absolutely fine. If you just want rid of those magnets, rid of those ADSs, no problem. But if you're going to dump a couple of flashbangs into a room where there aren't any gadgets like that to clear out, you need to follow them in, take advantage of it. Even if you don't get that full white flash, you can see there, it just forces Luki to look into the corner, and when he looks round, what does he see? He sees a nightmare. He sees Nesk stood right in front of him, ADS'd in, and that is the last thing that he is going to remember seeing in round number 6.
Defender is exposed.
You go to your doctor, and the doctor tells you, don't worry, Ness can't hurt you. He's not real. You get into the server, and that's the first name you see, getting frag after frag coming out as the wake-up call for Team Liquid. It's going to give you PTSD, and you are going to be terrified of big man Nesk, who is trying to really open up the game for the side of Team Liquid. In terms of this round at hand, though, there's 40 seconds left to work with. Time's ticking down, and here he comes, the main man himself, Palu. He had a crazy series back in the best of 3 IP, and at least here tonight he's starting to do some damage once again as he'll be dropping bombs on the opposition. Frags coming back through in favour of Team 1 though, but somehow Raptors hit that shot. The connection there, a weldy onto Nesk. I don't even know how he's clipped him, but it won't matter, as in the end they'll throw the clips in the firearms and they'll slay from far away as all 3 members of Team 1 hit the DECK, and it is going to be a damn good day for Team Liquid as they've started to wake up and at the perfect possible time, stopping Team 1 from spiraling out of control and getting far too many rounds here on their defense, ending it at a 4-2 split and now being set up on their attack.
As we've said a number of times, over and over again, Team Liquid never stopped, only ever paused. And right now it looks like Nesk might have just hit that play button for them and just propelled them through those last couple of rounds there to put them onto the defense now in a decent position. 2-4, and this one is in the balance. It's there to be taken for them. That is not a bad attacking half on Oregon. Given that it's a new map, there's still a lot being figured out, and the defense are taking full advantage of that right now. Looking defensively though, over the previous record of Team Liquid, do they have what it takes to get at least 4 here? Can they take this to overtime as a minimum? Looking at the 2 main sites, Laundry, Basement, just short of an 80% win record. Kids Dorms, 60% win record. So they're certainly winning more than they lose, but there is a crack there. The door is left ajar. There is room for Team 1 to come and put the big size 10s through that crack and force the door open, kick it in and get some ground here, get themselves a couple of rounds on the board. The big question is though, can they get 3? And for me, this first round is really important. If they can come and take Laundry away from Team Liquid, I think they can get 3. If not, I think maybe they struggle.
Team Liquid, in the past, they've had some ridiculous plays towards this site. They've had some clutches of ludicrous stature, and a lot of that has gone down to Palu. In the past, he has been a gigantic mad fragger for the side. Throughout the prior series against NIP, that's exactly what he was, but that gets harder, because of course, how long can he burn at his brightest? Is he going to be the candle that burns twice as bright but for half as long, or will he prove that it is sustainable and that he is a gigantic candle with an awful lot of wax that will be burning through the long and hard night that is coming up ahead of them, Tim, as this is only the first map. This is a best of 3. With the way it's shaping up, there's still an awful lot of quality siege that is left to come off the back of this last best of 3 here. So he needs to maintain that consistency the whole way through. I also want to see a little bit more coming out from players like Nesk and Sexy Cake as well. If you can get that triple threat back to popping off, and not only Palu being the sole survivor of Team Liquid, then Liquid could really bounce back into the matchup.
And right now, that is exactly what we have seen the power of Liquid when defending down here, just holding themselves right up in the faces of the attackers. They try to take a high line, they try to take the fight right to them and take those gunfights on, but there is still a lot of work for them to do. They can't allow Team 1 to get themselves any footing here, to get themselves any real advantage, because if they do, it could be over very, very quickly for them. So the pressure is on. The pressure is on after a long day of siege for them, and it could be a really big ask. But with 2 minutes in the round, we still find ourselves 5 versus 5 at the minute, and there is no traction to be found at the minute.
Ooh, not looking good though as the response comes through from Reduct once again. He knows how to reduce opposition down to nothing. We got to catch the last minute reaction there as well from Nesk on his player cam before we switched off. You can see the frustration. You can see them getting a little bit annoyed with the way these games are starting to go, Tim. Suffering, opening losses into a round like this is going to be plaguing them into the late game. They need to get some more momentum back, and PSK could be the one to find that momentum as he drops the Nitro down, flinging it through the air with his strong forearm. He overpowers another man, but it's not enough. It was one frag of many that Team 1 have been able to capitalize on. One by one, all the pieces fall into place. The fist bumps are flying out for Team 1 as they are going to be elated and ecstatic based off of that round, Tim.
Huge round for them. Coming in and taking that first attack is going to be massive. Like I say, looking at the defensive record for Team Liquid, it certainly supports the possibility for Team 1 to get into other sites and take rounds away from them. We can see Liquid heading towards Dorms, and so far 60% win rate, so not too much better than win one, lose one up there. And if Team 1 are beating them down in the laundry, they can certainly beat them up in the dorms.
At this point, it almost feels like it doesn't matter where they're fighting. They're just being able to overpower them into a lot of these rounds. Even if they have a slow start, even if they're losing opening picks, they're just winning back on the duels. They're winning back on the trades, and they're just keeping the game so damn close. And you can see as well, the rest has obviously helped them in the sense that they're looking pumped up. They're looking like they're ready for a lot of these rounds, Tim, and they are feeding themselves off the back of the hype. Whereas for Liquid, the frustration is starting to bubble to the brim. You can see it plaguing them a little bit. When they're losing players, when Nest died then, the frustration coming through, knowing that the difference it could have made if you still had that Jaeger into the late round, if he still could have been able to roam more proficiently, find a little bit of a crack to work his way into, act as a human crowbar to crack the round back open. But the fact he went down and the rest of the squad followed suit relatively quickly afterwards, it did frustrate them, and now they're in scary territory because this is unprecedented times here going forward in this opening map, Tim. It's 5-2. If they get another round, that's OT guaranteed, and that's a scary prospect to be at already.
It is, and in come the drones raining through the doors just to try and gather up all the information that they can and just mark out as many of those defenders and just see exactly what is going on here on the top floor. They're going to see that Sexy Cake is currently playing in Armory, so there's going to be quite a strong Armory side hold coming out from Team Liquid. They are not going to give away any ground, any beachhead into Master Bedroom at all if they can avoid it. But right now, Team 1, they look confident and they are just rushing into these areas. Even the ones being held hard by Team Liquid, they really don't mind going in and taking these challenges at the minute. And it's no wonder, coming away from that regular season win, 7-3, 7-3, they have obviously got a lot of confidence against the side of Team Liquid. There is no fear in Team 1 playing against this side. And Right now, they are looking to lock this one down in quick fashion. They could get the round here. Sexy Kate will open things up onto Raps, though. That is one for the Goyo. And right now, Team Liquid, they need to cement that. They need to really solidify that lead by getting another kill here and getting themselves up to 5 versus 3.
Sexy Cake. You got an opening pick, but what more is there from the man? Will there be any more damage that will be done? It seemed like he was teetering, debating, having a bit of an internal struggle of whether or not he wanted to go for a follow-up peek and seeing if he could find anyone else. However, there could be a firefight coming towards him relatively soon as Team 1 playing this one with a little bit more pace, more spring in their step compared to what we've seen from the Team Liquid attack, where it was much arduous rounds where they were trying to burn time down to a minimum before going for their execution, whereas Team 1, they want to play with that high tempo. They're hoping they can catch Team Liquid off guard at a good majority of their encounters, and they're looking to also play the verticality game, tearing the walls down, explosions galore detonating towards the site, leaving gigantic openings where you really need to be careful, or a stray bullet could rain up from beneath or above you and really leave you in a bit of a puddle of your own blood. PSK could be the first to suffer from it, as over the top of the foos table, we see him dashed down, crumbling, as he gets flicked out of the action by the initial contact. That is a rough trade to find. At least there's one back in favor of Team Liquid, though, as next will step up to the mark. Palu as well. Here we go. The duo comes out to play, and the Org of Palu is unbeatable. Not one, not two, 3 frags on the spin there, as he's flicking around like a lunatic and hitting them with ridiculous furiosity. Unmatched levels of atrocity there from Palu towards the bedroom. A big round to bring Team Liquid back into it, and at least they're starting to find their form, Tim. 2 rounds away from equalizing the scoreline here on Oregon.
Team 1 can't let this momentum be broken. They need to get themselves an attack on the board again here. They don't want to let Team Liquid get 2 rounds in a row and find themselves only 1 ahead, because so far they've been so dominant on Oregon. If they sit at the machines and look at the screen and see that there's only 1 round separating them, it starts to feel like an even bigger challenge to beat Team Liquid, because no matter what you do, they always keep themselves close. And right now, Team 1, they did manage to win round 7 down in Laundry. They could do with achieving that again. And I think, you know, if we look at the lineups that are being brought by Team Liquid, again, very sort of standard, very good lineups, very good compositions. As we said, Jackie, you know, we saw the Oryx pick brought along a few times, and we don't know how much use it was. Obviously, you know, there is the opportunity there, as we've said, to hit the rotates. It's also a potential way of dealing with the Montagna as well, because you can knock him down. But generally speaking, it's just not something that we see in competitive play. We haven't seen it once so far in LATAM. We haven't seen it used for that purpose, and generally they can't get near him, so it's generally a non-factor. And right now, could Liquid potentially get themselves into an advantageous position here just by bringing that utility that is generally a percentage of the time more useful?
There's an opportunity for it, and the likelihood is starting to point towards that position, as right now all roads lead to Team Liquid mounting a little bit of a comeback here on their defense on Oregon. But that can turn on a dime. All it takes is you to be able to find those critical opening frags where you take down one of the big players for Team Liquid. You get a pivotal impact frag onto either Nesk or Palu, and that will really make them struggle. One by one, that will destabilize their plays on the defense and make it much harder for them to actually find the early game advantage. Talking of which, that's what we can see right now. Full's struggling to look for, utilizing that big old sledgehammer to crack up boards, doing a bit of renovation and opening up some new interesting angles to peer down on, to at least look for a potential player and know if he can do any damage. But no one's playing there. Of course, they're much further down. They're not lurking around. They are basically playing much more of a turtle style towards the site and waiting for the push to come towards them. Not actually going for any of the info plays early on, Tim.
Hatch is going to be opened by the Hibana, and that will be successful, so that's some vertical pressure that can be applied. We don't tend to see too many kills from here, but it is a good opportunity to burn out the utility. The flashbangs going in there, just looking to burn those ADSs. There is still obviously deployable shield in action for the defenders as well, and Team Liquid, they will be keen to get this one on the board, get themselves back in touch, and then they can think about that difficult tertiary site. They're going to have to go to one of them at some point, and they're going to have to get a result. It'll be interesting to see which one they choose. They've had mixed fortunes so far when playing on Oregon down in Meeting and Kitchen. So will they potentially choose Kitchen and Dining? We've seen Padrin do such great things through the season in the showers there and lock down that Dining site, Jackie, that it's something that these teams could maybe look to emulate if they are not having too much success with the Kitchen and Meeting site.
It very well could be. It feels like potentially the avenue we're heading towards with the way it's being played so far, but it really does come down for Nesk on this encounter for me. If he can play from behind the shield and be the human shield to defend their hopes and dreams into the round, but he only gets one. It feels like you need at least 2 frags minimum on that angle down and quell the push that is coming in from a hyped up and amped up Team 1 as they're pushing in, really looking to set a precedent now and leave Team Liquid dropping down and with no chance to achieve dead precedents at the end of the tournament here, stopping them from getting any closer towards making some money here in the major. But PSK has other ideas in mind, dashing out the C4, the nitro nonsense coming through as it detonates and destroys, leaving it all on one man. Lukid, big boy Lukey D being pushed from all angles at once, tries to go for the wide swing off the back of the pistol, but he charges into the unknown, spotted out and cleaned up. PSK with a 4K, and that is the way the round is going to go as Team Liquid keep on living the high life. Oh, Tim, the game is starting to spice up. The game is now really in session.
Absolutely huge play from PSK there, just hitting 2. Couldn't quite stop the diffuser going down, but it was a perfectly placed nitro. I think we're just going to get a good look at it now. Over it comes, and there we go, perfectly detonated, and that was a bitter pill for Team 1 to swallow. It made it very difficult after they got that diffuser down for them to hold it down. The Thatcher Lukid just left at the end there on his own. Unwinnable situation, 1 versus 3. Team Liquid are not going to throw that away from that point. So they managed to get themselves another round on the board, and that's 4-5. And for me, this is a really decisive round, Jackie. If they can take this difficult third site, they are going to go to Dining. I think that is a good shout from them, given the previous performances that they've had in Meeting. If they can take this site and level things out 5-all. First of all, we've got to remember that is all the way back from 4-0. That is Team Liquid fighting hard. And we were questioning possibly a bit of fatigue on their side, Jackie, but if they can fight back to 5-all from 4-0 down, I think that answers those questions. They are alive and alert here, and they are getting themselves back into it. And at that point, they can also go back through those sites that they've just won. They can head back to Dorms, they can head back to Laundry to finish things off. And it wouldn't surprise me to see potentially 3 rounds in a row coming in here and Liquid just polishing this one off in regular time.
Oh yeah, it definitely feels like there is a likelihood for it now. You know, it was marginal at best at the start because it felt like they were just sluggish, not really hitting their shots, that slower style on attack that they've been effectively playing throughout all of their matchups tonight. It just wasn't working for them. And again, it still kind of felt like it wasn't working for them coming into this matchup here in Oregon, but that doesn't matter. If you're going through onto your defense and you're able to just build up round after round, then forget about it. You actually got 2 rounds to work with off your attack. That's better than nothing, and we're seeing that translated now into the way they're playing it. Team 1 have been starved off from getting to the guaranteed overtime round and making it to the 6th, so this is really interesting. There's now a likelihood where, you know, Team Liquid, you can bring it back, you can go 5-5, and at that point, what's stopping them from getting another round on top? Taking it to them having the safety net of guaranteed overtime here on Oregon, and if they do that, what are the chances that they then really just spark the ignition to carry on and lock throughout the series, Tim? There's a lot of questions to be answered, but it seems like the game itself has gotten a whole lot more competitive. It's not just been the overpowering plays from Team 1 that have been securing rounds. Now it's looking like some good quality siege from either side that's being played.
Vertical angles being put to use there, just looking to build some pressure in towards site. And I've seen this attacked in both ways. I've seen top floor control gained, and then I've seen just a big focus on the small tower push as well. And generally speaking, it is a difficult side to assault. We've got Paolo in there in the showers. We've seen, as I said, Padrin do amazing things from here. We've seen him have 4Ks repeatedly. Sexy Kate gets one. Paolo looks to maybe just overextend a little bit there. It's generally quite a static position to play, but he just chases after that kill onto Raps. Will not get it and will be shut down. So that now leaves them 4 versus 4, and the showers is potentially no longer a threat. There is likely a rotation in there, so somebody could potentially move in to fill that space, but that's going to allow Reduct to get in there and start to get that wall open. But with 50 seconds left, the clock is ticking by at this point, and 4 versus 4, there is still a good opportunity for Team Liquid to take this difficult third site. But on the flip side, by contrast, we've got to remember what a great kill that is. If Team 1 get this, they guarantee themselves the draw, guarantee themselves overtime as a minimum. But that was a great shutdown onto Reduct there, but that is a fine angle to have to rely on. Can he do it again? Felipox moves away, and right now, that is all that is standing between Team Liquid and this diffuser going down. Self repositions, heads up play from Felipox, still killed by PSK. They can't get this diffuser down, try as they might. Out comes the Nitro and takes out the Planter once again. The clock is ticking away, 1 versus 2, and this is surely a Team Liquid round, and that's exactly what it will be as they shut it down. And that is what makes a championship team coming out, winning a difficult site, and being able to keep themselves fighting in what has been a tough and scrappy game for them so far. That levels things up 5-0. They've got the primary sites available to them now. I think this one just took a little swing in Team Liquid's favour.
Oh, mate. Liquid are back. The boys from the block, the terraces, the public school era, they have all woken up. And the play from PSK there, it's just absolute madness. The shenanigans of it, the vertical angle, a disgusting Kurt angle at that as well. Quite literally pixel sniffing. He's just inside the monitor, somehow hitting those shots time after time. And at that point, you cannot win by just getting the diffuser down. He's got the angle. You have to take that fight against him and force him out of position and switch up the way you're playing it. You can't just rotate in and go, all right, we've died, grab the diffuser again, try again. It's the definition of insanity at that point, Tim. You're just trying the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result when PSK's position hasn't been contested and he has a clear line of sight the whole way through to just land headshot after headshot. Just madness, mate. A hell of a round to pick up. Brings the game back 5-5. And at this point, Team Liquid, have you got it in you for a 6th?
I really think they do. They've got some serious momentum. That is now 3 in a row for them. As we've said, they've fought all the way back from 4-0 down and got themselves back level 5-all. And right now they are looking to outdo, they are looking to better Team 1. Team 1 coming in with a 4-2 defensive half, but right now Team Liquid, they're keen to get 5-1 on the board. They last played Dorms back in round 8 and got themselves a solid victory on this site. Can they do it again? Can they get themselves onto that match point opportunity? I think it could be really damaging to the morale of Team 1 if they come from 4-0 ahead to find themselves fighting against the match point in the laundry site against Team Liquid. That's going to be a huge ask for them to get anything out of round 12.
Round 11. It's all squared up, it's all tied up, and it's quite exhilarating with the way it's been played so far. Each and every round being close twists and turns. Team 1 probably going to be a bit frustrated by the way that prior round went as well. It replaying in their mind a little bit. PSK, he had their number. He knew exactly how to counter him, and shot after shot, that position just overpowered anything that Team 1 could do. They had no answer for it. They didn't go for the gamble to just try and take him down, and a consistent gamble of gambiting to just try and get the diffuser down didn't work out. Now they've been left in this position with a gigantic comeback that's been mounted from Team Liquid. They've been able to patch up the holes and get the game back to a 5-5 stance. But the issue is, of attrition, it's going to be a 5 versus 4. Liquid, they lose out on the opening pick this time as PSK, for all the terror that he caused into the prior round, he'll have his lips removed into this one, Tim, as the castle has been busted. And let's see if the castle crashers of Team 1 can now utilize that momentum to pick up another round.
Hatches will be opened, and there is another opportunity here for a nade, but it will be unsuccessful. Just taking a little bit of a guess as to where somebody might be located up on that top floor site. 1 minute left to go, and Team 1 just need to think about pressuring on, aggressing a little more. They've done well so far. They've got themselves the opening kill. Palu is just going to take out a drone there. He's keeping himself alive in the center of sight. And this could be a dangerous position for Team Liquid. Team 1 have got themselves established on that double window. It is really difficult potentially to rotate and move around sight with a man out there. But Moringa, he will use those vertical angles on the reverse and get the kill onto Foles, leveling things up 4 versus 4. 30 seconds left to go. And we've seen this a number of times on this site, that it's actually very difficult to peel back the final layers of this defense. It's all well and good getting a couple of kills and opening up the roads into sight, but then when you get there with only 20 seconds, there's some great angles that can be held. Nesk shutting down Felipox there. We find ourselves 3 versus 3, but Nesk and Moringa are seriously low health at the minute. Challenged from the white stairs successfully, but the time is ticking down. And that is a huge double for Moringa. He can't get the last 1 versus 1, and right now Palu just needs to keep himself alive. It's him versus Raps. Ring around the roses, and that's exactly what he'll do. Great plays, Palu. Heads up there, knew the timer was ticking down. Himself alive. Second time tonight we've seen him successfully do that, and he wins the round based on time. Team Liquid, they go ahead. They give themselves the opportunity to close this one out.
Mate, I'm surprised we didn't just see the spam there, Tim, as he charges into the room, and just hope that maybe there'll be a lucky stray bullet that will connect and find the frag. Just pre-fire it and hope for the best, because you had no time anyway. It probably would have been the next best play you possibly could have gone for, but in the end, Palu, timekeeper, some call him Kronos, as he's able to just keep himself alive, hanging in the balance and waiting for the time to kick over so they can now get into this position. A hell of a comeback, literally from nothing, from rags to riches here. Bit by bit, they have built themselves a way into the game, and now it seems like, Tim, it's just a matter of, is it their game to lose? Can they lock it down, get this final round, take it 7-5 and go on into the second map with their heads held high, really crushing the momentum of Team 1 that have been waiting so long to play this series and have now just been backhanded when it looked like it was their game to win? Or is Team 1 going to keep it close, take us through overtime, and see if maybe that's where the true victory will lie?
Not an easy site to come into, having to get a result as the attackers here. Round 7, we saw Reduct open things up with a kill onto Nesk, and Team 1 managed to progress through that round and get a victory attacking down here on Laundry. But then round 9, we went there again, and this time PSK opened them up with a 4K, a huge 2 on a Nitro just as the diffuser went down. They were unable to defend that post plant, and Team Liquid shut it down. So I'm sure that is still going to be ringing in their ears, the explosion from that Nitro, and PSK once again showing that he really is the killer of the Laundry, just coming through with the opening kill as well, and that now gives the advantage to Team Liquid. And you've just really got a feel here that this is heading in one direction. Team 1 just really seem to have lost their way in the last couple of rounds.
Gonna find a torch, light up the path, and find your way back onto the pathway to success here, because Team Liquid, they've certainly found that path, and they have been sprinting down it with their sights set on living it large here on Oregon and making this opening map be a monstrous one in terms of the comeback. Team 1 down at the start, losing Falls early on, as he falls into the Nether Realm, will hinder them, but is it going to end their spree? Will that be the decider of their fate and mean that it is going to be over going forward, or is there still an opportunity to get back into the game? Can they find a pick and somewhat swing it back in their favor? Looking for another frag right now as they work their way in slowly but surely. Team Liquid instead just playing on the wolf pack. Look at the crossfires they've got set up here. Nearly everyone in position, watching each other's backs and just ready for a war against Team 1. That's the way the game is going to go. And Sexy Cake with the Nitro chucks it out, throws it through the air, bombards down as he'll detonate and destroy anyone that's in front of him. Thatcher's been smashed out, clean, leaving it up to just 3 men for Team 1 here. Redux, Felipox, and Raps Raps is the only one that will get a kill though, as he's poised and strikes back against PSK, bringing it down to an outnumbered firefight towards the end of the round, and this could be the end of the game unless it's clutched out now in the 2 versus 3. Monty pushing back Nesk, but he's not really going to be able to do too much when it comes to switching to his pistol. Raps as well, given an opportunity to him, but couldn't land the shot.
We find ourselves in a little bit of a lull with 30 seconds left to go. Team 1 just looking to regroup and get themselves an advantage here, and that is everything they needed. Raps on the double. Now a triple as he gets a kill, but will be shut down. Nesk and Palu, who else? The dynamic duo. They close things out there, and that's going to be round number 1. Map number 1, sorry, going to Team Liquid. That is Oregon in the books. And it was clutched from the jaws of defeat, Jackie. 4-0 down they came into this, but managed to fight their way all the way back to 7-5 to take it without overtime. And that answers any of the fatigue questions we might have had about Team Liquid. They are looking fine and dandy, ready to go at the minute.
Wow. Team Liquid, they've somehow kept themselves refreshed, and probably being hydro homies, kept themselves hydrated in between the small downtime they had. Going back into that game, what a comeback. That is monstrous. Just really built themselves a pathway to success there, Tim. Being able to go blow for blow and keep on rolling with those punches, that's the bit that really takes a lot of courage and strong mental fortitude, which is hugely necessary in a lower bracket run like this that they're going to have.
That's it. They are going to have some tough games coming up. Not only do they need to beat Team 1 here, they will also need to win out against the loser of NIP or FaZe Clan. And that could be a big rematch for Team Liquid if it does end up being NIP. And again, it could be another emotionally and mentally draining match tomorrow. But they can only focus on the one at hand. And right now, that is Team 1. And what a great result they've just got for themselves on Oregon.
Yeah. A hell of a pickup to find there. And that means now we go into the second map. That'll be coming up after the break when we get back into this series. Don't go anywhere. Don't adjust your monitor. Get ready and get set, because this next game is going to be brutal. The series ahead is looking really full to the brim with exciting plays. Join us for that after the break. Team Liquid, the comeback squad here, showing up massively when it matters most in the major. Team, from nothing, they build themselves a way back into the game, and in the end, they somehow win it. Crazy way to start off the series with the first map on Oregon against Team 1.
It really was. It was back and forward. We saw Team 1 come out of the gate like an absolute rocket, very quickly finding themselves 4-0 at an advantage whilst on the defence. But then Team Liquid, as I've said, championship teams, they find a way to grind their way back into tough, scrappy games and get the win on the board, and that is exactly what Liquid have shown us there. They managed to overcome all the odds to get the win on Oregon. They head into Consulate next, and it's going to be a really interesting matchup, Jackie, because both of these teams are unbeaten on Consulate. Somebody is going to lose that record. There's no two ways about it. Liquid, we've seen win 3 times. Team 1, we've seen win twice, so neither of them are slouches on Consulate.
They'll be standing tall, looking like they're about 7 foot going into this one, Tim, and I can't wait for it, mate. Consulate, it's a bit of a banger, right? We kind of got the 2 maps that between the both of us we absolutely live for. We got the Oregon start for me, that was a bit of a treat, and now we get your pick of Oregon. It's a hell of a series.
Certainly is. You know, I absolutely love a bit of Consulate. Just that verticality you can bring. There's so many rotations. Quite a narrow map, but it's an absolute roamer's paradise to just get up and down between the different levels and really keep your opponents guessing, keep mixing it up. And I really enjoy content. And I think it's going to be great for these two sides to face off on. Both unbeaten, both very capable, and it is going to be an absolute humdinger of a matchup.
Oh, mate. I wouldn't expect anything less here, Tim. We converge on Consulate. This is where the game is going to go down, as all 5 players from Team 1 and Team Liquid are going to start to shake it off a little bit, get back into the flow of the game and reset themselves, as you do need to take this as a best of 1, especially for Team 1. You've dropped the ball on the first map. It looked like they were going to pick it up, but in the end, they couldn't get over that final hurdle, and they have been left in the dust. You either need to come back, Tim, or you suffer potentially being the #1 ranked team coming into the major and then going out in the first round of lower bracket.
And that is not a position that anybody is going to want to find themselves in, Jackie, especially not Team 1 after the performance. And to be honest, I mean, I can't call it a shame if any one of these 4 teams, it's a shame that one of them has to go out at this point, because they've all played so well and they've given us so much entertainment through the season that we don't really want to see that for anybody at this point. But Team 1, they've just come through as such an outside choice to begin with. They had a difficult season 11 leading into this, where they finished bottom of the league, made a few changes, and they've really surprised everybody. And they've been an absolute pleasure, not only to watch, but to interview as well. Bidega coming on a couple of times, and I really do feel for Team 1. They don't want them to go out at this initial stage just taking 2 losses and straight out of the tournament they go. It would be a real game for their season to end that way, but at the same time, I'm sure that they won't take that too hard. You know, at the end of the day, they've probably overachieved maybe what they expected coming top of the group stage, and it sets them up very nicely coming into stage 2. But I'm talking like they've already gone. There's a long way to go yet. If anything that we have seen tonight has taught us one thing, it is that these games can go all the way to 3. So far, both of the second maps have been a 7-3 result to the team who lost the first map. So that would be Team 1 here. Can they buck the trend is the big question.
We'll find out going into the game. We'll have Team Liquid starting off on their defense. And genuinely, this actually is a little bit of a saving grace for them, I feel, Tim. This is probably the best possible outcome they could hope for. Coming in fresh on the defense, I think aids them a whole lot more. Their attacks haven't really felt that they've been up to par too much tonight. They've been quite slow. When they do go for the late round execute as well, they're just walking into the breach and being overpowered because they're not clearing out any players. We've seen them effectively executing in with a 5-on-5 with like 45 seconds left into the round multiple times tonight. In the series versus NIP, it cost them about 4 rounds purely just of leaving themselves with no time on the attack. It's been rough. It was the same starting point as well. When they came in with their stance on Oregon, it wasn't too clean. They struggled in the opening rounds. Once they got into their defense, though, they found their pathway to success. And now coming back in here, starting off on Consulate on your defense, players like Palu, PSK, Nesk still hitting their shots. This is the dream scenario for them. Let's just hope that this dream doesn't turn into a nightmare, and it won't be a Nightmare on Elm Street type situation coming through with Team 1 looking like Freddy Krueger.
Down in the garage to start things off, we will have Team Liquid on the defense, and they will want to come out strong here. They need to get themselves a good couple on the board and just get themselves any sort of advantage that they can. They need to, whilst they've got backs against the wall from Team 1 on the back of that Oregon onslaught towards the end of that map, they just need to keep that pressure in place and keep moving. And we've seen good win rates for them, generally speaking, on the defense, usually 60 to 70%. So they would be expecting to get at least a 4-2 on the half here so that they can then come through onto their strong attacking side, which is where we see Team Liquid really excel. But there is 6 rounds between them and that point, and they need to take as many as they can. Reduct is going to open us up with a kill onto Nesk, so that's going to be the Jaeger off the board for the time being. Sexy Cake is still able to play in piano, but being challenged as we speak through the window, and as long as he can stay up there, that's a good shout for him. It does allow him to just pressure that garage breach if they try to move in and get the diffuser down, and Palu is just trying to protect him as well. He's got himself up in meeting with the floor opened up. He's going to prevent the push coming in through the double door to round desk there, and that is a great angle to aggress towards Antechamber and Piano, and this is exactly why they are protecting him. Sexy Cake with a good opener for Team onto Lukid. That levels things up 4 versus 4 now, and Palu gets the man who tries to come in and challenge onto Sexy Cake. This defense is very well thought out.
Ooh, the close angle from PSK, but a snapshot as he flicks his mouse and connects straight onto the noggin of Philippox, dropping him down to the ground, putting a bullet through where his thoughts get processed and not allowing him to even process the idea of pushing out and causing any more carnage. Opening round quickly going the way of Liquid as they liquidate their opponent. They are looking like a gigantic blender, Tim.
The play button as well and truly being hit on Team Liquid right now, and Team 1 might just find themselves asking who lent on the remote control and set Liquid off.
We've not just seen PSK getting picks on the server. He went for a little cheeky pick there on the player cam as well.
Always got to remember, those player cams are definitely in place, Jacket.
You know, he's the king of picks. That's what he's showing us. He does it in the server and outside because he's been hitting some stunning shots. It just goes to show how ambidextrous those fingers can be.
So heading into round 2 then, Team Liquid, they will look to cement on that good start that they've had. They are heading up to Console, and it is again another site that they've seen reasonable defensive success on. And if they can get themselves a second round on the board, this is the big thing now. I think Team 1 don't necessarily, or certainly don't have the same level of experience at this sort of height of competition as a major like this as Team Liquid do. And you just feel like if it's a second map, Team Liquid on a map they've done very well so far through the season. Consulate is a map synonymous with Team Liquid. They know how good they are here. If they can push through this one and get themselves a good lead to begin with, it feels like it's going to be a massive, massive challenge for Team 1 to come back from.
Well, Reduct will be able to pop off a nice little early attack coming through on the Zofia. And straight away, they get that charge placed and ready to open up those garage doors. Team 1, of course, if you let them in, it's going to be hard to get them out. That is the issue towards that site, as you can work your way through, open it up, and then push your way in very quickly. So Team Liquid, they need to be effective at blocking them out, not letting them get in, acting like a giant blackout blind onto all of these windows effectively. Tim, when we see the push here from Team 1 into the late round, bit by bit though, slow and steady, not really going overly aggressive in terms of the pace. They've made a couple of small moves here and there, but they're not actually just flooding in. They are, again, playing with tempo and waiting for the push. I don't actually know if we've got a player situated over towards the piano though, so there could be an issue once they actually find their way in terms of the vertical coverage that we're seeing here from Liquid on the defense, Tim.
The likelihood is that they'll have Sexy Cake playing underneath. We can see him down there at the moment. He's going to squirrel himself away on the pulse and just try and keep himself in for the late round. And then in that final minute or so, he's going to move into piano, as you say. And he's just going to watch that floor with the heartbeat sensor as much as he can. But that help things, and be watching a single thing at this rate. It will be taken out. That is the pulse gone, but Nesk and Palu once again step up for Team Liquid and manage to get themselves a couple of big kills just to prevent that push coming in. Raps, however, will shut down Palu, and right now Philippox is in sight, diffuser in hand, and the opportunity is there potentially for him to get this activated on the ground. But right now, Team 1, they're out for blood. They're looking for kills. They want to get themselves an even bigger advantage, and that's what they do. They know that PSK was down there with the potential for a nitro denial on the Goyo, and they wanted to be sure before they went to put this diffuser down. And Nesk finds himself 1 versus 3. He's all alone. He's out in the cold. The diffuser is on the ground and active, and this is going to be a huge ask for him. He needs to get at least 2, if not all 3 kills before he can go anywhere near this diffuser. And as he peeks the angle into the corridor, shut down at the long desk, and that is going to be round to Team 1. And I can just see it, Jackie. This one's going to 12 rounds.
Ah, mate. Game's starting off relatively back and forth with the way it's being played, right? And the pace of it. It feels like it is going to be one of those games. An instantaneous trade of rounds. Open it up with a 1v1 here on Consulate. Neither of these teams have dropped it throughout regulation. Back, of course, with the normal BR6 season that we've seen with the weeklies. So it would be rude of us to not assume that this game is going to really go down to the wire, and it is going to give it its absolute all. I feel like we are in for a bit of a treat with it as well. Consulate's one of those maps where when you have close games, it's just so much better because of the quality of play that you get. It just works well in the style of map it is for Siege. It complements all of the aspects.
Attackers need to
It certainly does. You know, you won't get any complaints out of me, Jackie, one of my absolute favourites. And we're going to be heading to Preston Lobby in round number 3 now. Team Liquid, they have come out strong in the first round, got themselves a good defensive win on Garage, but then they've been shut down in round 2, and I'm maybe a little bit surprised not seeing them just give that top floor another chance. I know they weren't really too close to being successful there. It was 1 versus 3 at the end, and Team 1 certainly did feel like they had a lot of power on that one. And there's nothing wrong with Team Liquid mixing it up. It's just how strong a site top floor usually is, and they might have been able to get something up there, but I'm sure they'll give it another try before the defensive half is over. Right now, they're going to head down to Preston Lobby, and the hold is going to be much the same. They're going to have a number of men upstairs. We can see all the utility just being deployed up there, and that is going to push them now to try and hold on to that top floor, but they're also conscious. We can see Sexy Cake downstairs as well, just trying to hold off that potential garage push, which is something we see. There are a few vertical angles which can be used onto site, and if you can keep yourself down there, there's also defensive options from site as well. Obviously, the Maestro will not have a Nitro in hand, but if you play an operator down there who does, we've got PSK on the mute, potentially has a Nitro. He could join him down there later in the round and just try to go for that plant denial with the Nitro as well.
Oh, Moringa. The man could have a little bit of a massacre depending on if he can actually find the opening here on the angle. Peering down from the top from above, it's a little bit awkward. He might spot out the heel. That's as he'll really be able to see, and you can see him turning those gears in his brain box, looking for that opportunity to arise, but the comms have relayed the information over. He knows that he's been shot down from above, so the rest of the team will start to spam their way through the barricades and look to bludgeon him. His response, run away, shatter the table, and tuck yourself into the corner to stay alive. And it is vital that he stays alive deep into this one as well, because he's on the smoke. He's got all 3 of those canisters on his utility belt for now. Hasn't thrown out a single one of them. They've not been dashed out relatively early into the round. He's trying to save them and keep them out into the late round where they are going to be more effective. So he just needs to stay alive, although he is in a bit of an awkward spot. Trapped between 2 hard angles. Oh, Tim. Really hair-raising stuff as he just sprints across the window, gets out of there, leaves the Maverick looking a little bit confused, and is still just waiting for a push.
I love the player cam of Moringa here. It's like me and you are on the edge of our seat. We feel the tension. We feel under pressure. And Moringa's just chill. He's just there. He's like, yeah, I've got this. This is absolutely no problem. You know, there's not a bead of sweat on his brow. He's quite happy to just hold this angle and wait for the push to come through. Where, yeah, you and I sat here at home are absolutely terrified for his safety. We can see Sexy Cake now has moved himself back up to that mid-floor to support the on-site defense. And you can see now that is going to be Moringa shut down by Lukig, but 2 kills come in. Sexy Cake and Palu, they are important. 3 versus 3 as Lukig gets himself a second on the round, and this one is absolutely anybody. But Palu once again steps up with a big kill, followed up by PSK, and we find ourselves now 3 versus 1, and I feel like Team 1, that inability, that lack of clearance on the top floor has really cost them there. Nesk is able to rotate back to site from exactly that location. Palu gets himself a kill from the meeting room vertically as well. And as much as they did a good clearance on the basement level through the garage, you have to pay attention to that top floor for Preston Lobby.
Oh, man. All right. Well, another round picked up. Liquid, of course, starting to set themselves slightly ahead further from the pack there, as they will be able to push out by at least 1 round and create a small amount of distance between them and Team 1. But will they go 3-1? Will they actually be able to spin this story into one that favors them, that makes Team Liquid the main protagonists going forward and really does start to get them a little bit more hyped up into these games? Or will Team 1 clap back once again, keep it close, and will it go 2-2? Because it feels like it's that sort of series, Tim, especially here on the 3rd and final map. It seems like it's destined to consistently just transition back and forth into a lot of these rounds. So just curious to see what the response will be from Team 1 here, really.
It needs to be a quick response, Jackie, is what I would say. They have to come back in and get rounds. They can't keep losing. The last thing they want is to find themselves, say, 4-1 down to Team Liquid, because then Team Liquid have guaranteed the 4-2 split on the half, but they'll also be keen to go on, push forward, and get themselves the 5th. And that's not a position Team 1 need to be in. They need to keep themselves in touch here, because if they give with the opportunity to get the boots on the neck, they will keep it there and they will hold them down until they manage to get the win here. And Team One, they need to show that they can fight throughout this. They need to stand up to Team Liquid and they need to prevent them getting that momentum and getting their heads going. And right now, the entry battle is going to be important. Coming in, we saw them get a couple of early picks. They need to follow up on it. They need to be developing that and really getting themselves an advantage and building on it. We need to see Team One when we've seen them at the best so far on console. It's been the round on the console office where they got themselves 5-3, I think it was, on the man count, and then really powered forward from there. And Team One at the minute just feel like they maybe need that confidence of getting themselves in front and particularly getting at least Nesco or Palu off the board, because both of them are playing very well so far on console.
Oh, yeah. You've got to be able to take down one of those two pivotal players for Team Liquid. They're the dynamic duo that just at any point is able to pop off. They're very effective at what they do, and what they do is take out anyone that dares to defy them. If you stake a claim towards their bomb sites, then they will rock up with the knuckle dusters on, ready for a bare knuckle boxing match. And of course, they are not knuckles out. Will slap you in the face, drop you down to your knees and finish you off right there and then. And they are hungering for the push to come towards them right now into this round, as we're seeing the initial contact start to come out. Raps, he's been given a bit of a solo mission to try and deal with everything that's ahead of him, utilizing those breaching rounds that are coming out off the back of the Ash to move the awkward pathway that's ahead of them. And as soon as he gets that opening created, they just charge in, and the convergence is looking good. It seems like it will be going back in the manner of a 2-2 here, as there's only two players that are alive for Team Liquid. Palu was one, Nesk was the other, but Palu is gone, popped off, dead on the ground. And unfortunately for Nesk, he will suffer the same fate as Reduct will swing into action, grappling with him and leaving him lifeless on the ground. Bullets through the monitor as he shuts him down there, Tim. And again, it is tied up to a pop.
Solid round from Team One there. Really never allowed Team Liquid to make any sort of headway into that round. Never gave them any advantage. Absolutely came in completely dominant and shut them down there, and there was nothing that Team Liquid could do about that. It's no surprise to see them moving away from that garage site, and so far Team One have been very strong on the attack here. They have done very, very well to stop Team Liquid playing the game that they want to play. They have moved through, they've got kills, they've opened up spaces particularly. They've recognised, for example, last time they attacked onto console, they recognised the potential danger of Sexy Cake on that pulse, just recognising exactly what Team Liquid wanted to do in playing that vertical denial with the nitro, and they just got in there and they wiped him out. They pinched him, killed him, and just cut him out of the game. And they've done that very well a couple of times, and it's something they need to continue to do. Use those drones, recognize exactly what Team Liquid are doing, and then surgically remove the most important parts.
They really are a human scalpel at this point, although it's the best thing to be. It'd be quite hard to eat, Tim. You wouldn't really be able to put on clothes. Suppose you could live inside of a Pringles tube. That would be your one outfit.
Is that the dream?
I mean, you know, it wouldn't be too bad. Can you fit inside of a Pringles tube? Can you get your hand in there?
Me personally?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my
needs
hands are
be.
too thick. I can't get them in. I get stuck on the rim.
Oh, you've got to go for the slide. Yep. No, I don't have. That's not a problem that I have, Jackie.
Ah, so that's interesting. You know, that actually is quite a bit of a divide in the population. People that can fit inside of Pringles cans and people that can't, Tim.
Imagine that it would be. And right now the divide on the server is absolutely non-existent. We are 2-2 on the scoreboard. There is one map, however, in the favour of Team Liquid. They managed to come in and take map number 1, Oregon. It was a hard-fought affair, 7-5. They had to come all the way back from 4-0 down, which is exactly how Team 1 started things. But Team Liquid dug their heels in and managed to fight their way back and get the map on the board. So they do have the overall advantage, and I'm sure with the amount of Siege they've played so far today, they will be keen to get themselves off this match as quickly as they can. They will want to get the win wrapped up inside of 2 maps so they can have as much rest as possible ahead of that next matchup, which will be tomorrow for them, and they will play against the loser. The good thing is they have at least the time for that first match to be played tomorrow. They can't play until they know who the loser of the upper bracket final between FaZe and NIP is. So that gives Liquid at least a little bit of breathing space, but there's going to be lots of work for them to do. They're going to have to try and prepare for both of those teams effectively, or get a good read on who they think it will be and maybe stack in their favour, but that could be a risky move.
Risky business could be coming out going forward and into the round. Been quite slow. Nothing too outrageous. Nothing unpredictable coming through. Slow and steady pushes that are starting to come out as they're clearing their angles one by one. And we do see a wide swing from Palu towards the stairway. As he's looking to try and open this round up. And is there potential for it as he busts out the 4-4, waving it through the door as he'll leave Raps breathing no more with the initial confrontation, but it's the battle of the shotguns, and the skeleton key will open up Palu, leaving him drop down with a massive chest cavity. Now it's up to the 3 versus 4. The response from Team 1 here is everything. If they can hit their shots into the round, there's still a possibility that they can actually win it, and that's what they're going to do, Tim. They take the manpower advantage, and one by one, they've turned this in from an equal stance in the battle of attrition to an unrelenting round where it's all on Moringa. This man does not break a sweat. He's always calm, cool, and collected, and he tried to go for something quite naughty, dashing out the nitro to decimate the man behind the desk, but it doesn't work. Switches to the sidearm with the revolver, but he won't land those shots either. He's dispatched, he's dropped off as Maverick will rock up, ready for the firefight and overpower him. The Lone Ranger truly being a stallion.
Absolutely no joy whatsoever to be found for Team Liquid up on that top floor. That is the second attempt at console office on the day, and that is the second failure. Team 1 showing a real mastery of attacking onto that site, doing a great job, especially coming back from a 3 versus 5. We saw Nesk and Palu just open things up for us and get a couple of kills, and it was looking like it should be fairly plain sailing for Team Liquid from there, but Team 1, they have shown us time and time again that they are more than capable of getting themselves back into rounds that maybe look lost at that point in time, and that's exactly what they've done. Fought tooth and nail and just dragged themselves back into it, and they've given themselves the first advantage that they have seen here on Consulate. This is the first time that they have been ahead, and remember, this is an essential map for them. If Team Liquid come out with the win here, then it is all going to be good night for Team 1. They will go home, they will leave the tournament, and they will take the minimum amount of bonus SI qualification points that they could do at this stage. And I'm sure Team 1, they're going to want to fight hard. They're here, they have a point to prove. They top the table. They don't want to go out first, absolutely no way. But they are fighting a difficult team to win out against. Team Liquid, they will generally find a way. And right now, I feel like if Team Liquid can go 3-0 on the half here, we've seen them very successful on the attack of Consulate. It is going to be a difficult task for Team 1 to hold them at bay after the side switch at the half.
You got to grab them by the ankles, Tim. Really get in there. You know, one hand, ankle, one hand on the left ankle. Stop them from running away from you. That's
Give them
the only way.
leg and a wing.
Yeah, you know, teach them a lesson. Give them a bit of roughhousery and shut them down. That's your best possible outcome. Yeah, get in there, Tim. You know, do the thing where you get the fist on the old head. Give him one of those. That'll hurt. That'll teach him
where
a
you
lesson.
like rub your knuckles on it so it like creates like a burn. Yeah.
Not ideal. Would be quite painful, but that is what Team 1 are hoping for. They at least need to get themselves a 4-2 split and build themselves back into the series. Because as you said, they are really looking like this could be going down relatively quickly, and they could be dropping off and leaving the tournament. From first seed to first to leave. That's the way the game could go if they fall short here on Consulate. In terms of the round at hand, though, Team Liquid, of course, on the defense, waiting for the push to come through, and it's a slight bit of momentum that is being gained. Bit by bit, Lukid hoping to find an opportunity as he'll swing wildly from either of these two sides on the buck, using that skeleton key as well to create new pathways and avenues of attacks for them. A lot of damage has come out early on onto the mute that nearly has been completely muted, and there he goes. He'll be switched off at the mains. He has been unplugged, Tim.
Falls opening things up onto PSK, and we're just sort of starting to see Team 1 take the advantage in the early battles. Nesk opened things up last time around, but other than that, in the last couple of rounds, the last 3 or 4, it's all been Team 1 giving themselves those early advantage, and we can see Paolo just trying to make himself a nuisance between his prismers, but they can't change stance along with him, so he's got to be careful about going in there on the crouch. Now, Palu completely aware of a man out on the balcony and absolutely decapitates him. That will be Felipox going by the wayside and leaves us 4 versus 4. Palu is looking for more. He wants to aggress forward. He wants to make an absolute nuisance of himself by pushing onto the meeting door, and right now, the top floor clearance, if you remember, Jackie, just wasn't present last time around for press and lobby, and it cost Team 1. So they have to continue with this. They have to push forward. They have to make sure that they get Team Liquid closed down and they aren't able to defend from that top floor.
Not much time left on this one. 20 seconds. The fight has to be instigated soon, but who is going to be the wicked fire starter? Which team will be the prodigy to pick this round up as we see the assault coming through from Sexy Cake, then the follow-up from Nesk. Palu with 1, Palu with 2, back to back. Palu is cleaning up. The big boy himself showing up on the alibi as he's proving that they've got no alibi into the round, catches them out and drops them down to the cold, hard ground, dashing the hopes and dreams of Team 1 in the midst of picking them off with the bullets he's firing out. Spitting straight fire. Palu, the rapper there, into that encounter, Tim. 3-3. The game is tied, set, and match. It's as close as it possibly could have been here going into the next half. This is where it'll get interesting, though. Liquid, you're now put on your attack. What can you do? Are you going to be able to come out a lot more aggressive? Can that tempo up, because they've looked quite sluggish their previous attacking halves of the day, Tim? If I'm honest with you, they haven't looked as good as they've looked throughout the regular season, and that worries me. Will that change here now in what is quite possibly the most important game they've played throughout the major so far tonight? That's the big question mark.
It certainly is, and the difficulty that Liquid have had on the attacks previously have come on the primary sites. 50% win rate on the top floor, 40% win rate down here in Garage. So they need to try and force Team 1 onto those tertiary sites, be that Archives and Tellers or be that Press and Lobby. That is where Team Liquid really excel. That is where they pick up those rounds. But if we look at it on that basis, that all swings in the favour of Team 1. Liquid cannot rely on the third sites. They have to come in and get some results here in Garage and Console. They could really do with a win on either. They can then take a loss on either, and we find ourselves at 5-5. But we find ourselves with Team 1 then forced to play those third sites, and that is where Team Liquid could potentially pick this up. But they're just going to have to take things one round at a time. They're just going to have to push forward, and right now, they just need to get Palu in a position to get kills, because he's absolutely slaying Jackie. 3 great headshots in that last round. Picks the man up at the door and then flips it 180 and drops the man at double door like a hot potato to finish off the round. Unreal from Palu once again.
There is potato blood in his veins, Tim. He has truly been a farmer for the frags with the way he's been playing throughout the series. Throughout both of the series he's played tonight, to be honest with you, he has looked like a monster. Quite possibly been the best player we've seen in the major so far today, and oh, that's not too far-fetched to say, because the man is on top of the pops consistently. He is one of the best and brightest from Brazil, and you could see he was a little bit annoyed that he didn't secure that kill as the bullets rained into him, nearly missing and just barely tagging up, offering Reduct a bit of a free haircut and softening him up into a later encounter in the round. He goes for the second peek as well, swinging back through, trying to play with that faster tempo. Again, the shots whiz by, but no one has been dropped. A nice early start for Team Liquid, but they haven't got an opening frag, so they don't want to run into the unknown. They're still trying to play it at least quite slow here.
Half of the round gone, 5 versus 5, still lots of work to be done by both sides, but Team Liquid, you just feel maybe don't quite have the map possession that they need just yet. We've still got a couple of members outside, and we've got to remember back to that previous matchup against NIP where they just struggled for time. We've seen, I think, at least 6, if not 7 rounds so far tonight. Jackie lost on time for Team Liquid, just letting that clock tick down when on the attack, not getting themselves into position quickly enough to push through and have time to get that diffuser down, and particularly no time for a plan B if things don't work out. But the aggression is starting to mount a little bit. Moringa is up above. He's going to clear off the utility from the garage door. That should allow that to be opened up, but a great nitro from Reduct. That is going to start the round off with a bang there, as that is the smoke gone. No vertical presence, but the garage door is open. PSK has the opportunity to get in and open things up again. He's going to open up the second panel, and once that happens, all the angles can be held that are necessary for him to get the diffuser down. But Team Liquid need to be very careful, and I'm glad to see that they've got a man now up in garage, completely unaware of the one. Hard right though. But how about that for Team Comms? The first man shouts it out, the second man comes in and gets the kill. And right now, this is all raining down for Team Liquid. 2 versus 1. PSK gets the diffuser down successfully. Raps is going to look to make a challenge here. Palu is down, so it's effectively 1 versus 1. But PSK, he doesn't mind that. He doesn't mind being all alone. And he shuts down the round. Great opener onto Garage. Coming into it, I said Team Liquid needed wins in Garage and Console if they want to get this inside 2 maps. And that is a fantastic starter for 10.
Right. The ring around the rosies that was being played there towards the white van. Unfortunately for the men with Ven, he's not going to be able to come out strong, smash his way through that one and secure himself a bit of a banger. Hands weren't fast enough, he wasn't quick enough on the steel, and he was taught a lesson. Gunned down, left lifeless on the ground, and lifeless could be what happens here to Team 1's tournament lives. If they're not able to get a couple rounds back, Tim, close the gap once again and keep the scoreline close, they could be saying goodbye to their run here in the major. They would be going out on the Friday. Rather than being able to have a deep run, even get close towards that championship Sunday and be on a chance of making their moves towards the finals, a position that we've seen they want to be in. And when we spoke to Bodega in the past, they have been grinding to improve, hoping that they could get towards. All of that could be taken away from them. Their dreams could be shattered here in the space of 3 rounds from Team Liquid. That's all that could change this, as long as they can continue on with the pace they're establishing, and as long as Palu doesn't cool off, as he is still far too hot to handle. 10 frags for the big boy that is playing Zofia.
10-3, it has been fantastic for him so far. As we say, just hitting shots, just hitting headshots, one after another. The majority of his kills so far have found the cranium on every attempt. But we're going to be heading into round number 8, where the defensive side, Team 1, will be defending the top floor of Console. Now, we've got Nomad on the board, so that should protect Team Liquid from any of those dreaded runouts that we see here on Console. And generally 2 ways of attacking this top floor. You're looking at either an admin push or a yellow stairs push. The yellow stairs push usually done in conjunction with a console office window rappel, and that is possible given that the Nomad is on the board and the runouts are much more difficult. So we're generally going to see, by the looks of things, a push towards the yellow stairs, and clearing Falls out, that's going to be job number 1. He's got some serious utility backing him up there. He's got a number of ADSs. He's got the dock just over his shoulder looking to juice him up and keep him in the fight for as long as possible. And Team Liquid, they need a plan here. They need to just think exactly how they're going to clear that man out, because the difficulty is if you don't clear yellow stairs out, generally there will be a hole opened in the wall between yellow stairs and the site, and the diffuser default spot can be defended from the yellow stairs. So it's important to clear that out if that's where you're looking to get this diffuser on the ground and activated.
A minute and 35 seconds on the clock. All 5 players alive. 10 treacherous operators alive and kicking here, just waiting for that fight to start and for the bloodlust to start swinging through. But who is going to bang the drum? As right now the push comes out, Falls with the shotgun, serving up success, as he will be able to land that shot and decimate Nesk before he's punished, leaving us back here into a 4v4. Oh, Palu, you can see he wanted to try and go for a confidence ball swing and try and get in behind the shield to take down the man that was down. It doesn't matter, though, as he hits the follow-up shot. The Doc gets himself back up, but unfortunately, he's going to get knocked down, and he cannot get back up again. He is finished off, Tim, leaving us now into a 4 versus 3. Team 1 teetering on a knife's edge of dropping another round, and this being the 5th picked up for Team Liquid here. They can crash over them like a tsunami if they continue on in this manner, and they certainly look like they will. You won't be surfing USA here as everyone is going down. It's all on the Rook, and it seems like it'll be chessmate for Team Liquid for the round, and they'll be picking up round 8. PSK focusing on getting the diffuser down. Lukid just waiting for them to swing, hoping that maybe he can hit his shots and pick them off one by one, but they would have to throw this round away and consistently give him 1v1 firefights. That is the only way I can see him getting back into it. Yeah, you've got 30 seconds, but the likelihood of you hitting all of your shots and them just messing about into this encounter is marginal at best. It should be a Liquid lockdown. It should be a 5th round, and it will be from this man hiding, waiting behind the chair, just peeks up, finds the frag, the Nomad will do it, decimating him, Tim. Checkmate into the round, and another one goes the way of Liquid. One away from a guaranteed OT.
The thing for Team 1 now, the real danger is that you just feel like Team Liquid can smell blood in the water at this point. They are starting to pick up the pace, if anything. They are not letting this one slow down. They are hitting the accelerator. Look at that shotgun kill from Falls. Great on Yellow Stairs. But the important thing that you saw was that kill that just ranged straight back in from Palu. Managed to clear the smoke off. And then look at that kill. Just in between the door frame and the deployable shield with the pistol there. An absolute beauty, and right now Palu is dragging Team Liquid forward. He is propelling them towards another matchup tomorrow. He's looking to send Team 1 home here, and who would have thought that? Top of the pops in the main season, coming through as the #1 seed and potentially going straight home with 2 losses so far, and just doesn't really feel like a fair reflection of their season. Team 1 have impressed us so much. And they've really developed as the season has gone along, and it is a shame to see this happen, but ultimately somebody has to go home first. There can only be one winner out of these 4 teams, and the one thing that I do know is we've got a lot of good siege to come before we find out who that winner is.
Saturday and Sunday are going to be showstoppers. Mark it in your calendar. If you're working, book it off. If you can't book it off, have your iPhone in the background, get the stream up and keep checking in, because quality of games is just going to be through the roof. It is going to be non-stop cinematic siege that will be gifted to us game after game. The best of 3 bonanzas are only just beginning, and then we've got the best of 5 final to look forward to on Championship Sunday. It is going to rattle you to your very core to decide who will be standing tall as the best of Brazil, the winner of the BR6 Major. That is what we're looking forward to throughout the quality of the competition that is yet to come. But right now, in the present, we really have been gifted a present. Liquid versus Team 1 has been a spectacular series, but the scary factor is it could be coming to an end before it even gets going. We could have this shut down as a 2-0 for Liquid here, Tim. The crazy comeback they had on Oregon. If they now go on to be the kings of Consulate, to lock it down and best Team 1, that will be the #1 seeded team in the tournament, out of the competition on play day 1 here on the Friday. They will drop out, and Liquid will have to fight their way through the lower bracket to keep on moving to try and stay alive into tomorrow's games. That is the crazy storyline we have been watching today, and it is only just getting started. Into round 9 now. 5-3, 1 minute and 45 seconds on the clock as we're waiting to see how Liquid are going to play this one. Previously, they instigated and then just bombarded their way in, and they landed all of the punches. Can they do it once again? And will Palu be the man that will harbinge it as he comes in looking like the harbinger of death? Cleans up with the opening frag onto Lukid, Tim. There's the first frag, and I'm sure there's going to be more to follow.
Absolutely no problem whatsoever for Palu there. Great teamwork, just taking all the attention of smoke onto that Yellow Stairs window, and Palu just manages to rappel his way into the bathroom and completely shutting down on the rotation. So that clears off Yellow Stairs and creates a situation where Team Liquid can start to build some pressure towards site. They can move down, they can get control of Piano, potentially actually get Moringa in there and start opening up the floor, get those vertical angles that are so important for the push towards Garage. And the reason that they're so important is it forces all those defenders to play much deeper. If you start opening up the vertical angles from Piano, they are around that white van area. You can get all the way back to the cafeteria wall, of course, but what you do is you open up those vertical angles and you want to force the defenders back into cafeteria, back towards that pipes, double door and security room, so that then PSK can get himself in front of that white van under plenty of cover and get the diffuser down. You've got control over yellow stairs, so you can't be flanked from there, and that is the play that Team Liquid are going for right now. We can see the pressure here is being brought in perfectly by Moringa. There's the shots onto the foot, and that is going to start forcing those defenders deeper. We can see that they don't want any part of that. They're trying to push forward, they're trying to branch out, but right now, Paula, he is the absolute master of Consulate. He's on 4. Could he get the ace? It comes through, and will with the pistol. How many more aces can we see out of Palu in this stage of the LATAM region?
Mate, Palu is ridiculous. He is an unstoppable force of nature. He is the king of carnage, thrives in the chaos, and just serves up success time and time again. An ace at such a pivotal point in the competition to bring your team up to the 6-round mark, to guarantee overtime. And what? To get him to like 17 frags or something ridiculous here on Consulate? Man, looking at his stats at the end of this major, Tim, I'm already just going to throw it in as a bit of a hot take. He is going to be by far the best performer we are going to see out of the entirety of the LATAM major. This Liquid side wants to stay in the tournament. They want to make it to the grand final. And this is the first step on that pathway, Tim. They're in the lower bracket, but that means they have a lot of competition ahead of them. A lot of best of threes to play. And a lot of opportunities for this man to become a walking highlight reel for Team Liquid.
And that's exactly what he already is. You know, let's make no bones about it. 17-4, and that is just not unusual for Palu whatsoever. He is so important to this Team Liquid. You know, we talk about Nesk so much, and Nesk does facilitate. He takes attention, and he gives Palu the space, and that's what they do for each other. You know, I look at it, and both very capable. Both of them could play in sides on their own, absolutely, but by having them together in the same team, it just, if anything, gives them a boost. It puts them at that 1.3 times power, 1.5 times power. It just gives them that extra little margin, and the reason being is because teams focus on one or the other. You've got to send 2 men to try and shut Nesk down. You don't want him in a 1 versus 1, but by sending 2 after Nesk, you're leaving somebody 1v1 or less. With Palu, you're leaving Palu on his own, and that is a problem. And vice versa, you send 2 after Palu, Nesk then becomes the real threat. That dynamic duo for them, that double threat, is just unbelievable. And then you look beyond them at the rest of the team. I don't want to discount Sexy Cake, PSK, or Moringa here. We've seen great kills raining out from all of them when needed. PSK's ability to get the diffuser down and judge it is absolutely unreal. He is just clairvoyant sometimes about where that opportunity presents itself and whether it's safe to go for it or not. And it's just a joy to watch them when they get like this.
Well, we've had a poll coming through asking the question if Team Liquid will be able to maintain their pace and lock this down, or if Team 1 can come back into the game. And although that was the wrong way around, you could imagine the way it was supposed to be, with, of course, the vast majority in favor of Team Liquid here to lock it down and seal the deal over Team 1. And it certainly looks like that is going to be the case. Here's the remedied poll that now comes through. 16% in favor of Team 1. 4% believing in the hype, believing in the Liquid lockdown, and thinking that the boys in blue are going to be walking away with the victory here, and they're 1 round away from it. And this 1 round could be done relatively soon. They could be sending out the first seed of the tournament. They can be locking out Team 1 here tonight. It is a rematch that we've got on our hands between Liquid and Team 1, and they really have gone into it with a grudge, Tim, and that grudge has been paying off. They're hitting their shots, they're bullying them, and they're breaking them. Team 1 are looking fragile, but they're still fighting back, at least, as they're able to find another pick. Rap's coming through with 1, but it's not good enough. Nesk's there on the trade, detonating the Goyo shield and burning Raps alive, sending him off to the Burns ward, and now
to do something quite spectacular as he peeks out onto the second, reducing Reduct to absolutely nothing and leaving it on Felipox and Lukid, the last two men trying to save the day for Team 1. Can they do something historic, or is this going to be the end of their run in the tournament? Will they drop out of the major, and will Team 1 live the high life here in the lower bracket? That is what will be decided off the back of a 4 versus 2. Utility being chucked out. Felipox on the fight towards the spiral staircase as the peak will come around, drops himself to prone, hits the shot, but that is all it is. A stab in the dark. It's not enough to win them the game. Liquid have done it. The GGs are dropped, and they will move on. The 1 seed team, the number 1 ranked squad coming into it off the back of the regular weekly play, has left the major. Team Liquid have done it. They've overcome them, Tim, off the back of what was such a struggle on Oregon to look so damn dominant on the comeback and then win the follow-up here tonight on Consulate. Tremendous series.
The last hopes of Team 1 just resting with 2 of the players there, and they were unable to make any headway on that console defense. And Team Liquid, they just looked absolutely electric on the attack. And this is what I said, they're that sort of team that when they smell the blood in the water and they start circling, you are in serious trouble. And we just saw that from that final kill. Well, it wasn't the final kill, but the kill from Nesk through from Yellow Stairs through the peak hole in the bathroom wall. He must have been right on top of his monitor to see those pixels change. Absolutely unreal ability to pick up frags amongst that team. And I would have been big surprised to see Team Liquid go home with 2 losses. They fight their way through. They're going to play against the losers of our upper bracket final, which of course is FaZe Clan versus NIP. We could have a huge rematch on our hands there, Jackie.
Mate, the games we've got ahead of us are going to be absolutely wild. Oh, here's that shot we were talking about as well.
Horrible.
Zoom in for it. Look at him. You could not be doing this. That is not allowed on Twitch or YouTube. Live streaming platforms do not accept this level of disgusting plays, Tim. Oh, mate. Wow.
That just sums it up. That sums up the ability there. That was just a perfect flick onto maybe 3 pixels. It was just the absolute tiniest sliver that he could see there and just completely down. So, you know what? I'm glad to see Team Liquid get themselves back into it. It's unfortunate to see Team 1 go home. They've put on such a great show, brought us some amazing moments through the season, and to see them go with just 2 losses here today, it was tough. It was always going to be tough no matter which one of these teams it happened to, but I'm sure that Team 1, they'll have taken plenty away from that. It's a learning curve for them. They're getting themselves into the major. If they can do that again next time around, if they can start finding themselves as a regular opponent to these teams, then they're going to grow and develop very, very quickly.
Man, it is a shame, right? Obviously, in the stance that they rose from the ashes, Tim, based off of that last Pro League season, now coming in fresh here, right, into BR6. They had a complete 180 in their style of play. They went from strength to strength and did nothing but improve throughout the season. So for them to make it into the major with that number 1 seed, going up against FaZe, a side that, in all honesty, it looked like they should have come away with that win. And for it to be decided off the back of a 1 versus 1 with 1 bullet left in the magazine, for them to then get knocked into the lower bracket and lose in what it was a hell of a comeback on Oregon as well. They're going to be kicking themselves, but you've got to live and learn. You've got to take away what you can from that. There is some huge strides that they have made here throughout the regular season, Tim. Obviously, the unfortunate fact is those SI points, not even the money. You think about the SI points, right, to try and qualify through. I think that's what's going to hurt them most.
I would agree with you because, you know, coming through as strong as they have, they are going to be in the back of the mind thinking that could be a real possibility if we can start getting ourselves into the majors here. They've already decent amount of points to come in top 4 in the league, but they'll have been looking for plenty of bonus points here from the major to potentially push themselves towards that. You know, it's the pinnacle for any player, for any team, is to get themselves to Montreal in the February and to be able to compete on the absolute top level at the Six Invitational. And as much as they're not in a terrible position, they've got more points than a lot of teams will have, they are still going to be a considerable way behind a number of these LATAM teams now who will be fighting out for that big figure of 285 SI qualification points for the top team to rise out of this major on Sunday.
Right, and that's what they're all playing for. That's why it matters so much, and that's why we're seeing the true best of the best, the brain and the brawns of Brazil floating to the top, and the best possible competition we could have asked for. It has been a crazy opening day of the major, and we have seen so many wild plays, some beauty, some majestic moments, so many showstoppers, questionable plays as well. We've had everything, Tim.
We have, and we've had a bit of fun along the way. Hopefully everybody in chat has enjoyed what we've brought to the proceedings today. This is generally what we have in LATAM. We have this sort of excitement every single week here on the English-speaking broadcast, so it is definitely one to check out in future. And, you know, we inject our own little bit of personality along the way, Jackie, but I've had an awful lot of fun today, that much is for sure.
Mate, honestly, from the get-go, it's just been incredible. I think we've been given quite possibly some of the best matchups we could have asked for going into the major. We lucked out with the seeding because it gave us lines that we've had here tonight. It gave us this rematch against, of course, Team 1 and Liquid. And as much as it is sad to see them go, you love to watch them leave because the game that took them out was just beautiful. A hell of a series, a back-to-back best of 2. And the games that got us into this position, I wouldn't change for the world, Tim. The outcomes of both of them were incredible. So let's have a little bit of a look back at the day as a whole. Let's get into the bracket. And of course, if you have missed it, if you're just joining us now, you are a little bit late. Don't worry. You know, we won't penalise you, there won't be detention, but definitely be here quick smart tomorrow on time, Tim, because look what they've missed out on.
Well, this is it. You know, unfortunately, you are about 8 hours late if you're coming in now. But it's been a big day. We've had three map matches there. And then the lower bracket, that was done in 2. Team Liquid, very solid. But we've had some unbelievably close games today.
We have. It has really been full of some twists and turns, some crazy stuff there, of course, with the opening best of 3 that we had, and the same in the second with Team Liquid losing out, and finally they step up to the mark and win it here up against Team 1 in the lower brackets. So that means these are the games we're going to be seeing going into tomorrow. FaZe Clan up against NIP, and then Liquid in that loser bracket final, of course, as they will be down there facing off whoever loses out of FaZe Clan or NIP. But that is tomorrow. That's why we're tantalizing you. That's why we're trying to tease you for that one. In the meantime, though, I do think we have a little bit of a special guest. Someone that's sexy inside and outside of the server. Sexy Cake from Team Liquid, who is going to be joining us for an interview here, Tim, to tell us how he's feeling based off the back of that result. Sexy Cake, how you doing, man? Good to have you back.
Hey guys, really tired, but it's okay.
I'll bet you must be exhausted after all that siege today.
Yep.
Man,
Lot of
that's
games.
actually one of the things I was going to ask you, Sexy, because coming into Oregon, I was a little bit worried for Liquid. I thought, you know, the back-to-back best of 3s with not much downtime, I was scared that you might be a bit fatigued going into it, and it seemed like you were a little bit slow to the start. Did that hold you back, and then you kind of got your second win, started to get rounds together once you got into defense, or was it just the natural flow of the game?
Natural flow of the game. I think it was pretty clean. Nothing new. Just changed some things against one, and we were ready.
Going forward from today into tomorrow, Sexy Cake, you are now, I think, I don't know if I'd go this far, but you're almost in that underdog position. It's not something that Team Liquid are necessarily used to. You tend to be on the top side of the bracket. How are you feeling about that?
I think it's good for us. Be underestimated, so it's fine.
Oh, right. Coming into tomorrow, Sexy, NIP and FaZe, the 2 sides you're potentially going to have to face up again. Is there any preference? Do you want the rematch versus NIP? Is that maybe what you'd be looking forward to?
I think we have no preference. I think we need to win both of the games, so it doesn't matter.
Looking at the performances across the season, but especially today, Sexy Cake, Palu has come out absolutely huge once again. A huge factor on the team. Is there anybody in the world who can stop him?
Nope. He's the best entry fragger in the world.
It's difficult to argue at this point in time because he has had an absolute field day today.
Yeah. Palu is insane.
He really is.
It is crazy, man. The quality of kills we see him picking up, just some of the ridiculous shots he's hitting. I bet it's been given life to everyone on the side of Team Liquid. Obviously, based off those results then, how ecstatic was everyone? I suppose it was just a wave of relief when you finally got that last round in there on Consulate.
Well, Against NIP, we had a lot of advantages in the rounds, and we just threw it. So we needed to play a little bit more aggressive against Team One. We knew how they were gonna play, so we just said, guys, Team One is aggressive. Let's go be more aggressive than them.
I mean, it worked. We saw the changes coming through. Once we saw the confidence come back, it was a good change to see, man. It definitely looked a lot better for Liquid. And I suppose people at home are going to be thinking that Liquid are looking damn good. Is there anything you want to say to any of the fans that have been supporting you, Sexy?
Oh, thank you guys for supporting Liquid. You guys are awesome, and that's it. Thank you.
Short and sweet, man. Lovely stuff. Sexy, it's always a treat when we get to speak to you, mate. Congratulations
Thanks.
tonight. Beautiful games. Good luck tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you very
See you
much.
later.
Yeah, thank you.
There he is. Sexy Cake. He's suave. He looks damn good. He's always looking fresh when he rocks up. It's lovely to see him, Tim.
Confidence in that team, isn't there? And for them to be the underdog, whew,
I
that is
know.
a dangerous position to see them in. But like Sexy Cake said, ultimately they're going to have to beat both of the teams that are left now. Whoever loses, they need to overcome them in that loser bracket final, and then they need to take the other one in the grand final. But they will, of course, have a one-map advantage, whoever wins that upper bracket final. So it's not going to be easy for Team Liquid from here. They are really going to have to prove that they are worthy of the major title if they are going to go and win it.
Well, that's why it's so damn spicy, right? Because although we've come in, way up there on the old Scoville scale, Tim, the old Carolina
We started high,
Reapers.
Jackie. We
Yeah.
started high.
You didn't believe me. You didn't think that we'd see those big games to start. We thought maybe we'd see those close affairs later on in the day, but no, Tim. Every game was ridiculous. Phase 1 versus Team 1. We see Team 1 leave the tournament. We have Liquid with the lockdown, surviving in the lower bracket. We've had madness the whole way through. I'm just stunned, honestly, Tim. And it's just been a crazy day from top to bottom. I hope everyone at home has enjoyed it even half as much as we clearly have, because it has blown our voice boxes out. It has left us just shocked and stunned, mate. It's been a hell of a day.
It certainly has. It's been a long one for us. It's been an awful lot of casting to get through, but we have it's been easy to bring the fire and to keep the energy up into the early hours for us, because the game has just been so exciting. So I'd say a huge thanks to the teams and players for delivering that sort of quality of Siege, because it does make our lives so much easier, because the excitement, it's all real, it's all genuine, and seats just as much as you guys are at home. And right now it's definitely time for a bit of sleepy time, Jackie, ready for bringing the thunder tomorrow once again.
Yeah, time to slide into bed, I think. For everyone that's watching the stream, though, especially anyone that's been here since the start, thank you so much from me and Tim, and of course everyone in production, Jacob and Simon, that have been working really hard today to bring you a brilliant show. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've really had a great time with the night, and we do want you to come back Saturday and Sunday. The weekend major action of Siege is going to be spectacular. The games just keep on getting better. FaZe, NIP, and Liquid remain in the competition. Team 1 has gone home. It's going to be crazy. We had 9 maps today. Where's it going to go tomorrow? We'll tune in to find out. We'll be back same time, same place. Me and Tim will guide you through the action. Thank you so much, Ubisoft and FaceIt, for making tonight possible. Please join us again for more major mayhem here in LATAM. We'll see you with the Lunacy tomorrow.
Mamita, y te doy las gracias, pero no me llame a mí cuando te tengan, yo eso es un barato, yo no segura. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura. Lo que eres, todo por culpa de tu dulzura. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Primero fueron las rosas con un te quiero. Después me dio las espinas, quería dinero. Estoy cansado, tú siempre vienes con pero. Y de 100 chicas te pondría yo un cero, porque no vales la pena ni tú jugando de presa. Desde la calle y actuando como una fresa. Ese clon barato también le va a dar pereza de lidiar contigo, porque tú cargas y pesas. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé. Todo por culpa de tu dulzura. Mami, me engañas otra vez. Ese man no te da la altura ni a tu escultura que yo te dé.
Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar.
Sé que a ti te tengo aprendida, sé que a ti te gusta esta vida, superando todo lo que hacía. Esta es mi nueva melodía.
Esta falda corta me encantó, ese baile nuevo me encendió. Como me lo mueve con sabor, mami mejor dame de tu amor. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Cuando yo te vi de vestir, te fuiste pa' mí, te tuve que abrir. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos más de ti. Esto todavía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos más de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que sé que están hablando mal de mí, porque superamos más de ti. Esta moda mía es la nueva, ahora la controlo a mi manera. Y que si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Si enseguida vamos, siempre controlando. Me dice que me quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Sea lo que sea cuando ella lo desea, lo compramos pa' que vea. Ve acá, ven acá, dime lo que sea. Lo compramos pa' que vea, pa' que vea. Sea lo que sea cuando ella lo desea, lo compramos pa' que vea. Ve acá, ven acá, dime lo que sea. Lo compramos pa' que vea, pa' que vea. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Me dice que lo quiere tocar, sé que tú te quieres tocar. Me dice que me quiere amar, solamente quiere jugar. Vea. Dime, ¿te recuerdas? Wow. Recuerdos míos de esa noche, cuando yo te tuve